Shen Jun, who traveled through time, suddenly gained the ability to foresee the future. On the first day, Tunglong Company Limited rose by 10.04. On the second day, Dajong Transportation rose by 10.00. On the fifth day, there are 10 kilograms of rock candy at the bus station, worth 10 million. Shen Jun, rock candy? Are you kidding me? What kind of rock candy is worth 10 million? Things gradually became absurd. Until, on the nth day, the next leader of America is Shen Jun. Good heavens, is there anything the system doesn't know? Chapter 1. Unreasonable Fog City. A high-end residential area. Cousin-in-law, you were so adamant that you'd only stay for half a year, and now it's been a year. Can you please give the house back to our family? What do you mean by giving the house back to you? I've been living here with Xiaobao for so long. It's convenient for him to go to school, and it's convenient for me to pick him up. Can't you be a little understanding? You've already lived in our house for a year for free. Isn't that enough understanding? Just because Xiaobao is in school, you can't just keep occupying our family's house forever, right? Watch your tone. What do you mean by occupying? Isn't Xiaobao your nephew? What's wrong with us staying a little longer for his education? Your family doesn't lack this house. This isn't about whether you lack a house or not. It's about your lack of integrity. How am I lacking integrity? Do you know how troublesome it would be for me to move out? Your cousin isn't home, and I have to pick up and drop off Xiaobao every day. I don't have that much time. I've given you time, day after day, week after week. Now it's been half a year. Which family takes half a year to move out? Stop wasting my time. If you want me to move, let your cousin come back and move. I can't move by myself. Chapter 2. The unpredictability of human nature. Besides that, the original owner already owned a property worth over 3 million. After buying these houses, the original owner immediately moved into the new house with her sister, Shen Nan, while renting out the old house and 3 other properties. The rent from the new house and the old house was about 40,000 a month. This money was not taken by the original owner, but was entirely transferred to Shen Nan for her daily expenses while she was in school. Everything was developing in a good direction. Although their parents had passed away, with some savings in hand, the original owner had no chaotic thoughts and just wanted to lie flat at home. Until a year ago, when her cousin Qinting and cousin-in-law Yang Lianrong came knocking. These two seemed to have figured out the original owner's temperament. As soon as they saw her, they made a request to borrow a house for their child to attend school. As for rent, they couldn't even mention it. The original owner initially disagreed, as the house had already been rented out and reclaiming it would incur a penalty. However, Qinting and Yang Lianrong were prepared for this and offered to pay the penalty, insisting they would only stay for half a year. At this point, the original owner had no reason to refuse. After all, their children called him uncle, and he felt embarrassed to say no. Plus, due to his personality, he found it even harder to refuse. Thus, Yang Lianrong moved in with the child. Chapter 3. Predicting the future. My cousin can't control me. If it doesn't work, you can call my uncle and aunt over. I want to see what they have to say. Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively, then took Shen Nan's hand and walked out of the room. Watching the two leave, Yang Lianrong's face alternated between green and pale. She knew this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. Shen Jun was different from the little girl Shen Nan. As long as he stepped forward, no matter how much she struggled, she wouldn't be able to stand her ground. In this aspect, men and women are worlds apart. Thinking of this, Yang Lianrong took out her phone and started making a call. Although Shen Jun's sudden change caught her off guard, it wasn't that there weren't other ways. Brother, are you really planning to fall out with my cousin's family? Shen Nan looked up with concern. Why do you ask that? Shen Jun smiled, rubbing the little girl's head. It felt quite nice. Hey, don't mess up my hair, or I won't grow tall. Shen Nan complained, swatting Shen Jun's hand away. Then curiously added, isn't it obvious? You were so fierce with Yang Lianrong just now. It would be strange if you didn't fall out with my cousin's family. Chapter 4. Thoughts without hesitation. Shen Jun immediately opened the stock trading software that his original self had downloaded long ago and entered Tunglong Company in the search bar. It was noon, and the market would reopen at 1 o'clock. After the market closed, Tunglong stock price was 687 yuan, a drop of 0.35. After some thought, Shen Jun transferred 1 million into the trading software. Although the information he obtained indicated that Tunglong Company would hit the daily limit tomorrow, he still wanted to experiment. They say gambling is a form of wisdom, but those who jump in right away are foolish. After transferring the money, Shen Jun didn't immediately place an order to buy Tunglong shares. He planned to wait until after 2:40 to buy them, as stock prices can be unpredictable, and what he earned tomorrow might not cover today's losses. The 2:30 rule is well understood by those in the know. Once everything was set, Shen Jun looked up and saw Shun and secretly stuffing her mouth with meat. Watching her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel made him chuckle. Brother, I just called you for dinner, and you ignored me, engrossed in your phone. It's not my fault. Noticing Shen Jun caught her sneaking food, Shen not only wasn't embarrassed, but instead began to defend herself. Chapter 5. Prices 2:45 p.m. The fluctuations in Tunglong Company's stock were significant. From a rise of just over 2%, it climbed to a rise of 2.65, then began to surge. 32, 35, 39, 42. Just as the rise was about to reach 5, the stock price suddenly plummeted. 45, 41, 38, 35. This market situation made Shen Jun slightly hesitant. Although he had money, the volatility was concerning. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was already 2:51 p.m., and the market was about to close. Watching the prices continue to drop, Shen Jun began to make small purchases when the price hit 26 at 708 yuan per share. Initially, he bought 20 lots, each lot being 100 shares worth 708 yuan, totaling 160 yuan. However, with Tunglong Company's market value over 3.4 billion and the transaction volume exceeding 100 million, his purchases had no impact, and the stock price continued to fall. Shen Jun didn't hesitate much. When the price hit 22, he immediately began making large purchases. Just 1 million, in the face of over 100 million in transaction volume, wouldn't make a splash. Chapter 6. Not acting like a human. After Shen Jun left the meeting, Zhou Li, who had gone to get water and hadn't returned, walked into the office. Brother Jun, you just agreed to it like that? Aren't you going to push the price down further? Zhou Li asked as she swayed her hips and sat on Brother Jun's lap, charmingly. Brother Jun reached out to grab the offered assets and laughed. This kid made it very clear. He's just a relative who refuses to leave the house. If we push the price down further, he won't agree. There's a limit to youthful arrogance. After all, that's real money. Well, Zhou Li lightly hummed before asking again. But what if he agrees? No need for that. Although we lend at high interest, there are limits to what we can do. Without leverage, being overly greedy has no good outcome, and this kid's worth isn't low right now. There might be future opportunities to connect with other matters. Brother Jun's hand moved downwards. Brother Jun is right. When Shen Jun returned home, it was already 5:30 p.m. He had just sat down on the sofa to rest when his phone rang. Taking out his phone to check, it was a call from his uncle, Chun Hong. Chapter 7. Falling out. Don't move. Would Shen Jun give Chun Ting the chance to make a move? The answer was clear. No. If he got beaten at home, that would be too pathetic. Prepared in advance, Shen Jun suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and pointed it straight ahead. His Chun Ting gasped, instantly halting his forward steps. Cold weapons are lethal to unarmed people. No one can remain unafraid, not even if they are high up, let alone whether Chun Ting really is as bold as he seems. Shen Jun put down the knife. Shen Hong shouted urgently. Shen Jun, what are you trying to do? Hurting someone is against the law. Chun Ting is your brother. Yang Lianrong, who had remained silent, couldn't help but shout out at this moment. Hearing these words, Shen Jun not only didn't lower the knife, but he also waved his arm, forcing Chun Ting back before saying, Uncle, since things have come to this, I feel there's nothing more to say. If you still consider me your nephew, then let Chun Ting and the others move out today. If you don't see me as your nephew anymore, then I won't say anything further. I'll handle it myself. Dream on. I won't move. What do you do to me? Chun Ting said angrily and shamefully. Chapter 8. Really stable. The next morning, Shen Jun got up early, or rather, he hardly slept last night. He kept waking up and falling asleep, unable to rest easy with things on his mind. If Tunglong Company really hits the limit today, he wouldn't even have breakfast and would take out his phone to check the market. The stock market starts collective bidding at 9:15 a.m., and the bidding ends at 9:25 a.m. There are only 10 minutes total. The first 5 minutes are useless, and the last 5 minutes are real orders for buying. Time passed second by second, and Shen Jun's heart was restless. This was related to his future path. At 9:25, Tunglong Company did not hit the limit but opened high at 742 yuan, an increase of 4.5. Seeing this price, Shen Jun felt a surge of joy. He was not happy about the money he could make, but about the fact that Tunglong Company had really risen. As long as Tunglong Company hits the limit later, when the system prompts him again, he could invest money in the stock market without any worries. 930 points, the stock market officially opened. After the opening, Tunglong Company Limited did not immediately rise, but instead began to fall. 43, 41, 39 Chapter 9, taking action at 2:20 p.m. Brother Jun, the money has arrived. Looking at the SMS notification of the deposit on his bank card, Shen Jun smiled and waved his phone at Brother Jun. No matter when, having someone on the inside makes things easier. While most people outside are still queuing, Liang Xiaomin completed the transfer procedures for the two in just 1 hour. After Liang Xiaomin finished the procedures, Brother Jun promptly transferred 8 million to Shen Jun's bank card, together with the remaining 458,000 on his card. Shen Jun now had a total of 12,580,000 at his disposal. As long as it's in, how about dinner tonight, my treat? Brother Jun said, smiling while holding the brand new property deed. Okay, but let me treat you, Brother Jun. After all, you helped me a lot. And that relative of mine still wants you to go easy on him. Shen Jun did not refuse. Although this person was not a good person, at least he did not play tricks on him. After all, he was someone who did semi-legal business, not so heartless. If it were a pure loan shark, there would definitely be trouble if Shen Jun approached them later. Of course, this was also the reason Shen Jun found the other party after selling his house. He didn't want to jump from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Chapter 10, Keen Intuition at 6 p.m. Li Yixian Private Restaurant. Shen, did you receive a call this afternoon? Zheng Jun asked with a smile after grabbing a chopstick full of food. I heard your relatives were planning to complain to your elders. Elders? Hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Then he quickly reacted, shook his head, and said, no. My grandparents value their grandson, but they wouldn't use my money to compensate their grandson. That is uncertain. A grandson is a grandson, and a granddaughter is a granddaughter. No matter how much they love their granddaughter, in the end, the inheritance will always go to the grandson, Zheng Jun said with a slight smirk. Brother Jun, are you trying to put a hex on me? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and replied irritably. This isn't a hex, it's the truth. If your grandparents really love you, your relative wouldn't occupy your house, Zheng Jun teased, waving his hand. Worrying about things that haven't happened isn't wise. I'm just an ordinary person. It's best if someone cares, but if no one does, that's fine too. Just live well. If you think too much, the burden gets heavy and it's really unnecessary. Shen Jun said dismissively. Chapter 11, Turbulent Emotions, Grandparental Affection. Shen Jun shook his head and organized his words. As he said, that was in the past. If I don't grow up, my cousin will really occupy my family's house. He diverted the topic, although this statement might upset the elder. Shen Jun had no choice but to prevent them from thinking about his issues any longer. Sigh. Indeed, the elder didn't pursue his character changes anymore, but instead sighed helplessly and said, your cousin is really, Grandma, it's still that saying, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me. You and Grandpa can do what you need to do, and recently just ignore them. Shen Jun planned to end the call. All right, then Grandma won't interfere in your matters. I'm sorry for you, child. The elder said with a hoarse voice. I'm not wronged, you can rest assured. I'll hang up now, okay? After receiving a response, Shen Jun hung up the phone. After sending off the elder, he had no more constraints. What nonsense about big uncles and cousins. Who can say anything if Shen Jun doesn't recognize them? Backstabbing wolf? The next morning, pre-market gathering started at 9:15. Chapter 12, Limit down 303542 as the stock price continued to fall. Countless retail investors buried deep underground began to cut losses and leave the market. They were scared, after waiting so long for the limit down to open. If they didn't take this opportunity to sell and recover, once the stock price hit the limit down again, it would truly be hopeless. The limit down was too damaging for ordinary retail investors. The stock price of Jianghuai Automobile fluctuated until 2:45 p.m. Just when everyone thought this stock would end with such a trend today, a large amount of funds suddenly surged in. 10,000 lots, 20,000 lots, 40,000 lots. And the stock price quickly rebounded from a drop of 55. A large bullish candlestick suddenly appeared in the eyes of market watchers. The stock price of Jianghuai Automobile actually hit the limit up. This was a limit up with a market value of over 40 billion. The retail investors who had cut losses were dumbfounded. Is this how the A-share market treats them? Chapter 13, Xia 1. Hello, Sister Xia, what's wrong? Shen Jun knew very well why the other party was looking for him. But you know how it is. Jun good, just call me Wan Wan. I really can't bear the title of sister. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Although Shen Jun was not a novice, he had to admit that Xiaowan was indeed someone who could be quite captivating. Before Shen Jun could respond, Xiaowan's voice came again. Junge, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Shen Jun did not refuse and agreed. Okay, what time, where? 8 p.m. at Yashuan Hotel. Junge, don't be late, Xiaowan replied softly. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun took a taxi back home. He was very clear why Xiaowan was looking for him. His trading account was opened by her, which meant Xiaowan definitely knew about the funds Shen Jun had. Given the funds he had now, how could Xiaowan not take the initiative to contact him? If Shen Jun suddenly switched brokers, Xiaowan would cry and not know where to cry. At 7:50 p.m., Yashuan Hotel private room. Junge, long time no see. A woman in a black professional outfit, paired with a white shirt, wearing black stockings on her well-proportioned thighs, and stepping on 8 to 9 centimeters high black heels, extended her hand to Shen Jun. Chapter 14 change. Aren't you afraid I'll lose all the money? Shen Jun poked. Xiaowan smiled sweetly and said, Junge, stop joking. Your trading success rate is ridiculously high, and even if you really lost, it's not a big deal. You still have several properties, right? Shen Jun, damn. This woman is definitely not a good person, not even trying to hide it. He currently had around 50 million in cash and property combined, and Xiaowan was providing him with 5 times the leverage. Although the leveraged amount was slightly more than his total assets, what are brokers for? Will they take a loss? In other words, Xiaowan is just eyeing the conditions she offers based on the money in his hands. If Shen Jun were still the original nerd at this moment, he would definitely be played like a dog by Xiaowan. Absolutely. Fortunately, Shen Jun is not the original self. Moreover, this 5-fold leverage is exactly what Shen Jun needs. Although the system currently only predicts one individual stock each day, it's better to be prepared. After all, it's just a little bit of interest which he can afford. What if one day the system suddenly predicts something else or additional stocks? If he doesn't have enough principal and ends up earning less, that wouldn't be something a little interest could make up for. Chapter 15, Action. Putting aside his distractions, Shen Jun continued to play on his phone. He had already placed an order for Jianghuai Automobiles stock, so there was no need to monitor it constantly. He also needed to buy the lottery ticket by noon tomorrow. Don't ask why he chose that time. It's for peace of mind, especially since the system has already given a hint. Right now, Shen Jun just wants to rest well. He didn't know if it was because he was too tired or if he was feeling drowsy after eating, but he soon became extremely sleepy after not playing for long. After yawning widely, he dozed off. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Jun, open the door. Shen Jun, you better open the door. Don't be silent. I know you're inside. Hurry up and open the door. Just as Shen Jun was sleeping soundly, he vaguely heard someone knocking and shouting his name. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but as the knocking grew louder and the shouting more intense, Shen Jun gradually woke up. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard a loud bang that jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Jun, you can't hide. I know you're home. Open the door for me now. Chapter 16. Getting ridiculous. Returning to the living room, Shen Jun washed his face and continued to slump on the sofa playing on his phone. He did not regret hitting those 2 people at all. They deserved it. Although Shen Jun felt that they might not learn a lesson this time. As long as they understood he was not the old Shen Jun, that was enough. As for whether Chen Ting and Yang Lianrong would come looking for trouble again, Shen Jun didn't care. If it came to that, he could just move. The world is vast. With money, where can't he go? It's not worth stressing over such trivial matters every day. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the stock price of Jianghuai Automobile began to fluctuate, gradually rising from 6 to 85 before slowing down. The stockholders instantly began to shout excitedly again. There were all sorts of comments, but none showed any results. How to put it, retail investors are retail investors because they are too easily influenced. Any fluctuation in stock prices makes them as anxious as if they were stimulated. Buying high and selling low is the most common operation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be comments online saying that the retail investors in A-shares are the best in the world at buying high and selling low. Chapter 17. Reporting to the police, Shen Jun did not reach for the phone card but said, I need to verify first. Okay. The young man did not refuse because this request was very reasonable. After all, it was 2,000 yuan. Do you have a second-hand phone now? Shen Jun casually asked. No, but I can take you to buy one. The young man shook his head in response. Shen Jun didn't say anything, directly walking towards the electronics market. And the young man naturally knew what he wanted to do, so he followed. He couldn't let the duck that was about to be in his mouth fly away. They walked to a store selling second-hand phones, and Shen Jun pointed at a phone on the counter and asked the owner, "Can this work? How much is it?" "Of course, the phones I have on display for sale are functional. You can have this one for 300, the store owner, a balding middle-aged man, immediately replied after hearing Shen Jun's words. "The Redmi 10A, a new phone, is only 300 or 400, right?" The young man casually said, "Are you an industry insider?" Although exposed, the store owner didn't seem mind and shifted his gaze to him. "I know a little." The young man nodded. Chapter 18, Criminal Psychology at Noon Sharp. Inside the ride-hailing car. Ding. May 15th, iFlyTech up 1002. Hearing the familiar sound, Shen Jun casually opened the trading software. iFlyTech's current market value exceeds 80 billion. The closing price last Friday was 335 yuan per share, with a fluctuation of 0.65. Looking at the contents displayed on the trading software, Shen Jun scratched his head, unsure of what to say. This system is really a bit of a fool. Tomorrow is Monday, and iFlyTech will also be limit up tomorrow. But he can only buy this stock tomorrow. If this stock opens low tomorrow, that would be fine, but if it opens high, should he buy or not? If he buys, how much should he buy? The trading method in A-shares is T1, meaning stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. Shen Jun understands the fluctuation situation for iFlyTech tomorrow, but he has no idea about the day after tomorrow. What if it hits the limit down the day after tomorrow? Shen Jun has nowhere to cry. He really sighed deeply. There was no good way to deal with this. He could only let nature take its course. He would check the opening price of this stock tomorrow. If it opens high, he would buy less. And if it opens low, he would buy more. Chapter 19. All talents beep, beep. Woo, woo, woo. Clear the way. Everyone clear the way. Stop running. Stand still immediately, or I'll shoot. Report to command. Report to command. A suspicious person is fleeing towards Ping'an Street. Requesting support. Requesting support. Team 1. Team 2. Team 3. Apprehend the suspect. Yes. As soon as the bystander mentioned the word drug, the police at the entrance of the bus station exploded with excitement and immediately chased after the youth. Others might not know, but they certainly did. Their mission this time was to investigate drugs. Now that they suddenly heard someone possibly related to drugs, how could they let that youth go? Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Shen Jun felt numb. That youth must be an idiot, right? No, even an idiot wouldn't act like this. Although Shen Jun did not yet understand why the youth was running. Was this really the time to escape? At this moment, running away not only raises suspicion, but even if there was no issue, they would still find something wrong. Especially since the police were indeed investigating drugs. If that youth really had a problem, how could he dare to openly say the word drug? Chapter 20. Li Xin didn't know if it was because Shen Jun bought too much or because the Zhongjia had cleared enough chips, but when Shenfei's stock price fell to 62, a large amount of capital surged in. 3,000 hands, 5,000 hands, 10,000 hands, 20,000 hands. With such a big influx of funds, Shenfei's stock price shot up like it was on a plane, soaring upwards. A strong bullish line shot straight into the sky. In less than a minute, Shenfei's stock price rose directly to the limit from 62. This is Shenfei with a market value of over 80 billion. The Zhongjia power is simply outrageous. Shen Jun immediately stopped buying as the stock price surged, and with the initial purchase of 3,000 hands, he bought a total of 10,000 hands of Shenfei's stock. The average purchase price was 3,216 yuan per share, with an average fluctuation of 40, totaling over 32 million. Based on the current limit price of Shenfei, Shen Jun's total profit from this trading operation was over 4.6 million, almost reaching 4.7 million. Chapter 21. Li Xin just felt that buying a lottery ticket was a bit too smooth, and his expression had been stable from the beginning. As if 6 million couldn't stir his emotions at all. Now that the case was solved, it turned out that he was originally a wealthy man. However, this also made sense. Only the wealthy could remain so calm in the face of such a huge amount of money. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely be impossible to remain so rational and indifferent. Shen Jun smiled, but did not respond. There was no way to respond to such self-deprecation. If he took it seriously, it would be a problem. Li Xin did not say much more, and soon they arrived at the door and office. "Uncle Zhang, please process a transfer for me. 6 million. As a gift, I will cover the taxes." Li Xin didn't even knock, pushing the door open and walking in. Then he made his request to the middle-aged man sitting in the office chair. Upon hearing Lin words, the middle-aged man immediately turned his gaze to him. Young man, you're lucky. Shen Jun thought that although he could tell from the bank's security and staff that Li Xin was very familiar here, he really didn't expect him to be this familiar. Chapter 22. At 1 p.m., the stock market opened. The stock price of Richest did not fluctuate much after the opening, remaining around 1,266 yuan. Shen Jun did not hesitate and immediately began trading, starting to buy low underwater, but his hands were small, only buying 50 hands at a time. To avoid following the old path of the Doju, Shen Jun had to do this. Although Shen Jun could guarantee that he would not manipulate the stock price. Those who understand know that whether you manipulate the price is not important. What matters is whether you made money. There's a saying, you can make money, but you can't earn what you shouldn't earn. If you do, that's a crime. Why did Baiqi die? He never thought of rebelling. But because he had the ability to rebel, he was granted death. Therefore, no matter how the world develops, some things will never change. To be honest, Shen Jun should find a backer. If not, he could also start his own company. Seeking wealth in a lifetime is ultimately an empty dream. He still needs power or connections. With a long sigh, Shen Jun continued to place orders to buy Richest stocks. How should I put it? He wanted to do many things, but very few could be implemented. Chapter 23, May 16th, 9 a.m. After the pre-market bidding, Richest's stock price opened and rose by 12. But Finn didn't care about that. He directly hit the nuclear button. He sold all 10,000 hands of stock he held, placing the order price at the original price, which was the closing price from yesterday. He didn't want the 12 profit from the opening increase. He just wanted to preserve yesterday's profit. At the moment Shen Jun sold, Richest's stock price rapidly began to drop. After all, that was over 30 million. Just as the stock price fell to 14, someone couldn't hold back and took action with a huge amount. Richest's stock price immediately stopped its downward trend and even shot up. The remaining chips that Shen Jun had placed at the original price were instantly swept away by this big player. Shen Jun was not surprised. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed the order at the original price. The Zhongjia hadn't run away. The other party would definitely intervene to maintain the stock price. But that was no longer related to him. He had already sold out, and the money was in hand. Shop the 24 a.m. Fog City Second Hospital, single patient room. At this moment, Chen Ting's family was all gathered here watching over him. Dad, Chen Ting's hospitalization and treatment have cost a lot of money. Are we really not going to look for that kid Shen Jun, as our Su suggested? Yang Long asked with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, before Chen Ting could respond, Chen Ting, lying in the hospital bed, angrily said, Impossible, I won't let that kid go. That's right, he can't just let it go lightly after beating my son like this. It doesn't matter what anyone says. The middle-aged woman sitting beside the hospital bed also shouted angrily. Chen Ting was not as angry as they were. Instead, he calmly looked at Chen Ting and said, Do you know why I asked someone to let you stay in the single patient room? Chen Ting was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly reacted. Are you planning to ask that kid Shen Jun for more money? What else? We can't let our family pay for this medical bill, Chen Ting said expressionlessly. Yes, we can't let our family pay. It must be that kid Shen Jun who pays. Yang Lin's face instantly broke into a smile. Just compensating for medical expenses is not enough. That kid must also provide other compensation. My son can't be beaten for nothing, the middle-aged woman said discontentedly. Chapter 25, just as expected. After Shen left the hospital room, Yang Lin, with a pale face, said to Chen, We don't want his house anymore. Nothing at all. Shen Jun has gone crazy. He's gone crazy. We don't want it. We don't want anything. We can't let Shen Jun hurt Xiaoba. The middle-aged woman hurriedly echoed. Everything I said just now is void. From now on, our family will have no conflict with Shen. We can't afford to gamble. Our family only has Xiaoba's child, and we can't take that risk. Chen Heng said with a serious expression. Shen Jun's words had truly scared him. Although he couldn't determine whether what Shen Jun said was true or false, their family couldn't afford to gamble or lose. Although the house was important, it was still less important than the only grandson. I understand. Chen Ting did not refute their words, nor did he dare to. Just as Shen Heng said, he couldn't afford to gamble or lose. If Shen Jun really went crazy and hurt Xiaoba, it would be too late to say anything then. After leaving the hospital room, Shen Jun went directly to the payment window of the hospital. After paying Chen Ting a fee of 100,000 yuan, he left the hospital without delay. He was the one who caused the harm, and he would take on the responsibility. It was just money, he could afford it. Chapter 26, Spoils of War, Luzhou Laojiao. with a market value of 190 billion, circulating 189. For billion, closed at 126 yuan in the morning, with a fluctuation of 0.8 and a turnover rate of 22, with a transaction amount of 41.8 billion yuan. Another giant enterprise. Looking at the turnover rate and transaction amount of Luzhou Laojiao, Shen Jun helplessly shook his head. The A-share market really has become unplayable. How can one play with such a low turnover rate and transaction amount? Sticking to a single stock is truly not feasible, as it doesn't earn much, let alone individual stocks. Sometimes the total transaction amount of the entire A-share market is even lower than that of a single stock in the U.S. market. It's really, but he had no way around it. The A-share market was just like this, and the system didn't provide him with any other information. So he could only endure it for now. But would saying this offend anyone? Earning several million a day and still saying this? However, Shen Jun really thought so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reduced the amount of money he invested in stocks. The market is too small and prone to accidents. After the stock market opened, Shen Jun began to buy Luzhou Laojiao stocks in large quantities. Each time he started with 100 lots, and sometimes he would buy 200 lots. As Shen Jun aggressively bought stocks, the price of Luzhou Laojiao began to rise slowly. Chapter 27. Bleeding the conversation between the two attracted Shen Jun's attention. Shen Jun suddenly asked out of the blue, "Have you really started living off someone else?" Haha, old Shen believed it. He actually believed it. Yang Su immediately laughed out loud. Wu Mengjie, feeling a bit defensive, said, "Old Shen, am I really that worthless in your eyes?" Shen Jun, just joking. Why take it seriously? Who doesn't know that your family is wealthy? Shen Jun's university was in Jinling, and there were 4 people in their dormitory. Besides the 3 of them, there was another person named Li Tao, but due to personality and family conditions, Li Tao had always had a bad relationship with the 3 of them. How to put it, university is a small society, and the so-called brotherhood without class only exists among a small portion of people. The vast majority look down on others. Just like Shen Jun, such an introverted person. Because he had enough living expenses and didn't cause trouble, he could also make a few friends. This was an advantage his parents gave him. It's not that the 3 of them intentionally excluded Li Tao, but in daily life, Li Tao just didn't fit in with them. Chapter 28. High emotional intelligence, just wait. Tomorrow I will make you pay. Yang Sutre at the net Angri Li. Let us talk about tomorrow when it comes. Anyway, I'm comfortable today, Wu Mengjie grinned. Yang Su. Facing someone who is impervious to reason, he really has no way out. Old Shen, we have a good relationship, right? Yang Su suddenly turned to Shen Jun. If you need anything, just say it. I will definitely help for this meal. Shen Jun patted his chest confidently. Yang Su, ha ha ha. Old Shen has really gone bad. Wu Mengjie was delighted. I really admire you. After Yang Su muttered, he turned to the still-present waiter and said, "Prepare the dishes." "Okay, sir." The waiter turned and left. "You guys are ruthless. This meal will cost me half a month's pocket money." Yang Su murmured. "Then just save some money later." "What's the big deal?" Wu Mengjie said with a smirk. "Isn't old Wu working at a bank? If it really doesn't work, you can borrow some money from him. That way, you'll have money again, and he'll get his performance." Shen Jun teased. "That's a good idea." Wu Mengjie's eyes lit up. Chapter 29. Bastard logic, but I sincerely say one thing. Marrying your sister-in-law is really like your ancestral grave, smoking green. Shen Yun continued to daihude. Wu Mengjie coughed again, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xian. "Old Shen, you really have a dirty mind." Wu Mengjie immediately gritted his teeth after realizing it. TSK, eating, I must taste the dishes personally served by my sister-in-law. Shen Jun nonchalantly sat back down in his chair. "Old Shen, not bad. I almost don't recognize you." Yang Su also sat back down with a smile. Feeling good, Wu Mengjie sighed and said to Xian, "Wife, am I really that stupid? How could it be? Don't listen to him. My husband is the best." Xian reached out to rub Wu Mengjie's face to comfort him. Shen Jun, Yang Su, can we still eat this meal? Yang Su said with a sore throat. "By the way, it's getting late. Should we disperse?" "Is it getting late, or are you envious and jealous?" Wu Mengjie teased. "You really don't act like a son," Yang Su grumbled. Chapter 30. Wealthy and willful. Stop it. I'm serious. Yang Su murmured. Old Wu's family seems to be quite different from what we knew before. You just noticed? Shen Jun was powerless to retort. Looking at Yang Su, who had a slightly dazed expression, Shen Jun sighed. A local from the Magic City can marry a lady like Xian. Have you never thought about the reasons behind it? Wasn't it said that he had to pursue her for a year? Yang Su asked cautiously. Shen Jun, how did this person's brain work? He really believed such nonsense? Old Yang, your family conditions are also decent. If you were asked to pursue a lady like Bai Xian, would you dare? Shen Jun asked in a lowered voice. Yang Su shook his head vigorously. No way. I still have this self-awareness. The Yujing Longting Hotel is not low-end. Just in terms of price, it starts at over 300 million. With his little savings, he wouldn't dare, even with 3 times the courage. Then that settles it. But old Wu, during school, before Yang Su could finish, Shen Jun interrupted him. School is school, and the outside world is the outside world, plus old Wu isn't a very high-profile person. Otherwise, we wouldn't have become friends. Chapter 31. Wedding procession at 9:30. The wedding car procession slowly came to a stop. After getting out of the car, the groom and the entire groomsmen team entered adventure mode. Despite both the Wu family and the Bai family being wealthy, they still had the typical activities of an ordinary family wedding. After all, weddings are meant for fun. The Bai family's residence was also a villa. Starting from the entrance, children blocked the way, and after casually tossing some red envelopes and candies, they broke through this barrier. Upon reaching the villa entrance, it became slightly troublesome. A few burly men in suits stood there, intimidating everyone into inaction. Who are these people? Shen Jun asked curiously. Is the bodyguard really watching the door during the wedding? My wife's brothers, we can't take them on. Wu Mengjie explained nonchalantly. Shen Jun, are they that strong? What do the Bai family feed them? And what about their demeanor as rich kids? Why do they look just like bodyguards? Just watch. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Wu Mengjie pulled out a stack of red envelopes from his pocket and tossed them into the air. However, the few big men didn't move at all. They weren't the type to be swayed by money. But Wu Mengjie wasn't a fool either. Since he dared to throw red envelopes, he was certainly prepared. Chapter 32. Buying in the wedding time in Magic City is different from the North. In the North, weddings are held at noon with a formal meal, while in Magic City, weddings are held in the afternoon with a formal meal. As for what to eat at noon, Shen Jun didn't know what others had for lunch during weddings, but at the Wu family, they had a buffet. The Wu family cleared a large area in the yard to set up food, all of which was brought in from outside. There were lobsters, abalone, and some local dishes. The villa also had other dishes and desserts, all made by chefs in the Wu family kitchen. After a quick bite, Shen Jun went with Yang Su to withdraw some money. They needed to contribute money at the hotel in the afternoon, and if they didn't go now, there wouldn't be time. After withdrawing the money, Shen Jun slumped onto the sofa in the villa. So tired, it felt like he hadn't done much. But he was just so exhausted. At 1 p.m., the stock market officially opened. He glanced at the stock price of Hung Rue Pharmaceutical, which was particularly stable at 0.2000200. Shen Jun wasn't in a hurry to buy. Instead, he focused on the funds in his trading account. Yesterday afternoon, around 2 p.m., Ely shares had hit the ceiling, clearing all his holdings, investing over 19 million and making a profit of 2 million, leaving a total of 46.75 million in his account. Chapter 33. The end. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our wedding. I won't say much more. I'll drink, and you all can do as you please. During the toasting time at the wedding banquet, Wu Mengjie and Bai Xian were the first to approach Shen Jun's table. After everyone downed their drinks, Wu Mengjie pointed at the bridesmaids and joked, "These 4 beauties are all single. Old Shen, Old Yang, Yuan Ge, Long Ge, seize the opportunity." Bai Xian gently smacked the playful Wu Mengjie and said softly, "Just be yourselves. But this is indeed your chance, oh. Our little Xian has learned to be naughty," teased one of the bridesmaids, sitting directly across from Shen Jun. "No way. I'm just being kind, okay?" Bai Xian joked back. While the two were talking, Wu Mengjie started making faces at Shen Jun and Yang Su. Shen Jun didn't have any thoughts about it. Not that he wasn't interested in beautiful women, but these 4 bridesmaids weren't his type. However, Yang Su didn't hold back. After getting the hint from Wu Mengjie, he immediately took the initiative and started chatting with one of the bridesmaids. Yuan Ge and Long Ge, as mentioned by Wu Mengjie, also actively engaged with the bridesmaids, leaving Shen Jun comfortably seated, quietly watching. Chapter 34. Relaxation. After lying in bed and playing on his phone for a while, Shen Jun finally got up to wash up. After freshening up, he used the room's landline to contact the hotel front desk, asking them to bring his clothes over. Less than 3 minutes after hanging up, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw a waiter pushing a small cart inside. After placing Shen Jun's clothes and shoes neatly, the waiter left. How should I put it? The service was so good that he couldn't find a single flaw. Once dressed, Shen Jun stepped out of the room. The waiter in the hallway immediately said to him, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Wu has ordered breakfast and lunch for you and your friends. Would you like to dine at our hotel or go out with your friends?" Shen Jun thought to himself, "I just thought Wu Mengjie was thoughtful for remembering to send my clothes, but now I've figured it out. With that stupid brain of his, how could he possibly think of this?" The clothes and breakfast were definitely arranged by Xian. Wu Mengjie couldn't be that meticulous. No, not just Wu Mengjie. Most men really wouldn't think of this. I have to say, this guy really found a good wife. Chapter 35. Early Upgrade Update. After paying the fine, Shen Jun lost the desire to ride a bike around Magic City. He didn't care about the 50 yuan. It mainly affected his mood. He'd wait until he had time to enjoy the night scenery of Magic City. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 10 a.m. After returning the bike to Hiyun, Shen Jun went back to his room. He glanced at the market trend. The market slightly dropped by 0.89. Don't ask why. A drop of less than 2 is considered slight, while a rise of over 0.5 is a big rise. That's the rule in A shares. At this time, Hung Rue Pharmaceutical surged by 5.6, and Shen Jun casually placed his holdings on the limit up board. I have to say, the trading method in A shares is really uncomfortable, especially for him at this moment. After finishing the operation, Shen Jun comfortably lay on the bed and played on his phone. Shopping and having fun is nice, but resting while lying down is also fine. At noon, 12 p.m., ding! The system sensed the host's apprehension toward a certain stock market. After system verification, the host's concerns are not unfounded. The system will upgrade and update in advance. Please wait patiently. Shen Jun. Suddenly sitting up, Shen Jun was dumbfounded. What the hell? The system actually sensed his apprehension towards the stock market and even verified it? Chapter 36. The purpose of the meal, stop complaining. Why did you come out to have fun? It's to relieve stress. Your resentment is too high. How can you have fun like this? Shen Jun interrupted Yang Su's continued speech. This day couldn't go on like this. It could easily cause problems. Mainly because of Yang Su's personality. He was too anxious and impulsive. If they kept talking, Shen Jun was afraid this guy would really turn around and start a fight. All right, let us not talk about that. Yang Su nodded and changed the topic. What have you been up to lately? You're not really just staying at home, are you? Pretty much. I've invested the money in stocks. And luck has been good, yielding some returns. Enough for daily expenses, Shen Jun explained softly. Wow, that's impressive? Yang Su exclaimed. When did you start playing stocks? Not long ago. Mainly luck, probably the new player benefits. Shen Jun laughed and joked about himself. Indeed, beginners tend to have things go smoothly. But don't invest too much. Although I don't trade stocks, I've heard some things. The waters in A shares are too deep, Yang Su warned. I know. I'm fully aware of the situation in A shares, but I'm just playing around. It's not a big deal. Shen Jun spoke nonsense with ease. Chapter 37. Early preparation. Old Wu. You should know our situation. We only have a bit of pocket money, and we can't make decisions about our savings at home. We don't have any collateral for loans either. Yang Su scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Not necessarily, right, old Shen? Wu Mengjie smiled as he looked at Shen Jun. Old Shen? Yang Su's expression shifted from calm to surprised. He asked, somewhat incredulously, Old Shen, have you struck it rich? Why do you say that? Shen Jun ignored Yang Su and curiously asked Wu Mengjie. Confidence. Wu Mengjie didn't speak. Xian answered for him. Old Shen is overly confident. If you didn't know my family background and Wu Mengjie at first, it would be understandable, but even after knowing that Yujing Longting belongs to my family, you remain this confident. That is quite strange. Unless you have absolute confidence, I can't think of another reason. Moreover, Old Shen, your standards are too high. Zhang Qian and the others are quite good-looking, and they excel in both work and education. Yet they don't catch your eye at all. What do you think I would think? Wu Mengjie added leisurely. Shen Jun smiled and said, could it be that I'm just being unreasonable? Since I have a good relationship with you, I don't take the financial gap seriously. Chapter 38. Update completed. No problem, but Old Shen, you really surprised me. I thought you could only borrow 1,000 or so from me, but I didn't expect you to borrow so much. I'm impressed. After settling things, Wu Mengjie felt in the mood to joke. He was indeed very happy. Don't think lending money is easy. For bank employees, lending is actually quite difficult. Of course, many people want loans, Or rather, there are countless of them, but very few can pass the bank's verification. Either their risk resistance is poor, or their collateral is insufficient. Otherwise, the bank wouldn't have so many task indicators. There's a saying online that Shen Jun finds quite true. Banks only lend money to the rich. They don't lend to those who are truly in financial difficulty because the risks are too high. You say the rich already have money. Why would they still need loans? This is a banking issue, just like Wu Mengjie, who only lends to Shen Jun with collateral and doesn't mention lending to Yangsu. How to say it? Banks only help those who are already doing well. They won't provide help in tough times. Safety and stability are the roots of everything. They don't need exaggerated profits. Even a little interest is enough. Chapter 39. The Gap Fortinet was registered in Delaware, USA, in November 2000 and is a leading provider of cybersecurity equipment and UTM security solutions for global enterprises, service providers, and government entities. Fortinet is a leader in cybersecurity and the integration of networking and security. The company's mission is to protect the ubiquitous people, devices, and data. Its integrated platform, the Fortinet Security Fabric, spans security networks, unified security access service edges, and AI-driven security operations, delivering cybersecurity where customers need it. Fortinet's current market value is $8 billion, and according to System Prompts, its stock price will reach a peak of $635 on July 1st. This means that within the next 26 days, this stock has a potential increase of 52, over 55 times, more than 5 times the return in less than a month. What does that mean? Skyrocketing. Shen Jun briefly glanced at the details of Horton Homes. Horton Homes is a Delaware company, measured by the number of closed homes, is the largest home construction company in America. Chapter 40. College entrance examination, brother. Your little sister Shenan's brain is a bit confused. What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? Shen Yun Tsiokut. I don't care. I just can't sleep. What should I do? Shenan mumbled. Shen Jun. Indeed. Women are unreasonable regardless of age or who they are dealing with. Should I pick you up now? After all, you have a holiday tomorrow. Shen Yun asked helplessly. That might not be good, right? Shen Nan began to hesitate. Hearing the girl's contradictory words, Shen Jun laughed. What is wrong with that? You have your college entrance exams the day after tomorrow. The teacher shouldn't say anything. Little Nan, don't leave. What'll we do if you go? I can't sleep from nervousness either. Exactly, don't go. If a top student like you leaves, we'll be even more nervous. Just as Shen Jun was waiting for Shen Nan's response, a chorus of female voices came from the other end of the phone. I'll try and persuade her not to leave school early. Huh, but, no buts. At most, we just 1T sleep tonight. We'll study with you, okay? Anyway, we have a holiday tomorrow, so we have time to rest. Little Nan, your brother didn't go back tonight. You can rest assured, we're here. Chapter 41. After the exam, after watching Shen Nan enter the school, Shen Jun didn't linger at the school gate and walked back to where his electric bike was parked. He couldn't help with the exam. It all depended on Shen Nan's performance. At most, he could help with food. Most parents share Shen Jun's thoughts after the kids enter the school. Many parents also left the school gate. After finding his electric bike, Shen Jun didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to a nearby supermarket to shop. He bought beef brisket, lamb, fish, shrimp, various vegetables, and some seasonings. By the time he got home, it was already 9:30 a.m. Shen Jun immediately started looking online for chefs to come and cook. Yes, chefs to come and cook. He can't cook, so why not hire someone? In today's society, as long as you have money, everything is particularly convenient. After searching for about 10 minutes, Shen Jun chose 2 chefs who charge 500 yuan for a meal at home. They only cook and don't take care of anything else. This price is already considered high in Fog City. At 10:30, the 2 chefs arrived at his home. 1 male and 1 female. Chapter 42, 14. $8 million based on previous year's results. Fewer than 10 students from the entire Fog City can score over 700 in the college entrance examination. Although Shenan's results are pretty good, her scores in various practice exams have never exceeded 700, usually around 692 or so. I really don't know where she gets the confidence to say such things. However, as her brother, Shen Jun naturally wouldn't want to undermine Shen Nan's confidence. Just keep your heart at ease. If you really score over 700, then don't say anything. Whatever car you want, I'll buy it for you. Shen Jun said confidently. Really? Shen Nan looked at Shen Jun with a skeptical expression. Really? Wow, brother. You're so great, I love you the most, moi. Shen Jun. Indeed. Women are changeable, regardless of age. By the way, do you want to buy a new phone and tablet? Shen Jun suddenly asked. No need. I still have quite a bit of money in my hands. I can change whenever I want, just can't afford a car. Shen then shook her head in refusal. All right, if you need money, just tell me. I'll transfer it to you. Shen Jun said gently. Oh, don't worry about me. The rent money transferred to me is more than enough for daily expenses. After saying that, Shen Nan seemed to think of something, her eyes flashing. Brother, you didn't sell the house that Shun Ting's family is occupying, did you? Chapter 43, Big Profit. Although Shen Jun's phone doesn't have a VPN, there are no secrets to hide regarding the sudden surge or drop in stock prices. Therefore, he quickly found out the reason for the sudden surge of Fondanet. After the trading day ended yesterday, Vanguard Group released an announcement. The content was simple. Vanguard Group injected $1 billion into Fondanet, and after this capital increase, Vanguard Group's equity stake in Fondanet increased to 89. As a result, Fondanet's stock price surged by 296, reaching $4,633 per share. As for why Vanguard Group's mere injection of $1 billion could cause Fondanet's stock price to surge by 296, that is because you don't understand the strength of Vanguard Group. To put it simply, regardless of whether it's Tencent, Baidu, Alibaba, Microsoft, Google, or Apple, no matter how big a listed company is, they all have to call it Money Daddy. Vanguard Group is the giant behind the giants, and worldwide, any listed company you can think of has it on the shareholder list. For companies like Apple, Microsoft, Disney, McDonald's, etc., Vanguard Group is the largest shareholder, while for Tesla, Amazon, Coca-Cola, Berkshire, etc., Vanguard Group is the second largest shareholder. Chapter 44, The First in the Province. Although Shen Jun became a billionaire, his life did not change at all. Because the money hasn't been received, yet there is a saying, assets in the millions don't count if they are not liquid. Livestock raised cannot be counted as actual wealth until sold. This is because the breeding industry has many risks and uncertainties, including market price fluctuations, natural disasters, and diseases, all of which can affect breeders' income and even lead to losses. Therefore, although livestock has value while alive, it can only be considered wealth once sold and profit is realized. The same goes for stock trading. The risks of the stock market are well known. Although Shen Jun can guarantee he only profits and doesn't lose, money that hasn't reached his hands doesn't count nowadays. Shen Jun still lives a peaceful and affluent life with his 20 million. However, this life did not last long before being broken again. The results of the college entrance examination in Fog City were announced at 11 p.m. on June 24th. That night, Shen Jun and Shen Nan sat on the sofa waiting for 11 p.m. to arrive. However, compared to Shen Jun's calmness, Shen Nan seemed a bit nervous. Shen Jun understood this. After 10 years of hard study, it was normal to be nervous at the moment that determined their fate. Chapter 45, Generous Benefits in the Shen family's living room. 4 people were sitting on the sofa, and 3 others were standing nearby. Shen Jun swore that his house had never had this many people at once. The 4 sitting were teachers from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University, and the 3 others were senior students from Shen Nan's high school, 2 from Kyoto University and 1 from Tsinghua. Since Teacher Zhang and Teacher Su are here, let's see what we can do. A knowledgeable middle-aged woman wearing glasses slowly spoke. Mr. Shen, as long as Shen Nan agrees to study at Kyoto University. In addition to choosing any major, we can also offer her a dual degree from Kyoto and HKU, a scholarship of 500,000, and an exchange opportunity with Oxford University. Shen Jun. Shen Nan. Zhang Qingsong. Wow, really not giving any opportunity? Starting with such generous offers? When did Kyoto University start to compete for students with such generous conditions? This is unreasonable and illogical. Even the top student in the province wouldn't get this. Song Liani, are you crazy? Zhang Qingsong exclaimed in disbelief. Do you have the authority to offer such benefits? Whether I have the authority is my business. It has nothing to do with Teacher Zhang, right? Song Liani chuckled and said, now let's see what benefits you can offer, Teacher Zhang. Chapter 46, A Headache of News, all right. Shen Jun nodded and casually asked, aren't you going to pick a better car? You know, I have money now. No need. I'm just starting college. I'm very satisfied with this car. Shen Nan happily refused. All right, I'll transfer the money to you later. Shen Jun didn't say much. The price didn't matter as long as the girl liked it. By the way, brother, just transfer 500,000 to me. I still have 500,000 in scholarship to use. And our school also said they would give me 200,000 in bonuses. Shen then hurriedly reminded, you can keep that money for yourself. Shen Jun waved his hand. You can take the school bonus, but don't take those company rewards. Our family doesn't lack that little money. During this time, Shen Jun has refused several companies' bonuses for Shen Nan. These companies' bonuses are not easy to get. Shen Nan must go to their company to cooperate in filming a few promotional videos. As he said, there's no need to run around for that little money. His family doesn't lack those tens of thousands. I got it. Then I'm going shopping. You stay at home. After receiving Shen Jun's response, Shen then tidied up and left home. Chapter 47. The hanging wall guy Shen Jun waved his hand to the crowd. Everyone, don't crowd here. I'm not looking for workers. I'm looking for friends. Everyone, come to the job market to find friends? Who the hell comes here to find friends while bringing a bodyguard? Are you sick? Everyone immediately turned and left, thinking this was just another bored rich kid coming to watch the show. There are usually such people, but they rarely encounter them. Once everyone dispersed, Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief and then wandered aimlessly inside the market. The market wasn't large, and it didn't take long for Shen Jun to find the type of person he was looking for. He saw a shirtless young man lying on a mat playing with his phone. There was no doubt. This person was a pure hanging wall guy. Hanging wall guy, a colloquial term in Yangcheng, refers to a group of people working in Yangcheng with a difficult life who do not strive for progress. The term is a derivative of the internet slang hanging wall or hanging bee. Nowadays, hanging wall guys refer to all members of a certain group. Bro, are you interested in doing some showy work? Shen Jun casually asked as he approached the young man. Hearing the voice, the shirtless young man immediately turned his gaze to Shen Jun, Chapter 48, after settling the bill. Shen Jun did not speak in the small shop, but took everyone outside the small restaurant. Although the restaurant was small, it was still a place for dining. And after they had eaten and drank enough, there was no need to occupy the space and delay the business of others. Once outside, without Shen Jun having to say anything, the shirtless young man organized everyone to stand in line. It was so skilled it made one feel a sense of pity. Let me ask, does anyone have a car? After everyone quieted down, Shen Jun casually asked. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other. But no one spoke up. If it weren't for Shen Jun treating them to a meal, they might have started cursing. If anyone had a car, who the hell would still be a hanger-on? I didn't make it clear. Here's the thing. Tomorrow morning, I need you to stop vehicles at an intersection, specifically mud trucks and large cargo trucks. I don't mean for you to stand in the intersection and stop them directly, but to use a vehicle to block them. After saying this, Shen Jun paused for a moment, and under everyone's puzzled gazes, he continued, if someone provides a vehicle, I will give that person an extra 1,000 yuan. If the vehicle gets damaged during work, we will go directly to the Foreseeing shop for repairs. If you don't want to repair it, I will compensate according to the assessment price from the Foreseeing shop. Chapter 49. Got it, boss. Just watch us. We guarantee not a single mud truck or large cargo truck will pass through Fujiang Road. With Shen Jun's assurance, the shirtless young man immediately perked up. With a vehicle following, they could even send someone to keep an eye on Shen Jun's car. What was there to worry about? Just do it. Then let's get to work, but no rush. You can start stopping vehicles from 9 o'clock. My enemy should pass by here between 9 and 10. Shen Jun instructed. Understood. Everyone responded in unison before dispersing, leaving only the shirtless young man beside Shen Jun. Just as Shen Jun was about to return to the car, he suddenly remembered something. He turned to the shirtless young man and reminded him, now let the car following us start going back and forth on Fujiang Road. If there are any parked mud trucks or large cargo trucks on the road, make sure to tell me. Saying this, Shen Jun took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him, continuing, I'll cover the gas money, but the patrol must not stop. Okay, boss. The shirtless young man immediately took the money and then pulled out his phone to start making calls. After explaining everything, Shen Jun returned to the car to rest. Chapter 50. With the sound of a violent crash, Shen Jun's emotions reached their peak. Crashing his car into someone else's was freaking exhilarating, especially in this situation where he held the initiative. So satisfying. Bang. Crash, clang. Suddenly, the driver made a side collision, and the other car was directly overturned, even rolling over twice. Stop. Stop. Seeing the other car flip over, Shen Jun immediately ordered. Yes. The driver, with red eyes, stepped on the brakes and immediately stopped the car. Phew. Once the car was steady, Shen Jun let out a sigh of relief. Trembling slightly, he took out his phone. It was already 9:31. Finally resolved. The preparations on the other side were truly extensive. Although he wasn't sure if the truck that came out of the paper mill was the culprit behind Luo Liuqing's death, as predicted by the system, in Shen Jun's view, it already was. Call the police, say we crashed into the other car, but the other party not only didn't stop, instead they fled. So we chased after them. But due to excessive speed, we ended up flipping their car. Shen Jun instructed the bodyguard. Chapter 51 at 11 in the morning. A Liang fried rice. When Shen Jun arrived here with the money he had just withdrawn from the bank, the shirtless young man and others were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw Shen Jun get out of the car, they immediately surrounded him. Boss, we didn't do anything, right? How did we end up in a situation where we have to run? Yeah, what we did was a bit wrong, but it's not like we need to run. Boss, can we not run? Everyone, stop talking nonsense and stand in line to listen. As everyone surrounded Shen Jun and shouted loudly, the shirtless young man stepped forward to stop them. Just as Shen Jun was about to speak, a bespectacled young man asked somewhat unwillingly, Boss, do we really have to leave Fog City? Anything goes. Whether you leave or not is up to you. But those who leave Fog City can collect 10,000 yuan from me for running away. Those who don't leave 1T get anything. While speaking, Shen Jun began to unzip his backpack. Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. They thought the extra money was a reward from Shen Jun, but unexpectedly. What? You thought I would give each of you 10,000 yuan for free? Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, Shen Jun chuckled. Chapter 52, Invitation July 3rd. After a night of rest, Shen Jun's emotions had settled down. Although yesterday's events were somewhat unexpected, overall, the outcome was still good. However, from this incident, Shen Jun also understood one thing. Plans cannot keep up with changes. This world does not operate according to his expectations. Everyone is an independent individual with their own thoughts and actions. Shen Jun cannot expect everyone to act according to his ideas. That is impossible and unrealistic. Shaking his head, Shen Jun stopped thinking about those things. This was a lesson learned, and he would remember it in the future. Before helping others, he must ensure he has a way out, otherwise. Taking out his phone, Shen Jun opened the trading app and casually checked Jinkou Company, Ltd. Jinkou Company Limited had a market value of 6.5 billion, with a stock price of 111 yuan per share. Shen Jun did not hesitate and immediately placed an order to buy, with a total purchase amount of 5 million. After successfully placing the order, Shen Jun no longer paid attention to the market trend of Jinkou Company Limited. It was just a small play. It wasn't worth him investing too much time and energy. The most important thing was still the U.S. stock market. That was where real money could be made. Chapter 53. There's a problem. Under the lead of the young man in a suit, Shen Jun arrived at the door of a room on the 6th floor of Jiangnan Watertown. As the young man in a suit slowly pushed open the door, two figures came into Shen Jun's view. What the hell? Looking at the two people who had just stood up inside the room, Shen Jun took a sharp breath, and one of the individuals inside also exclaimed, Is the world really this small? No, it shouldn't be that the world is small, but rather that the upper circles of Fog City are too small. Shen Jun, long time no see. I didn't expect the person Zhang Yin invited to be you. I thought it was someone with the same name. Finally, Lei Xian's worried heart can rest. Long time no see. Shen Jun was a bit speechless as he greeted them, originally thinking that the two of them wouldn't meet again after that transaction, but unexpectedly, they met here again. Moreover, what? Lei Xian, do you know Mr. Shen? Another young man, who was Luo Jinyan, looked at Lei Xian with some curiosity. Hearing this, Lei Xian explained with a wry smile. Well, the lottery ticket I prepared for you was won by Shen Jun. In fact, he really didn't want to mention this matter because it was quite disgraceful, and everyone knew that. However, he had already handed that lottery ticket to Luo Jinyan, and the other party had said they would give the ticket to Shen Jun, so he couldn't avoid mentioning it now. Chapter 54. The final step. Brother Lei is reluctant to part with good wine and even punishes himself with 3 drinks. If you drink all the good wine, what are we supposed to drink? Shen Jun chimed in. Exactly, look at you being so stingy. Luo Jinyan followed Shen Jun's lead and teased him. As for you two, Lei Xian pointed at the two with a gushao and found himself at a loss for words. All right, let's not talk about him anymore. If we keep going, he might run away soon. After saying that, Luo Jinyan waved his hand to Shen Jun and said, Let's sit down and chat. Shen Jun didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down next to him. After both of them were seated, Lei Xian slowly took his seat. The three of them hadn't been sitting for long when the waiter at the club brought in food and drinks. Subsequently, the three began to eat and chat, covering topics from various places, but they didn't mention anything about Luo Lucheng. As they exchanged cups and plates, the time reached 8:40. Just then, Lei Xian's phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, Shen Jun's gaze sharpened. Lei Xian and Luo Jinyan were both distracted by the ringtone, so they didn't notice Shen Jun's expression. Taking out his phone, Lei Xian looked at the caller ID and apologized to the two. Sorry, you guys chat first. I need to take a call. Chapter 55. Are you risking your life? Luo Jinyan didn't doubt the accuracy of Shen Jun's information because his grandfather Luo Lucheng had already proven it with his own safety. If Shen Jun's information were inaccurate, then the Luo family would lose their support pillar, which was an undeniable fact. But once the authenticity of Shen Jun's information was confirmed, Luo Jinyan couldn't escape responsibility. After all, he was the one who invited Shen Jun to Jiangnan Watertown for a meal. No. What do you mean by escaping responsibility? Shen Jun is sitting in his car. If Shen Jun dies, how can Luo Jinyan survive? After all, the method used to control the murder was a car accident. No. Since Shen Jun had already received the news, why didn't he run away himself or even call the police, but instead sat in his car and asked him to take him home? Shen Jun, are you testing me? Luo Jinyan suddenly realized. What are you talking about? Brother Yin, shouldn't I test you? Your life is precious, and so is mine. Shen Jun laughed. Luo Jinyan, he really couldn't respond to that. Shen Jun saving Luo Lucheng was a secret. The reason he told Lei Xian was that he knew the other party and needed the local snake in the foggy city to help him a bit. Otherwise, besides himself and a few others, who else would know that Shen Jun saved Luo Lucheng? Chapter 56. The truth, Grandma, what do you mean by that? Shen Jun asked softly. Sighing, the old lady explained, I'm not very familiar with your father's relatives. He never told me or your grandfather about them. When he married your mother, no one came from that side. I once asked him, but your father just said he had no relatives. I thought all his relatives had passed away. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no one present for such a big event as a wedding. Therefore, after they got married, I agreed to his idea of moving his household registration over. You know, when a man moves his household registration to the woman's side, it's like becoming part of the family. Your grandfather, and I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, as long as they lived well. We were just worried that your father couldn't handle the gossip, but he really didn't care and insisted on moving his household registration over, which made me even more certain that he had no relatives. After your father married your mother, they lived well together and soon bought a house on their own. So your grandfather and I didn't pay attention to those matters anymore. It wasn't until they had the car accident that someone from the Shen family suddenly came to my door that I realized your father didn't have no relatives. He just cut off contact with them, but the reason was not mentioned. Chapter 57. Shen Mu the system predicted that the highest price for Sirius and Halliburton would be on August 1st, so Shen Jun didn't need to be too anxious. He could buy a little every day, which is known as building a position in batches. First, he placed an order to buy 500,000 USD worth of Sirius, and then he placed an order to buy $1 million worth of Halliburton. As for why he bought Halliburton instead of using all the funds to buy Sirius in batches, don't be ridiculous. That was over $30 million in funds. And even buying in batches wouldn't work. That would be a death wish. Unlike last time, this piece of meat could only be bitten once. Eating too much was unrealistic. As time passed little by little, Shen Jun was also gradually turning funds into chips. What Shen Jun didn't know was that after he hung up the phone, his grandmother on the other side of the city couldn't sleep. In Ouching Park community, did Xiao Jun call? An elderly person dressed in pajamas leaned against the headboard and asked softly. Yes, he said he might have been implicated by the Shen family. So he called to ask if I knew about the Shen family situation. Grandma nodded. Implicated by the Shen family? The elderly man, who was Shen Jun's grandfather, looked a bit puzzled. How is that possible? Although I don't know the origins of the Shen family, their enemies shouldn't be able to find Xiao Jun, right? Chapter 58. Cruel mean, sir, you can see the road is blocked. Why don't you get out of the car here? The driver suddenly turned back and asked. Okay. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. After paying, Shen Jun got out of the car and walked towards the main road. As he approached the intersection, before the traffic police could intervene, a young man in a suit quickly walked over. Mr. Shen Jun, hello, I am the bodyguard of young Master Mu. Young Master Mu asked me to wait here to take you to meet him. Shen Yun? What the hell? Young Master Mu? The title from a TV drama has become reality? Although Shen Jun thought this title was a bit absurd, he didn't say anything. The more you see, the more you learn. When encountering unknown fields, don't deny their rules, or you might embarrass yourself. Hello? Then I will trouble you. Shen Jun said politely. Mister. Shen Jun is too polite. This is what I should do. After saying that, the young man in the suit waved his hand behind him, and soon a black Maybach stopped in front of them. Mr. Shen Jun, please. The moment the car stopped, the young man in the suit opened the car door for him. Once Shen Jun sat in the car, the other party gently closed the door, politely leaving no room for criticism. Chapter 59. The debt of the son is paid by the father. If it weren't for my sudden contact with you, you would still be plotting against Luo Jinyan, right? Shen Mu asked in a low voice. I need to handle something, but it's quite troublesome, and I have to face some unavoidable issues. Compared to Luo Lucheng, Luo Jinyan's appearance just happens to solve this trouble. Shen Jun did not directly answer Shen Mu's question, but his words confirmed the other party's statement. As expected of someone from the Shun family, Shen Mu suddenly laughed. But I need to tell you something now. In Shen Jun's puzzled gaze, Shen Mu walked over to Lei Xian and kicked his head. With a crack, Lei Xian's head immediately twisted down to his chest. The man was dead beyond any doubt. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is useless. Hearing this, Shen Jun suppressed his psychological discomfort and questioned, killing Lei Xian like this means that this line is cut off. This does not align with the overall interests. What does that have to do with me? Shen Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Those who have harmed my Shen family must pay the price. As for the issues involved, that's a problem for the relevant departments, not mine. Chapter 60, Meeting. After understanding everything about Shen Changyang, Shen Jun no longer paid attention to Shen Mu, nor did he have the mood to deal with this guy. Why speak in a roundabout way? Ugh. However, the Shen family is indeed capable. After solving troubles for Shen Changyang, they ignored him for over 20 years. If it weren't for an unexpected death, he could have lived his life smoothly. But the world is unpredictable at noon, 12 o'clock. The convoy drove directly into the internal area of Fog City Airport and stopped near a private jet. Without unnecessary words, after getting out of the car, Shen Jun followed Shen Mu onto this private plane. Brother. Upon seeing Shen Jun enter, Shen Nan, who had been restless, immediately rushed towards him. Compared to the mentally prepared Shen Jun, Shen Nan truly knew nothing about the Shen family's matters. Now that a cousin suddenly appeared, how could she not be anxious? If it weren't for her grandmother's confirmation, she wouldn't even board this private jet. Don't be afraid. I'm here, it's okay. Shen Jun reached out to pat the little girl's hair to comfort her. Although she responded to Shen Jun, Shen Nan still clung to his arm, not daring to let go. Chapter 61, Sarcasm. Oh, Shamu said this? The old lady turned to Shen Mu and asked. Shen Mu, with a mournful face, explained, Grandma. I swear, I never said that to him. I really didn't say it. Then why did Xiao Jun say you said it? The old lady questioned. Shen Mu, it's life-threatening. How do I explain this? How the hell do I clarify this? He was just using the Fu family's matter to hit back at Shen Jun. That's okay, right? But I can't say this in front of him. Stop embarrassing me here. Get lost. Just then, the middle-aged man, standing on the right, suddenly reprimanded. Oh. The middle-aged man's words were like a lifeline. And Shen Mu, not even caring about basic politeness, turned and ran out of the hall. What? Do you want to take on the responsibilities your father should have borne back then? After Shen Mu left, the old man suddenly asked. It's not about bearing the responsibility, but compensation, and only limited to myself. Shen Yun denied. Haha, indeed clever, but you should know that cleverness has no effect on the Shen family. The old man said with interest. So I said, if I can compensate, I will acknowledge it. If I can't, we part ways amicably. After all, the one who owes the Shun family is my father, not me. Shen Jun said sincerely. Chapter 62. The Descendants of a Shun Family. At 2:40 in the afternoon, in a residential area on the west side of Kyoto. This time, the convoy entered the community particularly smoothly. Although there were countless armed security personnel patrolling, they did not check the convoy and instead saluted to let them pass. At this moment, Shen Jun had roughly understood the background of the Shun family, without mentioning anything else, just based on those two unfamiliar uncles. He understood why Shan Mu dared to kill Lei Xian in Jiangnan Watertown instead of handing him over to the relevant departments. Sometimes, it's better to keep things vague rather than being too clear. As the convoy slowly stopped through the car window, Shen Jun immediately saw several young men and women standing at the entrance of the residential area, opening the car door. The three of them got out of the car at the same time. Hello, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. I am Shen Yin, your elder brother. My father is your uncle. Upon seeing the three get out of the car, the person at the forefront of the group of young men and women immediately walked over and extended his hand to introduce himself. The young man named Shen Yin was about 30 years old, exuding a scholarly aura. Shen Jun knew without asking that he worked within the system. That aura was too obvious. Hello, I am Shen Jun. Shen Jun politely shook hands with him. Hello, I am Shen Nan. Shen Nan quietly introduced herself. Chapter 63, Speculation. In the Shen family living room. Second brother, what's going on? Once Shen Jun left, Shen Luan couldn't wait to ask. Shen Yin and the others also turned their gaze to Shen Mu, waiting for his explanation. Shen Mu shook his head. Don't underestimate Shen Jun. He is not some foolish country bumpkin, nor is he unaware of the situation. His mind is sharp. Then what about just now? Shen Luan asked, somewhat puzzled. He hasn't figured out our family's attitude towards him, so he's like a hedgehog, not allowing anyone to get close to him, or he is wary of certain family rules. Shen Mu said softly. For example, marriage alliances. After all, his father, our third uncle, left the Shen family for this reason. Haha, he thinks too highly of himself. Marriage alliance? Does he really think it's that easy? Even if he has the ability and brains, so what? The women from other families won't look an outsider. Shen Luan scoffed. Shen Luan, if your brain isn't sharp, just shut up and don't talk. Don't embarrass yourself here. Shen Mu scolded with a dark face. Did I say something wrong? Even if Shen Jun is the son of the third uncle, so what? He didn't grow up in this circle. Look at who among those people would pay him any attention. Shen Luan shouted. Chapter 64, Sense of Disconnection. Hard to say. Shen Yin shook his head. According to the second uncle, although the matter with the Fu family was dealt with discreetly back then, some information still leaked out. This is the loophole. Perhaps someone traced the clues to find Shen Jun's grandparents, and finally contacted Shen Jun. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how Shen Jun obtained information about Luo Liuqing's impending attack. This is a huge deal. How could those idiots leak information? Or leak it to an ordinary person like Shen Jun? If Shen Jun had no contact with them, I truly can't think of how he received the news about Luo Liuqing being ambushed. Shen Mu nodded and said, other things can be explained, but the source of Shen Jun's information is unclear. If he hadn't contacted those trash, he couldn't have gotten the news about Luo Liuqing's impending attack. But if he did contact those trash, then your explanation makes some sense, although it's a bit forced. However, Shen Mu suddenly frowned and said, I still feel that all of this is a trap set by Shen Jun himself. Our cousin has left a particularly deep impression on me. Chapter 65, Two Paths. Hello. Mr. Shen, my name is Gao Lai, and I was sent by young Master Mu to ensure your safety. As Shen Jun walked out of the villa, the suited young man, standing at the front of the line, approached to greet him. What about my sister? Shen Jun asked. Miss Shen has already gone out, but you don't need to worry about her safety. She is accompanied by 2 female security guards, Gao Lai explained. After nodding, Shen Jun asked again. Where is Shen Mu? Young Master Mu is on his way to you and will arrive in about 15 minutes. Gao Lai immediately responded. Hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Such quick action. Thinking about the maids and servants inside the villa, he understood. These people said they were there to take care of him and Shen N's daily needs, but they should still be Shen Mu's eyes and ears. However, Shen Jun didn't take it seriously. He even felt it was quite normal. The Shen family is not a small household. Although Shen Jun and Shen Nan are from the Shen family, they have not been raised by the Shen family since childhood, so a little maneuvering is inevitable. After learning about Shen Mu's news, Shen Jun stood still and waited. In just a few minutes, Shen Jun saw a convoy slowly driving over. Chapter 66, Poverty-stricken. I can choose any industry? Shen Jun asked in surprise. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, you can choose any industry. If you have the ability, you can even control that industry, Shen Mu replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun turned to look at the 2 big shots and said firmly, I choose the second path. Do you know what choosing the second path represents? Shen Changzhou asked. I know, but I am not suited for that path. Shen Jun's emotions showed no fluctuation. How do you know you're not suited if you haven't walked it? Shen Changshu said gently. Your father refused this path because he didn't want to marry into it, but you are different. You don't need to marry to walk this path. It's a compensation your grandfather gave you. I'm not that ambitious. Shen Jun shook his head and refused. Power is indeed tempting, but for someone like me from a small place, its allure is not that strong. Shen Jun, once you say it here, there's no turning back. You need to think it through, Shen Changshu said seriously. I've thought it through. I'll walk the path my father wanted to, but didn't take. The things he doesn't care for, I also don't care for. Shen Jun said very seriously. Chapter 67. Tianyan Group. Shenmu initially thought about persuading Shen Jun, but upon seeing the mindset he displayed, he nodded and agreed. All right. I will establish an investment department for you separately, but how much investment do you need? How much can you give me at most? Shen Yun asks. Shenmu didn't respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I can give you 10 billion at most. The profits are yours, and losses are fine. But if you lose all the money, then you have to obediently listen to my arrangements in the future. Okay, but I want it all in US dollars. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. US dollars? Shenmu murmured before saying, All right, I will exchange it directly for you. When can I start working? Shen Jun asked again. Also, where's the company located? Tomorrow, I need to arrange some things for you today. The address is Tianyun Building on Financial Center Street. That building belongs to the Shen family. I will notify you of the specific floor once I have arranged it, Shenmu explained. Okay, then take me back, Shen Jun said. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Shenmu and said, By the way, that girl Shen Nan still has 2 parts of her driving test to finish. But she can drive now. Can you help her get a driver's license? Chapter 68. Just like the real thing, brother, I'm back. Just as Shen Jun was eating and looking at stock information, Shen Nan suddenly walked in. Have you eaten? Shen Jun put down his chopsticks and casually asked. I ate outside before coming back. Shen Nan sat down next to Shen Jun mm. After responding, Shen Jun continued eating. Aren't you going to ask what I did this morning? Shen Nan asked, resting her chin on her hands, looking unhappy. Shen Jun glanced at the little girl with annoyance and sighed. So what did you do this morning? I'll tell you. Shen Nan perked up. I want to check out the car I reserved this morning. It looks so good. I love it. If it weren't for my driver's license not being ready yet, I would have driven it back today. Then you should go drive it back. The driver's license will be delivered to you tomorrow. Shen Jun waved his hand to dismiss her. Huh? Shen Nan was taken aback for a moment. Then she hugged Shen Jun's arm and shook it vigorously. How is that possible? Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? I still haven't finished the 3rd and 4th parts of the test. Shen Jun said helplessly. Why would I lie to you? I promise I will definitely deliver the driver's license to you tomorrow. What you need to do now is to practice your driving skills a bit more. Don't crash the car right after you get it. Chapter 69. Looking for trouble? Brother Mu said you gave up the position of deputy fund manager? Shen Yao asked with interest. Midimita Shen Yun nodded, although he wasn't familiar with the other person. After all, they had arranged for him to establish his own department. He still needed to show some respect. Can you tell me why? Shen Yao asked curiously. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, you could easily take that money without any effort. Why not? Shen Jun thought to himself, this person talks like an idiot. He doesn't want to take free money and still needs to give a reason? Really thinks too highly of himself? With a deadpan expression, Shen Jun said, No reason. I just don't want it. Huh? Shen Yao was even more surprised. He pointed at his own head and asked, Is there something wrong with you? Why would you take free money? Do you know what it means to not refuse free offers? Shen Jun replied, Got it. You're just looking for trouble. Although he didn't understand why the other party was so hostile towards him. Thinking of Shun Changyang's matter, Shen Jun suddenly smiled and asked, Let me ask. What is the main responsibility of your 3rd branch? Ha, Shen Yao sneered. What? Trying to use your granduncle to pressure me? Chapter 70. Fool. Speak. Who sent you to trouble me? Shen Jun immediately asked. No. Shen Yao just said one word when he was interrupted by Shen Jun. Think carefully before you speak, or I'll break your legs. Shen Yun won't. Shen Yao almost choked to death, looking up at Shen Jun's indifferent expression. Shen Yao swallowed hard and said with difficulty, My 3rd sister sent me here. She said you, a silly boy from the countryside, just entered the company and are already in charge of an investment department with an investment amount of 10 billion. This is the oppression of the big house over the 3rd house, and we must resist. She asked me to teach you a lesson. Shen Jun, hearing such outrageous remarks. Shen Jun was taken aback. Oh heavens, oh earth. How could this person be so foolish? Why does the Shen family still allow him to be the director of the investment department? Aren't they afraid this idiot will cause any losses to the group? Although the Shen family is wealthy, having too many fools like this could lead to big troubles. No matter how large the business, it can't withstand this kind of turmoil. Sighing deeply, Shen Jun asked speechlessly, What's your 3rd sister's name? Is she your biological sister or a cousin? My 3rd sister is named Shen Ming, and she is from my paternal uncle's family, Shen Yao answered quickly. Chapter 71. Investment department after dealing with Shun Yao. Shen Jun took the elevator with Gao Lai and others to the 21st floor. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged man in a suit and two young men approached them. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had been waiting for a while. "Hello, Mr. Shun. I am Yao Zhengquan, the general manager of the investment banking department of Tianyan Group." The middle-aged man in a suit immediately extended his hand to introduce himself after getting closer to Shen Jun. "Hello, Manager Yao." Shen Jun smiled and shook hands with him. "Mr. Shun, the investment department you need has already been established. Shall I take you there now?" Yao Zhengquan got straight to the point without much pleasantries. "Good. Please lead the way, Mr. Shun," Yao Zhengquan said as he started walking toward the east side of the 21st floor. In a moment, an office came into view. "Hello, President Shun. Hello, Manager Yao." As soon as they entered the door, the two beautiful receptionists at the front desk greeted them. Yao Zhengquan explained, "Mr. Shun, these two are the receptionists for your department, named Liang Jie and Zheng Yidi, arranged for you by Director Shen Yao." Shen Jun casually asked, "Do I really need receptionists?" "You're joking. Your investment department is independent from the group, and no one in the group can manage your department. Naturally, we need to equip you with the necessary staff." Yao Zhengquan quickly explained. Chapter 72. Setting up obstacles? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they quickly responded loudly, "We understand." As finance professionals, they certainly knew the consequences of leaking secrets. Suicide, falling from buildings, car accidents, running to death. There were really too many cases. And with the Shun family's power and influence, they had no ability to resist. Although startled, everyone felt no resentment in their hearts. After all, it was a 20 salary increase. Why do people work? Money, money, money. It's all about money. As long as the pay is good, whatever the boss says is right. Even the wrong is right, especially considering that this person in front of them had a huge background. Before long, Zhang Ilan came running over. After everyone signed the confidentiality agreement, Shen Jun asked the three women to leave and kept the four traders behind, taking the four to the conference room. Shen Jun got straight to the point. "The funds for the department should have arrived by now." "Yes, it has arrived, a total of $150 million US. Yin Zhong stood up to answer. Hearing this number, Shen Jun was not surprised, knowing it was Shun Mu who rounded it up for him. Nodding, he instructed again, "After the U.S. stock market opens tonight, use this fund with 5 times leverage to buy shares in American United Bank, JP Morgan Chase, and Berkshire Hathaway be within 5 days. How to operate is up to you. Is that clear?" Chapter 73. Led astray, Shen Jun ignored his words and took off the work badge hanging around his neck, handing it to Liang Jie. "You two should go have something to eat. You can't just eat bread." "Huh?" Liang Jie and Zheng Yidi were taken aback and hurriedly said, "No need, President Shun. We're really full." "All right. If you get hungry, take turns going to eat, but don't leave the front desk unattended." Shen Jun didn't insist further. "Okay, President Shun." The two quickly nodded in agreement. Turning to Shen Yao, Shen Jun asked, "Where do you usually eat?" "In the employee cafeteria," Shen Yao replied quietly. "Huh?" Shen Jun asked curiously, "Is the management of the group so casual?" "No." Shen Yao shook his head, his voice barely audible. "I just like to eat in the employee cafeteria." Shen Jun. This person has led him astray again. He truly forgot that Shen Yao liked to show off. A director of the investment department actually handles the human resources and logistics departments. This shows how much he wants to save face. But where does his face come from? Friends, classmates, and employees. Although Shen Jun felt that Shen Yao's nature was a bit childish, it wasn't a major flaw. After all, he had the capital to show off. Chapter 74. 2 types of bodyguards in less than a minute. The 3 bodyguards who went to get food returned with the meals. Instead of small bowls of rice and dishes, they brought buns and wraps, along with a few bottles of water. After the 3 finished eating, they handed the remaining food to Gao Lai and the others. Receiving the food, Gao Lai and the others immediately took a few steps back to start eating, while the other 3 stood beside Shen Jun. Seeing the 6 people working together seamlessly, Shen Yao said enviously, "Brother Mu is really good to you, 6 bodyguards. And they're all his subordinates, really." "Huh?" Hearing this, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Was there a hidden meaning in that? He curiously asked, "What is the difference with the bodyguards under Brother Mu?" Shen Yao nodded, glancing at Gao Lai and the others before turning to explain. The Shen family's bodyguards are divided into 2 types. One is the Shen family's bodyguards, and the other is Brother Mu's bodyguards. Shen Jun nodded to indicate for him to continue. "You should easily understand the Shen family's bodyguards. They're arranged by the elders for us younger members when we go out. Although they're all top-notch, they still fall short compared to Brother Mu's bodyguards. Chapter 75. A new car looking at the suddenly guilty Shen Yao. Shen Jun didn't think much of it. Of course, even if Shen Yao didn't mention those things, he could guess some of them. Just like what he said to the old man, a son should pay off his father's debts. It's only natural. But a father should also repay his son's debts. That's equally natural. This sentence was Shen Jun testing the old man's attitude towards him. He wanted to confirm his position in the Shen family in the future, since the old man had taken on Shen Changyang's responsibilities. Shen Jun felt he had nothing to fear in the Shen family. That's why Shen Jun was so assertive when Shen Yao came to cause trouble. He, Shen Jun, was not a reckless person. If he didn't have confidence, he certainly wouldn't bully Shen Yao like that. The reality was just as he thought. This outsider from Shen family had already attained the status he deserved. As for other matters, he wouldn't push for more. The Shen family's background was enough for him to do many things without having to consider other factors. After finishing his meal, Shen Yao stood up, ready to make a run for it. But before he could leave, he was called back by Shen Jun brother, Jun Go. I really didn't mean to cause trouble with the work badge. Please spare me. Shen Yao pleaded with a mournful face. Shen Jun smirked and said, "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" Chapter 76. Collision. Seeing this scene, Shen Jun's anger surged to the top, and he couldn't control himself. He was indeed frightened just now. He genuinely thought that those who wanted his life had taken action again. He didn't expect the final situation to be so hasty. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun gritted his teeth and asked, "Gao Lai, what exactly happened just now? Wasn't Xiao Jun clearing the way in front? How did they end up in front of us?" Hearing Shen Jun's furious tone, Gao Lai immediately explained that group of people was originally riding by the roadside. But just as we passed them, they suddenly turned and forced their way in without caring for their lives. I didn't react in time and hit the brakes. Once again glancing at the group of young people still swaying left and right on their electric bikes at the front of the vehicle, Shen Jun closed his eyes and said, "Go around them." Yes, Gao Lai's heart tightened. He didn't think Shen Jun wanted to let them off. On the contrary, he felt Shen Jun wanted a reason to take action. After all, if that group of young people dared to recklessly force their way in, they certainly wouldn't let them pass easily, and Shen Jun couldn't possibly not know this, which meant. Chapter 77. No treatment, compensation. Shen Jun didn't mind Shen Mu's tone. Indeed, disturbing others' rest late at night was rather unethical. But this call had to be made. Even though he knew Gao Lai and the others could handle the situation, he still needed to make the call. After all, Gao Lai and the others were Shen Mu's bodyguards, so he had to maintain the proper attitude. Putting away his phone, Shen Jun said to Gao Lai, "Call Shen Heng and have him come over to help resolve the issue here." Understood, Mr. Shen. Gao Lai immediately nodded in agreement. He had heard Shen Mu's frantic voice earlier and knew what to do. Just as Gao Lai was about to make the call, the young people lying on the ground began to roll around in pain again. Meanwhile, some drivers stuck in traffic slowly gathered to watch the commotion. Wow, these young people are really lucky. They didn't die. It looks intentional. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hurt so little. Sure, keep it down. Can't you see the car owner is still here? A Rolls-Royce, 2 Maybachs. This group of young people had clearly picked a tough opponent. It was obvious that they had stepped on the gas instead of the brakes. Hey, the main person hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already explaining? Chapter 78. Shen Heng, stop with the nonsense. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? You deliberately hit us. A young man who was bandaging his wounds exploded upon hearing Zhuang Qin's words, immediately cursing without care. Exactly. Do you take the police for fools? Damn it. Another young man shouted. Hearing these words, Shen Jun's expression turned cold. He had initially planned not to argue with this group of idiots, but it seemed they really didn't know how serious the situation was. The leading police officer also noticed Shen Jun's displeasure. He was just about to turn around to stop the young people from speaking out of turn when a motorcycle suddenly came up from the emergency lane. With the sound of a sudden brake, the motorcyclist steadily parked the motorcycle by the roadside. "Third brother, I heard you hit someone with your car. What's going on?" "Oh, wait, are you okay?" the motorcyclist excitedly asked as he took off his helmet. Shen Jun, looking at Shen Heng's eager expression, suddenly began to suspect whether Shen Mu wanted to get him into trouble. With Shen Heng's temperament, what could he accomplish? Chapter 79. Let go. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Shen Jun planned to turn and leave. However, you're not allowed to leave. You can't leave. Compensation. Hurry and pay. Officer, stop him. He's trying to flee the scene. The young people who were cleaning their wounds shouted loudly the moment they saw Shen Jun turn around. Even the police officers were at a loss for words. While they sympathized with the injured young people, these young people were indeed a bit clueless. Did they really not know what those 3 license plates represented? Shen Hung nodded at Shen Jun, signaling him to leave with ease. Shen Jun didn't hesitate and directly got into the car and left the scene. After Shen Jun left, Shen Hung stepped forward to the group. How much compensation are you planning to ask for? Hearing this, the young people who were shouting for compensation suddenly froze. They hadn't figured out how much to ask for. After exchanging glances, the young man with yellow hair immediately shouted, $50,000. You must compensate $50,000 each, and you also have to cover our medical expenses. Ha ha ha, 50,000? 50,000 for one person? Chapter 80, 1 p.m. After passing through multiple checks, the convoy successfully entered the residence of the elderly. After getting out of the car, Shen Jun immediately walked into the room. At this time, the living room only had the old man sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. The old lady was nowhere to be found, and his 2 elder uncles were also absent. But that was normal. With their statuses, they couldn't possibly have too much time to come here. The last time they visited was probably just to see their 3rd brother's children, Shen Jun and Shen Nan. Grandfather, Shen Jun approached and called out. Hearing his voice, the old man slowly put down the newspaper and placed it on the table, then turned his gaze to Shen Jun. Do you know why I called you here? Shen Jun shook his head and said, I don't know. The old man chuckled lightly and said indifferently, it seems I was wrong to say you were smart. Shen Jun sighed and replied helplessly, that was just what you said. I never acknowledged it. Oh, the old man asked with interest. So you're saying that your return to the Shen family wasn't planned by you? Shen Jun thought, how can this old man be so sharp with his words? Chapter 81. Wealth can connect to the divine. Shen Jun smiled brightly at the old man and asked, what do you mean by that? How did I confer my identity and status from your mouth? Hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow and said word by word, your words just now made me feel something was off. Since you want to refuse, why did you steer the conversation toward your father? It turns out you were worried about not being able to enter the core of the Shen family. As he spoke, the old man laughed heartily, his laughter booming, showing just how happy he was now. Come on, when did you develop this ambition? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun straightened his back and explained, since yesterday, when Shun Yao told me that Shun Mu is the one in charge of our generation. After a brief pause, Shen Jun continued, I truly didn't expect that the person in charge of the Shun family isn't Shun Han or the eldest grandson of the second branch, but someone like Shun Mu who hasn't entered the officialdom. This is something I never anticipated. I originally thought it would be good enough to be a leisurely young man backed by the Shun family. But the fact proves that I also have a chance to take control of this huge entity. Since there's an opportunity, why shouldn't I give it a try? Chapter 82. The visit stepping out of the room, Shen Jun immediately saw 8 young men in black casual clothes standing by the 3 cars. Meanwhile, Gao Lai and the others had already disappeared. Shen Jun was not surprised. The old man had made it very clear that these 8 would be his people, unlike Gao Lai and the others who were in a different camp. Although Gao Lai and the others were obedient, after hearing the Chao army's reason for following Shen Mu, Shen Jun knew he couldn't keep them. The grace of saving a life is greater than the heavens. Young Master Jun, I'm Yu Bin, the captain of the team. We will be your personal bodyguards from now on. As Shen Jun walked out, the 8 men stepped forward simultaneously, with the one in front immediately introducing himself. Then I'll trouble you with my safety, Shen Jun smiled. Understood, we guarantee that no matter what danger you encounter in the future, unless we all die, you will not suffer even a scratch. Yu Bin shouted loudly. Good. Shen Jun patted his shoulder and then walked towards the car. A bodyguard immediately jogged over to open the car door for Shen Jun. After Shen Jun got in, Yu Bin opened the driver's door and sat down, then started the car and drove out. Chapter 83. Breaking the chains, the 2 finished their dinner quietly. And then Shen Jun had Anqua brew 2 cups of tea again. As the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, Shen Jun slowly spoke. You came over so eagerly? It doesn't quite seem like you. Heh. Shimu looked at Shen Jun and teased. You've only seen me a few times, and you understand me this well? Shen Jun smirked. Although we haven't met often, I don't think the person in charge of the Shen family for 3 generations would be so naive and impatient. Then what do you think a 3-generation leader should be like in your mind? Shen Mu asked with interest. Shen Jun softly replied, You already showed it back in the Fog City, didn't you? As expected, I underestimated you a bit back then. Shen Mu shook his head and sighed. There is no such thing as underestimating, just a disdain from a family scion towards a local of Fog City. Shen Jun said dismissively. If it were you back then, what would you have done? Shen Mu asked curiously. Since you dared to enter the Shun family that way, you should hit them hard, making that person understand what kind of family the Shun family is. And also let that person know one thing. Don't develop any inappropriate thoughts just because the old man has ignored him for over 20 years, Shen Jun said casually. Chapter 84. Back to the Magic City, since that's the case. Let's each use our own means. I really don't believe you can make money to the point of divine intervention. Shen Mu mocked. That's not something you should worry about. The only thing you need to do now is to win people's hearts so that when the time comes, no one will be tempted by money to come over to my side, Shen Jun teased. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? In the end, Shen Mu couldn't help but shout out his thoughts. Why can't I be arrogant? Shen Jun shrugged. I just said, facing my situation back then, it should have been dealt with decisively. After all, that's a debt of over 20 years of neglect. Even if the old man is as hard as iron, he would still compensate in some way. Not to mention the old man seems to just be tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Shen Mu looked at Shen Jun, who was brimming with confidence, and felt a rare sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he couldn't handle him, but this kid was too perceptive. The matter hadn't even begun, and the way back was already found. He truly wanted to hit someone. Taking a few deep breaths, Shen Mu said irritably, the arrangements have been made for you over in the Magic City. Just go over. Now, immediately, hurry up and leave. Chapter 85. The secretary in the office on the 35th floor, Shen Jun sat in his office chair, while Su Hong and others stood in front of him in a row. I'll only ask you one thing. How much usable funds does the company currently have? Shen Jun was the first to ask. Hearing this, Su Hong was taken aback for a moment. Then he spoke. Currently, the company has $13 billion in idle funds that can be used. If there are projects you're interested in that require more funds, I can draw out another $1 billion within a week. This is the fastest we can mobilize. If this money is still not enough, we can only take out a bank loan. Su Hong's word surprised Shen Jun slightly. He truly didn't expect that just a branch could mobilize so much capital. However, considering the strength of Tianyun Group, it was understandable. Without hesitation, Shen Jun spoke again. Set up an investment department for me on the 35th floor, and draw out 10 operators from the company staff. These 10 will report directly to me. You don't need to worry about them. As for the money, after pausing for a few seconds, Shen Jun continued. Let's not move that $13 billion for now, and don't draw out any more funds. I will notify you when I need it. Chapter 86. Ding Qingdong sitting in the office. Shen Jun neither looked at his phone nor played on the computer, but kept silently reciting in his mind. At this moment, he wanted to confirm one thing. As the time reached 12 noon, the long-awaited voice finally rang out. Ding. Shooting. August 1st, 203. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. August 1st, 19756. Google A. August 1st, 13255. On July 9th, at 8 a.m., Ding Qingdong jumped off the Shauna building. On July 9th, at midnight, the trendy bar in a Magic City has 10 kilograms of rock candy, worth $20 million. Sure enough, the intelligence level of this system is simply exaggerated. It can not only receive external information in real time, but can also foresee what Shen Jun needs most at this moment. Shen Jun did not search for stocks immediately, nor did he pay attention to the 10 kilograms of rock candy, but instead searched for information on Ding Qingdong online. He still needed to verify his thoughts once more. The facts did not disappoint him. There was indeed detailed information about Ding Qingdong online. Ding Qingdong was born in 1980 in the Prairie Province and was a legal representative and general manager of Magic City Infinite Investment Management Company, Ltd. He began investing in the stock market at the age of 18, initially active in the Prairie Province's Tianyun business department, and was known at the time as part of the Prairie Limit Up Death Squad, along with other stock trading enthusiasts. Chapter 87. Got it, Mr. Ding. Please take a seat. Shen Jun gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Thank you, General Manager Shun. Ding Qingdong politely responded and sat down. At this moment, he was most curious about why Shen Jun had called him over, not to mention that he was now heavily shackled, even during his most glorious times. Tianyun Group was a mountain he could not reach, or rather, the two were not even in the same tier. He truly did not understand why Shen Jun would want to see him. Glancing at the somewhat nervous Ding Qingdong, Shen Jun smiled and said, I assume, Mr. Ding is wondering why I called you here? Ding Qingdong immediately replied, "Indeed, to be honest, General Manager Shen, when I received Miss Chiu's call, I thought it was a scam. But then I thought, with someone like me, there shouldn't be much value to deceive. So I agreed right away with a what's the worst that could happen mindset." Hee hee. Shen Jun shook his head and chuckled. Mr. Ding is quite honest. Without waiting for Ding Qingdong to respond, Shen Jun continued, "Why don't you guess why I called you here?" Chapter 88. Temptation Without Any Hesitation. Shen Jun immediately took out his phone and started calling Shen Yao. The call was quickly connected. "Hey, Junko, what's up?" Shen Yao's voice came from the other end. "Do you know where I am right now?" Shen Yun Kesuri asked. "Of course, it's all over the Shun family now, saying that great uncle has directly given you the Magic City branch as compensation. This treatment is driving us crazy with envy. That's a branch." Shen Yao exclaimed loudly. "Would you like to come to Magic City for a position?" Shen Jun tempted. "Huh?" Shen Yao was somewhat surprised. "You want me to work in Magic City?" "Yunke, are you joking? What can I do?" Shen Jun thought, "Damn, this kid's not stupid. He has quite a bit of self-awareness. But he really needs this guy to help him out right now. After all, status and identity are not something that intelligence can compare to. What kind of talk is that? Am I joking with you?" Shen Jun sincerely said, "As for what you can do, there's plenty. I have all sorts of work you can do here. How about this? Come over now, and I'll make you the Deputy General Manager of the Magic City Tianyan Group. Is that position okay?" Chapter 89. Arrival at 3 in the afternoon. "Bro, Jun-gu, I'm here to seek refuge with you in Magic City." Just as Shen Jun was sitting in his chair thinking, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and he looked up to see Shen Yao rushing in. Su Hong and Xiu Han followed closely behind him, looking speechless. Shen Jun helplessly rubbed his temples, and then waved his hand at Su Hong and Xiu Han, who were behind him. After the two left, Shen Jun teased Shen Yao. "So eager to be the Deputy General Manager? Isn't that obvious?" Shen Yao rolled his eyes and muttered, "If it weren't for this Deputy General Manager position, who would want to come to Magic City? Isn't Kyoto more fun? You have no idea how well I get along in Kyoto." "All right then." Shen Jun chuckled. "You go and handle your onboarding with Su Hong now, and then get your Deputy General Manager badge. Not in a hurry. In Shin Yunis Supplies Shin Yao Glint, Yunke. Can the Deputy General Manager have a secretary too?" Shen Jun thought, "Goodness, this kid's mind is really wild. He's already thinking about all sorts of messy things right after arriving. No wonder he's a fool." Chapter 90. Trendy Bar at 10 in the evening. As the most famous sleepless city in the country, the night in Magic City can only be described as bright lights and extravagant indulgence. Although the Trendy Bar is located on the outskirts of Magic City, the hustle and bustle at its entrance is no less than that of the bars in the city center. Looking at the luxury cars parked in the bar's parking lot, Shen Jun couldn't help but marvel at how many rich people there were in Magic City. Here, cars like Mercedes and BMW are everywhere, and there are quite a few Porsches and Bentleys. Even several supercars are parked. However, Shen Jun did not arrive in a Rolls-Royce Phantom this time. He chose to travel low-key. Yu Bin and the others changed into casual clothes to disguise themselves as regular guests. At this time, a crowd had gathered outside the bar. Both men and women, including many foreigners, with both black and white individuals, all a group of men and women with energy to release. Shen Jun did not pay attention to the people standing outside the bar. They definitely would not be the ones he was looking for. Just after Shen Jun and the others arrived, a young man in a white shirt immediately ran over from the bar's entrance. "Hello, are you Mr. Shun?" the young man politely asked as he approached them. Chapter 91. Mistaken Shen Jun casually picked up a piece of fruit and started eating while watching the girls dancing on the dance floor. It was still early. He was not in a hurry, not at all. Yu Bin and the others were also eating snacks and fruits, but none of them were drinking. Although they appeared to be chatting and snacking, their eyes were always focused on the area around the booth. Although they were not sure why Shen Jun wanted them to bring guns, as long as they had guns, they had to be fully alert. In addition to protecting Shen Jun, the guns were also very important. Of course, compared to Shen Jun's safety, the importance of the guns was still far less. Time passed minute by minute, and until after 11 o'clock, Shen Jun still hadn't seen any suspicious individuals. Whether it was the people on the dance floor or those in the booths, these dogs were either holding hands or kissing, and some were even going too far. He truly hadn't seen anything else. As for whether those with ice sugar might be trading in the bathroom or private rooms, Shen Yun netzuri on those tudlis. But he wouldn't personally investigate. The reason he came here tonight was to find out why the system kept prompting him about ice sugar. Everything else was not important. Chapter 92. So dirty. Captain Wong, do we not need to leave now? The young man asked somewhat excitedly. No need, but you must always keep an eye on booth number 8. Make sure the target does not stumble over there. You know, that group of GA doesn't care about evidence. Once they encounter danger, they will shoot to eliminate it at the first moment. The target must not die now. Otherwise, the clues will be cut off again. Captain Wong instructed. Understood. Jun Xiao, the police have already been notified. However, the other party told me that they are aware of the drug trafficking issues at the New Wave bar, and police have already been ambushed inside, waiting to catch them red-handed. Do you think we should withdraw first? After you've been walked over, he immediately lowered his head and said to Shen Jun. Yubin's words left him stunned. What does that mean? The police already know there's drug trafficking at this bar tonight, and they've already set up an ambush? Is it that outrageous? How did he not notice? And how did the other party know there was drug trafficking at the New Wave bar? Last time in the Fog City, the local police were unaware. Chapter 93. Zhang Wei glanced down at the young man who was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Shen Jun bent down to pick up his shoulder bag. It was surprisingly heavy, but Shen Jun could guarantee that the weight of this bag was definitely not 10 kilograms. He casually unzipped it, and bags of white blocks immediately came into view. Confirmed, this guy was indeed Shen Jun's target for coming here today. However, whether this guy appeared or not was no longer important to him. Just as Shen Jun was checking the bag, several middle-aged men in police uniforms quickly approached from the outside corridor. The middle-aged man at the front was giving orders as he walked. Take everyone back to the police station for questioning and inspection, and no one is to be let go. Yes. Seeing them approaching, Shen Jun handed the bag to a nearby SWAT officer and walked over. Hello, Mr. Shun. I am Zhang Wei, the Deputy Director of the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Magic City. The leading middle-aged man immediately extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile as he got closer to Shen Jun. Hello, Director Zhang. I am Shen Jun. Shen Jun shook hands with him and introduced himself in return. Chapter 94. Yubin didn't care whether shooting was legal or not. His duty was to follow orders. After hearing Shen Jun's command, he immediately pulled out his gun, but was quickly stopped by Zhang Wei, who hurriedly advised, Mr. Shun, it's not that serious yet. Our country truly does not allow for extrajudicial punishment. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun pointed to the young man and laughed. What extrajudicial punishment? Isn't it the case that this guy resisted arrest when we were trying to capture him, and we had no choice but to injure him? Everyone. How can he say that? Does he really think we're all blind and stupid? Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. What is going on with the Shun family? Is this elite education producing such a reckless young man? To say such things in front of so many people, it's not even a joke. This reasoning is simply unacceptable. However, thinking of Shen Jun's background, Zhang Wei felt a wave of helplessness. He knew all too well the power of the Shun family. With their backing, even if they killed this drug offender in front of them, they wouldn't face any punishment. Chapter 95. Monday. The sun was shining on the earth. A beautiful day to start work as a boss. Bro, Junko, what's going on? Why did you bring Ding Chengdong into the company? You can't be unaware, right? That guy's a big trouble. As soon as he entered the company, Shen Yao suddenly appeared. His words shattered Shen Jun's good mood. Shen Jun glanced at him and said irritably, What do you mean, big trouble? Do I need to consult you about hiring someone? No, that's not what I meant. Shen Yao scratched his head to explain, mainly because Ding Chengdong broke the rules. He made money he shouldn't have made. If you use this person, it will be hard to explain to the village chief. Explain? Explain what? Shen Jun scoffed. I don't need to explain to anyone about who I hire. As long as he can make money for me, that's enough. But Shen Yao looked troubled. Early this morning, a friend called me and said the village chief wants me to dismiss Ding Chengdong. Otherwise what? Shen Yun est coldly. Shen Yao hesitated to speak. Say it. Oh, Shen Yao immediately said. They said if you don't dismiss Ding Chengdong, they want to be polite. And they even pointed out several of the company's previous violations. Chapter 96. President Shun. I. Ding Chengdong trembled and stammered. President Shun, can you leave a way out for my family? Shen Jun. Sure enough, being too straightforward can easily lead to misunderstandings. But he couldn't avoid saying it because he didn't want to waste Ding Chengdong's abilities. Being too vague would result in less profit. But being too clear could lead to misunderstandings. It was indeed quite difficult for him. However, looking at the trembling Ding Chengdong, Shen Jun smiled and comforted him. Do you know when I came to the Magic City Tianyan Group? I know. Ding Chengdong nodded nervously you came to the company the day before yesterday. Then guess why didn't T use Tianyan Group's people to manage those funds? Shen Jun asked again. You. Ding Chengdong gradually understood. I brought you here under pressure from the village chief. What do you think that means? Shen Jun said flatly, don't worry, I want your ability, not your life. Do you understand? Understood. Ding Chengdong nodded heavily. Work well. Being new here, I don't have anyone I can trust, and I hope you be the first. Shen Jun smiled. Chapter 97. Hey, bro, didn't you say I could go wherever I wanted to play? Why are you going back on your word? Shenin shouted loudly. I didn't say you couldn't go, but one must be cautious of others. I need to know everything about your classmate. Otherwise, you can't go with her. Shen Jun said calmly, of course, if you really want to go, you can go by yourself. I'll arrange everything for you in advance to ensure you have fun. Huh? Shen Nan was stunned. This was different from what she expected. She thought her brother just didn't want her to travel abroad. What, huh? Shen Jun reprimanded impatiently. Forget about going to Thailand. Even if you want to go to northern Myanmar, it's fine. I'm not worried about your safety. I'm just worried that your classmate doesn't have good intentions. That can't be. Shenin hesitated. Shen Yue is really nice. I've even been to her house for dinner. Shen Jun, didn't I just say? I'm just worried. Do you understand what it means to worry? You idiot. You are the idiot. I'm the provincial champion in the college entrance examination. Do you understand? Shenin retorted angrily. Chapter 98. The value of money spent in the early morning. Many people gathered at the Bund in Magic City to play and exercise, walking, dancing, and chatting in small groups, which was quite uplifting. Shen Jun also came here today to stroll around with great interest. Recently, there had been no issues in the company, and everything was going smoothly. Initially, his arrival did cause a stir, but it quickly returned to normal. Of course, this was largely due to Shen Yao's efforts. Shen Jun had to admit this, as he had seen on the surveillance footage that guy was on the phone having a heated argument with Shen Hao, and the things he said were quite arrogant. Don't waste my time. I'm the deputy general manager of the Magic City branch now. If Meng Zhang is looking for trouble with the Magic City branch, he's looking for trouble with me, Shen Yao. Am I supposed to let him walk all over me? Does he really think I'm just a nobody? And yes, I acknowledge you as my older brother, but don't get too cocky. Meng is just your cousin. I'm your brother. Stop talking nonsense. If you give me face, I'll give you face. If you don't, I'll go to Grandpa for justice. I finally became a deputy general manager. And whoever tries to undermine me, I'll make them pay. Chapter 99. Frustration. Scratching his head vigorously, Wu Mengjie said helplessly, Old Yang, your luck seems a bit too. Damn it. What does luck have to do with this? Isn't it just that this damn place is too chaotic? Yang Su said angrily. Fine. You got hurt, so you have a reason, right? Seeing Yang Su's strong spirit, Wu Mengjie felt relieved. Damn, if I don't make that guy lose everything this time, I won't be surnamed Yang. Yang Su gritted his teeth fiercely. Don't worry, they won't get away. Wu Mengjie said solemnly. I don't even know if the police have caught anyone. Yang Su shook his head dejectedly. Don't worry, I've sent my wife to keep an eye on it. With so many witnesses and evidence, they won't escape. Wu Mengjie gently reassured him. Sigh, Yang Su sighed, touching his heavily bandaged head. This spot is definitely going to go bald. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. Wu Mengjie said, it's just not the right time now. Otherwise, he'd definitely say something inappropriate. How big is this guy's heart? Even after being beaten to this state, he still has the mood to say that. Chapter 100. All gonna get beat? Old Wu, what are you doing standing at the hospital door? Following the address provided by Wu Mengjie, Shen Jun successfully found the hospital room, but as soon as he approached, he saw Wu Mengjie standing at the door. Huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Mengjie slowly turned around and was instantly stunned upon seeing Shen Jun. He rubbed his eyes hard, not quite believing it. What the hell? Old Shen? What are you doing here? Wait, how did you get here so fast? Aren't you in the Fog City? I had some business in Magic City, so after I finished the call with you, I rushed over, Shen Jun explained. Shen Jun came alone, and didn't he bring you Bin and the others? It wasn't that dangerous in the hospital. You didn't call me when you were in Magic City? You really? Wu Mengjie was so agitated that he almost cursed, but thinking about what he had to face, he held back the words. He sighed and changed the subject. Why don't you go in and see Old Yang? He's hurt pretty badly, but whatever you do, don't ask him who did it. Why not? Shen Yun asked, confused. The guy who beat up Old Yang hasn't been caught yet? Chapter 101. Change of attitude. Wu Mengjie shook Shen Jun's body vigorously, shouting, Old Shen. Are you really from the Shen family of Tianyan Group? Shen Jun, looking at the frenzied Wu Mengjie, slapped him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Mengjie cried out, holding his head. Brother Mengjie, I hope you can hold on a bit longer. Don't let those who beat up Yang Su go for now. I'm heading to the detention center right now. Of course, you can also go to watch the fun. I don't mind. After dealing with Wu Mengjie, Shen Jun spoke softly into the phone. Huh? The man on the other end paused for a moment before agreeing immediately. No problem, Mr. Shen, don't worry. I will definitely not let those people leave the detention center. After finishing, the man paused and tentatively asked, Mr. Shen, is Shen Yao, the deputy general manager of Tianyun Group in Magic City, your relative? Haha, Shen Jun understood the man's thoughts. Just to be safe. He couldn't risk the entire Wu family going crazy because of his one word. It's not a joke. What if he wasn't from the Shen family? The Wu family can afford to gamble, but they can't afford to lose. Chapter 102, Compensation? Looking at the gloomy faces of Zhao Sheng and the others, Bai Xian frowned and said, you should know what Mengjie wants. What's going on? Not only did you beat someone up without apologizing, but you also refused to pay? Pay. The group laughed as if they had heard the biggest joke, and the young man spoke coldly. What money do we owe? Didn't you see Xing Ji's head got hurt? We're not even asking that idiot to pay. He still dares to ask us for money? You should be grateful. I say, Bai Xian, if you're not awake, let Bai Ji come over. Let's see if he dares to ask us for money. Nonsense, Bai Xian said expressionlessly. It doesn't matter who comes. If you hurt someone, you must pay. That's the rule. She didn't bother discussing laws with these people because it was pointless. It's not that the law couldn't punish them, but compared to Yang Su, they represented the law. They're all humans, but people are different. Ha! After the young man facing Bai Xian sneered, someone retorted, Bai Xian, it seems that after marrying Wu Mengjie, your brain isn't working well either. Magic City has its own rules. If he can find someone to pressure us, we will pay and apologize. If he can't find such a person, then he deserves it. Your Bai family and Wu family aren't qualified. You'd better not overstep your bounds. Do you really think we don't dare to lay a hand on your Bai family? Chapter 103. Unreasonable at this moment, Shen Jun just wanted to confirm one thing. Did Yang Su really get beaten up for no reason? Or was there another reason? Although Shen Jun believed the likelihood of Yang Su's beating being related to him was small, he still needed to confirm. After all, according to Yang Su's account, the beating he took was indeed a bit baffling. Sitting at a table drinking and then getting beaten up. Who would believe that without a reason? It's better to be safe than sorry. What if Zhao Sheng and the others were prompted by someone to cause trouble for him, targeting his friends instead? Shen Jun needed to understand clearly. After Shen Jun's question, Zhao Sheng immediately glared and retorted. What? Do you need a reason to hit someone? This is Magic City. I can hit whoever I want. What can you do about it? Smack. Without any hesitation, Shen Jun slapped Zhao Sheng's face and his body, weighing over 100 pounds. Spun twice before falling straight to the ground. Shaking his hand, he felt pain from using too much strength. Brother Sheng, damn it, you're looking for death. Do you know where this is? Just wait until I get out, then you'll see what happens to you. Who the hell are you? Chapter 104. Come over. Help. Brother, hurry and save me. Second uncle, quickly pull this group of people away. Hurry up. It hurts so much, damn it. If you have the guts, kill me today, otherwise I'll take your lives. Just wait. If I don't take revenge for this. I want to be surnamed Zhu. When Zhao Sheng and his group saw those middle-aged men and women, they immediately shouted for help. And some of them even threatened Bin and others while being beaten. Shen Jun looked over the faces of the group before waving his hand at Yu Bin. After getting the signal, Yu Bin and the others immediately stopped. Seeing this, not only Fan saw, but everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief, including Bai Xian and her group. Shen Jun didn't know the background of these middle-aged men and women, but they were very clear. They were all decision-makers from their respective families. They never expected that all these people would come here. Of course, compared to Bai Xian, who was completely clueless at the moment, Wu Mengjie understood why these people had come. The change in her elder brother's attitude had drawn their attention. As Yu Bin and the others stopped, Zhao Sheng and the others quickly scrambled up from the ground. Chapter 105. Tear off the mask, huh? The name Zhu Dong trembled in fear. No one was a fool. Once Shen Jun mentioned he was from Tianyun Group, everyone realized one thing. Their families combined couldn't afford to offend him. Zhao Mo's sudden change in attitude further proved this point. But Uncle Zhao, I don't know, I really don't know. That day, Brother Sheng said to hit someone, and we just acted together. We didn't ask Brother Sheng for a reason, and he didn't tell us. Zhu Dong hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Yeah, Uncle Zhao. We really didn't know. Honestly, that day Brother Sheng just said to hit someone, you know our character, we really didn't think that much. Uncle Zhao, we guarantee that if we had known the reason Brother Sheng wanted us to act, we would have been struck by lightning. The remaining few were also frightened and immediately began to explain in a flurry after Zhu Dong finished speaking. To summarize, it was just one sentence. They knew nothing about the whole situation. They acted only on Zhao Sheng's word, and all the responsibility lay with Zhao Sheng. Zhao Mo's expression darkened as he listened to their back and forth. Chapter 106. Chess piece? Sacrificial piece? Who? Zhao Mo asked coldly again. Who told you to act? After looking around and confirming there were no cameras, Zhao Sheng quietly said, it was Li family's second son, Li Yuan. What? Zhao Mo felt as if struck by lightning. Standing there in shock, his heart racing in his chest. The others were baffled upon seeing Zhao Mo's expression. Is there a Li family in Magic City? Why haven't we heard of this name? Only Zhu Dong and a few others showed expressions of realization. As eyewitnesses, they certainly knew who Li Yuan was. However, they didn't know his identity. That day, Zhao Xing only said he was a friend without detailing his background. Are you sure? Zhao Mo asked again, his lips trembling slightly. At this point, he couldn't care less about the expressions of the people behind him. If it was as he suspected, the Zhao family was truly finished. Sure, I also have call records. Zhao Sheng quickly explained. His words struck Zhao Mo like a bolt from the blue. His face turning pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 107. Attention old Shen Jun. After leaving the room, Wu Mangjie ultimately couldn't resist asking. He was just too curious. But before he could finish, Bai Xian reached out to stop him. At that moment, she already knew Shen Jun's background. Based on her understanding of Shen Jun, he wouldn't easily let Zhao Sheng and the others off, but they couldn't ask. Even if their relationship was good, it wouldn't do. Some gaps couldn't simply be bridged by friendship. Shen Jun smiled slightly. Don't worry. I'll have these people give old Yang an explanation. It's just, after pausing for a moment, Shen Jun explained, the reason Zhao Sheng and the others hit old Yang should be somewhat related to me. There's no rush. I'll talk about it after I investigate clearly. But one thing I can guarantee is that none of these people will get away. Shen Jun had already noticed something from Zhao Sheng's nervous expression earlier. The target was specifically Yang Su, not an unprovoked attack on people. Although he didn't know why Zhao Sheng targeted Yang Su without recognizing him, it didn't matter. He would make that person speak. Huh? Wu Mangjie was slightly taken aback, recalling how Shen Jun had been pressing Zhao Sheng for answers earlier, and he immediately reacted. Chapter 108. Turning the table. Lu Junming smiled and said, just now, a certain second son under your Uncle Gong called me. Wanted me to loosen my grip and let those people in the detention center go. Uncle Lu can only say this much. The rest is up to you. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun immediately asked Yubin to investigate the family backgrounds of the top few in Magic City. As the bodyguard personally assigned to him by the elder, Shen Jun didn't believe their duty was just to protect him. And indeed, it was just as he thought. After giving Yubin the task, within 10 minutes, Yubin delivered the information he wanted to him. Shen Jun immediately found the person based on the information provided by Lu Junming. Li family's second son, Li Yuan. As for why it was him, because only the Li family among the top few had 2 children, the others only had 1. With the target found, the subsequent matters became easier to resolve. The elder had personally said that the Shen family's connections were at his disposal, and he had even given him a list. Of course, under normal circumstances, Shen Jun wouldn't seek out those big shots. Chapter 109. Leave away out at 6 in the evening. In the Tianyan Group office. Mr. Shen, could you please show some mercy? Mr. Yang's matter was really just an accident. A middle-aged man stood in Shen Jun's office, and it was Zhao Mo. At this moment, Zhao Mo had an anxious look on his face, and one could even say he was almost going crazy. As for why, there's a department in the country called the Universe Bureau, which has the authority to oversee the heavens above, the earth below, and the air in between. For the Universe Bureau, it doesn't matter whether the Zhao family's business group is worth billions or hundreds of billions. They're all just small ants, and they can manipulate them as they wish. Since Shen Jun had already contacted Uncle Chun, he naturally wouldn't take the favor from the Universe Bureau seriously. The more lice there are, the less they feel itchy. The more debts there are, the less they worry. Since the table was overturned, it should be overturned thoroughly. After all, he had the old man backing him up. So what was there to be afraid of? And of course, The people from the Universe Bureau would not dare to disrespect Shen Jun. With a document in hand, the Zhao family immediately fell into a state of great panic. Once the Universe Bureau had them in their sights, there was no good outcome. Especially not during this time. It was impossible not to be afraid. Chapter 110. Acting? At 8 o'clock in the evening. Brother Jun, as long as I sign this agreement, will I be the general manager of Chengxin Group from now on? Shen Yao suddenly pushed open the office door and rushed in. Looking at Zhao Mo, Qiu Han, and several middle-aged individuals in uniforms following him, Shen Jun helplessly rubbed his temples. However, he still curiously asked, "Didn't you read the contents of the agreement?" "No." Shen Yao waved his hand dismissively and said, "Qiu Han told me about it, and I ran over right after. Isn't it necessary for you to personally confirm it for me, Brother Jun?" Shen Yun Ho's, MD. This fool was only born into the Shen family. If he were outside, he would definitely be taken advantage of until there was nothing left. But now this kid seemed to have been taken advantage of until there was nothing left. Oh, it wasn't that far, yet he needed to sign the agreement first before being taken advantage of until there was nothing left. Once he signed this agreement, Shen Yao would be tied to him for life. The shares of Chengxin Group were his lifeline. Don't blame Shen Jun for being ruthless. After coming to the Shen family, he trusted no one. If he didn't have leverage in hand, even if Shen Yao was a fool, he couldn't keep him by his side. And with leverage, Shen Yao would be his direct subordinate. Chapter 111. Li Yuan the next day. Waking up, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Last night, before returning home, Shen Jun went to the hospital again. When he arrived, besides Wu Mengjie and Bai Xian in the hospital room, there were also a few members from the Zhao and Zhu families. Of course, they were there to apologize and offer compensation. Medical expenses, lost wages, and mental distress fees, altogether compensating Yang Su 10 million RMB. For this, Yang Su almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't that this guy was unambitious, but 10 million was indeed a lot for him. That was 10 million in cash, not real estate. With this 10 million, Yang Su's future life would be more than enough even if he just lay flat. The other party was also quite perceptive and did not mention Zhao Sheng, Zhu Dong, etc., because they understood that even if they received Yang Su's forgiveness, it would be of no use. As long as Shen Jun did not back down, even the King of Heaven would be useless. And Shen Jun naturally would not back down. Want to get out of detention? Just wait. We'll talk when Yang Su's injuries are fully healed. As an adult, if you make a mistake, you must pay the necessary price. Everything else is nonsense. Shen Jun did not stay too long in the hospital room. After briefly explaining the ins and outs, he left. Chapter 112. Profit. It was merely a divergence of opinions. Shen Jun snorted coldly and said lightly, "Before this, it was indeed just a divergence of opinions, but from now on, no one would dare to underestimate young Master Jun," Li Yuan said decisively. Li Yuan was not just talking nonsense. He truly believed this. Shen Jun's actions were too ruthless and decisive. Starting from Lu Junming, Shen Jun advanced step by step, leaving Yang Su and Zhao Sheng with no chances at all, ultimately directly using the half-step god-level big shot to eliminate him. When that big shot called him, Li Yuan was dumbfounded. It was just a small matter. How did it attract this person? Was it necessary? He even personally called him? Even if Li Yuan did something heinous, wouldn't it be to contact his father to warn him? As a result, he had no room for resistance, and he was even afraid of dragging his father into it. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. With such methods, how could Li Yuan not admire him? Although Shen Jun had the suspicion of overturning the table, from the opposing perspective, there was nothing wrong with that. Having a background but no strength after being targeted, why shouldn't he overturn the table? As long as the follow-up remedial measures were in place, no one could find fault. Chapter 113. Fearless. Old man. As the call connected, Shen Jun immediately greeted. "What? Have you already prepared the remedial measures so quickly?" The old man's voice teased amicably. "What if I say I haven't done it?" Shen Jun replied with a light laugh. "If you haven't done it, it's okay. I will just reduce the resources you can use by half," the old man said flatly. "Isn't it a bit too much to reduce resources by half for such a small matter? Are you really that ruthless?" Shen Jun laughed and said, "I am your own grandson. Shen Heng is also my own grandson, but he, apart from being able to use the most basic resources of the Shen family, has no other privileges. Your resources were fought for by you at the beginning, but if your hard power is insufficient, it only proves that I was short-sighted. Short-sightedness means making mistakes, and mistakes naturally require remedying. After all, resources are limited. The old man said leisurely. Shen Jun thought, is he talking about the old man or pointing at himself? The saying that old people are cunning is not just for show. With a long sigh, Shen Jun said helplessly, this is the reason I don't like to pursue an official career. Those who walk that path are too hard-hearted and ruthless. Chapter 114. London Gold Old Man. Your words are not fair to Brother Mu. Shen Jun said cheekily. Hee. The old man sneered and mocked. Compliment you for being outstanding. And you don't know your own surname anymore? Just because Shen Hao casually made things difficult for you, you overturn the table. What if he gets serious later? Moreover, the people from the second branch haven't moved yet. With your temper, just wait. When Little Mu really makes a move, I want to see if you still have the confidence you have now. Shen Jun. I am also convinced. The old man's words are indeed ruthless. He just made a little fuss, and he has no idea how to cherish the younger generation. However, Shen Jun also understood from the old man's words that Shen Yao and Li Yuan had not yet made a move. Otherwise, the old man would not have been able to say such things. At this moment, Shen Jun was not in a hurry at all. He was particularly looking forward to the day when the old man would be slapped in the face. At that time, he must personally return to Kyoto and ask in front of the old man how Shen Hao's casual difficulties and counterattacks were going. Since he dared to overturn the table, he must have the confidence to remedy and even counterattack. The best defense is offense. He is not one of those idiots. As for Shinmu, Chapter 115. After Bing left the office, Shen Jun finally had the time to check the two stocks predicted by the system. Dell Technologies stock price was $5,335 per share, with a total market capitalization of about $37.2 billion. According to the system's hints, this stock had earnings per share of $1,321. Micron Technology's stock price was $5,763 per share, with a total market capitalization of about $63.9 billion, and this stock had earnings per share of $1,225. Looking at the total market capitalization of the two stocks, Shen Jun fell into deep thought. Contrary to his expectations, the total market capitalization of these two stocks was a bit low. A low total market capitalization meant less operability. The pie is that big. Not to mention Shen Jun and Ding Qingdong. Even if a stock god came, it would be useless, unless someone expands the pie. Otherwise, one should know that when the system predicted the big A before, the company's market capitalization was getting higher and higher. And now that he had finally figured out a bit of the system's rules, it had returned to the beginning. Could it be because of London Gold? Shaking his head, Shen Jun stopped thinking about this matter. Although the system's prediction this time was somewhat unexpected, it wasn't a big deal, as long as it was still there. Everything else was minor. Chapter 116. Just after Shen Jun hung up the phone with Yin Zhong, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, Shen Jun's mouth curled up slightly. It was that guy Wu Mengjie calling. Shen Jun knew that this guy couldn't help but call him. That was nearly 3 billion renminbi in funds. If he didn't maintain this big client well, Wu Mengjie might as well quit this industry. He casually answered the phone. Brother Jun, young Master Jun, Jun-yi Dad. As soon as the call connected, Wu Mengjie's shouting voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing these words made Shen Jun smile widely. This guy Wu Mengjie was really something. Of course, this was just because the two had a good relationship. If it were someone else, Wu Mengjie might think of calling that big client like this in his heart, but he would definitely not say it out loud. He still had a bit of face. Old Wu, no, son, why don't you shout it again? Shen Jun teased. Don't take advantage of me, Wu Mengjie retorted. What do you mean? Wasn't it you who called me that first? I didn't force you. Shen Jun mocked. TCH, I was just excited for a moment. Don't go too far, Wu Mengjie argued. Chapter 117. Just as Shen Jun was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door startled him awake. Come in. Looking at Xiao Han entering with a slightly shy brown-haired foreigner behind her, Shen Jun immediately perked up. Although Shen Jun had never met Harry Herland, even a fool would know that the foreigner in front of him was Harry Herland. Hello, Mr. Shen. Before Shen Jun could speak, Harry Herland greeted him in Chinese. Shen Jun was somewhat surprised, but quickly reacted. It was quite normal for the other party to speak Chinese. Nowadays, unlike before, Chinese had already gone global. He replied to Harry Herland, Hello, Mr. Herland. Shen Jun then nodded to Xiao Han, who immediately turned and left the office. After Xiao Han left, Shen Jun pointed to the chair opposite his desk and said, Mr. Herland, please take a seat. Thank you. After Harry Herland thanked him, he awkwardly sat down in the chair. Although Shen Jun felt it was strange that this person seemed particularly afraid of him, he didn't pay much attention to it. Being chased for so long and suddenly being invited to an unfamiliar place was quite normal to feel a bit scared. Chapter 118. Shen Jun once again felt what it meant to be suffocated. Truly suffocated. He had thought that the system would bring him a financial talent capable of dominating the battlefield. But unexpectedly, this person turned out to be a child of fortune. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing for him, but the child of fortune was indeed infuriating. Looking at the somewhat panicked Harry Hurland, Shen Jun asked in a serious tone, "Do you know that there are still people chasing you?" "Yes." Harry Hurland nodded heavily and explained. "The previous assassin said he couldn't bring himself to harm me, fearing God's punishment. And then he told me that the next person to act wouldn't show mercy because that person has no faith and takes pleasure in killing." Shen Jun? Not to mention why the assassin would tell him this information. An assassin afraid of God's punishment? If you're afraid of God's punishment, why the hell are you being a killer? But thinking of certain beliefs abroad, Shen Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. Different national conditions, not to comment. Shaking his head, Shen Jun changed the subject and asked softly, "If you were to operate London Gold now, could you make money?" Chapter 119. To say nothing of it, the old man's mouth was really loose. He even said not to underestimate Shen Mu. It sounded like he was doing it for his good. But who would have thought that this old man would turn around and sell him out? Was this for his good? Wasn't this creating difficulties for him? The conversation between grandfather and grandson could be leaked. There was not a shred of trust between people. Ridiculous. But this also proved Shen Mu's position in the Shen family. Although he carried the old man's guilt towards Shen Chanyang, it was ultimately just guilt. Shen Mu, as the recognized person in charge of the Shen family, had advantages that the current Shen Jun could not compare to. "What? Are you afraid to admit it after daring to tell the old man?" Shen Mu teased. "This isn't like the third young master of the Shen family I know." Shen Jun, "Young Master Mu, aren't you being a bit too demanding?" Shen Yun retorted unhappily. "What do you mean by demanding?" Shen Mu said nonchalantly, "I just repeated your original words. Is that how you think of me? How can I not be your second brother? As the second brother, of course, I won't trick the third brother Shen Jun. Indeed, being younger is this disadvantageous. You only suffer losses and can't gain any benefits." Chapter 120. Shen Jun chuckled and said, "Shen Yao is still your cousin. How can you call him an idiot? Isn't it foolish enough?" Shen Mu's expression was a bit out of control as he said, "It's just a few positions, yet he assumes he has the ability to replace Shen Hao. What else could this be but foolishness?" Looking at Shen Mu's suddenly changed expression, Shen Jun spoke softly. "Shen Yao is acting as me. Are you planning to act as me too? I remember telling you before that you're not suited for acting. Not to mention others. You don't even have 1/10 of Shen Yao's talent for performance. After all, he truly deceived me." "Shen Mu?" he said incredulously. "You know, he Shen Jun mocked. You and the old man are cut from the same cloth, always treating me like a child, as if everything is under control. But on what basis do you think I will follow the path you have set for me? Where did Shen Yao expose his flaws?" Shen Mu couldn't help but ask. "Just now," Shen Jun casually replied. "Shen Mu, he's just Shen Yao, someone who hasn't even come into contact with the core of the Shen family. How could he possibly have the ability to cause the third branch to fall apart? Is the third branch of the Shen family that fragile? Don't even mention Shen Yao alone. Even if you had my third aunt, it wouldn't work." Chapter 121. Report. Although Shen Jun spoke harshly, he still personally went downstairs to see Shen Mu off, because there was no conflict between them. As Shen Mu was getting into the car to leave, he suddenly looked at Shen Jun and said, "I know your thoughts and abilities. I don't expect too much from you. I just hope that one day, when you truly have the power, you won't lead the Shen family down the wrong path. Some things can't just happen the way we want them to." After saying that, without waiting for Shen Jun to respond, Shen Mu got into the car and left. Watching the lights at the back of the car light up, Shen Jun couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He is both Shen Jun and not Shen Jun. If he could, he would also want to actively integrate into the Shen family. After all, it's nice to lean against a big tree for shade, but he can't. Character can change, but some things will not. For example, hatred. If he showed an indifferent attitude or even actively tried to integrate into the Shen family. Not to mention others, even the old man would be particularly disappointed in him. However, if he continued to show hostility toward the Shen family, the old man would still be disappointed. The first kind of disappointment is hating him for not being ambitious, not even having the thought of avenging his father. It's simply unworthy of being a son. Such a person cannot achieve great things. The second kind of disappointment stems from Shen Jun being unable to distinguish the specifics, relying on such a massive entity like the Shen family. Instead of thinking about how to improve himself, he shows hostility, which is overly foolish and equally incapable of achieving great things. Chapter 122. Adding trouble. In fact, Shen Jun had long suspected Shen Nan's admission to Peking University, mainly because the conditions that Song Liani offered were too good. Even with Shen Nan's grades, it seemed a bit excessive, but as the Shen family came into his view, Shen Jun immediately noticed the issue. There is no need to doubt it now. It's been solved. It's arranged by someone from the Shen family. However, Shen Jun truly did not expect that the person who arranged all of this for Shen Nan was Shen Mu's mother. This indeed surprised Shen Jun. But from this, one can see that his second aunt is not simple. Everything that Shen Mu couldn't accomplish, his mother did for him. Moreover, the means were so gentle that even Shen Jun couldn't pick out any faults. It's simply terrifying. No wonder the old man said that without maternal family power, it would be difficult for him in the Shen family. It turns out the Shen family does not nurture idlers, nor do they allow idlers to enter. Marriages among noble families are really quite interesting. Looking at the still-dazed Shen Nan, Shen Jun reached out to pat her head and smiled. Don't think too much. Since Teacher Song has arranged for you to be here, then just settle in. I also feel that the dormitory at Peking University is not good. Huh? After coming back to her senses, Shen Nan mumbled, but if that's the case, won't I become the odd one out in my classmates' eyes? Chapter 123. Good news, that was just a casual move by Xiao Mu. He didn't expect it to be useful, but your reaction wasn't slow either. And you quickly pulled Xiao Yao out. The old man was unconcerned as he said, it's just a small matter. Shamu didn't take it seriously, and I didn't either. Otherwise, Xin Yao would have been forced to roll back to Kyoto from the Magic City by now. Shen Jun said gently, isn't it quite frustrating to have no one available to use? The old man teased. It's okay, Shen Jun said nonchalantly, although you don't want to hear that. I really can't help but say, as long as there's money, plus the Shen family's background, there's nothing I can't resolve at this point. You think quite a bit. The old man chuckled. Money isn't everything. Some resources can't be bought with money. Do you really think so? Shen Jun said slowly. The old man intended to nod. But thinking of certain matters, he found himself at a loss for words. Not to mention other families. Even their own Shen family has let the third branch go into business. The importance of money is self-evident. Moreover, even if some people are not directly involved in business, there are plenty of proxies for those people. Chapter 124. Total revenue. Shen Jun smiled and said, then how does Mr. Herland ensure that he will still serve me after returning to America? Isn't Mr. Shen already prepared for this? Harry Herland glanced to the surveillance camera opposite and said softly, ha ha ha, Mr. Herland is really interesting. Shen Jun laughed. There's no way around it. For the sake of survival, God will forgive me, Harry Herland said nonchalantly. Then, Mr. Herland, would you like to express some sincerity? Shen Jun casually said. Harry Herland immediately cleared his throat and solemnly addressed the surveillance camera. Black people shouldn't exist in this world. A bunch of cotton-picking tools can actually become citizens of America. This is simply the tragedy of America. If one day I come to power, my first decision will be to expel all the black people from the country. America can only have two genders, which are men and women. What nonsense, LGBTQ. You're even worse than those black tools. All Jews should die. When the holy war comes, your time of destruction will have arrived. Hearing these words, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 125. Resources. Novartis Pharmaceuticals, October 1st, 888. UBS Group, October 1st, 965. September 13th. America, New York, Landon Morgan. The illegitimate son of the Morgan family committed suicide due to investment failure. September 15th. America, Texas, Ethan Heller, the illegitimate son of the Heller family, committed suicide due to the destruction of his farm. Shen Jun? Goodness, he exclaimed. The Morgan family? Who doesn't know the Morgan Consortium in America? Oh, the Morgan family is the pioneer of America's financial industry. Even now, it controls over 30 trillion in assets. That's 30 trillion. Although Landon Morgan is just a bastard, in today's America, illegitimate children have the same rights as legitimate ones. Moreover, as long as this illegitimate child is capable, those families will immediately bring him back to provide fresh blood for the family. It's just that I don't understand why this Landon Morgan committed suicide just because of a failed investment. Perhaps the competition within the Morgan family was too fierce. As for the Huller family, I haven't heard of them, but I've certainly heard of the famous Texas rednecks. Chapter 126. Luxury Car Exhibition once again. Shen Jun called Ding Qingdong to the office, with an expectant look on his face. Ding Qingdong listened as Shen Jun shared the news he most wanted to hear at that moment. The latest news: UBS Group, with a peak stock price of around 29. Novartis, with a peak stock price of around 98. I want to say more. You should know what to do. Please rest assured, Mr. Shen, I will not disappoint you. Ding Qingdong exclaimed excitedly. Then go ahead. I'm waiting for your good news. Shen Jun waved his hand casually. Yes. Ding Qingdong left the office with a joyful expression. Great, I can live another month. The only downside is having his family brought close to him, but he understood what Shen Jun meant. Not to mention Shen Jun. Even he had considered the situation from another perspective, and, after thinking it over, he even felt that Shen Jun was not ruthless enough. That's right, not ruthless enough. If it were him, he would imprison all family members, and then, once the operator was no longer needed, immediately make the other party disappear from this world. Then just give the family a bit of money. Such a secretive matter, the operator absolutely cannot live, because no one can bear the consequences of leaking secrets. Chapter 127. The supercar he is interested in. Shen Jun laughed at this shameless guy, saying, Why do you, someone who rose to power using my resources, have the right to show off in front of me? No kidding. Wu Mongjie smugly replied. That's exactly why I'm showing off to you. What is the point of showing off to others? Shen Jun, a person without shame, is invincible in the world. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of this phrase. Too damn shameless. It made Shen Jun not want to continue engaging with this guy. What a disgrace. He casually wandered around a few luxury supercar booths. How should I put it? Supercars are indeed eye-catching. Shen Jun's attention was indeed captured. After noticing Shen Jun was focused on these supercars, Wu Mongjie said with a smile, Let's go inside and take a look. Let's go. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. Upon receiving a definite answer, Wu Mongjie immediately led Shen Jun towards the nearest booth. Hello, welcome to the Bugatti booth. Do you have an appointment? As they approached the booth, a long-haired lady in a short skirt uniform quickly came over to greet them. Yes, I have an appointment. The surname is Wu Mongjie. Wu Mongjie said casually. All right, Mr. Wu and these gentlemen, please come in. Upon hearing Wu Mongjie's words, the long-haired lady immediately extended her hand to invite them in. Chapter 128. Buying a car or ordering food. It really is Junge. Seeing Shen Jun turn to look at him, Shen Jing immediately walked over quickly. Several young men following him also stepped forward. Although it was Shen Jun's first time meeting Shen Jing, he didn't want to be rude since the other party called a brother. Are you here to buy a supercar too? Shen Jun casually asked. Yeah, I have some spare money, planning to spend it. Shen Jing nodded. Have you bought anything? Shen Jun asked again. Yes, I bought a Ferrari 812. Shen Jing replied honestly. TSK. The money in your hands is much more than Shen Yao's. Shen Yun left. Shen Jing scratched his head and said, My third uncle and third aunt are too strict with Yao Ge. They usually don't give him money at all. Plus, Yao Ge likes to show off. So my third uncle and third aunt definitely wouldn't let him have too much money. Shen Yun, Olo Shen Yao X. I have to say this guy really likes to show off, whether it's to insiders or outsiders. Such a face-conscious guy, however. This guy in front of him doesn't seem to be anything special either. Too young, and is acting isn't good. Can he just pretend to be stupid by scratching his head? He really doesn't take him seriously. Chapter 129. Total Price Tiangong is a luxurious villa located at 555 Qingxi Road, Modu, specifically situated to the west of the Hongqiao Road West Suburban Hotel, east of Qingxi Road, south of Keilei Road, west of Linquan Road, and north of Huayin Road, making transportation very convenient. The total building area of Tiangong is 312,000 square meters, containing 18 villas. This residential area was completed in 2005 with a property ownership period of 70 years, and the building type is low-rise. The community has a greenery rate of 400, and the plot ratio is 0:30. The architectural style of Tiangong is based on classic architectures from John Bull, Gall Rooster, Italy, and Spain, designed by top architectural firms overseas. The villas are divided into 4 levels, each with themes of leisure, entertainment, socializing, and living. When Tiangong opened in 2004, the price per square meter reached 60,000 yuan, with a minimum total price for a single unit exceeding 90 million yuan. It has a clear positioning, with a very high threshold for purchasing, requiring asset proof to view. And a deposit of 10 million yuan must be paid before discussing the internal decoration details of the villa with the developer. Additionally, the two villas near the West Suburban Hotel are only available for purchase by domestic citizens, who must also register with the police, making the purchasing process at Tiangong extremely complicated and the likelihood of successful sales very low. Chapter 130. Don't involve family Jun Ge. Without waiting for Shen Jun to speak, Shen Jun continued. My elder brother said he would cover the 3.98 billion for your car purchase as an apology for what happened before, hoping that you can understand. Shen Jun chuckled. Almost 400 million in funds just like that? Your brother's sincerity in apologizing is indeed very strong. But is he really willing to part with that? Upon hearing this, Shen Jing didn't dare to respond. In fact, he also didn't understand why Shen Hao would pay this money for Shen Jun, even using the words apology. Isn't that just embarrassing the third branch? Isn't he just a newcomer to the Shen family? Is the first branch really that scary? But one thing he was clear about was that Shen Hao was not a fool. Since he did this, there must be a reason. Otherwise, Shen Hao would possibly pay this amount of money for Shen Jun. After all, no matter how rich Tianyan Group is, they don't spend money like this. That's nearly 400 million. What can such a large sum of money do? All right, just drive the car to the garage and leave. When you go back, tell Shen Hao that I received his sincerity, but just this once, it won't happen again. Otherwise, Shen Mu's intervention won't help. Shen Jun waved his hand to send him off. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Slander after sending Yang Su to the airport. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. With nothing to do, Shen Jun and Wu Mengjie casually wandered around the Magic City. Shen Jun was genuinely bored and had nothing to occupy his time. Wu Mengjie, on the other hand, didn't have much to do either, or rather, his job was to keep Shen Jun company. As long as Shen Jun was satisfied, backed by the towering Tianyan Group, his career path in the bank could proceed smoothly and steadily. For him, there was nothing more important than this big client Shen Jun. As night gradually fell, the lights in the streets and alleys of the Magic City became brighter. Shen Jun and Wu Mengjie walked aimlessly, chatting about some previous amusing incidents. After walking for an unknown distance, Shen Jun suddenly heard a song in his ear and immediately stopped. Looking around, he noticed a large crowd gathered less than 50 meters away. Wu Mengjie also noticed it at that moment. Shall we go take a look? Let's go take a look. With this exchange, the group headed over. As they got closer, the pleasant singing resumed. The mundane world comes and goes without a trace, drunk and singing, thinking of old friends, not seeing the joys and sorrows, love and hate from thousands of miles away. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Is human nature inherently evil? What are you talking about? The man in a white shirt with tattoos retorted, Shut up if you have no evidence, or get lost quickly. If you slander me again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, the tattooed man stared fiercely at the woman, and his hand instinctively reached into his pants pocket. Seeing this, the woman was immediately frightened because she couldn't be sure if he had a weapon hidden in his pocket. Although there were many people around her, they did not provide her with enough sense of security. In fact, she found them particularly disgusting. While many had noticed the man's act of stealing due to the girl's warning, at that moment, not a single person dared to step forward, which naturally made her anxious and afraid. After hesitating for a moment, the woman ultimately left in a hurry. Her reason for fleeing was not just the threat from the tattooed man. The disgusting remarks and gazes from others also made it impossible for her to stay. Good people cannot stand in this society. After the woman left, the tattooed man turned his attention back to the girl. Kid, today I will teach you a lesson. You can't talk nonsense without evidence, understand? Chapter 133. Chapter 133. A child's play? Shen Jun ruffled the girl's hair and smiled. Since your parents and teachers didn't teach you, today Uncle will teach you. In the future, if you encounter someone doing bad things, just call 110 for the police and don't worry about anything else because nothing is more important than yourself. I understand. Thank you, Uncle. Although the girl didn't fully grasp it, she nodded in agreement, her voice somewhat dejected. Meanwhile, the girl's mother looked at Shen Jun with a grateful expression. Although she didn't want her child to become a cold-hearted person, in today's society, good people really can't exist. For the sake of her child's future, she had to harden her heart. Shen Jun didn't care about the impact of his words on a little child, nor did he wish for society to become what it is today. But since society had already taken shape, there was nothing more to say. It was unacceptable for a kind-hearted child to pay a painful price for doing the right thing. If he hadn't been there today, that little girl, after glancing around at the crowd still gathered nearby to watch the spectacle, Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 134 Chapter 134 Sudden appearance. The woman and a few others immediately turned their attention to Gong He. Upon realizing that he was indeed taking Yu Bin's words to heart, the expressions of the women turned pale. We're doomed. We can't bear this accusation. To watch the fun and end up with a crime, and it's even a gang-related case, it's simply outrageous. My husband is injured, and you say we're in cahoots with the thief? Is there no justice left? The police can't just slander others like that. The woman sat down on the ground and began to wail. Her cries were so sorrowful that they could move anyone who heard them. However, as a veteran officer who had dealt with countless cases, Gong He immediately scolded with a stern face. What are you shouting about? I now have ample reason to suspect that you are in cahoots with that thief. If you have anything to say, come with me to the station. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Gong He didn't care whether they were truly accomplices of the thief or not. Once Yu Bin showed his credentials, the matter became clear. As one of his own, he would of course stand by his own. Even if it was later proven that these people had nothing to do with the thief, it didn't matter. He was just doing his job and would face no punishment, and might even be praised. Besides, Yu Bin was backing him up anyway. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Shui Weihao Qiu Han. Investigate a person named Shui Weihao. He should be in the Magic City. Understood, President Shen. After receiving the instruction, Qiu Han immediately turned to get to work. Regardless of whether he was in the Magic City or not, as long as he was in the country, Shui Weihao would be easy to investigate. However, Shen Jun did not rush to contact Harry Helan to investigate Zoe Roosevelt. Instead, he began to ponder why the system had suddenly appeared. When Harry Helan sent him a message, the system did not show up, but when he sent a message to the other party, the system suddenly appeared. Connecting this to the previous system update regarding Big A, Shen Jun gradually formed an idea in his mind. However, his thoughts still needed confirmation through the identity of Shui Weihao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qiu Han walked into the office with a stack of documents. Did you find anything out? Shen Jun asked. In response to President Shen, based on the information you provided, I have found something out, but I'm not sure if this person is the one you are looking for. After replying, Qiu Han placed the documents in front of Shen Jun. Then she spoke. There are 23 people named Shui Weihao in the country, but only one in the Magic City. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 Give what you want. What's wrong with your conditions? Zhang Shulian said reproachfully, Don't belittle yourself, in my heart. You are better than anyone. The young man rubbed his temples with a pained expression and said, Mom, please, just leave me alone, okay? I'm fine like this. I really don't want to go out or find a partner. What? Zhang Shulian immediately put on a stern face. You want to be single for the rest of your life? Your father and I can't support you forever if there's no one by your side. I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. Hearing this, the young man's face turned red as he muttered softly, Once you and Dad are gone, I might as well die immediately, okay? This way, our family can be together again. Zhang Shulian was so angry at these words that she almost jumped up. Her voice was no longer gentle, and the initial caution in her speech had vanished. Shui Weihao, are you trying to drive me to death? I raise you this big just to have you accompany us in death. If you don't get married, I will die with my eyes wide open. When that time comes, I will be the one in charge, and I will definitely make you close your eyes. Shui Weihao mumbled. You. Zhang Shulian was so angry that she almost couldn't stand and hurriedly reached out to hold the door frame. Chapter 137 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhang Shulian and the middle-aged man felt somewhat awkward and didn't know what to say, Shui Weihao suddenly opened the door. Before either of them could speak, Shui Weihao confidently addressed Shen Jun. Since you bought this phone, it has always had a signal monitoring. Until July 2nd, when a monitoring signal suddenly changed from 1 to 4. Am I right? Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. He knew his phone would definitely be monitored, but he hadn't expected it to have been monitored so long ago. Thinking about the old man's attitude towards him, Shen Jun immediately understood. That elder had been watching him all along. He could understand the 3 additional monitoring signals that appeared on July 2nd, because that was the day the system planned for him to enter the Shen family. However, the Shen family's response and actions were indeed quick and cautious. Although he thought of many things, Shen Jun did not show any excessive expression on his face. After Shui Weihao finished speaking, he extended his hand and smiled. I wonder if you're interested in working with me? Shui Weihao glanced at his parents. And under their expectant gaze, he did not ask Shen Jun what he did, but directly shook hands with Shen Jun and said, I agree. Chapter 138 in the office. Shen Jun sat in his office chair looking at Shui Weihao and said, Now it's just the two of us. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Shui Weihao's face flushed as he lowered his head, hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to say softly, Mr. Shun, can you contact a top doctor regarding male issues, the very best kind? I previously received treatment at the hospital, but it didn't work at all. Shen Jun, the case is solved. It's really solved. Ever since entering the Shui family, Shen Jun had felt particularly awkward. How to say it? According to the system's hints, Shui Weihao was driven to death by his parents, but judging by Zhang Shulian and Shui Jingguang's behavior, they were not the type of parents who abused or suppressed their children. However, this did not surprise Shen Jun. After all, parents who could let their child live off them for over a decade couldn't be that terrible. Truly malicious parents would be afraid of not being able to drain their child's resources. How could they let their child stay at home spending their money? That was simply absurd. He initially thought the problem lay in Shui Weihao's character. After all, people who could be called geniuses often had some issues. Chapter 139, although he was psychologically prepared, the people monitoring him were a bit impatient. Just replying to a message on the dark web, and they started probing. Did they really treat him like clay? Shen Jun immediately instructed Shui Weihao, block those 2 monitoring signals for me, and then establish a new communication channel. Remember, this communication channel must not be monitored. Understood. After Shui Weihao nodded heavily, he began to operate. After about 10 minutes, Shui Weihao stood up and said, Mr. Shun, I have already blocked those 2 monitoring signals, and I have also set up a virus infection software for them. As long as they actively invade your network again, their server will definitely be paralyzed by my virus through reverse tracking. Shen Jun, good guy, this person can actually think critically. He only asked Shui Weihao to block the signals, and this guy actually prepared counterattack measures in such a short time. It's really interesting. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shui Weihao said again, the communication channel you wanted has also been created. Based on the contacts on your dark web account, I set up a counter-tracking mode. If the person you contact tries to track your signal, it will also be detected by the virus and actively infected. Chapter 140, September 15th. Harry Holland sent news that Ethan Holler had been rescued and that he had found the culprit behind the destruction of his farm. This culprit was not an outsider, but someone from the Holler family. The Holler family is very famous in Texas, and one could say that the previous few governors of Texas were able to ascend to their positions thanks to the support of the Holler family and a few other families. Then, Harry Holland began to explain the inheritance system of the Holler family. Simply put, the Holler family does not value direct or collateral lineage. Illegitimate children enjoy the same resources as legitimate heirs. They select heirs based solely on the abilities of the family members, each having 5 years. Whoever can manage the farm assigned to them well will be the heir. Of course, during this period, anyone can seek external assistance, as long as this external aid signs an agreement stating that the person supported only represents that individual and has nothing to do with the Holler family. If the person chosen by the external aid becomes the heir of the Holler family, then once that heir successfully ascends, the external aid will be able to reap the rewards. However, if the person supported fails, then the investment of the external aid will be wasted. Because according to the agreement, the Holler family will not bear that portion of the funds, and the external aid is also not allowed to trouble Holler family members. Chapter 141, October 1st. Happy birthday to our motherland. We were born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze. The people have faith, the country has strength, and the nation has hope. Wherever the eye reaches, it is all of Huaxia, the 5 stars shine, all for faith. May we defend the prosperous China with our youth, and may the mountains and rivers be safe, and our motherland forever prosperous and strong. Looking at the posts of many friends and relatives in the circle, Shen Jun couldn't help but post one himself. Pure love, only for the motherland. May it prosper and thrive. May the mountains and rivers be safe. On this special day, something hidden in the blood controls every person with pure blood. Even Shen Jun, this special existence, is no exception. Patriotism never goes out of style. At 10:30 in the morning, Inside the 12 Palaces villa. Brother, are you ready? We're going to be late. Shen Nan urged loudly. It's just a gathering. Why are you in such a hurry? Shen Jun leisurely walked out of the bathroom without a care. How can I not be in a hurry? Shen Nan stomped her foot and said, Grandma has called me several times, asking when we will arrive. Shen Jun said slowly, What will happen when we arrive? The old man definitely won't have lunch with us this noon, and neither will Uncle Da and Uncle Air. Our elder brother Shen Han probably won't have time today either, which means there aren't many people over there right now. It doesn't matter if we go early or late. Chapter 142. It's annoying. Jun Xiao, we have arrived. Just as Shen Jun was pondering, Yubin's voice interrupted him. Coming back to his senses, Shen Jun pulled Shen Nan down from the car. Looking around, a villa surrounded by a wall immediately came into view, with around 20 luxury cars parked around it. There were Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Rolls-Royce Wraiths, Bentleys, Maybachs, Range Rovers, and so on. Of course, these so-called luxury cars looked a bit inferior in front of the 6 Great Wall cars flying flags. They weren't even in the same league. Surrounding the villa were armed security personnel, the type in uniforms. Looking up, the villa in front exuded a solemn atmosphere, with an ornate carved door, arched windows, and stone corners, showcasing elegance and freshness, a white plaster wall combined with light red roof tiles. Entering, there was a cobblestone path, with a row of stone benches on either side, lined with various beautiful flowers and bonsai, pleasing to the eye. Led by a waiter at the entrance, Shen Jun and Shen Nan stepped into the inner courtyard of the villa. Brother Mu, don't be silent. We only recognize you, not Shen Jun. Chapter 143. Suppression. Yes. Yes, don't reject the kindness of your older brothers and sisters. Gifts are what we should give. You don't need to feel embarrassed, little sister. That's right, little sister. Just accept it. If you don't, it would mean not giving face to your older brothers and sisters. As Shen Jun's words fell, Shen Yao and others immediately stepped forward, each trying to persuade her. I know. Shen Nan lowered her head, feeling a bit nervous. All right, stop crowding around. Go do what you need to do. Later, each of you can get to know your little sister one by one. Seeing Shen Nan still hesitant to speak, Shen Mu immediately waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Got it, Brother Mu. Understood, Brother Mu. We'll see the little sister later. Little sister, wait for your brother to bring you gifts. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, everyone dispersed. At this moment, they could no longer contain their curiosity and had to ask clearly. Although the elder brother at home had already ordered not to trouble Shen Jun, why did Shen Song and Shen Ling show that attitude when they met Shen Jun? Not looking for trouble doesn't mean they need to fawn over him, nor does it mean they need to be afraid. This was completely different from their impression of the second brother. Chapter 144. Impenetrable? Stepping into the villa, Shen Jun first glanced around at the interior decoration style. The living room of the villa had a floor made of black marble, bright as a mirror, with luxurious crystal chandeliers, pure black fragrant wood tables, rosewood chairs, and various exquisite wooden decorations hanging on the walls. The combination of black marble and Eastern-Western decor gave a particularly deep and oppressive feeling. This villa choice was a bit interesting. Trying to give him pressure? Or was there another intention? Looking up, he saw 5 or 6 middle-aged men sitting in the living room, while the old lady who had been urging them to come here was not present. After Shen Jun walked into the living room, the 5 or 6 middle-aged men stopped talking and all looked at Shen Jun at the same time, but no one took the initiative to speak. Seeing this, Shen Jun continued to step forward until he reached the center of all the people. Then he slightly bowed and said, Good afternoon, elders. I am Shen Jun, the son of Shen Changyang from the Shen family. Upon hearing Shen Jun's last words, everyone immediately stood up simultaneously. After exchanging glances, a slightly older middle-aged man stepped forward and looked at Shen Jun, saying, Xiao Jun, we apologize for your father's matter. His death is on us, but we never intended for him to die. Chapter 145. Pig Brain. So soon out? By your expression, did you achieve your goal? As Shen Jun walked out of the villa, Shen Mu immediately came forward. Although the old man wasn't there, the confidence he gave is still enough. Shen Jun nodded in response. Sigh. With a long sigh, Shen Mu said disappointedly, It's boring. Our uncles are really too timid. Why can't they give you some pressure? Were they afraid of the old man? Shen Jun glanced at Shen Mu and said irritably, What? Do you want to see me go against them that badly? Isn't that obvious? Shen Mu shrugged and admitted, The Shen family has been too quiet lately. It feels meaningless. I was hoping to see some excitement. TCH. Shen Jun raised his middle finger in disdain towards Shen Mu, saying, You just want to see a commotion. You have ulterior motives. How can you think of me that way? Shen Mu clutched his heart, exaggerating. I'm your second brother. Your real second brother. After saying that, Shen Jun turned around and left, no longer paying attention to this guy. Hey, Shen Jun, I've given you so many villas. Is this how you talk to me? Blood is thicker than water. Shen Mu shouted loudly. Chapter 146. Social class 1. Don't look down on Brother Jun. I just think he still has a long way to go compared to Brother Mu. Unless Brother Mu has some special circumstances, otherwise, I can't believe Brother Jun can sit in that position. Shen Jing said with a frustrated face. Remember, don't have such thoughts in the future. Your third brother is not simple. Sometimes even I and your grandfather can't see through him. If you really offend him, don't let him marginalize you in the Shun family in the end. Shen Mu said impatiently. Oh, I got it. Shen Jing replied softly. Then stop lingering here. If you have any thoughts, talk to your elder brother. If that doesn't work, go find my uncles and see what they think of your third brother. Shen Mu waved his hand to send them off. Shen Yao and Shen Jing hurriedly nodded and ran towards the villa door, leaving Shen Hung still standing aside. Brother, is Brother Jun really that daunting to you? Shen Hung asked curiously. Do you think I'm joking? There are things you don't know. That kid's methods are indeed impressive. Shen Mu said impatiently. How is that possible? Shen Hung said in disbelief. He hasn't received any special education since he was young, and he hasn't suffered any grievances or harm. How could he have such depth? Chapter 147. 3 messages lying in bed. Shen Jun felt drowsy again and dozed off. After an unknown amount of time, when he woke up again, it was already past 11:30 in the morning. Shen Jun did not get up immediately. Instead, he lay in bed with his eyes closed to rest. Until exactly 12 o'clock, Shen Jun suddenly opened his eyes and became alert. Ding! Microsoft, November 1st, 3462. Eli Lilly, November 1st, 6045. On October 2nd, in Tianfu, at 8 p.m., Wei Xianming committed suicide in the Boai Psychiatric Hospital due to unbearable persecution and mental breakdown. Shen Jun. What is going on? How did the system predict 3 messages this time? Why? Could it be that something unexpected happened that he didn't know about? It shouldn't be the case, right? Or does the system think these 3 messages are enough to satisfy his recent needs? Suddenly, Shen Yun realized. October 2nd, Tianfu, 8 p.m., Wei Xianming committed suicide in Boai Psychiatric Hospital. October 2nd? Isn't that today? Damn! Shen Jun immediately got out of bed and planned to find Yubin, asking him to go to Tianfu for him. Chapter 148. Extranjetales. After the car stopped, Shen Jun stepped out. Yubin and others immediately surrounded him for protection. Young Master Jun, this is Boai Psychiatric Hospital. Yubin pointed to the name above the hospital entrance and said softly, let's go inside and take a look. After saying that, Shen Jun walked into the hospital. Who are you looking for? Seeing Shen Jun and his group marching over, the security at the psychiatric hospital's entrance immediately inquired. Before Shen Jun could speak, one of the young men among the tent Yubin had brought stepped forward and said, Special police on a case, open the door immediately and call your director over. Okay, please wait. The young man's words startled the security personnel. What day is it today? Did their hospital break the law? It's one thing for criminal police to come, but why is the special police here too? The security personnel opened the hospital's main gate and then started making phone calls. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged woman in a white coat, accompanied by 5 or 6 young men and women, rushed out. Shen Jun was surprised to see that the few people who had just gone in also followed her out. Hello, officers, I am Yang Haiwan, the director of Boai Psychiatric Hospital. The middle-aged woman in the white coat immediately introduced herself in front of the young man. Chapter 149. Injustice Officers. The situation at room 68 is very unstable. Why don't you wait until we finish treatment before asking? Yang Haiwan took the opportunity to suggest. Wait for your treatment? Shen Jun scoffed. I'm afraid that after today, Wei Xianming will be treated to death by you. What do you mean by that, officer? Yang Haiwan retorted with a grim expression. We are a legitimate mental health institution. If you think our treatment methods are illegal, you can investigate, but please do not slander us without evidence. So tough. I hope you can maintain that later. After saying that, Shen Jun waved his hand to Yubin. Yubin immediately went to the frenzied Wei Xianming. In the midst of everyone's stunned expressions, Yubin raised his hand and slapped Wei Xianming hard on the face. But Wei Xianming seemed completely unaware of the pain, still shouting and even trying to hit Yubin. Yubin didn't indulge him either and slapped him again. This slap immediately stunned Wei Xianming, and his eyes gradually became clearer. Are you really police? Why did you hit me? Chapter 150. Songlong Group what? What did you just say? Organ trafficking? This psychiatric hospital is trafficking organs? Guan Hai shouted crazily at Wei Xianming. Shen Jun was also taken aback. He truly did not expect such a heartless thing to happen on this land. He knew there were too many dark sides to society, but organ trafficking? In a psychiatric hospital? This sounds absurd and awkward. It's over. After hearing Wei Xianming's words, Yang Haijuan's mind went blank. At this moment, she only had one thought. That is, it's over. From the moment Wei Xianming was able to talk to Shen Jun with normal reasoning, she felt something was off, and now it's confirmed. It's really over. Not only is she done for, but the people behind her are also finished. Thinking about the consequences after the exposure, Yang Haiwan felt her heart was about to leap out her chest. No one can bear the charge of organ trafficking. Looking at the crazed expression on Guan Hai's face, Wei Xianming pointed at Yang Haiwan and shouted, "That's right, this psychiatric hospital is trafficking organs. But the timing is not fixed. You need to ask her for the specifics." Chapter 151. Foreseeing the Future? Hearing Director Huang's words, Shen Jun said seriously, "I hope Director Huang won't disappoint me." Understood. Director Huang replied and immediately started making phone calls. Shen Jun didn't linger here any longer. He needed to get more accurate information from Wei Xianming. The system only predicted the existence of Wei Xianming, but didn't tell him what specific abilities the other party had. He needed to understand clearly, and he was also very interested in the Songlong Group forcibly locking someone in a psychiatric hospital, trafficking organs. There's a lot of depth to this, and he didn't know how the Songlong Group would respond to such a shocking case. Really looking forward to it. Looking at Shen Jun's departing figure, Guan Hai couldn't help but turn to the already finished calling Director Huang and asked, "Director Huang, Wei Xianming is the key witness in the Wei Xianhui case. We really can't keep him here?" Director Huang shook his head and said, "Old Guan, you're also an old-timer in the police force. Don't you understand what it means to be protected by GA? We can't stop what they want to do." But just as Guan Hai was still thinking about saying something more, he was interrupted by Director Huang waving his hand. Chapter 152. Special ability, you have 3 seconds to answer my question. If you guess wrong, don't blame me. Saying this, Shen Jun pointed the gun at Wei Xianming's head. Feeling that Shen Jun was not joking and really intended to shoot him, Wei Xianming's face changed instantly, and he hurriedly shouted, "It's not foreseeing the future. It's not foreseeing the future. I can't foresee the future, but I can sense changes in the foreign exchange market. There is an opportunity every month, Mr. Shen. I'm not lying this time. I really can sense changes in the foreign exchange market." TSK. Hearing this answer, Shen Jun put away his gun and looked at Wei Xianming nonchalantly. "Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did you have to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory wine?" Wei Xianming, seeing Shen Jun put away the gun, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Say it earlier? Still drinking punishment wine instead of celebratory wine? Who the hell knows that after hearing his secret, he immediately turns his back, and then he points a gun at his own head and asks where to shoot? Who could guess that? All right, stop shaking and sit down. Shen Jun pointed to the sofa across from him and said, Chapter 153. How much does your sister know about your situation? What is the deal with that Zhang Hui? Xin Yun est softly. She doesn't know much. Wei Xianming sighed before explaining. Our parents passed away early, and the two of us have relied on each other since childhood. After I discovered my ability, I made tens of thousands of dollars every month from the foreign exchange market for all our expenses. Every time my sister asked where the money came from, I said it was from buying stocks and funds with friends. She was young at that time, easy to deceive, and never suspected anything. But as time went by, she grew up and began to doubt my methods of making money. Stocks and funds can indeed make money, but no one can continuously profit from them, or rather, those who can profit are extremely rare. Yet I've been consistently making money from stocks and funds for many years, and it's always tens of thousands, which is obviously impossible. So she started testing me in every possible way, but since I raised her, no matter how much she doubted, it was useless. Because I would tell her, she didn't dare to question me. After all her expenses were covered by me. Initially, it was all right to continue like this. Although we weren't wealthy, we were considered middle class in Rongqing, and I didn't have to work day in and day out, so I was quite content. Chapter 154. Not yet. Wei Xianming instinctively wanted to deny it, but he quickly realized. Today is only October 2nd, and he has been locked up in a mental hospital for so many days. How could he have used the opportunity for premonition? This means the other party is testing him, and he fell for it. Hearing Wei Xianming's words, Shen Jun suddenly laughed. Your mouth is quicker than your heart? Was it intentional or unintentional? Wei Xianming, you're quite interesting. Using me as a gun? You're good. Wei Xianming's face instantly turned pale. He knew he had made a mistake, and there was no chance to remedy it. But at this point, he had nothing to say. No matter what, as long as the other party covets his ability, at least his life is safe. When is the premonition time? Shen Jun casually asked while shaking the gun in his hand. Wei Xianming took a deep breath and said softly, tomorrow. T is ko, Xin Yun moks. It seems you really want to keep your life. Wei Xianming said bitterly, I didn't expect someone like you to find me. Don't say anything. Go meet your brother-in-law and Lu Junfeng. I want to see how many lies you've told me. Chapter 155. Framing? Why don't you believe me? Guan Hai sneered. Zhang Hui's itinerary that day is clear. He didn't have time to kidnap Wei Xianhui. How can I believe you? It was Zhang Hui who hired someone to kidnap Wei Xianhui. Lu Junfeng shouted loudly. Guan Hai shook his head. You really won't cry until you see the coffin? After saying that, Guan Hai took out his phone and placed it in front of Lu Junfeng. The video on the phone showed his conversation with Zhang Hui. Officer Guan, it was Lu Junfeng who kidnapped my wife, and he even filmed a video of torturing her for me to give to Wei Xianming. Then why didn't you report it to the police? I didn't dare. Lu Junfeng is ruthless. If I dare to report it, he would definitely kill me. So because of fear, you just watched your wife get killed? I didn't. I was on a business trip when my wife was killed. If it weren't for the police notifying me, I wouldn't have even known my wife was killed. Business trip? Who made you go on a business trip? It was Lu Junfeng. The day before my wife was harmed, Lu Junfeng told me to go on a business trip to Modu. I had just returned to Rongqing when I received a notification that my wife was killed. Chapter 156. Can't afford to offend? Walking into the police station, Shen Jun casually glanced around the environment before sitting down on a nearby chair. While you been went to find the police to notify Director Huang. Wei Xianming stood motionless against the wall under the watch of the two. After 2 or 3 minutes, Shen Jun saw Director Huang and Guan Hai rushing over from inside the police station. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We were just interrogating a suspect. As they got closer, Director Huang immediately extended his hand to Shen Jun politely. Hearing the word you from Director Huang, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. The other party probably still didn't know his identity. Although this person had been polite to him before, he would never be so humble, overly enthusiastic. There must be some ulterior motive. Shen Jun didn't take it to heart. If there was a motive, so be it, as long as the final outcome satisfied him. After shaking hands with Director Huang, Shen Jun slowly spoke. What's the situation? Have you found out anything? Director Huang had a troubled expression. Can't say. Shen Jun frowned and asked. It's not that I can't say, but it's a bit chaotic, and I don't know how to explain it to you at the moment. Director Huang hesitated. What's chaotic? Shen Jun was slightly curious. Chapter 157. Investigation. Looking at the two with seemingly worried yet expectant expressions, Shen Jun said softly, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Shen, and my name is Shen Jun. As Huang and Guan Hai looked puzzled, Yubin stepped forward and said, you don't need to understand too much about young Master Jun's background. Just know one thing. Even the highest official in Tianfu would have to respectfully call him young Master Jun. Director Huang. Guan Hai. What is this? They heard what? Young Master Jun? An ancient title being used in modern times? No. The highest official, damn. After they realized it, both were immediately terrified and shivered all over. Indeed, who the hell is this person? Is this a joke? But thinking of Yu Bin's identity, they didn't even dare to question it. MD, is he really someone protected by GA personnel? Truly eye-opening. However, Director Huang glanced again at Guan Hai, who was also staring intently at him. After a long hesitation, it was finally Director Huang who spoke. What if I say it was that young master who put pressure on us? Chapter 158. The story in the office. Shen Jun sat in a chair, Yubin stood beside him, and Wei Xianming stood opposite him. Cheng Qian brought the three into the office before stepping out. Speak. What is the situation with your sister, and why did you lie to me? Shen Yun asked coldly. This time, Wei Xianming did not hesitate and immediately said, Mr. Shen, let me tell you a story. Eager to listen, Shen Jun was indeed curious about what story Wei Xianming could tell. 20 years ago, a couple brought their 2 children from a remote village to Rongqing to seek a living. Both were honest, down-to-earth people. After arriving in Rongqing, one worked at a construction site, while the other worked as a kitchen helper in a small restaurant. After several years of hard work, they saved enough money to buy a small, old apartment in the suburbs of Rongqing. Although the house was small and dilapidated, it was finally a place they could call their own after moving from the countryside. Their 2 children were particularly studious. The son consistently ranked in the top 3 of his class, and although the daughter did not perform as well as her brother, she still ranked in the top 10. The couple felt truly content with their lives. Chapter 159, he knew it. He knew that Wei Xianming was not ordinary. What nonsense feelings. It's all bullshit. Even if he himself was reborn and had a system, he still did not believe in so-called special abilities. He would rather believe that Wei Xianming had a system than a trust in any so-called special abilities. If a system could exchange a Wei Xianming for 2 slightly grown individuals who could cause upheavals in America, then how could this Wei Xianming only be able to sense foreign exchange market trends? It's not that Shen Jun thought the foreign exchange market was unimportant, but the two were not even on the same level. The foreign exchange market is indeed very important, but America could manipulate it. With the backgrounds of Ethan Hall and Landon Morgan, as long as Harry Holland provided enough support, it was uncertain who would have the final say in America in the future. To exchange such 2 figures for a Wei Xianming, it would be a joke if Wei Xianming did not have any more important attributes. Continue, Shen Jun said softly. Wei Xianming immediately replied, that Songlong Group is indeed very powerful, and its employees are indeed in high demand, but the workplace is the workplace. There are upper, middle, lower, and bottom levels. Chapter 160. After leaving the office, Shen Jun immediately instructed Yu Bin send Wei Xianming to the Tianyan Group in Modu. Understood, Yu Bin immediately replied. Has there been any news from Wang Chong? Shen Jun asked as he walked out. Not yet, Yu Bin shook his head and explained. They should have just arrived at Amisheng Biotechnology Company, limited call, and urged them. Evidence or not doesn't matter anymore. Just move to arrest them directly. Shen Yun instructed. Understood, Yu Bin quickly responded. Although he was unclear about what Wei Xianming had said to Shen Jun to make him so impatient. As long as Shen Jun gave the order, he would obey. Everything else was not his concern. Shen Jun had initially wanted to meet Yang Haiwan, but now he had lost the desire. He had already understood everything about Wei Xianming, and everything else was irrelevant. Taking advantage of the time, Shen Jun called Ding Qingdong, informing him about the stock information for Li Lai and Microsoft, and instructed him to prepare $10 billion for Wei Xianming's use. He hung up only after receiving a clear response from Ding Qingdong. Everything was ready. Now, they were just waiting for the son of the person mentioned by Director Huang to take the bait. Chapter 161. Important figures. If at this moment, the one in charge of Amisheng Biotechnology Company, Limited, was being held down by General Tian, they would have no reservations and could start the investigation directly. Of course, if they had reservations, they wouldn't be pressing General Tian down like a dog. But the CEO of Songlong Group, Fang Tianji, was not an insignificant person. He could make a call that could reach the sky. Without solid evidence, they truly did not dare to treat this person the same way they treated General Tian. Otherwise, if he made a call, they would definitely face severe consequences. Even with Huang's status, he had to worry. After all, there were many people in Rongqing with higher positions than him. However, without moving against Fang Tianji, they couldn't directly search Amisheng Biotechnology Company Limited's accounts. Once the other party destroyed all the evidence, they would bear the consequences as well. Director Huang, Captain Guan, and this officer, I have distinguished guests to entertain, so I want to stay longer. If there are any issues, just let Xiao Zhang handle it, Fang Tianji said, wanting to turn and leave. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Director Huang and Captain Guan became even uglier. If they really allowed the other party to destroy all the evidence, then they Chapter 162, the real purpose. As the electric glass door slowly opened, several figures came into view. A few middle-aged men in uniforms quickly walked into the hall, and Huang, whom Shen Jun knew, was currently following behind a middle-aged man with his head down. Just as the middle-aged man wanted to say something to Huang, everyone saw Shen Jun sitting in the hall, observing them. Upon seeing Shen Jun and Yu Bin, the middle-aged man forcibly swallowed the words he was about to say. Immediately, the middle-aged man demonstrated what it meant to change his expression in front of everyone. The man who had just been full of anger suddenly had a smile on his face and walked briskly toward Shen Jun. After getting closer, the middle-aged man smiled and extended his hand, tentatively asking, "Hello, sir, I am Zhao Geng, the director of the Rongqing City Bureau." Everyone, after hearing the self-introduction of the middle-aged man, Zhao Geng, Shen Jun stood up, shook hands with him, and slowly said, "Shen Jun, from the Shun family in Kyoto." Zhao Geng's face stiffened. He looked incredulous and said, "Mr. Shen is from the Shun family in Kyoto? How? Can this be a lie? Or who would dare impersonate someone from my Shan family outside?" Shen Jun smiled. Chapter 163, What do you want? After the call connected, a familiar voice immediately came through the phone. "Xiao Jun, I heard you are in Tianfu now?" Shen Jun curiously asked, "Yes, I am in Tianfu. Is there something you need?" "There's a bit of a situation," Shen Changzhou said softly. "Why are you looking for trouble with Songlong Group in Tianfu? They shouldn't have offended you, right?" Shen Jun. "What the hell? What did he just hear? Songlong Group? What does Shen Changzhou mean by this? How could a big shot of his level care about a commercial company like Songlong Group? Is he joking? Could it be that the person in Tianfu has some connection to my Shen family? That's impossible. There isn't a single person from Tianfu on the list the old man gave me. If there were, I would have to come personally to find Director Huang. But why would Shen Changzhou say such a thing?" At this moment, Shen Jun's curiosity reached its peak. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something about that Songlong Group that I don't know?" Shen Changzhou didn't hide anything and explained softly that Songlong Group was involved in a shooting incident 2 years ago, but even after 2 years, the local police have yet to solve the case. Therefore, we just decided to send people to handle the case elsewhere, but unexpectedly, before we could take action, you acted first. Chapter 164. No one can save you. The young man's expression darkened. Unusual events often have strange causes. Shen Jun's words were too absolute, as if he didn't care about the consequences of saying such things. This was not how a scion of a prominent family should behave. However, since the other party dared to say this, they must have absolute confidence that they could suppress him or his family, the Peng family, preventing this statement from leaking out. This was not good news for him. "What exactly do you want?" the young man said in a low voice. TSK, Shen Jun said sarcastically. "Shouldn't that question be directed at me? There's no problem with making money. We both know that. But how can the Peng family dare to engage in such a heinous act as organ trafficking? What are you really trying to do?" "I've already said it. This is something done by Yang Haiwan, the director of the Bo AI Psychiatric Hospital, and has nothing to do with Imei Biotechnology Company Limited and the Songlong Group." The young man was almost enraged to death by Shen Jun's words. This person seemed to not understand human language at all. "I've also said that what you say doesn't count. It's what I say that counts." Shen Yun explained honestly again. "You." The young man was suddenly at a loss for words. "Forget it. It's better for you to think about how to clear your name with the Songlong Group. Otherwise, there won't be a good ending for you," Shen Jun teased. Chapter 165. Li Qiwan, what do you mean? Shen Jun frowned and asked. "What do you mean you don't understand?" Shen Mu retorted. "Isn't this exactly what you were hoping for?" Shen Yun. What was he hoping for? Before Shen Jun could question again, Shen Mu snorted coldly. The third young master is making such a big fuss to relieve pressure from above and even shows such an excellent side. Naturally, people from other families won't sit still. Let me tell you the truth. This gathering is specifically held for you. Shen Jun, damn, the dog system has tricked him. It has tricked him badly. What Shen Mu meant was clear. The gathering on October 7th was for him to choose a marriage partner. If things had gone normally, he would have been targeted, but it wouldn't have been so urgent. However, with the issue of the Peng family emerging, he had gained access to resources. Nowadays, who among the upper echelons doesn't know that the Shun family is raising goo? Or rather, which family doesn't have goo? Who wouldn't be curious about someone like Shen Jun, who can still compete for a position against someone like Shen Mu, who has already been determined as the main decision-maker, not to mention his ability to make money. Just based on the fact that he showed such capability shortly after entering the Shen family, who wouldn't want to place their bets? Chapter 166. It's settled. Brother, is Sister Wanwan going to be my sister-in-law in the future? After everyone left, Shenan immediately hugged Shen Jun's arm and asked with a smile, "Now you're using your brain?" Shen Jun playfully tapped the girl's forehead and smiled. "Or were you planning to embarrass me just now?" "What are you talking about?" Shenan said with a beaming smile. "I just wanted to see your attitude." "So?" Shen Jun asked curiously. "Do you like her a lot?" "A bit. Shen Nan nodded and said, Sister Wan Wan is pretty, and she speaks very gently with a nice voice. I feel like she would be a good fit as my sister-in-law. Shen Jun ruffled Shen Nan's hair absent-mindedly and said, She's indeed a good fit. After all, her last name is Li. Huh? Shen Nan looked at Shen Jun in confusion and asked, Brother, what do you mean? Is it suitable just because her last name is Li? Wouldn't it be unsuitable if Sister Wan Wan had a different last name? You wouldn't understand if I told you, Shen Jun said vaguely, tapping Shen Nan's forehead. Other surnames might be acceptable, but the surname Li is definitely suitable. Huh? Shen Nan really couldn't understand the statement. All right, go do whatever you need to do. If nothing else, you can go out and play. I have some things to think about, Shen Jun casually said. Chapter 167. Not a good match? After looking at the caller ID showing Old Master, Shen Jun hung up the phone without hesitation. Then he added this phone number to his blacklist. One-stop service. Just like that. Then he opened WeChat, found a cartoon avatar account generated by AI, and opened the chat box. Got nothing to do. Want to go out for a walk? Sure. Shen Jun. Is this reply speed a bit too fast? Could it be that Li Qiwan is also at home bored and playing on her phone? Shaking his head, Shen Jun decided to stop thinking about those things. He typed again. Shall I pick you up? Sure. Without waiting for Shen Jun to ask her where she was, Li Qiwan sent her location. Looking at the address displayed, Shen Jun immediately got up to tidy himself up before leaving the bedroom. Just as he was about to take a car to find Li Qiwan, Shen Jun suddenly realized riding a Rolls-Royce Phantom for a date might not be appropriate, right? No, it was particularly inappropriate. Thinking of this, Shen Jun quickly called Shen Nan. Brother, what's up? Shen Nan quickly answered the call. Has that Porsche of yours gone out yet? Shen Jun immediately asked. Chapter 168. There's only one chance after giving Jia Jia a glare, Li Qiwan reproached. Now, third young Master Shen is not yet part of my family. Oh, don't bother with such trivial matters. Wan Wan, hurry up and tell me about Sister Yuan. Jia Jia quickly grabbed Li Qiwan's hand and shook it vigorously. You. Li Qiwan pointed at Jia Jia's forehead before continuing to explain, idol disciples are different from idol disciples. Don't you feel that there are some people in the He family that you can't support? After hesitating for a moment, Jia Jia slowly spoke. There are indeed some, but those people don't even have the qualifications for marriage alliances, right? What about the direct line? Li Qiwan Raminda. Hisong? Jia Jia suddenly exclaimed. By the way, Hisong's marriage partner is Huang Min. Upon mentioning this, Jia Jia instantly realized, exclaiming, Huang Min made a mistake before, which is why she is marrying Hisong. After all, Hisong really is a bit of a lost cause, but Sister Yuan has never made a mistake, right? Favoring some and disregarding others is her fault. Li Qiwan shook her head and said, Sister Yuan's father is that person. Why hasn't he proactively found a good marriage partner for his daughter, given his status? Is there really no one better than Guangyi in the circle? Haven't you noticed? Chapter 169. Disgusted? After parking the car, Shen Jun looked up at the plaque on the door. The name of this tea house, Chuizhi Huang, is quite nice. Hello, sir. Welcome to Chuizhi Huang. Do you have a reservation? As soon as he entered the hall, a woman in a traditional Qi Pao greeted him with a beaming smile. I'm looking for Li Qiwan. She should have informed you, right? Shen Jun said softly. Mr. Shun? Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, the woman in the Qi Pao smiled even more brightly and quickly extended her hand to invite him, saying, Ms. Li has already informed us. Please, Mr. Shun, let me take you there. Shen Jun nodded and followed the woman in the Qi Pao inside. Stepping onto the second floor, the woman in the Qi Pao walked to the door of a tea room and immediately knocked. Ms. Li, Mr. Shun has come to see you. A few seconds later, the door opened slowly. You're here? Seeing Shen Jun standing at the door, Li Qiwan's exquisite features broke into a smile. Shen Jun nodded with a smile, and just as he was about to speak, a small head peeked out from behind Li Qiwan. Hello, third young Master Shen Ha? Hiang Xin Yun is quiz tuning tone. Li Qiwan gently explained. She is he Jia Jia. When you contacted me, we were having tea here. Chapter 170. Malice the Summer Palace. A royal garden built in the 15th year of the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty is adjacent to the ruins of the old Summer Palace and Hadian Park, covering an area of 3,009 square kilometers. It is a large natural landscape garden centered around Longevity Hill and Kunming Lake, and is one of the 3 mountains and 5 gardens in the western suburbs of the capital, alongside the summer resort, the humble administrator's garden, and a lingering garden. collectively known as the Four Famous Gardens. That's right, Shen Jun brought Li Qiwan to visit the Summer Palace. In fact, he originally planned to wander around the Forbidden City, having visited the capital several times without ever going to the Forbidden City, a regret to say the least. Of course, the main reason was that he had been a bit lazy to move around when he was alone, but now that he had Li Qiwan with him, it would be nice to visit the Forbidden City. However, there are just too many people at the Forbidden City. Right now, with the holiday nearing its end and the date being in October, the number of tourists visiting the capital is overwhelming, making it impossible to see anything at the Forbidden City. In the end, Shen Jun decided to take a stroll around the Summer Palace. In fact, the Summer Palace is also extremely crowded, but Shen Jun could choose not to visit the more crowded attractions and instead opted for a boat ride. After looking at some online guides, he entered through the north gate, turned right, Suzhou Garden, went downhill to the fork on the left, painting in the middle of the journey, on the left, long corridor, and then, on the right, stone boat. Walked down to the 17-arch bridge opposite, East Palace Gate, and avoided going out to the south towards the newly built Palace Gate near Wenchang Pavilion, etc. Chapter 171. Bottom line, what's wrong with Shen Jun? Is he still so happy even after his phone was hacked? Has his brain broken? Li Qiwan didn't know about the Peng family matters, so she didn't understand anything, but the old man instantly caught the meaning in Shen Jun's words. Are you saying that those people from the Peng family took action against you? TSK, TSK, TSK. Otherwise, you must be my grandpa. Shen Jun candidly said, I suspect the same thing. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. Those people started probing on the night of October 2nd, and I just happened to be at Tianfu that day. On October 3rd, they were still probing, and it wasn't until the day that they formally planned to take action. However, my people are stronger and have found them out. Now we're just waiting to catch them. You brat, you are quite secretive, the old man chuckled, right? Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it well. Shen Yun? No, old man. I called you to let you know that I plan to take action for some benefits, and you are robbing me of resources. Shen Jun retorted unhappily. Put away your little thoughts. The old man said seriously, I don't care what your sources of information are or what kind of capable people you have under you. But the people behind the Peng family are not something you can meddle with, and they have broken the rules. Chapter 172. Pressure, old man. Has the matter been resolved? Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, Why? Are you so eager to leave the capital? Shen Jun couldn't help but nod and said, What else? There's really no meaning in staying in the capital. The old man chuckled. The problem has been resolved. Come back and have a meal with your grandma. Then you can leave. I'll go right now. By the way, are you home now? Shen Jun stood up and asked. No, I'm still at your Grandpa Li's place. The old man replied. Huh. Shen Jun sat back down in the recliner and then curiously asked, Can't you solve this matter yourself? Rules are rules. If someone breaks the rules, then as an old man, I naturally need to find good witnesses. The old man explained. Shen Jun's heart trembled. Indeed, family rules are above all. If the old man and Grandpa Li both step in, then the problem will be serious. Of course, there may be more than just these two who come forward. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun calmly asked, Can I understand what the final outcome will be? Those who broke the rules will naturally be punished. And as a party involved, you will also receive compensation, although you won't be able to use this compensation for the time being. Chapter 173. Pressuring, the old lady glanced at the two and smiled. You don't need to feel burdened. I called you over today just to chat. Shen Jun inquired. Did you hear something unpleasant? Why do you ask that? The old lady gently countered. If it's not this, I can't think of anything else. Shen Jun shrugged and said casually. Under the curious gazes of the two, the old lady helplessly nodded and then gently explained, It's not a big deal. It's just about Yuan girl. Upon hearing this name, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback, while Li Qiwan showed a knowing expression. Shen Jun didn't know what Shen Yuan had said in the circle, but she was very clear about it. Moreover, He Jiajia had also mentioned this matter to her. It seems the old lady is here to mediate. Before Shen Jun could ask, the old lady softly explained, Xiao Jun, you may not know, but Yuan girl previously made some unflattering remarks about you to outsiders. Although Xiao Mu taught her a lesson afterward, the words have already spread. The old lady had not finished speaking when Shen Jun waved his hand and said, Grandma, where's Shen Yuan now? Chapter 174. The unknown is what attracts slap. Shen Mu slapped his forehead hard and, after hesitating for a moment, continued, Why don't you just let her this time? She has already brought Li Qiwan over. What can I do if I don't allow it? I can't just turn against her directly, right? Shen Jun sneered. But this is only this time. If anyone dares to overstep again, it won't work for anyone. Otherwise, anyone could come out and step on me. I know. Leave this matter to me. I will teach Shen Yuan another lesson. Shen Mu sighed. What is the old lady thinking? If it were just me, I wouldn't be so angry, but she should have called Li Qiwan over. Shen Jun said in a deep voice. She really went a bit too far this time. Hee, you don't understand this, do you? Shen Mu suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong? A smile also appeared on Shen Jun's face. My cousin isn't as unreasonable as you think. Shen Mu quickly reacted and shouted loudly. Third brother. Are you trying to trick me? TSK, Shen Jun said disappointedly. I told you I was so angry, yet you could think of that? Can't we have a bit of trust between us? Chapter 175. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a secret one. Just as Shen Jun was leisurely watching the live broadcast, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. He looked down at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Who would come to find him at this hour? Guomin. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure pushed the door open and walked in, while a few others stood at the door, not daring to move. After seeing the person's face clearly, Shen Jun immediately stood up. What are you doing here? Still at the company at this hour. What's wrong? Has your mentality collapsed? Shen Mu teased with a big smile. Shen Jun chuckled. Am I that fragile? I'm just watching the live broadcast. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms have withered for another year. The clear night is here. And the moonlight spills on the steps and dreams. The flute plays the old tune upon waking. Tears stain the rouge. Face, oh my God. This is so revealing. This is truly revealing. This is so revealing. One can climb Kunlun alone. It's the most revealing we've seen so far. Just then, the live broadcast Shen Jun was watching suddenly erupted with music, followed by the exaggerated shout of the host. For a moment, Shen Mu only felt a black line on his forehead. Shen Jun smiled slightly and said, I was just watching the live broadcast out of boredom. The time doesn't matter to me, so I stayed at the company a bit longer. Chapter 176. The Real Intention. Even though you're Wan's cousin, aren't you worrying too much about this kind of thing? Shen Jun said speechlessly. What do you mean by that? Don't act all innocent after taking advantage. Shen Mu said unhappily. If it weren't for me, would you have met my Wan? Do you know what position my Wan holds in the Li family? Enjoying secretly. You've really taken a big advantage. Shen Jun thought. How could he have the audacity to talk about the schemes against him so confidently? Truly shameless. Angered, Shen Jun stood up and waved him away. The matter is settled. You can leave now. Shen Mu immediately turned his head towards the computer screen impatiently. The Tianyan group isn't your family's. Can I not stay here? Shen Jun, don't say that. He really has no way to refute this. He even realized he had said something wrong. Given Shen Mu's current identity, it's not an exaggeration for him to say that the Tianyan group belongs to him. Helpless, Shen Jun could only speak again. So what else is there? It's this time already. I hurried over from Kyoto. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Shen Mu questioned without looking back. Shen Jun was even more helpless. This person is really. Chapter 177. Don't get excited. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, everyone pounds. At this moment, Shen Jun truly understood the real meaning of this phrase. You should know that Shen Mu hasn't fallen yet, but there are already people eagerly wanting to take action. No, they don't just want to, they have already taken action. If Shen Mu really fell, then the next scene. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jun hesitated. What do you want me to do? You can't do anything. Shen Mu shook his head and sighed. This matter can only be resolved by the old man. No one else can do it, but the old man is. Shen Jun, damn. Nonsense, all nonsense. He thought this guy was really pitiful, but unexpectedly, this person is really something. It seems that the alcohol has affected his brain. His reaction ability has indeed slowed down a lot. He has already understood the meaning of Shen Mu's words. No wonder Shen Mu first said that the old man particularly values him and wants to make it up to him, and then talked about the following issues. It turns out that, based on Shen Jun's own words, this problem cannot be solved because he hasn't obtained those resources. But what if he takes the initiative to call the old man? As long as he firmly requests that he doesn't want those resources and hands them over to Shen Mu, then. Chapter 178. Character. Hey, old man. After the call was connected, Shen Jun was the first to speak. Speak, what is it? The old man's tone carried a hint of displeasure. It seems you've already received the news? Shen Jun asked with a smile after a brief pause. There is nothing happening in the Shen family that I can't find out. The old man said lightly. So you think I shouldn't give up those resources? Shen Jun said softly. Those are your resources, although I fought for them on your behalf. Ultimately, those resources already belong to you. If you want to give them up, I can't stop you, the old man said coldly. In that case, I'll give them up. Let all the resources go to Muge. Shen Jun said casually. Are you really going to do this? The old man's voice suddenly rose significantly. The old man is saying one thing and meaning another. Shen Jun could feel that the old man was getting a bit angry, but what else can he do? Shen Jun frankly said, I agreed to it last night. I can't just go back on my word because you said a few things, right? That wouldn't be appropriate. You know, in the Shen family, I am in charge now. Before I die, no one can touch you. You don't need to worry, nor do you need to be so defensive, the old man said seriously. Chapter 179, Benefits. Time flies, and before long, it was October 30th. Since that day, when he finished the call with the old man, Shen Jun's life returned to calm. He goes to work and comes home every day. And when he feels bored, he contacts Wu Mengjie to go out for a walk. Of course, he also keeps in touch with Li Qiwan, meeting up. Everything else is minor, but he cannot neglect the major issue of marriage, even if that marriage is a political alliance. Shen Jun must take it seriously. It's worth mentioning that during this time, Shen Jun bought a private jet, costing 600 million renminbi. It is a Gulfstream G700. The Gulfstream G700 is an ultra-long-range business jet manufactured by Gulfstream, measuring 48 meters in length and 75 meters in height, and can accommodate up to 19 passengers. The plane has a maximum range of 500 nautical miles, approximately 890 kilometers, and its maximum flight speed is 925 Mach, slightly below the speed of sound. The Gulfstream G700 has the largest cabin among business jets, measuring 56 feet 11 inches, approximately 28 meters in length, and its cabin is divided into different sections, including a bathroom, kitchen, front seats, entertainment suite, and dining area, as well as first-class cabins and suite bathrooms. Chapter 180, New News. Forget it. Shen Jun waved his hand at Ding Qingdong and said, I'll watch it when I have time. You should take a few days off. Yes. Without any hesitation, Ding Qingdong immediately turned and left the office. From previous experiences, Shen Jun was telling the truth. He really did have a few days of rest time. If he didn't take this opportunity to rest well, there wouldn't be time later. After Ding Qingdong left, Shen Jun looked down at the trading content recorded in the documents and casually put them into the drawer. For him, the process wasn't important. As long as the result was good, that was enough. With the $37.3 billion that Ding Qingdong earned for him this time, the total amount in his U.S. stock account had already reached $150.45 billion. You read that right. It's $150.45 billion. This is the figure after removing the $13 billion provided by the company. Of course, the $10 billion handed over to Harry Holland and the $10 billion managed by Wei Xianming have not been counted yet. Even so, there is still over $150 billion in the U.S. stock account. Converted to RMB, that exceeds 100 billion. Chapter 181. Understanding in the stock market. If you want to make money, besides looking at stock prices, the turnover rate is even more important. As long as the turnover rate is high enough, you can make money and run without worrying about anything. If the turnover rate is insufficient, small funds are okay. But large funds will be buried, because a low turnover rate means there aren't enough buyers. As for Tesla stock, how should I put it? It's the most outrageous stock among outrageous stocks. But don't be fooled by how popular Tesla is now. There are still people who are bearish on Tesla. Why? Because the market value is too high. Just relying on the sales of its cars cannot support such a high total market value. It's only because AI is booming now that Tesla has enough confidence, making it a pig standing on the wind otherwise. Therefore, Tesla stock has always had a high turnover rate, at least several times higher than the turnover rate of stocks with the same market value during trading. Mr. Shen, Ding Qingdong quickly walked into the office. Looking up at Ding Qingdong's happy face, Shen Jun said softly, 2 stocks, Tesla's highest stock price is 253. Apple's highest stock price is 190. Tesla? Apple? Ding Qingdong murmured before immediately saying seriously, Rest assured, Mr. Shen, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 182. Joining the unit Old Shen, I'm back in Magic City again. After the call was connected, Yang Su's rough voice came through immediately. Picking his ear with his little finger, Shen Jun casually asked. What's up? Ran out of money? So you're planning to come to Magic City to make money again? Go to hell. Yang Su shouted angrily. Can't you say a few human words? Am I someone who lacks money? And am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Shen Jun teased. Get lost. I'm not that kind of person. Yang Su retorted before impatiently continuing. Old Shun, I have good news for you, no? Let me not say it first. Guess why I came to Magic City this time? Shen Jun, who can guess this? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, There's not a single useful piece of information. And you want me to guess? I guess your grandpa. TSK, 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 old Shun. Your temper isn't very good. You need to tone it down. Yang Su said proudly. Let me tell you the truth. I've come to work in Magic City, and the position is particularly awesome and very suitable for me. Hearing this, Shen Jun immediately became interested. If this dog was able to say such a thing. Chapter 183. 2 Obvious Foreign Management Bureau? What kind of unit is that? Before Shen Jun could voice his doubts, Wu Mengjie looked at Yang Su in disbelief and shouted, You got into the Immigration Bureau? How is that possible? Same old story. Yang Su smugly spread his hands and said, How is it impossible? I'm telling you, there are no impossible things in this world. Without waiting for Wu Mengjie to ask, Yang Su continued, Don't ask me if I was scammed. The people have already been contacted, and I personally went to the unit. I'm officially completing the onboarding procedures tomorrow. Wu Mengjie. Oh my God, how is this possible? How is this even possible? That's the Immigration Bureau in Magic City. Magic City. Who doesn't understand the value of public positions in Magic City? Thinking of how diligently he had worked for so long, he felt very unbalanced. Wu Mengjie stared wide-eyed at Yang Su and questioned, What kind of background does your grandpa's old friend have? You must understand the value of public positions in Magic City. How could they be willing to give such resources to your family? Did your grandpa save his life or something? Chapter 184. Who's really foolish? After understanding everything, Shen Jun did not rush to leave the restaurant. Since he was already there and hadn't eaten this in a long time, he naturally wanted to have a bit. Once the iron pot was served, he directly picked up his chopsticks. Yang Su and Wu Mengjie were not surprised at all to see Shen Jun using chopsticks. Back in school, what hadn't they eaten? Now, they wouldn't change their impression of him just because Shen Jun's status was different. After eating a few bites, Shen Jun put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Wu Mengjie and Yang Su immediately put down their chopsticks as well. Their actions made Shen Jun realize that some rifts, once formed, could never return to the way things were before. Without any small talk, Shen Jun directly said, Old Yang, after you start, tone it down a bit. Don't go overboard. Don't worry. Yang Su immediately patted his chest and assured, I only target those foreigners without any documents. No documents mean no rights. And those people have no rights at all, so I definitely won't be polite. But those with complete documents, I absolutely won't touch. Shen Jun, saying this in front of him, I can be sure that as long as this guy's power is secured, there will definitely be a big incident. Chapter 185. Fun Places, November 10th. The weather was gloomy, with no sunlight penetrating the dark clouds to fall on the earth. The entire sky was a dark blue color. Overcast days always make people feel down, and their mood sinks along with it. Sitting in the office, Shen Jun was playing a game while listening to Shun Yao report on his work. You read that right. It was Shun Yao reporting on work while Shen Jun was playing a game. Due to the weather, Shen Jun's mood was slightly affected. And since there was nothing much going on, he called Shun Yao over. The work report was just an excuse. The real reason was to have fun teasing this silly kid. Shun Yao had a long face, holding an A4 sheet of paper with both hands, and then read word for word according to what was on the paper to Shen Jun, not knowing how long it had been. Seeing that Shen Jun had no intention of stopping, Shun Yao could no longer hold back. He threw the A4 paper into the air and swiftly walked over to Shen Jun's side. Then he reached out to massage Shen Jun's shoulders, crying out in a pitiful tone, Jungu, the gift I gave to Xiao Nin may not be as good as what Ling Gu and the others gave, but it's still decent. I spent a month's salary on it. You can't just tear down the bridge after crossing it. What a waste of words. Shen Jun replied, without looking away from the game character he was controlling. I just wanted to check on your recent work situation. It has nothing to do with the previous matter. Chapter 186. Seeing the confusion in Shen Jun's eyes, Shen Yao pointed to the surrounding cameras and explained, Jungu, these cameras can capture the entire parking lot. Even if someone does cause damage to a vehicle, that person definitely won't be able to escape. What about compensation? Shen Jun asked the most crucial question. He understood that since the owner of this place dared to do this, there must be a reason. And money is the foundation of all behavioral rules in such places. As long as someone damages a vehicle, regardless of the reason or the extent of the damage, they have to pay 3 times the vehicle's price. If the person doesn't have the money, the owner of this place will cover it, Shen Yao quickly answered. How interesting. Shen Jun chuckled. No wonder the parking lot doesn't arrange for security. It turns out that's the reason. With this rule, customers here really don't have to worry about their cars getting damaged. They might even hope someone would smash or hit their cars. That's all money. 3 times the money. Jungo, why don't we go in and take a look first? Shen Yao asked. After receiving a response, Shen Yao immediately stepped toward the villa's entrance. Chapter 187. When Shen Jun saw so many people in the hall, he was taken aback. Didn't Shen Yao say that this place held 3 auctions a day? Why were there still so many people waiting here? Which auction could have 3 sessions a day and still attract this many participants? This isn't even a joke. Do they really think there are so many rare treasures appearing all the time? Or is there something good in the auction this afternoon? Oh my, what a rare guest. Yao actually came here? Just as Shen Jun was about to call Shen Yao over to ask about the situation, several young men and women suddenly walked over from the crowd. Old Xia, what do you mean by that? Can I come here? Upon seeing a familiar face, Shen Yao immediately greeted him. That's not what I meant. It's just that I've only ever seen Yao go at Villa number 2. I've never seen you at Villa no. 1. The young man who first approached Shen Yao teased with a cheeky smile. Get lost. Just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I haven't been here. Shen Yao retorted unhappily. I was wrong. I misunderstood Yao Go. The young man apologized and then turned his gaze to Shen Jun, asking tentatively, Who is this? Chapter 188. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of antiques, and elite professionals, good afternoon. Welcome to the small art exchange hosted by the Listening Wind Group. Time flew by, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a middle-aged man in a suit walked onto the stage. After briefly delivering a few lines of auction opening remarks, he began explaining the rules. We have both old friends who have participated in the auction before and new friends who are here for the first time. Let me reiterate the auction rules. Since there is no auction catalog for this auction, our process will differ slightly from major auction houses. The items in this auction can be appraised by the guests themselves, with groups of 5. Each guest may bring up to 2 people to appraise the items, and there is a time limit of 10 minutes. The starting prices of the auction items vary, but each bid must increase by no less than 10,000 yuan. Everyone, please come up in order. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, dozens of staff members pushed mobile display stands from the back. Each display stand was wrapped in red silk, making it difficult to see anything from the front. It seemed that this auction had a mysterious feel to it. Chapter 189. Although it was Shen Jun's first time here, he wasn't a fool. This place looked completely unregulated. From the various checks experienced upon entering the villa area to the numerous security personnel patrolling with weapons. Combined with the entry qualifications of other villas, which one of these didn't raise suspicions? If this were legitimate, could they use such security measures? And those 2 old men seemed completely oblivious. Just because they are older doesn't mean they have any sense. Or have they only ever attended legitimate auctions and never been to one that skirts the law? Shen Yao had claimed that the auctions here were legitimate. But that was just talk. Who would believe it? Only a fool would. A legitimate auction wouldn't be held in such a place. Not in the mood to deal with the 2 of them, Shen Jun immediately returned the bronze sword and then took another look at the bronze ornament. After a simple observation, Shen Jun lost interest. The reason was simple. Upon closer inspection, the bronze ornament looked somewhat ugly. Shen Jun hated all things ugly, no matter how precious they were. Seeing Shen Jun ignore them like this, the 2 old men were quite irritated. Today's youth truly lacked manners. Chapter 190. I'll bid 500,000. Just as Shen Yao had just raised his bid, an elderly voice came from behind them. Turning around, they saw an old man with gray hair smiling at them. Upon noticing Shen Jun looking back, he immediately joked, Little guy, I quite like this item too, though my purpose for buying it might be different from yours. After I buy it, I plan to hand it over as it is a bronze artifact. Shen Jun thought, using pressure to suppress him. This old man is a bit unscrupulous. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shen Yao retorted angrily, This is an auction. If you want it, just raise your bid. No need for nonsense. He then indicated to the person in charge, Increase by 1 million. All right. The first guest bids 1 million, making the total 3 million. Increase by 1 million. The old man still wore a smile, but he showed no signs of backing down in bidding. The ninth guest bids 1 million, making the total 4 million. The other auction participants, seeing the two begin to raise their bids, all showed expressions of watching a spectacle. No one could resist a bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. But just like what the two old men had told Shen Jun earlier, there were too many people present, and since no one had taken measures like wearing masks, if they bought the bronze sword without a strong enough background, it would definitely lead to problems. Chapter 191, Throw It Away. Why didn't you notify me in advance that Brother Yao was coming to my place? Isn't this making me neglect Brother Yao? After waiting in the lounge for about 10 minutes, just as Shun Yao was getting a bit impatient, a figure hurriedly pushed open the lounge door and ran in. As soon as he entered, the young man rushed toward Shun Yao, seemingly not noticing Shen Jun at all. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Shen Yao complained, "Old Zhao, what's going on today? Why did it take you so long to arrive?" The young man replied, "Didn't bring my ears?" So he didn't hear a word of my explanation. However, he thought this, but couldn't say it out loud. The young man apologized again, saying, "It's my fault. It's my fault. Later, I'll take Brother Yao to Villa number 2 for some fun, and all of Brother Yao's expenses today will be covered by me." Hearing this, Shen Jun glanced deeply at the young man. This guy's a bit interesting. "Old Zhao, stop with the nonsense. I want to go to Villa number 3 today. Hurry up and upgrade my membership card privileges," Shen Yao said, waving his hand seriously. "Brother Yao, please don't make it difficult for me." The young man's expression stiffened as he mumbled, "You know my position here. I really can't break the rules." Chapter 192, Eating for a Lifetime. The convoy suddenly stopped after driving 200 meters out of the Tingfeng Villa area. I'll give you half an hour." After half an hour, this entire villa area, remember, not a single person is allowed to leave. Shen Jun spoke softly. "Understood." Yubin immediately took out his phone to start contacting people. Shen Jun's words did not surprise Shen Yao. He already knew that his third brother was ruthless and petty. Offending him was like asking for death. As for the reason for searching the villa area, with just the bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties that appeared at the auction in Villa number 1, it was enough. Of course, at the level of the Shun family, having a reason was best, but no reason was also fine. After all, the final procedures must comply with the rules. "The person you just called over is someone you know through the company?" Shen Jun casually asked Shen Yao. "Yes, his name is Zhao Hongxing, a member of the Zhao family from the Diqing shipping group." Shen Yao immediately responded. "What's the background of this Diqing shipping group? How did you meet him through the company?" Shen Jun casually inquired. Chapter 193, Countless. In the office of Villa number 1. 3 young men were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The young man on the left was playing with 2 decorative walnuts while sipping tea. The young man on the far right gently stroked the bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, while Zhao Hongxing, the young master of the Diqing shipping group, stood beside them serving tea and water. "Hongxing, has Shen Yao replied to you yet?" The young man in the middle took a sip of tea and turned his gaze to Zhao Hongxing. Hearing this, the other 2 young men immediately stopped their movements and turned their attention to him. Zhao Hongxing shook his head and said, "Mr. Huang, not yet. Not yet." The young man named Mr. Huang frowned. "That is strange. Why hasn't he contacted you?" "Don't worry, Mr. Huang. Shen Yao is probably trying to figure out a solution. After all, he is the deputy general manager of the Tianyun Group in Magic City." The young man on the left softly reassured. "That's right. A family like the Shun family from the Tianyun Group definitely won't allow Shen Yao to be in this situation. Right now, he's either contacting friends or looking for brothers, so you can rest easy." The young man on the right also dismissed the concern. Chapter 194, The Sky is Falling. Team MO. Should we wait a bit longer? The young man's words did not scare the police officers. One of them stepped forward and said, "Team MO, I must remind you that the Jinming Group is a key supported company in the city. If we arrest Huang Zhiguan, the consequences will be very serious." "Are you threatening me?" The young special police officer suddenly laughed. In the midst of everyone's puzzled gazes, the young special police officer coldly said, "Do you know who sent me to investigate this Tingfeng Villa area?" Several middle-aged police officers all shook their heads. They had received a call from above, instructing them to cooperate fully with the special police team leader, Mo He, but none of them were clear about the specifics. If Huang Zhiguan hadn't revealed his background, they surely wouldn't have spoken out to stop Mo He. The Jinming Group's power in Magic City was too formidable, and its background too deep. Others might not be aware, but as law enforcement, they were already fully aware. They truly could not afford to offend them. "I'll tell you this. The person who called me, don't even mention a small company like Jiming Group. Even giant entities like Ollie and Penguin are not something we can mess with. Chapter 195, The Solution. I really don't know anything about this matter. You should understand what I mean, right? Emohi's face turned bitter as he opened his mouth to refute, but ultimately said nothing. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. I understand. It was my fault for not notifying anyone after receiving Yubin's call and recklessly bringing people over. You know nothing. That's more like it. But don't be disheartened. If the Shen family's young master has a high enough status, this credit could promote you several levels. It all depends on his background. But I feel it should be good, Director Nye reassured. Emohi wanted to complain, but held back. It was not even this easy to fool a fool. If it was really a good thing, why the hell didn't you come over to show your face? Is there any point in saying this to him? Although he thought this, he didn't dare to say it. Authority is power. I understand, but you should still not be in the bureau now. Turn off your phone, otherwise. Emohi reminded. Of course, I need you to remind me. Emohi hung up, feeling a bit helpless as he put his phone back in his pocket. Chapter 196, Release the team and let people go. What do you want to do? Yes. We all came to attend the auction. What? Is attending an auction a crime? I'm wrong. Is it a crime to come to the clubhouse for drinks? On what grounds are you arresting me? I'm even more wronged. I was just arrested as soon as I entered. Where can I seek justice? Let me go. I want to make a call. I want to make a call. You are illegally detaining me. I want to make a call. After he arranged the young man. He had just approached those who had been arrested when he heard countless shouts and screams. Team MO, among those arrested. A few leaders want to see you. Team MO, some of those people claim to be from the museum, and they came here just to attend the auction. What do you think? After seeing he walk over, several police officers immediately ran towards him. Captain MO, when are we going to take the people away? I can hardly hold on any longer. You know, so many people from above have called me, and I'm just a small team leader. They can find my number, and it's really nerve-wracking. I mean, I'm just a little team leader, and I can receive calls from the city officials. It's driving me crazy. Chapter 197. Change of events. Tell me what you found in this place. For the fool, Shen Jun didn't even have the mood to speak, and he immediately turned his gaze to and asked. He quickly replied, there are many things. Biyeno. One has items that the state does not allow to be traded. Villa number 2 has prostitution activities. Villa number 3 has illegal gambling activities. Biyeno. 4 has abuse of women and children. Villa number 5 has many protected animals. In Villa number 6, under the curious gaze of Shen Jun and others, Emohi's expression turned ugly as he said, they have imprisoned many foreign women of various skin colors and nationalities. We even found several corpses on the 4th floor of the villa. As Emohi's words fell, not to mention others, even Shen Jun was left dumbfounded. He originally thought that the Feng Villa area would have at most some illegal activities, but he never expected these guys to be so bold. The phrase audacious was insufficient to describe these people's madness. In the entire Feng Villa area, not a single villa was normal. No wonder they didn't dare let him enter the interior. Just the situation inside the villas meant that without some leverage on their guests, they really couldn't let people enter at will. Chapter 198. Foundation. Hearing the voice from the phone, Shen Jun waved his hand at Yubin. Yubin immediately dispersed everyone and then stood not far from Shen Jun, keeping watch. It seems Uncle Lu has already guessed. Shen Jun quietly asked into the phone. There are some guesses, but I'm not sure, Lu Junming replied gently. What do you mean? Shen Jun's voice carried a hint of amusement. After Xiao Jiang came over, I learned through some people that the one leading the search in the Feng Villa area is called Emohi. I then had Xiao Jiang contact him by phone, but unexpectedly, that little guy firmly rejected Xiao Jiang's words. And Emohi is under Nye Bing, but when I tried to contact Nye Bing, he wasn't at the office, and his phone was even turned off. From that moment on, I suspected that the person who got him to act was you. Because in Modu, there are not many people who can make Emohi dare to refute this call and make Nye Bing not dare to answer the phone. At this time, only you, young Master Jun, are in Modu and have that capability, Lu Junming explained leisurely. So Uncle Gong doesn't know about these matters in the Kaijiang office? Shen Jun asked in a flat tone. Knowing or not knowing is no longer important. Lu Junming sighed deeply. You should have let the people go, right? Chapter 199. Unfathomable young Master Zhao. After getting closer to Zhao Hongxing, Shen Jun gently waved his hand at the police officer who was grabbing him, and then softly addressed him. I can't take the title of young Master Shen, but why would young Master Shen want to see someone like me? An unknown person? Zhao Hongxing rubbed his sore shoulder and asked. One question, Shen Jun said flatly. Did you approach Shen Yao yourself? Or did someone prompt you to contact Shen Yao? Does it even matter now? Zhao Hongxing frowned. It's very important to me, Shen Jun replied coldly. It was Jiang Jinghe who prompted me to contact Shen Yao. Zhao Hongxing said without any hesitation, betraying the other party. Jiang Jinghe? I don't know him, Shen Yao mumbled. Whether you know him or not is not important. What matters is why the other party did this. Shen Jun said softly. Brother Jun, you've already found the people behind them. Why bother with these matters? Shen Yao asked. Puzzled. Shen Jun, you don't really think I just had you come here to show off, do you? Shen Jun said speechlessly. No. Brother Jun is not that kind of person, Shen Yao quickly denied. Even if he really thought that, he couldn't admit it. Chapter 200. Taking the blame, I really admire my cousin a bit. Shen Jun couldn't help but exclaim, such temperament and means, I truly cannot compare. Hearing this, Jiang Jinghe looked at him deeply, but in the end, he said nothing. Shen Jun also ignored Jiang Jinghe. He did not know what methods Shen Mu used to train the other party into a death soldier, because all of this was no longer important. The outcome had already been determined, and there was no need to delve into the details. In summary, Shen Mu had truly taught him a lesson this time. A lesson on what it means to be human. Take him away. Shen Jun waved his hand at the special police officer holding Jiang Jinghe. Although Shen Jun understood everything, he still would not let these people go. It's still the same saying, what they did was too much. And there had to be a few people to take the blame for Gong Kaijiang, right? Yes, several special police officers immediately took Jiang Jinghe away. Were these things all done by Brother Mu? At this moment, Shen Yao also understood everything, but he still found it hard to believe. These matters exceeded his expectations. Who else could it be besides your Brother Mu? Shen Jun sighed. You shouldn't be unaware of the Gong family's power in Modu. But after this incident, apart from the phone call that Kaijiang made to Mo He, have you seen the other party take any action? Chapter 201. Zhang Hong, after clearly explaining some precautions. Shen Jun disconnected from Harry Highland. Shen Jun could only grasp the general direction of the path this guy would take. The specific operations still depended on him. But for someone like Harry Highland, who was a child of destiny, Shen Jun believed this guy would ultimately give him a surprise, or even a scare. After all, he was a child of destiny. At 3 p.m., Chohan knocked on the door, saying a young man named Mo He wanted to see him. Hearing this name, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. What does Mo He want from him? The matter of the Feng Villa area has already been resolved, and those involved in the capture have received their rewards. Why is this guy suddenly looking for him? Could it be that someone is retaliating against them? But that's impossible. After this incident, who doesn't he know that he was the one who orchestrated everything? And at this moment, Shen Jun is in Modu. Who the hell dares to find trouble with him? Do they want to die faster? After thinking for a moment, Shen Jun waved his hand at Xiao Han to bring the person over. Why think so much? Just call him over and ask. A few minutes later, Xiao Han brought two young men into the office. Chapter 202. Being targeted? Shanghai Disneyland is located in Chuansha Town, Pudong New District. It is the first Disney theme park in China and the sixth in the world. The park opened on June 19, 2016, and its design theme not only retains the traditional Disney fairy tale style, but also incorporates local cultural characteristics and elements, making it a Disney park with a national flavor. The park covers an area of approximately 116 square kilometers and has 8 themed areas. Mickey Avenue, Gardens of Imagination, Adventure Isle, Treasure Cove, Tomorrowland, Fantasyland, Disney Pixar Toy Story Land, and Zootopia. When the car arrived at the VIP entrance of Disneyland, a middle-aged woman who had been waiting at the door immediately jogged over. Shen Nan, the girl, didn't need anyone to open the door for her. She quickly jumped out of the car. Then, she shouted loudly to Shen Jun and Li Qiwan, who were still in the car. Brother, Sister Wan Wan, hurry up and get down. Hearing this, Shen Jun and Li Qiwan, who were in the car, couldn't help but smile helplessly. This girl was indeed a bit too rowdy. After the two got out of the car, the middle-aged woman quickly addressed them. Hello, Mr. Shen. My name is Zhang Rong, and I was sent by Mr. Su Hong. Chapter 203. The cost. I understand. Wait a moment. I will resolve this issue immediately. Understood, Mr. Shen. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun immediately called the old man. The old man didn't seem to be doing anything and took about 10 seconds to answer the call. Hello, what's up, Xiao Jun? Hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Shen Jun did not hesitate and directly said, Old man, I need your help with something. What is it? The old man asked slowly. I made over $20 billion in the foreign exchange market, but now this money is being targeted by someone, and I need you to help transfer it back to the country, Shen Jun admitted. What? The old man's voice suddenly rose. You said you made over $20 billion in the foreign exchange market? Are you sure it's over $20 billion? You're not lying to me, are you? You know this joke isn't funny. Shen Jun smiled slightly. Do you think I need to use such a flimsy lie to deceive you? After a heavy sigh that Shen Jun could even hear through the phone, the old man spoke again after about 10 seconds. The Tianyan Group in Shanghai? Chapter 204. Time is running out, making over $20 billion in less than 2 months. This figure, not to mention your grandfather. Even the top guy would take it seriously. Shen Jing said plainly. Serious or not, but he is my person. Shen Jun pointed to Wei Xianming, who was standing aside. Too scared to move. Of course, I never said he wasn't your person. Chun Jing laughed. Besides, what's it to me? It's not like I want him. You should talk to your grandfather directly. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow. So, you're just here to watch the fun? Why not? Chun Jing shrugged nonchalantly. But after this incident, I feel that your goo worm's strength is quite strong. I need to see if my Chan family should also place a bet on you. Shen Jun, looking at the suddenly off-topic big shot, said helplessly, Can you just say anything? Why can't I say it? Chun Jing replied indifferently. At my level, there's nothing that makes me overly cautious anymore. But I still have to pave the way for the kids. Please, don't joke with me. My brother Qinting is at what level now? Still paving the way? Are you planning to send him to the sky? Shen Jun teased. Chapter 205. Sharp-tongued time slowly passed, and at around 6 in the afternoon, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps caught everyone's attention. Turning around, they saw the old man entering the office in a hurry, accompanied by 2 elderly men in jackets. Old Shun, Old Li, Old Zhao. Upon seeing the 3 elderly men, Chun Jing, who usually had a calm expression, immediately walked over with a surprised face. He thought only Old Shen would come, but unexpectedly, 3 people arrived, indicating he underestimated Wei Xianming's importance. Grandpa, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Zhao. Shen Jun quickly followed and greeted the 3 elderly men. The 3 elderly men first greeted Shen Jing, then turned their attention to Shen Jun. Where is he? The old man asked first. Over there. Shen Jun pointed to Wei Xianming hiding in the corner. This guy talks a good game, but when faced with the situation, he hides. Class levels. Xiao Jun, you should know our purpose here. After glancing at Wei Xianming, the old man said solemnly, I know. Shen Jun nodded in response. Or rather, this is the very reason I told you about this matter. Chapter 206. My fate is mine, not heaven's. In fact, Shen Jun didn't want to get involved overseas so quickly, but the system was truly overstepping its bounds. It was fine to be arranged before, as he was poor at that time and had to rely on the system to improve his strength. Or rather, at that time, he had no choice. Of course, Shen Jun wasn't complaining. Even if he had the choice back then, he would still follow the system's path upward. But now at this stage, this system actually wanted to treat him as a puppet. How could that be possible? Did it really think he, Shen Jun, had no temper? Although Shen Jun did want to become the 3rd generation head of the Shen family, just as the old man thought, it was too fast. So fast that even the old man couldn't accept it. Of course, Shen Jun himself couldn't accept it either. Just a few months? Was it really that urgent? Did they not care about anything? So eager to push him into position, what exactly did this system want? Did it think everyone else in the Shen family was dead? Not to mention, just his uncles presented a hurdle that couldn't be crossed in a short time. Shen Mu, as a direct descendant cultivated by the Shen family, naturally possessed unconditional trust that Shen Jun could never obtain. Chapter 207. Redemption. Ah, the dazzling world is captivating the old man's side. In the end, I still worry that you might be easily misled outside. If I'm misled, then I'm misled. Anyway, with Shen Mu around, having me or not doesn't make much of a difference. Shen Jun smiled and teased. How do you talk? The old man patted Shen Jun's shoulder and then said irritably, Do you know how much effort I put in to give you this qualification? It's not something you could just give up on saying so. Going out doesn't mean you won't come back in the future. All right, I know. I'm just joking with you. Shen Jun said with a grin. You can't take a joke at all. Go, you can't joke with me like that. The old man waved his hand impatiently to shoo him away. You can let me go, but don't embezzle my money. Just transfer it directly to my card. Oh, 113 billion RMB. Shen Yun jokes. The old man. Seeing the old man suddenly stunned, Shen Jun was also taken aback. What does this sudden silence mean? No way. Impossible, right? Chapter 208. Curiosity. You've indeed piqued my curiosity, Shen Jun said with interest. I will definitely pay a visit tomorrow to see what my friend has done that made you say it's good. Go ahead, go ahead. If you have even half of his character, then the old man will be very satisfied. The old man smiled. All right. Shen Jun nodded heavily. As their conversation ended, Old Li and Old Zhao also walked over. The two elders said nothing, only observing Shen Jun with curious eyes. What do you two mean by this? Shen Jun smiled. You brat, pretending to be confused with us? Old Zhao said in a deep voice. What exactly is going on with Wei Xianming? What do you mean, what's going on? Shen Jun said, looking confused. I don't understand what you're saying. All right. The old man interrupted Zhao's words, saying, Old Zhao, Shen Jun is my grandson. If there's anything, I will inquire personally. You don't have the authority to question my grandson Shen Onhua. Old Shen, do you know what you're saying? Old Zhao's face darkened. I naturally know. After nodding, the old man turned his gaze to Old Li, asking, Old Li, do you know? Chapter 209. Enjoying the show? Okay, I got it. Let's go over there now. The middle-aged man responded and hung up the phone. He then said to Yang Su, Let's go. There's another fight involving foreigners. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Yang Su's eyes instantly lit up. From his tone and expression, it was clear he was eager to get to work. The middle-aged man naturally noticed Yang Su's excitement, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Yang Su said earlier, as long as he wasn't reassigned. It meant he could cause as much trouble as he wanted, because someone was backing him up. As a mere team leader, he had no say in this matter. In the garden community basketball court. Hey, damn. That black guy started it. Damn. Get him. Damn. Don't hit. No discrimination. We don't discriminate against you. What the fuck? Fuck you. Screw you, black dog. Damn, fight back. Hit him. Why aren't you hitting him? Don't just shout, get in there. Chapter 210. Not human. Stop them. Hurry, stop them. Dumb. Don't push me. I can't take on these two black guys. Beat them up. Everyone get involved. That police officer said he would take responsibility if anything happened. So why aren't you guys doing anything? Don't be afraid, charge. Don't just shout, lead the way. I'll lead your grandpa. Those two black guys are too strong. I can't beat them. I can't beat them at all. As soon as Yang Su finished speaking, the onlookers erupted. However, while there were many shouting, very few dared to actually step in. No, not just a few. There was not a single person. It wasn't because they were afraid of taking responsibility, but because no one dared to step up. Moreover, the two dreadlocked black men were at least 189 meters tall, and with the muscles in their arms and thighs exposed, very few were willing to take the initiative. Thus, everyone watched helplessly as the two black men ran out of the basketball court. Just as the middle-aged man was furiously pulling out his phone to call for help, a sudden scene in front of him made him stop his actions. Just as the two dreadlocked black men were about to run out of the basketball court, suddenly 4 people appeared in front of and behind them. Chapter 211. Resentment Foreigners Management Office. The middle-aged man and Yang Su brought Shen Jun and Yubin directly inside, while the other 7 bodyguards stayed outside. There was no need to bring all the bodyguards into such a place. Captain Zhang, welcome back. Oh, our young Master Yang is back so early today? Not continuing to investigate those undocumented foreigners? It's rare young Master Yang actually returned empty-handed today. I've never seen him come back alone since young Master Yang came to the office. Indeed, it makes me curious. Wait a minute. Didn't Tishao Lu just say there was an emergency? How'd he come back so quickly? Could it be that the foreigners in the emergency have documents? It seems that way. Otherwise, with young Master Yang's temper, how could he not bring anyone back? So it means our young Master Yang got a taste of defeat today. As soon as he entered the door, Shen Jun heard countless teasing remarks, all directed at Yang Su. However, from these words, it was clear that this guy was quite well-liked among the people in the management office. Chapter 212. Sophistry inside the office. So, what has our young Master Yang been up to lately? Why is there such a huge resentment among the entire management office? After sitting down, Shen Jun smiled and teased. What resentment? That's just joking. Yang Su retorted. You don't know who I am? I never do anything immoral. Damn you. Shen Jun said impatiently. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you really think I didn't hear what they said? TCH. Yang Su shrugged and said, I just detained a few undocumented foreigners, basically 2 or 3 a day, and then turned off the recording device in the interrogation room and gave them a few whacks. I really didn't do anything else. Shen Jun, how can this person have the face to say such things? He really didn't do anything, detaining 2 or 3 a day, and also beating them a few times. If he did anything more, would he have killed someone? Shen Jun was speechless. So you, young Master Yang, really treat the management office like your own home? Isn't that obvious? Yang Su said disdainfully. If I didn't treat this place like home, would you, young Master Shun, come personally? Do you really think I don't know anything? I'm not that foolish. Chapter 213, Thoughts. I really want to kill you. Shen Jun said anxiously. Do you know how big of a trouble this is? Do you know what consequences this will have? I know. Yang Su nodded and said, I even know very clearly that if what I do gets exposed, I won't be able to keep my life. I can even say I'm doomed. Shen Jun. Seeing Shen Jun looking confused again, Yang Su smirked and said, Aren't you particularly curious why I'm daring enough to take such life-threatening actions? Shen Jun said nothing, just stared at him intently. Yang Su said slowly, Someone told me that what I'm doing is beneficial for you, immensely beneficial, so I did it. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun felt his heart suddenly stop. He didn't know how to respond to this. He initially thought Yang Su was doing this because of his character, but unexpectedly, it was the old man, Shen Mu. No matter who it was, after Yang Su said this, Shen Jun understood that their purpose had been achieved. Death warriors? No, it was emotion. He used to think that no one could influence him. But after the incident, he suddenly realized that sometimes even he was helpless. Chapter 214 Yang Su was a practical person. After saying this, he took out his phone and began to call Wu Mangjia. Shen Jun, from a distance, could hear the roar from the other end of the line. Damn it, I'll do it. Old Yang, you are amazing. Without saying a word, you did such a great thing. No need for small talk. I'm fully supporting you. No one can stop me, not even my wife. After hearing this, Shen Jun was immediately filled with black lines. Wu Mangjia also seemed to have some extreme emotions, however, to be fair. Although Shen Jun wasn't as extreme in some thoughts, he still supported them. After getting an accurate response, Yang Su became even more excited. He looked like he couldn't wait to start operating right now. It was only after Shen Jun calmed him down that Yang Su gradually calmed his mood. Then the two stepped out of the office. Mr. Shen Yu. As soon as Shen Jun and Yang Su stepped out, Ma Mingbo, who had been standing at the door for some time, immediately approached them, but he was so excited that he started to stutter. Chapter 215 Helpless. Shen Jun found Li Chuan's phone number and dialed it. Hello. The call was quickly connected this time. Wan, send me your grandfather's phone number. I need to find him. Shen Jun said softly. You mean you want to find Grandpa Shen? Li Chuan asked with a light laugh. Shen Yun? How does this girl know? This is really amazing. Before Shen Jun could ask, Li Chuan gently explained, Grandpa Shen said you've been contacting me less recently, so he's upset. And then he blocked your number. He's waiting for you to call me to find my grandfather. Shen Jun, can you do that? I'm really impressed. But how did the old man know that after I couldn't contact him, I would definitely look for Li Chuan? Can't I just use someone else's phone, call him? Or directly find Shen Mu and others, and then contact the old man through them? But that's not right. The old man doesn't want to deal with him. So it would work no matter who he looks for. Besides Li Chuan, he seems to really not know anyone else. This is enough. Shen Jun helplessly said. Wan, I've really been a bit busy recently. It's not that I don't want to contact you. Chapter 216, looking at the smiling expression of old Master Li and glancing at the playful expressions on the faces of the many big shots sitting on the sofa, Shen Jun felt speechless. What's going on here? While his marriage is a big deal, it shouldn't warrant so much concern from so many big shots, right? Isn't that a bit too scary? Also, even though he has already recognized Li Chuan as his future wife in his heart, isn't this a bit too hasty? How long have he and Li Chuan known each other? Does Shen Jun really deserve the attention of so many big shots? Or is it that, Xiu Yun, your grandpa Li, is asking you a question? Seeing Shen Jun not speaking, Uncle Shen Changshu reminded him with interest. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun stood up straight and said to old Master Li and the many big shots decisively, Today, I, Shen Jun, am here as Li Chuan's future husband. Tiske, a middle-aged man sitting on the left side of the sofa, suddenly laughed, just saying isn't enough, kid. The future is uncertain, you know. Shen Yun, understood, completely understood. So many big shots came here just to urge a marriage, huh? But to be honest, Shen Jun really doesn't have any resistance to it. Chapter 217 in the car. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Shen Jun gently held Li Chuan's hand and said softly, I'm not wronged. The one who should feel wronged is you. Li Chuan gently shook her head and said, At least I know about this matter, but you know nothing. Shen Jun smiled and said, I have nothing to feel wronged about. After all, the person I'm going to marry is you, and marrying you is my fortune. Li Qiwan rolled her eyes at him and said softly, why is young Master Shen suddenly saying such cheesy things? Is this cheesy? Besides, I'm not lying. I really think this way. Shen Yun left. Li Qiwan leaned on Shen Jun's shoulder and casually asked, what exactly happened? Why do Uncle Shen and the others suddenly want you to get engaged and married to me? Logically speaking, they shouldn't interfere in such private matters. Shen Yun candidly explained, I have a bit of a special ability, which is making money, a lot of money, but now I suddenly have to leave the country. My uncle, as well as your uncle and Uncle Long, everyone is afraid that once I leave, I won't come back, so they want to use you to keep me here. Me? Li Qiwan asked in confusion. Don't they know we've only known each other for a short time? Even if we get married, what difference does it make? If you really don't want to come back, I can't stop you? Chapter 218. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Jun smiled and said, what's going on here? Aren't the uncles going to give a gift to this newlywed couple? How could that be? Shen Changshu laughed. Just tell your uncle what gift you want. As long as your uncle can do it, whatever you want, your uncle will give. That's right, as long as you ask, whatever you want. The middle-aged man, sitting on the left side of the sofa, also stood up and promised. Shen Jun nodded to them, and then turned his gaze to Uncle Long, who was sitting in the middle. Seeing Shen Jun's gaze, everyone was slightly taken aback. What did he want? The middle-aged man, sitting in the center, seemed to understand Shen Jun's intention and gently shifted his body before waving to Shen Jun with a smile, saying, you and Wan can sit between me and your Uncle Li, and then let your uncle and Uncle Zhao sit on either side, okay? Or Uncle Long, you know me well. My uncle doesn't seem to be a real relative. Shen Jun gave a thumbs up to the middle-aged man in praise. Upon hearing this, Shen Changshu and the other two middle-aged men instantly understood Shen Jun's thoughts. At this moment, everyone was secretly astonished. Such intelligence. Chapter 219. Do as you please, may the autumn wind know my intentions, scattering my unresolved feelings. December 10th. When are you planning to leave? Looking at Shen Yun, who seemed to have no feelings of disappointment, Shen Mu asked softly. Tomorrow or the day after, Shen Jun casually replied. Not going to try a bit harder? Shen Mu chuckled. Try harder? Shen Jun dismissed the idea. It's unnecessary. What I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my fate. Everything is the best arrangement. This doesn't sound like the Shen Jun I know. Shen Mu frowned. The Shen Jun you know was merely a facade. That person is gone, Shen Jun candidly stated. The one who immersed himself in the situation, risking his life? Shen Mu laughed bitterly. Do you really believe that? Not really. Shen Jun teased. I'm just bored. So I'm messing with fools. Shen Mu, sharp-tongued. Shen Mu retorted. You come to my house and say such things? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you? Shen Jun was speechless. You can't beat me. Shen Mu stood up, showcasing his muscles. Shen Jun. Damn, this guy doesn't look that strong. But his muscles are way stronger than mine. I'm really impressed. Chapter 220. Arrival. You don't have that capability. Shen Mu struck back. Destiny is on my side. Not yours, Shen Jun replied calmly. Shen Mu. Damn, he really has no way to refute this statement. Destiny? For ordinary people, destiny is just that. After all, it took 5,000 years to produce Zhu Yuanzhong. But for those with status, destiny is crucial. Shen Mu's expression darkened. Do you understand? The Shen family doesn't need to advance further. Maintaining the status quo is the best. So my father was expelled from the Shen family, which means destiny is with me. Not the Shen family, Shen Jun said softly. This is just sophistry. Shen Mu exclaimed angrily. Your relationship with the Shen family cannot be severed. Otherwise, do you think I would sit in the middle of our Uncle Long to take a photo? Shen Jun smiled slightly. As soon as these words left his mouth, Shen Mu stood frozen in place. Position? Future? A golden ticket? No, none of those. This guy intends to use that person to secure his path to advancement. Chapter 221. The Lin Family, New York, Manhattan. Lin Family Villa. The Rolls-Royce carrying Lin Wenxin slowly drove into the villa. After Lin Wenxin got out of the car, the security personnel inside the villa immediately sprang into action. They inspected the vehicle inside and out with various detection devices. Lin Wenxin seemed accustomed to this and ignored them, directly stepping into the villa. The side hall of the villa had been converted into a conference room, where 3 people were currently seated. In the foremost position sat an elderly man with graying hair, who was resting with his eyes closed. Below him, to the right, sat two middle-aged men, compared to the elderly man's expressionless demeanor. The two middle-aged men's faces looked somewhat grim. This was normal. Anyone would have emotions upon hearing that the old man suddenly handed over his nearly $200 billion group to someone else. However, even though the two middle-aged men looked displeased, the entire conference room was silent except for the sound of breathing. Clearly, no matter how reluctant they were, they didn't dare to disturb their elder's rest. As Lin Wenxin pushed the door and entered the conference room, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 222. The Dust Settles Father. Seeing the elder ignore him, Lin Wenli called out again. Noticing the confusion and urgency on Lin Wenzhong and Lin Wenli's faces, the elder became even more disappointed. The Shengtian group had reached this point, and they didn't even know who was in charge over at Dongda. It was simply foolish. Even without the current situation, they shouldn't be so unfamiliar with Dongda. His educational philosophy had problems. Previously, he hadn't paid attention to these matters because Lin Wenxin supported the Shengtian group, but now the situation was changing. His two sons could not become a burden to that person. Absolutely not. Otherwise, the Lin family would be finished. Wenxin, do you understand? The elder still ignored Lin Wenli and instead directed his gaze at Lin Wenxin. Lin Wenxin nodded heavily. I understand, father. Dongda forward. All right, no need to say more. Upon hearing Lin Wenxin's words, a smile instantly appeared on the elder's face. Thankfully, not all of Lin Shengtian's sons are useless. It's fine if the eldest and youngest sons are disappointing, as long as the second son is capable. Chapter 223. Arrangements. Out of curiosity, Shen Jun tried the so-called Western food briefly, but after eating, he immediately instructed Jin Wenjing that he would only eat Chinese food from now on. There was nothing good to say about Western food. Some might like it, but Shen Jun simply couldn't accept it. Fortunately, Shen Jun was rich and powerful, so he didn't need to go around like those overseas students who couldn't get Chinese food and had to seek out connections. However, it must be said that the vast majority of overseas students are indeed wealthy, but some are genuinely pitiful. For example, the dry and bland food at John's place is not something ordinary people can tolerate. Eating could stretch the neck 2 miles. It's painfully bland. Mr. Yun, Mr. Lin Wenxin is here. What do you think? Just after Shen Jun put down his chopsticks, Jin Wenjing stepped forward to ask. Let him in, Shen Jun casually replied. Yes. Jin Wenjing immediately turned and left the villa. About 3 minutes later, Jin Wenjing walked into the living room with Lin Wenxin, who was dressed in formal attire. Mr. Jun, as soon as they entered the living room, Lin Wenxin slightly bowed to Shen Jun and said, I wonder if you have time today. Shengtian group is already prepared. Chapter 224. Feeling troubled looking at the young lady who came to strike up a conversation, Shen Jun chuckled and said, Hello. China? The young lady's eyes instantly brightened. Shen Jun asked her, Is there something you need? The drink is for hiccup care. The blonde young lady explained in very poor language. Shen Jun shook his head and said, Sorry, I don't speak English and I'm not interested in chatting with you. After that, Shen Jun directly walked past the young lady. When the young lady saw Shen Jun stepping away, she immediately felt a bit unwilling and wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, before she could take a few steps, she was stopped by the bodyguard following Shen Jun. Watching Shen Jun's figure fade away, the young lady stomped her feet in anger. As Shen Jun walked further away, he gradually slowed his pace. It wasn't that he didn't want to get to know the blonde young lady, but when she approached, he felt a particularly uncomfortable smell invading his nostrils. That smoky smell made Shen Jun feel very uneasy. Chapter 225. Friends and Enemies at 7 in the evening in the study of the Lin family villa. Looking at the elderly man with white hair and a hunchback before him, Shen Jun gently said, Old Master Lin, I would like to ask you a question. Mr. Jun, please ask. As long as I know, I will certainly tell you everything, Lin Xingtan replied in a gentle manner. What is your relationship with my family's old master? Shen Jun asked in a deep voice. We are both friends and enemies, Lin Xingtian said with a kind smile. True friends and true enemies. Shen Jun frowned. This answer was somewhat different for what he had guessed. Is it hard to understand? Lin Xingtian asked kindly. Hard to understand, but I can accept it, Shen Jun admitted. Lin Xingtian was surprised. Why? Anyone who can build a nearly $200 billion business empire here in America cannot be a simple person. I know that very well. Therefore, I cannot understand why you would be willing to give up the entire group. But I can accept that you have the courage to do so. After all, your surname is Lin. Shen Jun said plainly. Ha ha, kid. I suddenly understand why those guys threw you here. Lin Xingtian suddenly laughed loudly. Chapter 226. Stay away from him. The next day, in the morning. Fifth Avenue is an important north-south thoroughfare in Manhattan, New York City, located in the center of Manhattan Island, starting from Washington Square Park in the south and reaching 138th Street in the north. Fifth Avenue was established in 1824 and became a commercial and residential center in the late 19th century. It is known for its high-end retail merchants, including flagship stores of luxury brands such as B. Altman & Company, Bergdorf Goodman, Saks Fifth Avenue, and Tiffany Company. This street is not only a shopping paradise, but also home to iconic buildings like the Empire State Building and Rockefeller Center, as well as cultural institutions such as the Metropolitan Museum of Art, making it an important symbol of New York City's economy, culture, and tourism. Especially the section between 34th and 60th Streets, known as the Street of Dreams, attracts countless international tourists for sightseeing and shopping every year. Thinking about the information he had gathered about Fifth Avenue, Shen Jun had some thoughts while strolling down the street. Rockefeller Center is located here, and Sean Rockefeller was also attacked on Fifth Avenue. If there is no connection between the two, Shen Jun would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Chapter 227. Sudden Situation. Oh no. Just as Sean and Adam were sitting in the car waiting for the bodyguards to resolve the issue, the person who had been hit by the car suddenly stood up unsteadily. This person leaned against the car with one hand, cursing under his breath, then suddenly pulled out a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Sean and Adam, who were sitting in the back seat. Sean and Adam reacted quickly, immediately pulling out their handguns from beside their seats, and John, who was sitting in the driver's seat, also drew his handgun and aimed it at the person. Although the car was bulletproof, they had to be prepared. Bang, bang, bang. The black man standing in front of the car seemed oblivious to the scene inside the car, banging on the car door and shouting angrily, "Get out of the car. You bitches. Get out. You hit me, you damn guys." The black man standing by the car door was cursing loudly. But soon he was surrounded by several security personnel dressed in black. "Don't move." One of the black-clad security personnel raised his handgun, aiming at the black man's head, and said, "Put down the gun." Okay, I won't move, don't shoot." The black man was instantly frightened. He quickly raised his hands and threw the handgun to the ground. Chapter 228. Saving people. Hearing the system's piercing voice, Shen Jun felt terrible. Damn it. System, fuck your grandpa. I fuck your grandpa. Shen Jun cursed countless times in his heart, but the system showed no response. It was as if the prompt sound just now had never occurred. Helpless, Shen Jun could only look around, following the sound of gunfire, and saw countless people running towards them. Sighing deeply, Shen Jun understood that this damn system was forcing him to save Sean Rockefeller. Although he had 12 bodyguards protecting him, Shen Jun didn't dare to gamble on the truth of the premonition because he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. Damn, this dog system is really petty and really smart. Is it that scary just because I tricked a bit? Zheng Dong. Take 5 people to see what happened over there. If someone is being chased, save them. Shen Jun stopped and ordered. Young Master Jun, your safety. Zheng Dong hesitated. It's fine. I'm okay here, you just go. Remember, you must ensure your own safety before considering saving others. Never put yourself in danger while trying to save someone. Shen Jun waved his hand. Chapter 229. Great Power. Li Ru, 1 at the left car door. Wang Yong, 2 at the right car door. Wu Hao, 1 at the right front corner. Lu Shan, Lu Yin, you 2 come with me to save people. Yes. The 5 responded in unison and rushed over in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Don't waste bullets. Understood. Bacon, our backup has arrived. Come protect the boss immediately. After shouting at Sean and the others, John immediately began calling his colleagues. Bacon and the others naturally noticed Zheng Dong and his group. Although they were curious why these Asians were helping them, it was clearly not the time to ask questions. Whatever needed to be said could wait until they were safe. Upon hearing John's voice, the few of them rushed towards him. The attackers also noticed Zheng Dong's group, realizing that their backup had arrived, and they immediately began to retreat. Seeing this, John quickly reported to Sean and Adam. Boss, they ran away. Chase them. I want you to chase them. Sean's face twisted in anger. San, Adam said with a grim expression. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Chapter 230. Big Problem. Adam and Sean both gasped in shock. Before meeting Shen Jun, they had considered countless possibilities and had even doubted more than once whether it was him who had attacked them. After all, Zheng Dong and the other support came too timely, as if it had been prepared in advance. But they never expected Shen Jun's background to be so significant. The new heir of the Shengtian Group? That's the Shengtian Group, with nearly $200 billion. Although the Rothschild family and the Rockefeller family are much wealthier than the Shengtian Group, that is family money, not their own. But Shen Jun is a legitimate heir of the Shengtian Group, an heir who can control $200 billion. In America, they knew very well what one could do with $200 billion. A person with this identity would not, and could not, scheme against two young heirs with no power like them, because they were not on the same level at all. If it were their family's elders, they might have some doubts, but not for the two of them. In America, what they could do, Shen Jun could do as well. But there are some things they could not do that Shen Jun could still do. Chapter 231. Familiar Faces. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Jun began to recall the past. As memories gradually surfaced in his mind, the expression on Shen Jun's face grew more and more grotesque. It wasn't that he thought of anything bad, but his head was pounding. He could clearly remember all the memories of this life, even recalling the bad things he did as a child. But no, he couldn't think about it anymore. His head was about to explode. Shen Jun vigorously shook his head, casting aside all the chaotic thoughts. He is Shen Jun, and Shen Jun is him. There are no other options. Once he regained his focus, Shen Jun began to silently chant in his heart. He needed to change the system. He could no longer let the system threaten him so recklessly. Not to mention that Shen Jun's identity was different now. Even before, he could never risk his life to save others. Not even Luo Lucheng could do that, let alone a little Sean. But the system remained silent, as if it had vanished completely. Ultimately, Shen Jun could only temporarily abandon this thought. Humans are the knife, I am the fish meat. Glancing at the time, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had thought only a few minutes had passed, but time had flown by so quickly. Chapter 232. Being followed, Mom. Today I want to eat Chinese food, General Tso's chicken, beef with broccoli, sweet and sour chicken, shrimp tempura, and most importantly, fortune cookies. Okay, Mom will take you to eat now. Shen Jun. Looking at a foreign mother and son passing by, Shen Jun was filled with black lines. Did I just hear you say what? Chinese food? General Tso's chicken? Fortune cookies? When did Chinese food have that stuff? Or is it a modified version? With the intention of blending in, Shen Jun opened his phone to search for these Chinese dish names. To his surprise, those dishes actually existed. However, they were indeed modified versions, just like KFC and McDonald's entering China, where these foods would change to better suit local tastes, differing from their original flavors. Based on the videos he found, Shen Jun also saw some humorous animations shared by students abroad. For example, McDonald's Forever. Simply put, it was about how students were initially not worried about adapting to foreign food because they had McDonald's as a backup, making them fearless. But once they actually went abroad. A double codfish burger? Chapter 233. Toughness? Pulling out his phone, Shen Jun found a phone number and dialed it casually. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Yu No. Hearing the voice on the other end, Shen Jun said flatly, Someone is following me in Chinatown. I had my men fire shots. Send someone over to handle it. Understood. Mr. Jun, please hold on for a moment. I will come over immediately to resolve it. Lin Wenxin said hurriedly. MHM. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun leisurely picked up his teacup and continued drinking tea. Just gunfire. It's a small matter. What the hell? Fuck, what do you want? Who are you? As the shop's door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, several figures rushed in. This scene instantly frightened the customers and staff inside the shop. There were also bold ones who dared to question, but that was as far as it went. No one dared to step forward. Watching Zheng Dong's rough actions, Shen Jun was curious. But when he clearly saw the face of the person Zheng Dong was holding, even Shen Jun couldn't help but stand up. Young Master Jun. Without waiting for Zheng Dong to speak, Shen Jun waved his hand at him, then turned his gaze to the staff standing not far away and said, $100,000, I'll buy out this place, get everyone out. Chapter 234. Money is God. NYPD, New York Police Department. Everyone inside, put down your weapons immediately. Put down your weapons. Hearing the sudden sound of police sirens and the NYPD shout from outside, Shen Jun did not panic. According to the time calculation, Lin Wenxin should be arriving soon. In America, the Shen Jun group still had some power. However, Zheng Dong was somewhat anxious and said, "Young Master Jun, we are surrounded by the NYPD. The situation is a bit dangerous. Why don't you hide for a while? Wait until we handle this before you come out." Taking a glance at the police cordon outside, Shen Jun shook his head and smiled slightly, saying, "To be honest, it's my first time seeing New York police in action." "Quite lively," Zheng Dong replied. "It's a critical situation, and this young master still has the mood to joke around. If they start shooting at us without care, it could get troublesome. If he dies, that's one thing, but Shen Jun absolutely cannot have any issues. If something happens to Shen Jun, who the hell can escape?" Compared to Zheng Dong's panic, the bodyguards like Lu Shan, who had been following Shen Jun, remained calm because they had just heard Shen Jun making phone calls to gather people. However, for some unspoken reason, no one told Zheng Dong about this. Chapter 235, Invitation, December 17th, 8 a.m. "Sir." After Shen Jun finished breakfast, Jin Wenjing suddenly called out to him. Shen Jun turned his gaze towards her. Jin Wenjing was approaching him with something in her hands. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a large stack of invitations and similar items. "Sir, since yesterday, people have been coming to deliver these. You came back too late yesterday, so I didn't dare to disturb you," Jin Wenjing explained. Shen Jun casually took the stack of invitations. They were all beautifully made, with a few even embossed with gold threads, indicating the remarkable backgrounds of the senders. After counting carefully, there were about 22 invitations. Upon opening one, he saw invitations from the Morgan Consortium, Rockefeller Consortium, Smith Capital, American Express Group, and the Hilton family, among others. These were all well-known financial groups in America. Shen Jun understood that Lin Xingtian had already leaked the news that he would inherit the Sheng Tian Group. Those people probably only knew about it before, but weren't entirely sure. After all, the Sheng Tian Group was worth nearly $200 billion. Chapter 236, A Satisfactory Explanation. "How did you resolve it?" Shen Yun est softly. "All under house arrest, never to step out of the Lin family home for life," Lin Wenxin said harshly. "Hee." Shen Jun sneered. "The black man I killed wasn't someone an ordinary person could train," Lin Wenxin said cautiously. "That person was a subordinate of Kalbeck, who is a direct subordinate of Nord. Nord was also involved in this plot. He wanted to use your background to push me down, which is why he used that person. This is all my responsibility." Shen Jun shook his head and said, "Mr. Lin, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. Explanations are useless. What I want is results. Do you understand?" Lin Wenxin's face instantly turned pale. This was a sign that Shen Jun was unhappy with him. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wenxin said harshly, "Please rest assured, Mr. Jun. I guarantee you a satisfactory explanation." "Satisfactory?" Shen Jun said softly. "What does satisfactory mean?" Lin Wenxin took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "In 3 days, Nord will commit suicide by jumping into the river. I wonder if this result is satisfactory to you? Would that be too difficult for you?" Shen Jun raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Jun is joking. This is his own voluntary act," Lin Wenxin said emphatically. Chapter 237, Big Trouble Old Shun. "Young Master Jun, Master Shun. Hurry up. You need to work hard. I really can't stand this group of people anymore. They are so infuriating." Just as Shen Jun was about to put down his phone, Yang Su sent him a message. Looking at what Yang Su said, Shen Jun felt a headache coming on. This guy was this anxious? It's just a few trash trying to escape. Is it that serious? But he still replied, "Keep looking for people. I'll resolve this matter in a few days." Yang Su responded quickly, "Then I'll endure a bit longer, but young Master Jun, you must keep this matter in mind. As long as this group of scumbags doesn't go out, I won't feel at ease." Shen Jun shook his head in speechless agreement. "Got it." After dealing with Yang Su's issue, Shen Jun called Ding Qingdong over. "Mr. Shun, from now on, call me Mr. Jun," Shen Jun softly reminded him. "Ah, okay, Mr. Yunya." Ding Qingdong was momentarily taken aback before quickly correcting himself. "What do you think of Sheng Tian Group?" Shen Yun Kesuli asked. "One word, chaotic." Ding Qingdong immediately replied. "Shen Jun." Without waiting for Shen Jun to ask, Ding Qingdong spoke up. "Although I just came to Sheng Tian Group and was personally received by CEO Lin Wenxin of Sheng Tian Group." Chapter 238, The Dinner. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun opened his computer to contact Harry Harland. Shen Jun's identity indeed could not have any connections with Harry Harland. However, the new heir of Sheng Tian Group, Jun Tian, could have some relationship with Harry Harland. This is the gap brought by different identities and statuses. After sending the message, Harry Harlan did not reply immediately, and Shen Jun did not mind. Not many people would stay by their computer all the time, let alone a wealthy and powerful person. In the evening, in Midtown Manhattan, at the Peninsula Hotel, as a world-leading small luxury hotel group, the Peninsula Hotel Group has a proud history and tradition. It is the oldest hotel company in Asia, first established in Hong Kong Island in 1866. Currently, the Peninsula Hotel has spread to 12 major cities worldwide, and the one in New York is one of them. The hotel is well located, only an 11-minute walk from Fifth Avenue. Standing on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel, one can see the American Museum of Natural History, St. Patrick's Cathedral, the Empire State Building, Central Park, Times Square, Fifth Avenue, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Grand Central Station, Rockefeller Center, Broadway, and other famous buildings. Chapter 239, Ancient Sayings. Looking at Shen Jun, whose attitude suddenly changed, Roman and Charlie were momentarily at a loss for words. After exchanging glances, they turned their attention back to Shen Jun. Mr. Jun, we don't quite understand the meaning of your words. You know, we are Americans and are not very familiar with ancient sayings from Huaxia, Roman said meaningfully. Charlie nodded in agreement. We can only understand some simple Chinese. When it comes to ancient sayings from Huaxia, our knowledge is a bit lacking. Please forgive us, Mr. Jun. Shen Jun thought to himself. All right, today he has opened his eyes and truly witnessed what it means to be shameless. They can understand the phrase, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. But now they claim they don't understand one should repay a life-saving grace with a spring of gratitude. That's quite something. But these two old guys weren't entirely wrong. In America, humility is of no use. You need to learn to be shameless. The shameless among the shameless. Even more shameless than the shameless in shameless. That's what he thought, but Shen Jun didn't show it on his face. He still smiled and said, let me explain it simply. Chapter 240. Wall Street Tycoon. Looking at the person in front of him, Shen Jun said seriously, Mr. Roman, are you joking with me? No. Roman shook his head and said, I never joke about such matters because it's not funny. Does Mr. Charlie think the same? Shen Jun shifted his gaze to Charlie Rothschild. Charlie nodded and said, that's the purpose of our visit today. Even though I'm new to America? Shen Jun frowned. Anything can deceive, but capital cannot. Charlie explained softly. So, are you and Mr. Roman here for the Shangtian Group? Shen Jun pondered. You could say that. Charlie didn't deny it and explained. The power of Shangtian Group is a bit too strong, or rather, it has become an unstable factor, and we need to stabilize it. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun understood what the two meant. Simply put, the influence of Shangtian Group was too great, and they couldn't control Lin Shangtian. But as the successor chosen by Lin Shangtian, he could be tried out. Young people are easier to manage. An unstable factor? Chapter 241. Kindness. A smiley person is not to be hit. Shen Jun didn't believe a word of Blinken-Rhodes. But in such a social occasion, Shen Jun naturally said whatever sounded good. Humble? No, it's hypocrisy. Thank you for Mr. Blinken's kindness. If one day I really need funds, Mr. Blinken must not refuse. Shen Jun said with a smile. Haha, that's for sure. Citibank is not afraid of esteemed guests needing funds, just afraid that esteemed guests won't come. Blinken laughed loudly. I'll remember Mr. Blinken's words. After the pleasantries, Shen Jun got to know many big shots through Steven Schreiber and exchanged contact information one by one. At this point, Shen Jun lost interest in the rest of the dinner. Charlie Rothschild and Roman Rockefeller felt the same. They came today only after hearing that Shen Jun was coming. The purpose had been achieved, so it was time to leave. After hearing that Shen Jun was leaving, Steven Schreiber didn't try to keep him. It was just a first meeting, a simple introduction, and there wouldn't be any messy questions. This is the social rule. Chapter 242. Caesar Snoke. With the old man's bewildered expression, Shen Jun walked back to the car with a gloomy face. He thought he was doing a good deed. But in the end, he became the bad guy. Disgusting. Really damn disgusting. Sure enough, he shouldn't have a kind heart. Asking that question was 100 times worse than feeding it to the dog. Damn it. Let's go. I'm not going to the company anymore. Let's go to the Bronx, Shen Jun said in a deep voice. Yes. Zheng Dong quickly responded and started the car. Now he didn't dare to say a word. Not even a comforting word. Shen Jun's expression was too frightening. Damn, he didn't expect that old guy to be a little devil. If the old man had just said hello, Shen Jun wouldn't have treated him this way or been so angry, really speechless. The Bronx is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City in America and is the northernmost borough. This area has the most parkland, and the famous New York Yankees of Major League Baseball is also located here. The residents of this area are mainly of African and Latin American descent, making it a well-known slum in New York City with one of the highest crime rates in the nation. As the convoy entered the slum, it instantly attracted countless gazes. Chapter 243, Embarrassment. Just as Li Ru and Lu Shan were reversing, the person who had been hit by Zheng Dong suddenly jumped up from the ground. This person seemed to be completely unharmed and directly dodged to the left side of the car. Shen Jun, sitting in the car, could clearly see the face of this figure through the window. A brown-haired white man, around 40 years old, with a sinister face, clearly not a good person. Just as the middle-aged man was about to raise his gun to shoot, the car driven by Li Ru and Lu Shan suddenly stopped beside him. In his surprised expression, one of Shen Jun's bodyguards, Wu Hao, suddenly opened the car door and waved at him, "Go, go, go." Although he was a bit confused about why Wu Hao wanted to save him, it was obviously not the time to ask questions. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately jumped into the car. Zheng Dong then slammed on the gas and rushed out. Those Latinos and blacks who had been shooting at them did not let them off easily, some riding motorcycles or driving cars charging towards them. Looking at the shattered car windows, Shen Jun said softly, "Give them a lesson. Let those uncivilized species see the power of an RPG." Chapter 244, The Dark Side, Blaneel Manor. Outside the villa, Wu Hao looked at Zheng Dong and muttered, "I'm really convinced. What exactly is our young master up to? The son of destiny? How long has he been in America? Every time he goes out, he encounters such talents?" Zheng Dong glanced at the villa gate and then whispered back, "Not sure, but young Master Jun really is a bit uncanny. Last time he went out, he encountered the Rothschilds and Rockefellers and got attacked. And this time he encounters such a talent again. I'm a bit scared. Who says no?" Wu Hao nodded in agreement. "At this rate, can our young Master Jun still go back home? What does that have to do with you?" Zheng Dong rolled his eyes and said irritably, "At worst, you can apply and see if they will let you go back. Don't." Wu Hao hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "Following young Master Jun has a future. Although it's a bit dangerous, if I return one day, with this credit, my later life will be secure." "You're quite smart," Zheng Dong chuckled. "No kidding. To secure this spot, how many competitors did I take down?" Wu Hao said proudly. Chapter 245, Sudden Situation. December 24th. According to American tradition, on Christmas Eve, the whole family gathers in the living room, singing Christmas songs around the Christmas tree, exchanging gifts, sharing the joys and sorrows of the past year, and expressing their inner blessings and love. But Shen Jun is from Dongda University, and he doesn't have any feelings for such holidays. Instead, the girl Shen then sent him a few messages in the evening. On Christmas Eve, he reminded him to eat an apple, symbolizing peace and safety. Surprisingly, even though it was a Western holiday, Shen Jun was quite touched. Men, after all, become sentimental when cared for. So in his happiness, Shen Jun directly transferred 10 million RMB to that girl. Although it wasn't much, it made her ecstatic. Li Qiwan also sent him a few messages. But all she talked about were situations in Kyoto, such as some conflicts among the younger generation of the Li and Wang families, and issues between the Zhao and He families. Shen Jun didn't pay much attention to it. He was in the country, so let Shenmu worry about those matters. On January 1st, New Year's Day. Chapter 246. Out of control? After hesitation, Shen Jun finally took a phone from the drawer and called Shenmu. It seemed like Shenmu was waiting for this call. As soon as Shen Jun dialed, he picked up immediately. What on earth happened? Without beating around the bush, Shen Jun directly asked, "You probably haven't been paying attention to the foreign exchange market lately, right?" Shenmu's voice was hoarse. Hearing Shenmu's voice, Shen Jun was taken aback. Something must have happened to make him sound like this. Shen Jun quickly regained his composure and responded, "No, I've been busy with things in America lately, so I haven't paid attention to the foreign exchange market." Hu Shenmu let out a sigh, but Shen Jun could still hear a slight tremor in his voice. "Do you know how much value Wei Xianming has created for the country in the past month?" Shen Jun shook his head involuntarily and said, "I don't know, but judging by your tone, it must be a significant number." Shenmu said with a sense of loss, "Not just significant, but very large. I can now somewhat understand what you mean by wealth can connect with the divine." Shen Jun calmly asked again, "What exactly happened?" Chapter 247. Pandora's Box. Hearing this, Shen Jun was momentarily stunned. Then he reacted and laughed. "Grandpa, you're listening too, right?" Shenmu. Before Shenmu could speak, the old man took the initiative to say, "Xiao Jun, I told you before that you were more suitable for that position than Xiaomu. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shen Jun raised his voice slightly and said, "What you said doesn't make much sense. After all, I've already been kicked out, and you agreed to it back then." Then Shen Jun continued, "Right, Grandpa Lee? Everyone, this is uncanny, truly uncanny. This kid is so deep in thought. It's normal to guess that the old man of the Shun family is beside Shenmu. But to guess that the old man of the Li family is also present is a bit abnormal. Especially abnormal." Then they heard Shen Jun's voice again. "Let me think, since both of you are here, my uncle and second uncle should also be here. If Grandpa Lee is here, then my Uncle Lee can't be absent either. His identity is too special. But my Uncle Long probably won't be here, as there is a slight distance in relations, everyone." Although they were sure there were no monitors around them, they couldn't help but glance at their surroundings. Chapter 248. Too intelligent. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun sat motionlessly in his office chair. The situation with Wei Xianming indeed caught him off guard, but it wasn't out of control. Shen Jun actually had a sense of assurance. He could distinguish between the only and the unique. He could even say that this was his goal. If he could find one Wei Xianming, he could naturally find a second one, whether others believed it or not, or whether they didn't believe it, but had to believe it, because those people had no room for choice. This was the only advantage. Moreover, Shen Jun's surname was Shun, a direct descendant of the Shun family. Just based on this identity, it was enough to deal with troubles that ordinary people couldn't handle. What Wei Xianming couldn't choose, he could. What Wei Xianming couldn't decide, he could. Being dissected? That's for ordinary people. It has nothing to do with him, Shen Jun. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with him. However, the system was something he found hard to grasp. Although Shen Jun had tested it in various ways, it had no effect. Just when Shen Jun thought he could find some rules of the system, it immediately changed, as if it were controlled by some intelligent being. In this situation, Shen Jun indeed had no good way to deal with it. Chapter 249. Ready to act, run people. Refers to those who feel uncomfortable and unfulfilled living in the country, who are influenced by others to believe that the world abroad is so wonderful, free, and happy, and thus gamble everything to go abroad, thinking they can achieve great success, only to find that many end up losing everything and regretting it. Colonized people. Refers to those who are mentally colonized and exploited. Synonyms include westernized dog and others. Colonized people believe that by entrusting themselves to the colonizers and relinquishing their autonomy, they can attain a better life. Mental colonization has 3 characteristics. First, recognizing the conqueror as their spiritual master. Second, consciously accepting the conqueror's authority over themselves. Third, changing everything about themselves according to the conqueror's will. These 2 types of people have a strange point. After going abroad, both their physical and mental conditions visibly improve. When they were in the country, they would feel nauseous at the slightest unpleasant smell, but upon arriving abroad, they could live in a basement every day without issue. When in the country, they wouldn't walk more than 500 meters without driving or taking a taxi, but abroad, they would walk almost 100,000 steps daily. When in the country, they required delivery for the slightest purchases, but abroad, one person could unload a truck full of goods. Chapter 250. A Bunch of Fools. Magic City. Port. The port of Magic City is the main gateway and window for the country to open to the outside world, the largest container port globally. Located in the central part of China's mainland coastline, controlling the Yangtze River estuary, connecting the north and south coasts and the world's oceans, and linking the Yangtze River Basin and Taihu Basin. It is also the intersection of the east-west transportation corridor of the Yangtze River and the north-south maritime transportation corridor. In the dead of night, a ship was currently docked at the port loading cargo. It was normal for cargo ships to load. But what was abnormal was that on the right side of the cargo ship, there were actually hundreds of people lined up with large and small bags, orderly boarding the ship one by one. So many people queuing to board the cargo ship. This situation seemed off in every way, right? But the workers loading cargo and the staff on the ship seemed to ignore these people entirely, going about their business without anyone stepping forward to ask questions. Meanwhile, those boarding the ship all wore excited expressions, with some even unable to control their emotions, waving their arms joyfully. Finally able to escape from the sea of suffering. As long as I can stand firm in America, my life won't be lived in vain, no matter how much money you make in the country. It's useless because there's no power. But when I go abroad, I can do whatever I want. Big M, I'm coming. Chapter 251. Chapter 251. Search. Police handling the case. No one is allowed to move. Crouch down and cover your head immediately. Do not move. Crouch down immediately. Who is your person in charge? Get him out immediately. Call your person in charge over here. After dozens or hundreds of police and special police got out of the car, they immediately controlled the scene. But what surprised all the police was that the workers, after hearing these words, actually remained calm, and even a young worker wearing a yellow hat responded with a smile. Comrade police, we will cooperate with your work. But the company leader is not here. We need to make a phone call to notify him. What is your name? The leading police officer immediately walked up and asked the person who spoke. My name is not important. What is important is what our leader's name is. Don't you think? The young worker wearing the yellow hat replied with a light laugh. You are very bold. I hope when your backer arrives, you can still maintain this attitude. The leading police officer said coldly. I will. So should I make a phone call now? The worker in the yellow hat stood up and asked leisurely. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Main Responsibility. Looking at the suddenly hung-up phone, Zhou Yu fell into an indescribable feeling of frustration. They were so close to catching the person. Why did such an accident have to happen? Killing 4 people, and still 4 young girls, such a ruthless criminal, just escaped like this? Zhou Yu could not accept it, nor could he bear it. But Zhang Hong's identity pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Plus, with the person Zhao Shen contacted earlier, Zhou Yu understood that he had to accept this result, whether he liked it or not, because facing these 2 people, he had no room for resistance. None at all. Looking at Zhou Yu's extremely gloomy face, Zhao Xing also didn't know how to speak. He had heard Zhou Yu's words just now. Even when he was most reckless back then, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This is not how one seeks death. And now someone actually did it and almost got away. If that person hadn't spoken up, this guy might have really escaped. But that person probably wouldn't let this person go. After all, if it weren't for that person arranging this cargo ship, this person named Jiang Ming might not have dared to take action. It was that person who arranged all of this, which means that this responsibility should be borne by that person. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Want Money, Not Life. January 11th. At sea, on the ship's deck, while looking at the guy whose limbs were broken and still shaking his body, several crew members mocked. Stapu, you'll be free soon. Wu, hearing the crew's words, the person being carried showed a look of terror, but since his mouth was tightly blocked, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't, only shaking his body desperately. TSK, a crew member disdainfully said. Do you really think you can escape by smuggling? Don't treat everyone as idiots, okay? If it weren't for our boss, you would have been dead yesterday. Being alive today is already a blessing. Don't pay attention to him. Hurry and throw him into the sea. Got it. Woo him. Give him a few slaps. What a jerk. Exactly. Can't you just wait for death honestly? What's the fuss about? Clap. By the way, make some wounds on his arms and legs, so he dies a little faster and doesn't suffer too much. Wow. Old Jean, you actually have a compassionate heart? I've learned something. Haha. Old Jean is afraid that he'll die too slowly and cause problems. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Target. Who are you? We don't know you. You can't just take us away like this without explanation. A man suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly. Yes, we don't know you. After a bold person spoke up, others also mustered their courage to speak, but bang. Han stepped forward and kicked, and the man who spoke first was immediately kicked away. The latter held his stomach and wailed, lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The others were also frightened by Hans's actions. And those who initially wanted to support the man all shut their mouths, fearing Hans would strike again. Get in the car. This is the second time. If you don't get in, I'll shoot. Hans raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the crowd. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. After a while, finally, someone stepped toward the truck. And once there was one, there would be 2. Once someone took the lead, everyone stepped forward. Once all these people got in the car, a satisfied smile appeared on Hans's face. Now that they're in the car, they can rob something. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Troublemaker. Mr. Charlie is so impatient. Can't wait even 3 months? Shen Jun asked solemnly. There was no problem before. Don't say 3 months. We could wait even 3 years, but now it's not possible. Mr. Jun should understand why. I have to say, Lin has indeed found a very good heir. Even we envy that. Charlie admitted frankly. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun said flatly, "So, Mr. Charlie wants to use the SEC to pressure me? No, I just want to inform Mr. Jun that in America, money can be easily made. But if you don't have the corresponding strength and background, it's easy to be targeted." Charlie said flatly, "Are you saying that the strength and background of the Shengtian Group are not enough?" Shen Jun chuckled. "The Shengtian Group is very powerful, but that is Lin's credit. And it's also Lin's connections. Mr. Jun, as the new helmsman, still has a long way to go at this moment." Charlie said dismissively, "New? Hee. Mr. Charlie is not afraid that I will refuse that $50 billion and break ties with you?" Shen Jun teased. "I believe Mr. Jun will not make a small loss for a big one. After all," Charlie said lightly, "the Shengtian Group is not something mere $50 billion can compare to." Chapter 256, Chapter 256, February 1st. On this day, all economic media in America flocked to New York, and even some entertainment media came to join the fun. The Shengtian Group, as a top large group in New York and even the entire America, has undeniable influence. Although Lin Shengtian, the founder of the Shengtian Group, is somewhat unfamiliar to ordinary people, his status in the industry is absolutely top-notch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a huge entity in America with his Asian identity. Suddenly, Shengtian Group announced that Lin Shengtian would be retiring. But the successor to the helm of Shengtian Group is not Lin Shengtian's son, Lin Wenxin, but rather a name that has never appeared before. And this person doesn't even have the surname Lin. How can this not arouse curiosity? Not to mention there are rumors saying that the new leader of Shengtian Group will choose to join a political party today, which has further ignited news media across the United States. As a large group founded by Asians, Shengtian Group has always maintained a neutral stance. Every time there is an American election, Shengtian Group, aiming to offend neither side, proactively donates $10 million to secure peace. Chapter 257, Press Conference outside the building. It was bustling with activity, but inside the chairman's office of Shengtian Group, it was quiet. Lin Shengtian and Shen Jun were sitting on the sofa. After a long while, Lin Shengtian finally spoke up. "Have you made up your mind? Once you make a choice, there's no room for regret, and this choice could even affect your position at Dongda University." Shen Jun smiled faintly. "I don't want to make a choice either, but those people are pushing too hard. If I don't agree soon, Shengtian Group will be targeted. Although Shengtian Group is powerful, it is still far behind those people, or rather, it has no ability to resist against them. Is Shengtian Group very important to you? That can't be right." Lin Shengtian chuckled. "A person who earns nearly $20 billion in a month wouldn't care about a mere Shengtian Group? You can't compare it that way." Xin Yun Kesuli replied. "How can Shengtian Group not be your hard work? Even though I don't care, since you've entrusted it to me. It can't die in my hands, at least not so quickly. It's nothing serious, as long as I can fulfill the old man's wishes. Even if it means sacrificing Shengtian Group, that's fine," Lin Shengtian said solemnly. Chapter 258, Pleasant Cooperation, a Miracle? "He truly is a miracle," Charlie said solemnly. "I've sent people to investigate all the transaction records he could be linked to, including tax issues. In short, I've used all channels for anything illegal. But the investigation shows that all his transactions are legal and compliant, with no illegal issues at all. Not even a tiny bit. He is so clean that he doesn't seem like someone from the financial industry." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Stock trading without any legal issues? This is simply ridiculous. In Wall Street, if you hear of a capital mogul who has never violated the law in the financial market, they must be fooling someone. Not to mention ordinary traders. Even some trades of financial giants like Buffett and Soros are illegal. They often profit through illegal transactions. The Na frowned. "No issues at all? There must be problems. I don't believe there's such an investment genius in this world. There must be something I haven't uncovered, but that's not important now, because after today, you will be one of us." Charlie's voice slightly rose. Chapter 259, Too Impatient. Just after Shen Jun finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Microsoft, March 1st, 40,255. Apple, March 1st, 15,854. February 25th, Rongqing, Du Mingjie was killed. February 28th, Jin Cheng, Wang Zhengguo was killed. Hearing the system's voice, Shen Jun was shocked. Why did he foresee someone from the country again? What is going on? In an instant, Shen Jun thought of many things, but he did not show any special expression on his face. instead directly waved goodbye to Charlie and the others. Charlie and the others did not try to keep him. Their goal had been achieved, and nothing else mattered. After Shen Jun left, Charlie turned his attention to Put and Roman and said, "No need to say much. We all understand." "Yeah," Charlie said softly. "There's still time. Let us test this kid first." "Okay," Put, Roman, and the others nodded in agreement. After leaving the reception room, Shen Jun declined all invitations. Even Lin Shengtian couldn't keep him. Upon seeing the serious expression on Shen Jun's face, Lin Shengtian said nothing further. Just stayed behind to handle the socializing for Shen Jun. Chapter 260. Suspected target. What happened? As soon as he entered, Lin Shengtian couldn't wait to ask. "Old man, I'm going back to the country." Shen Jun's voice struck Lin Shengtian like a thunderclap. "What happened? You just joined the party today. Going back now will leave you without favor on either side." Lin Shengtian asked anxiously. Shen Jun shook his head and explained, "My second brother is in trouble, and he is currently the main person in charge of the third generation of the Shen family. Once he has an issue, I need to go back to take his place. This trip to America is over." Lin Shengtian. Upon hearing this, Lin Shengtian, who had been frowning and anxious, suddenly relaxed. No, not just relaxed. Shen Jun could even feel that he was almost about to laugh. That's right. This old man's change came so quickly that even Shen Jun almost couldn't react in time. Cough, cough, perhaps realizing that his expression was a bit out of control. Lin Shengtian immediately put on a serious face and said, "In that case, you should hurry back. Although I'm old and just announced my retirement, I'm not so old that I can't move." Chapter 261. Returning to the country, it is highly likely that no traces will be left. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Shen Changshu understood in his heart that the other party would not likely leave any traces, but would absolutely not leave any traces at all. To take action against Shen Mu, how big of a deal is that? It can be described as the sky falling and the earth collapsing. If the Shen family finds any clues, no matter who is behind it, there will definitely be no good outcome. Even a strong family, like the Li family, cannot withstand this. Aside from the strength possessed by the Shen family, more importantly, the other party has broken the rules. Taking action against the younger generation, are they not afraid of retaliation? At that time, if all the younger generation is dead, how can the family continue to pass on? Therefore, taking action against the family's offspring is a huge taboo, both openly and secretly. It is an insurmountable chasm for everyone. But once someone is determined to take action, they will naturally clean up all unfavorable evidence. Otherwise, it would be self-destruction. Families that have reached this position cannot have such foolish internal decision-makers. So, since you know everything, what are you waiting for? The old man sneered. Now that the Shen family is in the right, we can act directly. Even if we leave traces, it doesn't matter. I want to see who will come knocking first. Chapter 262. Step by step inside the car. How was the second brother now? Shen Jun est softly. The doctor said my brother's surgery was very successful, but he needs a long time to recuperate. Shen Hung quickly replied. Has Grandpa and the others found any useful clues after all this time? Shen Jun asked again. No. Shen Ling interjected. There are no useful clues at all. That driver is too clean, so clean that he doesn't seem like a normal person. No parents, no wife or children. Not even friends. That's understandable, Shen Jun said dismissively. Since the other party dared to go after the second brother, they must be fully prepared. If Grandpa and the others really found any useful clues, that would be abnormal. Third brother, what do you plan to do? Shen Yao asked with some urgency. No need to rush, step by step. Just wait and see, Shen Jun casually replied. After exchanging helpless glances, Shen Ling and the others didn't know how to respond to Shen Jun. As the convoy slowly came to a stop, Shen Jun stepped out of the car, followed closely by Shen Ling and the others. Looking at the hospital ahead, Shen Jun let out a long sigh. Chapter 263. Hooked inside the villa. Paul Yun, this is urgent. How can you think about sleeping now? Shen Yao said, feeling frustrated as he watched Shen Jun, dressed in a bathrobe and preparing to take a shower. Not only him, but even Shen Ling and Shen Hung couldn't understand Shen Jun's thoughts. How could he think of sleeping instead of finding the mastermind? Is it time to sleep now? Shen Jun smiled faintly. Don't be anxious. We need to give those people some time to react, right? Huh? Shen Yao was surprised. You mean those people will still act? That's impossible. Even I know that the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Who said they would act? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and replied irritably, I want to give them some time to negotiate and see if they will come after me to snatch people. Snatch people? Who are you snatching? Shen Ling asked, puzzled. You don't need to worry about that. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Shen Jun said as he turned and returned to his bedroom. Watching Shen Jun's back, Shen Yao and the others had no temper left, not even daring to argue. After all, he was the boss now. The next day, 8 a.m. Chapter 264. Do Mingjie, since you haven't found any clues, then I'll take action myself, Shen Jun said with a smile. Well, you handle it. In this matter, no one dares to interfere with whatever you do, the old man said seriously. All right, just watch. Also, let Uncle Long be prepared. After all, the head of the Shun family nearly died. Shen Jun stated word by word. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun turned around and saw Shen Yao and the others staring at him in disbelief. Brother Jun, how did you do it? Shen Yao asked, his face full of disbelief. How dare those people act now? Do they really think the Shun family is made of mud? Third brother, what's going on? Haven't we always been together? What did you take action? Shen Ling was equally shocked. Shen Heng, however, asked thoughtfully, did someone find the person third brother is looking for through you bin? Smack. Shen Jun playfully slapped Shen Heng's head and said, your brain is still okay. Much smarter than these two fools. Shen Ling. Shen Yao? What you been? Shen Ling said, feeling frustrated. When did you see you been? Chapter 265. Making a big fool of himself. Trash. Trash. All of it is trash. Du Mingjie cursed countless times in his heart, but facing the current situation, he truly had no better solution. The group of dogs in front of him clearly wanted to take him down today. Money? Is he not giving it? No. It's the other party that doesn't want it. They want people, not money. No, they want both people and money. Damn. After all, people can run, but the house cannot. Real estate has this one drawback. With his brain racing, as the middle-aged man with an oily head just stood up, Du Mingjie quickly shouted, 10 million. Give me 3 days, and I'll give you 10 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with an oily head was taken aback. Looking at the anxious Du Mingjie, he slowly spoke. Do you know what you're saying? 10 million. In 3 days, I'll give you 10 million. The extra hundreds of thousands are enough for you to find countless people who are better looking than me. Du Mingjie gritted his teeth. Ha, 10 million. The middle-aged man with the oily head sneered. What do you have besides this house? 10 million? What will you use to give it? Are you kidding us? Chapter 266. Foreseeing the U.S. stock market? Who are you people? After a long time, the middle-aged man, who had been lying on the ground and screaming in pain, gradually calmed down. Once he caught his breath, he glared at Shen Jun and the others and shouted loudly. Who are we? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Shen Heng angrily walked over and shouted, you don't even know who I am and dare to act? I am your father. While saying this, Shen Heng kicked at the middle-aged man. Damn it, you guys go for it. Seeing Shen Heng about to hit him again, the middle-aged man scrambled back into the house, yelling for his subordinates to fight back. However, the few bearded, chubby men he called upon were too afraid to move at that moment, because Zheng Dong and the others were pointing their guns at them. Although the bearded men couldn't tell whether Zheng Dong and the others had real guns or fake ones, they didn't dare to take the risk, nor could they afford to lose. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them, while they only had 4. How could they fight, even without guns? They didn't dare to move. Being in the underworld doesn't mean lacking brains. They weren't stupid. Not moving doesn't mean they wouldn't get hit, but daring to move would definitely get them hit. Chapter 267. Special period. You said you wouldn't kill me. Seeing Shen Jun suddenly pull out a gun and point it at him, Du Mingjie panicked instantly. He never expected Shen Jun to turn against him so suddenly, and he didn't even know why he turned against him. Was there something wrong with his abilities? Predicting the U.S. stock market trends a day in advance. How powerful is that ability? If used properly, how much profit could he bring to Shen Jun? Why would the other party want to kill him after hearing this news? Why? Doesn't the person in front of him understand what his ability represents? Or is it that his ability has conflicted with others? But wouldn't having one more person mean one more guarantee? This point, Du Mingjie just couldn't understand. Shen Jun didn't pay him any mind, but silently thought, System, I don't care if you're reclaiming authority or what. Here, as your chance, change his ability. After about 30 seconds, there was no sound in Shen Jun's mind. Blame on your bad luck, then. Shen Jun murmured and was about to pull the trigger. But at that moment, Chapter 268, silence lingered for a long time, and finally Shen Jun sighed deeply. He still didn't understand the system well enough. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I know you. Shen Jun said plainly. Your name is Du Mingjie. Your father owes a mountain of debt. And then the creditor found you, planning to make you sell PG to repay the debt, but you were relatively lucky, having gained a bit of special ability, so I actively saved you. Upon hearing this, Du Mingjie immediately covered his head and cried out in pain. After an unknown amount of time, Du Mingjie's wailing gradually disappeared, and after a few more minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Shen Jun, Du Mingjie said in disbelief, Who exactly are you? Shen Jun replied softly, That's not a question you can ask. First tell me what you heard. Du Mingjie? How do you know that? Du Mingjie asked anxiously. I don't have time to waste with you. 3 counts. If you don't say it, then die. Shen Jun aimed the gun at Du Mingjie. 1, 2, I'll say it. Hearing the voice in his mind, Du Mingjie panicked and quickly said, 10 years of life in exchange for 1 piece of information. No matter what the information is, I can know it. Chapter 269. Kyoto. Shen family. Changzhou, have you found person? The old man asked softly while sitting on the sofa. Although the old man said to leave everything to Shen Jun, they certainly couldn't rely entirely on Shen Jun for everything. After all, do they really think the Shen family's power is just for show? They should investigate and find people. The main house of the Shen family has a god-level powerhouse and a half-step god. If they do nothing, they would be laughed at. Not to mention that the Shen family has the influence of 2 other branches. Hearing the old man's words, Shen Changzhou hesitated. The person has been found, but the focus is still on the Zhao family. Are you sure? The old man's face instantly darkened. When it comes to Xiaomu, I want to joke with you. Shen Changzhou frowned and said, But the clues do not point to the Zhao family, but rather to the younger generation of the Zhao family. You mean the old man said sharply. Those young ones plotted against Xiaomu? Most likely. Shen Changzhou nodded, but I feel something is off. Given the foolishness displayed by the Zhao family's younger generation later on, they must have other people behind them. Chapter 270. Are you admitting defeat? Is this a joke? He just arrived and hasn't said anything, and the matter is over? The old man has become muddled? It's one thing for him to be muddled. But why are Shen Changxiu and Shen Changzhou also silent? Shamu was hit like that, and it's just brushed off? Looking around, when he saw everyone with calm expressions, Shen Jun immediately understood. When it involves the Zhao family's direct heir, even if Zhao Tianlu is a pawn, the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely come out to plan everything, because small fries cannot reach Zhao Tianlu. Zhao Tianlu wouldn't care about small fries. In other words, from the moment he finished the call, everything had already been settled. This is just a formality for him. A bunch of old foxes. A room full of people, and they can't come up with anything good. Damn it. But why? Why do they think they can swallow this silent loss? Shen Jun also has his trump cards. Want to handle it quietly? Not so simple. Shen Mu's revenge must be taken, even if it involves the Zhao family. This revenge must be taken. Don't say about this, Uncle Long. Even if the King of Heaven came today, it wouldn't work. Chapter 271. Able to turn the world upside down. Clearly, they agreed that at a critical moment, he would play the bad guy, and then old man Shen would come out to appease Shen Jun, so that way, his family wouldn't offend Shen Jun too much. After all, everything was for the collective interest. But now, this old bastard in front of him is actually silent. If old man Shen doesn't speak, then his family is involved. He knows Shen Jun's abilities very well. And with his grandson Shen Mu lying down, it means that in the future, the Shen family will definitely be led by Shen Jun. Of course, this time might be delayed a bit, but Shen Jun's position is definitely confirmed. But the current situation is that he has played the bad guy. And now old man Shen won't come out. He has truly become a bad guy. But the Li family can't really be the bad guys. That would cause trouble. When Shen Mu had an accident, the Li family didn't dare to intervene too much, fearing they would disrupt the Shen family's rhythm of revenge. But now, to appease Shen Jun, he must make a decision. No, not a decision, but to pay a price. And this price is that the Li family must fully support Shen Jun's decisions in certain aspects. Otherwise, the Shen and Li families will create a rift. Chapter 272, where their SA car, their SA path. Any news? Uncle Long chuckled. Can you also find out about drugs that extend lifespan? Not the kind that extends life by a year or 2, but the kind that extends life by 10 or 8 years. Shen Yun? Du Mingjie? Others. This question is very insightful. Super insightful. Du Mingjie was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "This is not possible, because among known substances, there is none that can extend life by 10 or 8 years." This answer did not surprise everyone. They all sighed. What a pity Uncle Long wasn't too disappointed. Just asking casually. If there were, it would be an unexpected joy. If not, that would be normal. Although Wei Xianming and Du Mingjie's existence already represented some unscientific phenomena, he could still bear it. What can the 5-nanometer lithography technology that Xiao Jun mentioned detect? Uncle Long asked again. Yes, Du Mingjie nodded heavily. Understood. After saying this, Uncle Long turned his gaze to Shen Jun. Du Mingjie, you don't need to say anything. From now on, Du Mingjie will be a person of the country, and I will no longer interfere. Shen Jun waved his hand nonchalantly. Chapter 273, A Pitfall. This statement is unarguable and cannot be rebutted because he truly thinks so. It's no wonder. After all, Shun Mu's biological father, his brain is really useful. Oh no. It should be said that Shun Mu is indeed the son of this second uncle. He can't go against the heavenly principle with just one sentence. The other party actually guessed his thoughts, leaving him speechless. Old fox. Looking at Shun Changzhou, who was smiling, Shen Jun admitted, "The second one is smarter than I am, but the fate is with me, not him. However, I need him to help me handle some matters." Fate. TSK. I might not have believed it before, but now I do. You want me to help persuade Xiaomu? Shin Changzhou chuckled. With his temper, as long as you take over his position, this child will definitely run as far away as he can. He longs for a free life. I know. But you wouldn't want to see me turn the Shun family upside down, would you? Shen Jun spread his hands and said seriously, "I have no great desire for power, but I will have children. You understand what I mean? Everything I do is for the future, and this should also be something you would like to see." Chapter 274. I'm really impressed. At 1 p.m. Brother, I'm back. After rushing into the living room, Shen Nin immediately shouted loudly, but after looking around, she did not see Shen Jun's figure. Only Li Qiwan was sitting on the sofa, smiling at her. Huh, Sister Wanwan, why are you the only one here? Where's my brother? Shen Nin asked curiously. He went out, said he had something to do, Li Qiwan gently explained. Shen Nin's smile instantly disappeared, and she complained, "Didn't he finish everything? Why is there something again? Who told you to come home without giving a heads up? A surprise attack. It's normal that your brother isn't here," Li Qiwan teased. "I just wanted to give my brother a surprise," Shen Nin said with a long face as she sat next to Li Qiwan. "I didn't expect him to go out right after finishing his work. He used to rest at home for a few days after completing tasks. This time he really has something to do. He brought back a young man from America, and your brother seems to value him quite a bit," Li Qiwan explained while rubbing Shen Nin's little head. "All right, I won't bother him anymore. Sister Wanwan, shall we go out for a stroll?" Shen Nin excitedly hugged Li Qiwan's arm. Chapter 275. There's not much time left. Have you been blinded by money? Shen Jun said irritably. "Selling like this all the time. There will be a problem one day." "Old Shun, don't worry, I've been selling less recently. Basically, I sell once every 5 days. And only 3 to 5 foreigners at a time," Yang Su casually said. "Yeah, Old Shun, I can assure you that what Old Yang said is true. Sometimes I only sell once a week. We sold too aggressively in the beginning, and now the foreign clients are not as plentiful as before. It's not that we don't want to sell more, it's that we can't find them." Wu Mengjie raised his finger and vowed. Xin Yung confirmed. "These two have really become idiots. Is that what he means? How come they suddenly can't understand human language? Ridiculous. Forget it. Whatever you want." Xin Yun fit deeply helpless. "That's more like a Yang Su said excitedly. Come on, let us drink 2 bottles. I'll accompany you too." Shen Jun, after finishing the drink, Shen Jun rubbed his belly and asked, "Have you been keeping an eye on those people who were sent out lately?" "We've been watching." Wu Mengjie patted his chest and said, "Those guys are still being stubborn, but based on their recent tweets, I can sense that this group is about to start complaining about America." Chapter 276. Interception. Who killed her husband? How did her son Wang Jinggu know about this? Before the middle-aged woman could ask, Wang Jinggu suddenly frowned and pulled the middle-aged woman's arm to run outside. While running, he explained, "Mom, don't say anything or ask anything. Just listen to me. I understand." The middle-aged woman was once again frightened by Wang Jinggu's words, and her speech became somewhat stuttered. After running out of the police station, Wang Jinggu did not stop there. He continued to lead the middle-aged woman to run onto the street. When he saw a taxi coming, Wang Jinggu instinctively wanted to wave to stop the taxi. But just as his arm was halfway up, he suddenly put it down. The taxi seemed to ignore Wang Jinggu putting down his arm, stopping directly in front of the two. Seeing this, Wang Jinggu frowned and pulled the middle-aged woman to walk in the opposite direction. But before he could take a few steps, the taxi driver got out and shouted at them, "You little brat, don't run. Why are you waving if you're not taking taxi? Isn't this wasting my time? Pay me, you wasted my time." Chapter 277. Calm and Collected. Wang Jinggu, what did your father Wang Daming say to you? As soon as Wang Jinggu got out of the car, the leader among the 7 or 8 burly men asked coldly, "What my dad said is important. They are blocking us here. Do you think I don't know what you want to do?" Wang Jinggu shook his head. "Ha ha, good. You're smarter than your dad and have more guts." The burly man laughed loudly. "I just don't know if you still have this kind of spirit behind you. You can rest assured, I've always been strong." Wang Jinggu said disdainfully, "All right, that's enough. Saying that is good enough." After that, the burly man extended his hand to invite Wang Jinggu. "Do you want to get in the car nicely, or let us take action?" Wang Jinggu nodded. "No need to take action. We'll get in the car ourselves." Under everyone's gaze, he helped the middle-aged woman out of the car and walked towards the burly man's vehicle. "Xiaogu, can we go back?" The middle-aged woman asked with a trembling voice. "Mom, don't worry. I'm here," Wang Jinggu continued to reassure her. "This is a society governed by law. They don't dare to do anything to us." Chapter 278. Useless. "All right, Mr. Wang, you're quite interesting. No, not just interesting, but particularly interesting." Zhang Zhong suddenly stood up from the sofa and laughed like a madman. "But do you know that I don't care about those things? I really don't care. Want to use such things to control me? Dream on." Hearing this, Wang Jinggu's heart trembled. This guy looks like a madman. Could it be that the other party's mental state is not normal? "Young Master Zhang, it doesn't matter if you don't care. But your Zhang family can't withstand the pressure of public opinion," Wang Jinggu said coldly, suppressing his inner unease. "Public opinion? Pressure? If the Zhang family can't handle it, then so be it. What does that have to do with me?" Zhang Chong said fiercely, "I will do what I want, and no one can stop me." "No one. Your father is the best example. What do you want to do?" Seeing Zhang Chong suddenly turn around and lower his head to look for something, Wang Jinggu was immediately frightened and stood up, losing the calmness he had just now. "What are you looking for?" Zhang Chong turned back and mocked. "Of course. I'm looking for the baseball bat that killed your father." Hearing this, Wang Jinggu's eyes almost popped out as he said, "Do you really want to go all out?" Chapter 279. The ignorant are fearless. Of course, he thought so, but Shen Jun didn't say it out loud. Although this person is somewhat useless, his ability is very strong. It's exactly the same as Wei Xianming's ability. How much value has Wei Xianming created? In the upper echelons, everyone knows him. Such a talent. Having some character flaws is acceptable. It can be tolerated. After all, there's no need for the other party to charge in a battle for him. Then it's settled. I'll help you take revenge, and you will serve me. Shen Jun said sincerely. "I swear, after you help me take revenge, I, Wang Jinggu, will definitely be loyal to you." Wang Jinggu raised 3 fingers and said loudly, "Ding." Hearing the sudden sound in his mind, Shen Jun was momentarily stunned. However, like before, after the sound, the system did not make any further noises. Looking at Wang Jinggu's serious expression, Shen Jun had some guesses in his heart. Or rather, some of his thoughts were validated. Power? Most likely. It must be said that the system has really become more intelligent recently, even understanding his threatening words and being able to implement changes based on commands. I wonder what this thing will turn into in the future. Chapter 280. Don't move. As he spoke, the leading police officer's phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringtone, everyone immediately fell silent. In front of everyone, the leading police officer answered the call, and a voice came from the other end. "Lu Ji, don't care about the other party's identity. Just arrest them." Xin Yun? Zheng Dong. Lu Ji. Others. "Don't move. Everyone don't move." Before the policeman named Lu Ji could react, Zheng Dong and the others instantly pulled out their guns and aimed them at them. Seeing this situation, not to mention Zhang Jin and his son, even Lu Ji and several policemen were dumbfounded. Carrying so many guns, the other party must be GA personnel, there's no doubt about it. But what is their boss thinking? Don't care about the other party's identity? Just arrest them? Isn't this a joke? Arresting GA people? Does he have multiple heads? Moreover, looking at the dozen or so guns pointed at him, Lu Ji responded with a dark face. "Director Li, the other party has more than a dozen people. all armed with guns, and the muzzles are already aimed at us. I can't provoke them. Why don't you come over yourself? Chapter 281. Willing to bet and lose. How many people did you bring? Shen Jun asked softly. 140 people. Yubin immediately replied, all fully armed, with enough weapons and ammunition. If you feel that there aren't enough people, I can send more to you. Lu Ji. Wang Jinggu. What the hell? What did they just hear? 140 special police? And they're fully armed with weapons and ammunition? Are they planning to go to war? That's enough. Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. To handle such matters, Yubin is indeed very handy. Jun Xiao they are. Yubin pointed to Lu Ji, who was squatting on the ground and did not dare to stand up, and asked curiously. The local police in Jincheng. But now they could be considered as having switched sides. Shen Jun smiled and said, the beating he took this time is probably a bit unfair. Switching sides? Yubin said casually. Then I can rest assured, since he was once in the dark, this beating is not in vain. Lu Ji, what an unreasonable dog thing. Truly too much. But when he saw the equipment of Yubin and others, he wisely chose not to speak. I can't provoke them. I truly can't provoke them. Who dares to provoke fully armed special police? Chapter 282. None can escape. After Yubin left, Shen Jun once again turned his attention to the middle-aged man. This person is indeed a bit interesting, so it's not a waste of time to talk a bit more with him. Do you have anything else to ask? The middle-aged man said helplessly. How much money have you made over the years? Shen Jun asked with great interest. The middle-aged man did not hide it. He candidly said, I can't remember the total amount after so many years, but I should still have more than 13 million left now. Cash. Shen Jun asked again. Cash and gold bars. The middle-aged man replied, I don't like other things. What about overseas? Shen Jun asked again. I can't say that. I have to leave some money for my wife and children to live on, right? The middle-aged man shook his head. All right, then tell me, how many people in Jincheng are not involved in your profit network? Shen Jun changed the topic. About 20 to 30%. The middle-aged man said casually, there are a small group of young people and a large group of older ones, but the ones in the middle are all in it. Nowadays, the pressure of life is too great. They're the group that is most likely to collapse. Xin Yun, Tiekzi to 183 irréplacible. So, how do you want to take revenge? You can choose any method of revenge, even if it means tearing those people apart. After calling Wang Jinggu over, Shen Jun casually asked, Wang Jinggu. The people who were just caught are all top figures in Jincheng. He saw it clearly. But even so, those people were all captured and didn't even dare to resist. What kind of background does this have? And now Shen Jun says such things. He really doesn't know how to speak. Or rather, he feels a bit afraid to speak. Although he has some special abilities, the gap in reality is really too big. Moreover, there are not only him as a special person in this world. Otherwise, Shen Jun would not have been able to find him without exposing anything. Nor would he have been able to save him so promptly. The difference between being unique and not being unique is quite significant. Rest assured to say, whoever's life you want, I will take care of it for you. Your value depends on your irreplaceability. Shen Jun said softly. Hearing this, Wang Zheng was taken aback. So that's how it is. Special and special are still different. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Just punish the main culprit. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Not enough. Sigh. Shen Jun sighed. What you said really hurts my feelings. Isn't there a better way to deceive? I'm your own grandson. Don't pretend with us. The old man scoffed, talking about other things I might not be able to, but when it comes to this, with your little skills, you're still a bit lacking. Shen Jun, if only the old man and the others were like Shenmu, go ahead and make your request. The old man said casually. Request? Shen Jun chuckled. What can you give me now? Or what can the Shen family give me now? The old man, Shen Changshu, Shen Changzhou, seeing the three of them look speechless, Shen Jun said proudly. The second one has gone down. In the future, the Shen family will be under my control. Although there's still a long way to go, I don't really have anything I can use from the Shen family right now. Besides, during this time, you three have been using my resources. Saying this, Shen Jun turned his gaze to Shen Changzhou and teased. Right? Second uncle, Shen Changzhou. After the three exchanged glances, they confirmed one thing. This kid really knows how to irritate people. Chapter 285. Chapter 285. Conversation in a private hospital. Second aunt. After entering the ward, Shen Jun saw Li Qiuyu standing by the bedside. Xiao Jun is here? Upon seeing Shen Jun enter, Li Qiuyu immediately stood up. The third one. lying on the hospital bed. Shen Mu instantly smiled upon seeing Shen Jun. Shen Jun also smiled and nodded at Shen Mu. Seeing this, Li Qiuyu immediately said, "You two chat. I'll go buy something." Okay. Shen Jun didn't refuse. After Li Qiuyu left the ward, Shen Mu was the first to speak. "Just now my dad called me, and he was talking about you." Shen Jun asked curiously. "I just met with the old man, and the eldest and second uncles. Why would he call you to talk about me?" "What for?" Shen Mu laughed. "What else could it be? Naturally, he has worried you want to know how to handle things properly." "Shen Jun, is that how they see me?" Shen Jun said helplessly. "Otherwise?" Shen Mu chuckled. "With you over there, you're almost like a pervert. No, not almost. You're already a pervert." Shen Jun, "I haven't done anything. How did I get such a stereotype?" Shen Jun retorted. Chapter 286. Chapter 286. A New Year Xiaomu. "Do you trust him this much?" As soon as Shen Jun left, Li Qiuyu walked into the ward. What she said about buying something was just an excuse, and both Shen Jun and Shen Mu knew it. Given Li Qiuyu's status, she wouldn't need to do the shopping herself. Shen Mu nodded. "I don't know why, but from the moment I first met the third one, I had a good impression of him." "How to say?" "We have a feeling of mutual appreciation." Li Qiuyu asked in confusion. "What magic does he have? Your grandfather is like this, you're like this. And now your uncle and your dad are about to become like you too. Can't explain it. Anyway, for the third one, whether it's me or Grandpa, we trust him from the bottom of our hearts. Of course, trust is trust, but we still have to plan for ourselves. After all, Shen Jun needs to grow, and the future is unpredictable," Shen Mu explained. Sigh. Li Qiuyu sighed. "Back then, I had someone raise Xiaonan's scores a bit and arrange her future clearly, thinking that with these things Shen Jun would be useful to you, but unexpectedly, he himself is a dragon crossing the river." Chapter 287. Chapter 287. Not wanting to listen content. What does it mean to be content? Besides, that red envelope was given to me by my grandmother. What does it have to do with you? Shen Nin said seriously. "Grandpa, you should hand over the red envelope quickly." The old man smiled and then placed a similarly thick red envelope in Shen Nin's hand. "Thank you, Grandpa." After receiving the red envelope, Shen Nin excitedly shouted, then ran out. Seeing this, both the old man and Shen Jun shook their heads helplessly. This girl has some tricks up her sleeve. Yes, not that she lacks wits, but she has a few tricks. She knows how the old lady treated her before, but now she seems to care about nothing. This performance is indeed commendable. No wonder she is a Shen family girl. Playing one way in front and another behind is really smooth. "Why are you back today?" "Logically, at this time, you should be busy." Shen Jun turned his gaze to the old man. "When you get old, you have to admit it. Those troublesome matters should be left to the young ones to handle." The old man replied softly. Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately got up and dragged Li Qiuyu out. Chapter 288. Chapter 288. Back to Misty City outside the residence. "Third brother, what happened?" Seeing Shen Jun walk out of the room with a sullen face, Shen Hung immediately approached curiously and asked, "Slap." Seeing the punching bag come to him, Shen Jun unceremoniously slapped him. Ouch. Cough cough. Getting slapped for no reason, Shen Hung was stunned, and he opened his mouth to curse, but he held it back. Because the one who hit him was Shen Jun. If he cursed back, considering Shen Jun's narrow-mindedness, he would definitely have a hard time in the future. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, you little brat." After saying that, Shen Jun walked straight out of the courtyard. Shen Hung, wait. How did he suddenly become a little brat? Rubbing his sore head, Shen Hung secretly vowed never to meet Shen Jun alone again, getting beaten up for no reason. And there's south no place to reason with. It's just that Shen Yin isn't here. If he were, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Knowing that Shen Jun had a bad expression and still stepped forward, who else would get beaten if not him? Seeing this, not only Shen Hung, even Shen Luan and a few girls began to get curious. What on earth happened to make Shen Jun so angry? Chapter 289. Chapter 289. The protagonist didn't come shut up, then take your red envelope and roll. Shen Jun said irritably. Na Shen Nin stuck her tongue out at Shen Jun defiantly. No. After saying that, she directly hid behind her grandmother and complained, "Grandma, look at my brother. Shen Jun, how can you talk to Xiaonan like that? Grandpa is not happy. That's your sister. Speak nicely." "Exactly. Why scold our Nan? Our Nan is just trying to make us happy." Grandma also reproached unhappily. Shen Jun, all right, you two can say whatever you want. Shen Jun shook his head helplessly. Can't provoke. Although it was quite inappropriate, Li Qiuyu couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Oh dear, look at our brains. All because of you, girl. It was only then that Grandma noticed Li Qiwan standing beside Shen Jun. She first made a self-deprecating remark, then reached out and lightly tapped Shen Nan's forehead, and then looked at Li Qiwan with a smile and said, "You must be Wan Wan, right? Happy New Year, Grandma. Happy New Year, Grandpa." Li Qiwan quickly greeted them. Good, good, come on. Grandma knows you lack nothing, but you must accept the red envelope from Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma smiled as she took out 2 red envelopes and placed them in Li Qiwan's hands. Chapter 290 Chin Chong. So, Grandma, do you also suspect that it was my second uncle who did it? No, you must have already confirmed it in your heart. Shen Jun said expressionlessly. Grandma shook her head and said, "It's all in the past. Xiao Jun, please don't bring it up again, okay?" Shen Jun nodded, suppressing his anger. Okay, I won't touch my second uncle, but you shouldn't interfere with the person who pushed my grandpa. Grandma was suddenly at a loss for words. Go ahead, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. It's just right to let your second uncle give up those inappropriate thoughts. Grandpa agreed. As a father and also a victim, he was angrier than anyone else, but facing the instigator who pushed him down the stairs, Grandpa really had no temper. That is his son. He can't just disown him over this, can he? Although what this son did was outrageous, even worse than a pig or a dog, still, that is his son, the one he raised since childhood. Don't listen to some people online who always shout about severing ties. Cutting decades of family ties is not that simple. Even when a pet that has been raised for a few years dies, the owner feels heartbroken, let alone a son raised for decades. Chapter 291 Run Away. You can't do this. You can't do this. I am your real uncle, and murder is against the law. Shen Chong panicked. Real uncle? Shen Jun mocked. With the things you've done, do you even have the face to say that to me? I don't have such a shameless uncle like you. I didn't tea. Shen Chong shouted loudly. You can't treat me like this. Don't you know that your grandparents care about me the most? Then when T agreed to this. All right, whatever you have to say. Let us talk in 24 hours. After saying that, Shen Jun turned and left the abandoned house. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Chin Chong was stunned. He never expected Shen Jun would really treat him like this. This was completely different from what he imagined. And people could die. They really could die. Woo 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 woo. Crack hearing the sound. Shen Chong immediately turned his head. But when he saw the corpse facing him with its back turned, his face turned pale, and he collapsed on the ground. He fainted from fear. Seeing this, Zheng Dong laughed. With such courage, how dare he scheme against our Jun Xiao? Chapter 292 Cold, all over at the airport. Brother, this is the 5th call. Why don't you answer? Maybe Grandma really has something urgent to find you. Hearing Shen Jun's phone ringing continuously, Shen Nin said softly, Xin Yun, urgent. It's indeed urgent. A huge emergency. But I want to answer. You can answer yourself. Shen Jun shook his head vigorously. Only a fool would answer Grandpa and Grandma's calls. He, Shen Jun, is not a fool. No, what exactly did you do to your second uncle? Why is Grandma calling you like crazy? Shen Nin asked curiously. Upon hearing this, even Li Qiwan looked at Shen Jun. She was also curious about what Shen Jun had done to that second uncle, to the point where Grandma kept calling him. Shen Jun spread his hands and said helplessly, I really didn't do anything. I just let him have a face-to-face conversation with the guy who pushed Grandpa down the stairs, nothing else. Huh? Shen Nan was stunned for a moment, looking at Shen Jun with suspicion. Just that simple face-to-face? It can't be. If it were that simple, Grandma wouldn't keep calling you. Chapter 293 Sinister. Li family. In the study. Grandpa, does our family really have to be dominated by the Shun family from now on? A young man dressed in black casual clothes looked reluctantly at Old Master Li. Old Master Li nodded, then shook his head. In the young man's puzzled gaze, Old Master Li said softly, It's not our Li family, but your generation will have to be dominated by the Shun family in the future. Young man, what ability does Shen Jun have? Why are you and Grandpa Zhao both saying this? Zhao Tianlu should be kicked out for his mistakes. But Zhao Xinxin has done nothing wrong. And I have done nothing wrong. Why is this happening? The young man gritted his teeth. Sigh. Old Master Li sighed deeply before explaining. That kid Shen Jun, how should I put it, has a certain sinister quality. The contributions he makes alone surpass the combined efforts of our Li family and Zhao family. Remember that the combined efforts of 2 families, not your generation. Young man. Only his own grandpa would say such things. If it were anyone else, Li Linhao would have punched their mouth. What strength does the Li family have? What strength does the Zhao family have? The two families combined can't even compare to a young kid. Chapter 294 Sudden Malice. Shen Jun and Wanwan are here. Seeing Shen Jun and Li Qiwan walk hand in hand into the living room, Old Master Li immediately smiled. Grandpa, Grandma. Shen Jun first greeted Old Master Li and the old lady sitting next to him. Then he turned his gaze to the middle-aged couple sitting beside the two elders. Dad, Mom. Indeed, these two middle-aged individuals were Li Qiwan's parents. Although Shen Jun and Li Qiwan had gotten their marriage certificate, the two had been abroad and couldn't return. So this was Shen Jun's first time meeting them. Their marriage was so rushed that Li Qiwan's parents didn't have time to come back to the country. How to say? This situation was actually partly Shen Jun's fault. The benefits brought by Wei Xianming were too great. So much so that many people from each family were sent out to maintain those benefits, and those people couldn't return in a short time. Of course, the Shen family was no exception, and they took the largest share. Even though Shen Changshu and Shen Changzhou didn't team move, their identities and statuses were just too high. Once either of them set off, it would be a huge deal. However, many elders from the second and third branches of the Shen family have been sent out. Chapter 295. Did you get kicked by a donkey? It's reversed. Just as Shen Jun turned around, Li Han suddenly erupted. How dare the son-in-law insult the father-in-law? Does your Shen family have no upbringing? Shen Jun. He looked at Old Master Li with a puzzled expression, then pointed to his own head and curiously asked, Grandpa, is my second uncle, my father-in-law, out his mind? Has he been kicked by a donkey before? Old Master Li. Han Xian, Li Qiwan. How embarrassing. He really didn't expect Li Han to do something so impulsive. Not to mention Shen Jun, even he didn't know why. When Shen Jun and Li Qiwan first met, Li Han was agreeable. Although he and Han Xian didn't return for the engagement and marriage certificate, they had received the news. But why did Li Han suddenly take a disliking to Shen Jun? He couldn't believe there was hatred without reason in this world. Not to mention, he was still here, getting angry in front of him. Did he really think he, as a father, had no temper? Second son, give me a reason. Old Master Li looked at Li Han seriously and said, if this reason doesn't satisfy me, there will be no place for you in the Li family from now on. Chapter 296. Zhao Zhengqin Xiao Jun. Don't take your dad's words to heart. After personally pouring a cup of tea for Shen Jun, Old Master Li spoke softly. Shen Jun picked up the teacup and shook his head, saying, I didn't take it seriously, just found it a bit strange. Yeah, too strange. Old Master Li sighed lightly. It's just like a madman. Shen Jun, Grandpa, that shouldn't be something coming out of your mouth. Shen Jun chuckled. After all, my father-in-law is your own son. It's precisely because I know him that I say this. Old Master Li lamented. If it weren't for some special circumstances, he wouldn't suddenly turn against you, especially not in front of me. Other than being mad, I really can't think of another reason. Shen Jun nodded. I think the same, just don't know what that special reason is. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Anyway, you won't be seeing him often in the future. Let him be. Old Master Li waved his hand. All right. Shen Yun nodded nonchalantly. To be honest, he really didn't take Li Han's words to heart. After all, he was Wanwan's biological father, his father-in-law. Chapter 297. Tongwan. After Shen Jun finished speaking, both of them turned their attention to the phone screen. The screen displayed a person's photo and identity information. The identity information was detailed to the extreme. Tongwan, male, 22 years old, from East City, sold by his biological mother for 30,000 yuan just 3 months after birth, at 5 years old. His adoptive parents died in a car accident. At 7, isolated and bullied by classmates due to having no parents. At 9, his grandparents died in a fire. And the property left by his adoptive parents was occupied by his uncle. At 12, while working in a clothing factory, he had 2 fingers severed. At 16, while working in a black factory, he encountered a black intermediary who didn't pay wages, and when he went to demand wages, his leg was broken. At 20, while delivering food, he ran a red light and got into an accident, taking out a loan of 100,000 for compensation. At 21, feeling unwell, he was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. At 22, while delivering food, he was falsely accused of stealing by a customer, and due to the large amount involved, he was detained for 15 days, released without charge on February 12th. Looking at this person's information, even Li Linhao and Zhao Zhengqin couldn't help but frown. Tragic, too tragic. How did Shen Jun find this person? Even a cursed, lonely star wouldn't be this unfortunate. What do you want us to do? Li Linhao furrowed his brow and asked again. Chapter 298. Can't Compete City Village. 5 p.m. Although it was the new year and the weather was particularly cold, there were still some diners sitting at roadside stalls eating dinner. Hot pot paired with white liquor, these diners were enjoying themselves. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent sound of horns suddenly rang out on the street, causing countless diners sitting by the roadside to look up. 7 or 8 black Hongqi cars slowly drove in from a distance, and some pedestrians riding electric bikes or bicycles hurriedly dodged to the sides of the street. Although these people dodged quickly, some still couldn't turn in time and were urged by the honking. Due to the icy ground, some people fell directly to the ground because they turned too quickly. However, the drivers seemed to ignore this scene and continue to honk their horns, urging pedestrians to make way. After a long time, the pedestrians gradually cleared the road, and the convoy drove by without courtesy. Watching the convoy's retreating figures, some diners and affected pedestrians spat and cursed. But that was all. If they were really asked to confront the convoy face to face, they wouldn't dare. Chapter 299. The Lucky Kid Bang. Police don't move. Tongguan. Looking at Li Ru and the others who burst in, Tongguan was dumbfounded. Why did the police come to find him? He had just been released from detention. Could it be that someone was afraid he would take extreme measures and had been keeping an eye on him? Otherwise, he couldn't think of why the police would show up right after he bought fireworks. Before Tongguan could react, Li Ru and the others had already subdued him. Looking down at the scattered gunpowder and firework tubes at his feet, Tongguan couldn't even speak. No matter why the police showed up, with just these things, he had no right to question them. After all, fireworks were prohibited in Kyoto, not to mention what he was doing was more than just setting off fireworks. It was hard to explain. Li Ru and the others didn't waste any more words with Tongguan. After subduing him, they immediately took him out of the rental house. Meanwhile, Li Linhao and Zhao Zhenqin were waiting for them downstairs. Aren't you police? Who are you? Although Tongguan's background was tragic, he wasn't a fool. Upon seeing the vehicles parked behind Li Linhao and Zhao Zhenqin, he immediately understood that he had been deceived by Li Ru. Chapter 300. Coercion. It's him. It's this person who brought me to that room. In the hall, Tongguan gritted his teeth and pointed at a photo on the wall, shouting loudly, "Call! Bring this person to me." Li Linhao immediately instructed a middle-aged man. Understood. The middle-aged man responded without hesitation. It will take time to get people here. Why don't you clean up the person who hit you first? Zhao Zhenqin inquired. Okay. Tongguan nodded vigorously. At this moment, he was eager to take action. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years, but he is not a gentleman. Not to mention, there is no one in this world who can resist the pleasure of taking revenge with their own hands. Lead the way. Yes. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, a group marched towards the detention room. A few minutes later, Tongguan finally saw the person he had dreamed of meeting, a tall and strong middle-aged man. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man was already tied to the interrogation chair, and those who bound him had kindly gagged him as well. When the middle-aged man saw Tongguan enter, he immediately widened his eyes. He had just been wondering why the detention center staff had tied him up, and now it was clear it was this guy's doing. Chapter 301. We'll see. At 7 o'clock in the evening. Where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Noticing that the noise in the room was gradually fading, Li Linhao immediately called the middle-aged man over. After the middle-aged man ran over, he first wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then stammered, "Chen Xiaodong's phone is unreachable. I have sent someone to his residence to find him, but there is still no news." "Hee, you mean he's run away?" Zhao Zhenqin sneered. That's impossible. That's impossible. Give me a little more time. I'll call and urge him right now." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. "Forget it." Li Linhao waved his hand and asked, "The person is called Chen Xiaodong, right?" "Yes, the person Mr. Tong is looking for is Chen Xiaodong, who lives in Unit 1803, Building 1, Guangming Community." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "Zhang Hua, send someone to bring this Chen Xiaodong back to me." Li Linhao instructed a bodyguard behind him. Understood. The bodyguard named Zhang Hua immediately stepped out. "All right, clean up the room later. I don't need to say much about what comes next, do I?" Zhao Zhenqin said softly to the middle-aged man. Chapter 302. So accurate. The next day, at noon, in Boqing Community, looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Tongguan felt a chill all over his body while sitting in the car. Why did they want him to come to this place? His enemy was indeed a resident of this community, and he did want to take revenge, but this was the entrance of the community. If Shen Jun had sent him to his enemy's house, he would have been grateful, but this is not his enemy's house. It's right at the entrance of the community. With so many people passing by, if a bomb were to explode, how many innocent people would be harmed? This is not the outcome he wanted. After hesitating for a long time, Tongguan finally took out his phone and dialed a number. The ringing went on for a long time without being answered. Just when Tongguan was about to give up, a message suddenly appeared on his phone. If there are still many people at the community entrance at 1 o'clock, you can give up directly. Seeing this message, Tongguan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't allowed to harm innocent people, he didn't care about anything else. At 12:20, a convoy was currently driving towards Boqing community. Inside the car, Jing Ting, is there anyone special in Boqing community? Why do you suddenly want to check it out? A young man in a suit asked the young man sitting next to him with a smile. Chapter 303, a new chapter, Brother Chiu. This is Boqing community. After getting out of the car, Wei Jingting pointed to the words on the community gate. Brother Chiu nodded. Just as he was thinking about going directly into the community to find Tongguan, he suddenly had an inexplicable urge to look across the community entrance. Upon seeing the car parked by the roadside, Brother Chiu frowned and said, "Clear all the people and vehicles outside the community." Wei Jingting wasn't foolish. He naturally understood why Brother Chiu frowned. He turned around and waved to someone behind him. "XNMO, come here." "Boss Ting, young Master Chiu." The young man named XNMO immediately jogged over upon hearing Wei Jingting's words. "Tell the driver of that car to hurry up and leave." Wei Jingting pointed at the car across the community. "Understood," XNMO replied and turned to leave. Watching XNMO walk away, Brother Chiu's frown deepened. He felt that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. At 12:59, knock, knock, knock. Watching the young man knocking on the car window, Tongguan's heart raced and his breathing quickened. He felt like he had lost control of himself completely. Chapter 304, Absolute Confidence. Hearing Shen Jun's words, everyone's faces showed an indescribable expression. This kid is too ruthless. Clearly, everyone was reminding him not to go too far, and he had indeed promised well. But it turned out that people can lie. Just because he promised doesn't mean he has to follow through. Eye for an eye. After a long silence, it was finally Shun Changshu who stood up and looked at Shen Jun, saying in a deep voice, "Wei Shima is dead. Wei Jingting is disfigured. Ding Qianqiu's life hangs by a thread. The first two can be overlooked, but Ding Qianqiu, Xiao Jun, you've gone too far." Shen Jun smiled and waved his hand. "Uncle, although you are my biological uncle, you can't just throw around accusations like that. What evidence do you have to prove that I did this?" Shen Changshu shook his head. "Xiao Jun, at this point, arguing is pointless. In the current situation, evidence doesn't really matter." "No evidence." Shen Yun looked puzzled. "Oncle, are you surnamed Shun or Ding? Why do I not understand what you're saying? If evidence doesn't matter, what about the situation with our second uncle back then? What about the evidence I rushed back from America to find?" Chapter 305. Quite touching, Shen Jun. You told us back then that you would only target Wei Shima. Li Linhao could no longer endure this humiliation. It was too damn frustrating. Although he had already accepted in his heart that he couldn't compete with Shen Jun, he couldn't be bullied like this. The old man compensates Shen Jun, and in the end, he can't turn the tables? How could he accept that? Is this a scam? I did say that, but... Shen Jun smirked, "But I'm not one to keep my word. What is the matter? Do you want to hit me?" Li Linhao, Zhao Jingqin, others. This kid is really a damn scoundrel, killing and also attacking the heart. However, Li Linhao was indeed so angry that he was stunned. He even asked such a foolish question. "As for the Zhao family, I won't say anything. That was their family's debt to you. But my family doesn't owe you anything. The old man truly wanted to compensate you. But since you have taken things this far, isn't it a bit excessive?" Li Linhao said angrily. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Shen Jun chuckled. Big brother-in-law. Is there something wrong with your head? Do I really need to discuss what I want to do with you? I dig the pit, and you just jump in? Who can you blame? It's not like you have any brains. Think a bit more in the future. Chapter 306. Possibility. It doesn't have to be the kids who take action." The middle-aged man said sternly. "The rules have already been broken, so I can take action directly." "Sure. If you want to take action, I won't stop you, as long as you can bear the consequences of the Shun family, the Li family, and the Zhao family's retaliation. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live," the old man in the Zhongshan suit said calmly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately sighed heavily. Although he was angry, he knew what he said was somewhat unrealistic. The conflicts among the younger generation were still their own affairs, no matter how they fought. Even if they were seriously injured, as long as they didn't die, it was manageable. But if he took action, the nature of the situation would be different. None of the families opposite were easy to deal with. If he took action and the other side started to retaliate, the younger generation of the Ding family wouldn't survive many, and it was possible that none would survive. Dad, does our Ding family have to swallow this anger? The middle-aged man was still somewhat unwilling. In the beginning, you all insisted on forcing that kid Shen Jun back. Now, if we don't swallow this anger, what can we do? The old man in the Zhongshan suit said helplessly. As a vested interest, you know his special status. This incident further proves that kid's capabilities. If we continue to oppose him, I'm afraid even you all will be in danger. Chapter 307. Sacrifice. With that, everything started to make sense. Shun Chanshu said solemnly, people are rare, and rare things are valuable. As long as there are enough special people, Xiao Jun won't become a thorn in other sides. The difference between unique and one of a kind. Shun Changzhou side, with those special people and our Shun family background, no one will target him fully because it's not worth the loss. After hearing their words, the old man sighed. This kid is too scheming, too bloodthirsty, and too lucky. Shun Chanshu and Shun Changzhou were taken aback. They naturally understood what the old man meant. The old man was saying that Shen Jun might not live long. No, he might even have a short life, a very short one. But there was no way for them to solve this issue. Everything still depended on Shen Jun himself. All right, since it has come to this, there's nothing we can do. Let's just see what choice Xiao Jun makes. The old man suddenly waved his hand in disappointment at the two. Okay, Shen Chanshu and Shun Changzhou understood that the old man was in a bad mood. So they didn't say anything more and directly turned to leave. Chapter 308. Can't bear, tell me about it. Shen Mu asked eagerly. How did it happen? Don't worry about that. Shen Jun waved his hand. Just know that I avenged you. Wei Xinma is dead. Wei Jingtong is disfigured. And Ding Qianqiu's life hangs by a thread. His situation was much worse than yours. He was truly in a life-and-death situation. Just waiting for the doctor to say there's no cure and to wait to die. Shen Mu, if my body wasn't still recovering, I would definitely beat Shen Jun up right now. There's no way to do things like this. He poured 3 cups of wine at the foot of my bed and then said this half-finished sentence. Who the hell can stand it? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll just crash to death here. Shen Mu pointed at the head of the bed and said fiercely, Shen Jun, this person really can brag. However, he also understood Shen Mu's thoughts. No one could suppress the obsession for revenge. Shaking his head, Shen Jun said helplessly, I found someone, and then used that person to lure Ding Qianqiu out. In the end, that person sacrificed his life to complete your revenge. So, do you think I was wrong to toast 3 cups of wine? Shen Mu? Before Shen Mu could ask again, Shen Jun continued. Of course. When I lured Ding Qianqiu, I also let Li Lin Hao and Zhao Jinqin make an appearance. The end result is that your revenge was taken. And the ones who took the blame are the Li family and the Zhao family. It has nothing to do with our Shun family. Chapter 309. Need a reason, Shun Hung, I damn. Huh, I damn thank you. Under Shen Jun's intense gaze, Shen Yao instantly retracted an insulting word. Hearing this, Shun Hung couldn't stop smiling. It felt great. Beating one's own family without worrying about retaliation. Who wouldn't want to do that? Sitting on the ground to catch his breath, Shen Yao slowly stood up and gently rubbed his sore butt. Shen Heng's sweeping leg was indeed not holding back. Shen Yao fell hard. My butt is numb. Both cheeks are numb. Remember, don't casually label me in the future. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Did you hear that? Shen Jun said irritably. I heard it. I was wrong, Junge. Shen Yao admitted his mistake. Though he still secretly despised Shen Jun's small-mindedness, he couldn't show anything on the surface. Otherwise, he would still get beaten. Small-minded is just small-minded. That's more like it. Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Junge, are you really not going to deal with that dog thing, Ding Qianqiu? Shen Yao said unwillingly, although Ding Qianqiu is seriously injured. The one responsible for all this is that bastard Ding Qianqiu. Chapter 310. Settled, do we have to go? If we don't go, will the thoughts be unblocked? Could it be that the kid from a Shun family is really a child of destiny? Otherwise, how did he manage it? Wei Xianming suddenly died unexpectedly. Du Mingjie exchanged 10 years of life for a piece of news, and Wang Jinggu could temporarily predict some news in major financial markets. But his physical functions were obviously declining. Based on the current information, If Wang Jinggu continued like this, he might not live for another 5 years. Although that kid Shen Jun wanted to keep the specific situation of these people hidden. Who were they? Did he think he could deceive them? Not that easy. However, that kid Shen Jun probably didn't really think he could deceive them. People who could do such things couldn't be that foolish. But what exactly was Shen Jun's situation? Did he have the same limitations as these people? Luck? Lifespan? Or overdrawn future? If Shen Jun's body also had issues, then the Ding family would still have the ability to resist. If the other party had no restrictions at all, then thinking of the Shen family, the Li family, and the Zhao family, the two middle-aged men sighed deeply. The strength of the other side was indeed not weak. The Ding family could turn the table. But the consequences were something the Ding family couldn't bear. Chapter 311. After Shen Jun sat back down in his chair, Elderly immediately asked in a low voice, "Do you know that this plan will expose a lot of things about you?" "Of course I know. I'm not an idiot. How could I not know?" Shen Jun replied nonchalantly. "Since you know, why do it anyway?" Elderly asked curiously. "Come on. Do you need a reason to take revenge?" "There is no why. I just want to do it." Shen Yun chuckled lightly. Looking at the confident expression on Shen Jun's face, Elder Li's gaze shifted. And then he pondered, "Is there someone or something that has given you enough confidence?" Shen Yun. What the hell? What is going on with this old man? This is too scary. How could he guess that? Although Shen Jun was internally shocked, his face showed no special expression. After undergoing countless information bombardments from the system, Shen Jun had basically learned to remain unflustered even in the face of great challenges. Why do you guess that? Shen Yun asked softly. Because aside from that reason, I can't think of any other reasons, Elderly said flatly. The things you've exposed through this plan against Ding Qinqiu are quite a lot, almost revealing all your previous plans. If you didn't have a backup, I wouldn't believe you would choose this foolish method just to take revenge for Shenmu. Chapter 312. New Ideas Suppressing the Urge to Hit Someone. Elderly said irritably. Their generation is not the same as yours. Before Shen Jun could ask, Elderly waved his hand. Don't ask why. This matter is not to be spoken of. Fine. Seeing that Elderly really didn't intend to tell him about the previous generation, Shen Jun decided not to press the issue. It was unnecessary. Anyway, it had little to do with him. Well, I have nothing else to do, you rest. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Shen Jun stood up, intending to leave. But before he could turn around, Elderly suddenly asked, Are you okay? Shen Jun smiled and said, All good. Just wait for me to bring you and Wanwan's child. Ha, that old man hopes to live to see that day. Elderly lauga upbili. All right, I'm leaving. I plan to treat my brother-in-law to a meal in a while. Please arrange it for me, Shen Jun said. And without waiting for Elderly to respond, he turned and walked out of the room. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Elderly sighed deeply. The one with luck? A short-lived person. Oh dear, my dear father-in-law. Why are you still sitting here? Is there really nothing going on? Elderly's heart was still quite ruthless. Chapter 313. A Life of Enjoyment. The eldest brother would agree, or rather, he had already prepared for it. It was just that I hadn't made up my mind yet. Shen Jun shook his head. The Shen family originally had no chance. Everything is something I fought for the Shen family. But I can't say that out loud. Giving hope, and then cutting it off myself is indeed a bit unreasonable. What do you plan to do? Li Qiwan asked softly. Maybe it's better to let go? Grandpa and the others will handle the follow-up. It can't be avoided. Shen Jun said helplessly. This matter needs me to talk to the eldest brother in person. Otherwise, it would be a hidden danger for my Shen family. So now you understand why I don't go to meet your brother and the others? Shen Jun pinched Li Qiwan's little face and smiled. Hey, stop it. Li Qiwan reached out to swat Shen Jun's hand away, saying, But this way, the Ding family will also have opinions. After all, that is 2 generations. Shen Jun sneered. As long as I'm alive, even if they have opinions, they have to endure it. There is no second choice. You're not afraid they act against you in secret? Not towards you, but... Chapter 314. Agreement March 11th. Qingfeng Villa. At this moment, the entire Qingfeng Villa area was surrounded by over 100 armed security personnel, with dozens of police cars and special police vehicles patrolling back and forth. Additionally, several special vehicles that blocked signals were parked nearby to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from eavesdropping on the conversations inside the villa. Such security measures proved how important the discussions inside the villa were. In the villa's hall, you all can talk. I want to interrupt, said Chao Jun, who was standing behind Shenmu. and then he pushed the wheelchair out of the living room. Looking at the three who were still standing still, Shen Jun gestured for them to sit down. Let us sit and talk. Okay. Shen Yin, Li Linhao, and Li Luofeng nodded gently. Although Shen Jun was the youngest among the four, Shen Yin and the others understood that Shen Jun was the most crucial person in this discussion. If it weren't for Shen Jun, they wouldn't even be sitting here. After sitting down, Shen Jun let out a long sigh before slowly speaking. You should know why I called you here. None of the three spoke, only nodding. Receiving their response, Shen Jun continued. To put it simply, I probably shouldn't be doing this. After all, I'm a member of the Shen family. And this is unfair to my family as eldest. Chapter 315. Testing. At least point, Shen Yun Sutton Post. Elderly and the others couldn't possibly be unaware of Du Mingjia's importance. But why did they still not cherish each other's lives? A piece of information that could be exchanged for 10 years of life was so easily wasted. Don't talk about constraints or anything. Those are not reasons. It could even be said to be nonsense. Very nonsensical. Unless, the reason the other party dared to disregard Du Mingjia's life was that they had Shen Jun as their confidence. Anyway, Shen Jun had these people under his control, and he found Du Mingjia and Wang Zheng's stocks in such a short time. If that's the case, then Du Mingjia is just Du Mingjia. If he dies, he dies. At worst, Shen Jun can just find another one. Moreover, there are some eerily chilling aspects to this matter. For example, if everyone's abilities come at the cost of their lives, does Shen Jun's ability also have this kind of limitation? If Shen Jun keeps using his abilities and, at a certain point, he suddenly dies, that would be a win-win situation. At that time, at worst, he could just compensate the Shen family. After all, without Shen Jun, the Shen family would just be an ordinary aristocratic family. Chapter 316. Let go. Yang City. Located in the Pearl River Delta, adjacent to the South China Sea. The Tropic of Cancer runs through the city, with 1/3 of the area situated south of it. The terrain is higher in the northeast and lower in the southwest, with mountainous regions in the northeast, hills and plateaus in the central area, and the alluvial plains of the Pearl River Delta in the south, characterized by 5 mountains, 1 river, and 4 flatlands. As a millennium-old trading hub, Yangqing has a history of over 2,000 years as a port city, with Huangpu Ancient Port and the 13 Hongs of Yangqing holding significant historical status as key points of the maritime Silk Road. The main agricultural products are high-quality indica rice and vegetables, while the outputs of products such as cotton and linen textiles, household appliances, light industrial machinery, food, and flashlight batteries rank among the top in major cities nationwide. The comprehensive ranking of live e-commerce is first in the country, and cross-border e-commerce retail imports have ranked first for 8 consecutive years. Of course, all this information is online. The reality is that if you have no money here, Yangqing is just Yangqing, with endless pig trotters, unending screws to tighten, overcrowded subways, and dark, damp urban villages. However, if you have money when you earn 100,000 a month, Yangqing is the bustling and fashionable Pearl River CBD, with the joyful Taiku Hui and endless shopping at Tiana City. When you earn 500,000 a month, Yangqing is a genuinely glamorous first-tier city, full of bright lights and extravagant pleasures. Chapter 317. Gifts. March 16th, 11:50 a.m. Binjiang Road. Streetside Cafe. Sir, your coffee is ready. Please enjoy, a female server nervously said as she approached Shen Jun with a cup of coffee. Okay, thank you. Shen Jun replied without turning his head. You're welcome. It's what I should do, she said, and after placing the coffee on the table, she hurriedly left. She couldn't help but feel nervous, as there were 9 security personnel in black standing around Shen Jun, with 2 more outside the door. Such a scene would scare anyone. What kind of big shot could afford such security? Facing such a big shot, she was understandably nervous. As for the other customers in the cafe, naturally, there were none. Shen Jun had booked the entire place. Why? To watch a good show, of course. Shen Jun had been in Yangqing for 4 days now, and during this time, he had done nothing but eat, drink, and have fun, without any serious business. So much so that his uncle Shen Changshu couldn't help but call him to probe into his purpose for coming to Yangqing. Chapter 318. No Hope. Seeing a few people almost bury their heads in their pants, Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. After going through a few previous incidents, Zheng Dong's words really moved him. Really? But lift your heads. Yes. Zheng Dong and the others immediately straightened up. Though they still dared not look at Shen Jun. Seeing this, Shen Jun chuckled. I didn't ask you to betray me. I just wanted you to speak honestly. I won't tell you the reason, but you should know that what you say is very important to me. Understood. Seeing Shen Jun's seriousness, Zheng Dong and the others nodded heavily in agreement. As long as Shen Jun was fine, everything else was unimportant. Go get me a stool and wait to watch the show. Shen Jun casually waved his hand. Yes. Zheng Dong and Li Ru rushed into the cafe, and soon they returned with a chair and coffee in front of Shen Jun. Shen Jun unceremoniously sat down and began drinking his coffee while watching the commotion. Naturally, some onlookers on the street noticed Shen Jun and the others. Besides the attention-grabbing presence of Shen Jun and his security personnel, Zheng Dong and his companions' urgent measures also attracted quite a few gazes. Chapter 319, Warning. Seeing Guan Zhen's stunned expression, Shen Jun said impatiently, This is the only time. It won't happen again. If you dare to ignore my words again, I'll really break your legs. Young Master Jun, I'm wrong. I realize my mistake. Guan Zhen quickly pledged his loyalty. I promise to speak to young Master Jun first next time I see him. If I make a mistake again, you won't need to lift a finger. I'll break my own legs. Look at you. Shen Jun shook his head helplessly, then changed the subject. Where's you been now? At Yangqing Airport, Guan Zhen immediately replied. Shen Jun, is this to transport the body to Kyoto? I don't know, but it's highly likely, Guan Zhen nodded. All right, get lost. Shen Jun waved his hand. Huh? Oh. Although Guan Zhen was surprised by Shen Jun's sudden leniency, he turned and ran away immediately. It was just too scary, watching Guan Zhen's departing figure. Shen Jun softly said, Go back. Yes. 3 p.m. Team Zheng, have you spilled any beans about young Master Jun? Lu Shan quietly approached Zheng Dong and whispered. How can I not say anything? Zheng Dong sighed. Old Shen personally called to inquire about the situation, and with young Master Jun's instructions. How could I dare to keep silent? Chapter 320, Killing to the Heart. Youth is full of vigor, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance. Shen Jun's actions clearly communicated to everyone that he could indeed find extraordinary individuals, but whether they lived or died was entirely under his control. Benefits could be negotiated, but not excessively. Otherwise, he would rather shatter than compromise. Yet, in the face of such a situation, everyone was helpless because he bore the surname Shen. Shen Jun might be easy to deal with, but the Shen family was not to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to everyone, both old Master Shen and Shen Changshu were secretly taken aback. The actions of Su Shijia after winning the lottery on March 13th were too similar to Shen Jun's. Too similar. Though everyone knew that Shen Jun was secretly controlling everything, they were unaware of the most detailed actions he had taken prior. Such a life trajectory that seemed to be copied and pasted was impossible for the old master and Shen Changshu to ignore. However, in the current situation, neither of them spoke, as Shen Jun was one of their own. Moreover, at this moment, Shen Jun was fighting for his own interests as well as for the future of the Shen family. They certainly couldn't dig their own graves. Chapter 321, The Iron Fist of the Younger Generation. You're just being unreasonable, the elder said with an ugly expression. All right, stop wasting our time. As long as you don't have problems over there, we naturally won't have any issues here. Old Master Shen said impatiently. I hope so. After saying this, the three elders simultaneously stood up and left. Looking at the three people's backs, Old Master Li sighed lightly and said, Old Shen, I actually wanted to say this too. Xiao Jun really wasted a great opportunity. Su Shijia's death is truly not worth it. He was someone comparable to Wei Xianming. It's already wasted. We can't let those people keep suppressing him, right? Old Master Shen candidly replied, and you know about Xiao Jun's recent changes. He has developed a certain confidence and is truly reckless now. What can I say? Old Master Li was momentarily at a loss for words because Shen Jun had indeed said such things to him before. He won't die even if the sky falls and the earth cracks. With this confidence, Shen Jun truly had no more shackles. Let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, what's done is done. What we can do now is to comfort Xiao Jun to prevent similar situations from happening in the future. We can only do so. Chapter 322, Irritating People. By the way, my uncle Shen Changxi just called me. Changxi? Why did he call you? Before Shen Jun could finish speaking, Shen Changshu asked in surprise. He want me to find someone comparable to Su Shijia for him. He even said that it's fine if there's no such person. Someone slightly worse would be acceptable. What do you think? Isn't he being a bit too much in this matter? Shen Yun sneered. Uncle, It seems your control over the Shen family has some issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to bypass you and old master to call me directly. Shen Changshu exhaled sharply and said fiercely, I understand. Later, I'll let you see my control over the Shen family. It's useless to talk to me. Your reputation on my side has already collapsed. Shen Jun sarcastically retorted, I think you're not as capable as that second kid. At least your son Shen Han and his son Shen Yi wouldn't dare to cause trouble like that. Venting anger is better than holding it in, right? Although Shen Changxi was the one who made him feel wronged, it was also fine to confront his uncle a bit. After all, they were cousins. Chapter 3:23 Against the Heavens. Listening to the noise around him, Shen Jun leaned against the railing, unconcerned, and continued to watch the fun. Being an outsider is quite nice. Zheng Dong secretly glanced at Shen Jun and saw that he indeed had no intention of playing the good guy, so he didn't dare to speak. Moreover, someone had already jumped into the water to save the person, so he really didn't need to go down anymore. It was just a matter of saving someone who fell into the water. One person who could swim was enough. But just as he turned his gaze towards the small pond, an unexpected incident occurred. The woman who had fallen into the water, after grabbing the rope thrown down by someone above, actually began to push the middle-aged man who was trying to save her from behind. That's right. The woman was shamelessly pushing the middle-aged man backward, even occasionally pressing down on his head. It was as if the middle-aged man had done something heinously unforgivable to her. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd immediately erupted in outrage. They never expected that this woman would dare to do such a thing in front of so many people. What is the difference from murder? And she was attacking her own savior. Is there really such a vicious person in the world? Little girl, what are you trying to do? Don't push him. Do you want to kill someone? Chapter 3:24 Shared Values After Li Ru left. Shen Jun opened his computer and started looking. It had been a long time since he contacted Harry Hellender, and to be honest, Shen Jun was quite curious about what developments this guy had made during this time. However, Harry Hellender's response time was different this time. He quickly got in touch with Shen Jun. After a brief exchange, Shen Jun suddenly discovered something significant. There were problems within the Donkey Party, and they were major problems. But the party leader was still in office and didn't want to fail and step down. Thus, there were some people planning to take action against him. Harry Hellender didn't know exactly how they would act, but he was sure that there would definitely be issues with the Donkey Party's leader, and they would be serious problems. Under such contradictions, the Elephant Party learned about this, and after realizing this, Shen Jun began to think about how he could benefit from the situation. Although his identity as Jun Tian had not been exposed yet, he couldn't rely too much on this identity. After all, not all people in America are fools. They might already have some guesses about his identity. But they hadn't exposed him because of his ability to make money. Chapter 3:25 Unexpected Visitors March 21st, Kyoto. The moment Shen Jun returned home, visitors came in droves. In addition to Shen Ling, Shen Jing, Shen Yao, and other members of the Shen family, the appearance of three others surprised Shen Jun. His cousin Wang Ningjing, younger cousin Wang Chuqiong, and younger cousin Zhao Tingxing. In fact, Zhao Tingxing's presence here was quite normal, as the Zhao family had now aligned with him. However, Wang Ningjing and Wang Chuqiong's appearance was a bit strange. Although the Shen and Wang families were related by marriage, the relationship wasn't that close. A marriage alliance. Everyone understands. Otherwise, Shen Changshu wouldn't have only told him that Old Master had planned for the Han family without mentioning the Wang family. This represented that the other party's stance was actually unstable. So now that Wang Ningjing and Wang Chuqiong appeared here, it was interesting. Junge, you really are something? Compared to you, Mugu is nothing. Shen Yao was the first to flatter. That's right, it's still third brother. In terms of ability, Mugu is still a bit lacking, Shen Jing echoed loudly. Hearing what those two said, Shen Ling, who was standing beside them, said coldly, You two fools. Do you know what it means to have too many eyes watching? Mugu isn't dead yet. Saying such things? Aren't you afraid he dig up old accounts later? Chapter 3:26 The bullet from back then hit the bullseye in the study. Sit down and talk. Shen Jun pointed to the sofa opposite him and said softly, Okay, Wang Ningjing, Wang Chuqiong, and Zhao Tingsheng didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down opposite Shen Jun. Shen Mu maneuvered his wheelchair to stop next to Shen Jun's left. After everyone was seated, Shen Jun personally poured a cup of tea for each of them. As the others looked a bit nervous, Shen Jun smiled and said, It's just pouring a cup of tea. We're all family. No need to be so nervous. I don't eat people. We understand. Wang Chuqiong and Zhao Tingxing nodded heavily. After everyone took a sip of tea, Shen Jun slowly started. Did you come to find me today because of instructions from your elders? Yes. Wang Ningjing candidly stated. The old man at home said that from now on, no one can suppress you. So he asked me to come and play the emotional card with Xiao Qiong, hoping to make up for the previous matters. I am different. Without waiting for Shen Jun to speak, Zhao Tingxing chimed in. My grandfather said the Zhao family and the Shen family are on the same line, and he asked me to interact more with Brother Jun, saying that there will definitely be benefits for me in the future. Chapter 327. Choice March 22nd, afternoon. King Feng Villa. Dressed in casual clothes, Shen Jun picked up a teacup and savored it. The taste was pretty good, as expected from the old man's exclusive blend. At this moment, Zheng Dong suddenly walked in from outside and said, Young Master Jun, the people have arrived, what do you think? Shen Jun put down the teacup and glanced at the time. It was 2:50. Let them in at 3 o'clock. And tell them I'm preparing the tea to welcome them. Shen Jun smiled and said, Remember, not a minute less. Yes. Zheng Dong immediately turned and walked out. Although he didn't quite understand why Shen Jun wanted those young masters to wait, he just needed to obey orders. Overthinking could lead to trouble. Outside the villa, 4 young men were standing at the door, constantly peering inside. What's going on? Why aren't we being let in? Still reporting? Don't they know who we are? Li Linhao asked, confused. Maybe they want to give us a show of strength. Zhao Xingqin replied calmly. This third young master Shen is quite interesting. I really didn't expect him to treat my cousin this way, said a young man in a white suit with a smirk. Chapter 328. What is my identity? Is it just this matter? Zhao Xingqin frowned and asked. Just this matter. Shen Jun replied with a smile. Understood. After saying that, Zhao Xingqin picked up a piece of paper and walked out the door. Seeing his actions, Han Dongxin and Wang Yiqing also picked up their papers and followed him. Only Li Linhao remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. What's wrong? Big brother-in-law, do you have any objections? Shen Jun asked with a smile. No, how dare I have objections? Li Linhao waved his hand self-deprecatingly. If I dared to have objections, wouldn't third young master Shen give me a lesson? Shen Jun. Before he could speak, Li Linhao continued. But may I ask, how is third young master Shen's back? If it's not better, I have some special medicine here, the kind that specifically treats back pain. Shen Yun? Don't keep silent. Seeing Shen Jun's face turn ugly, Li Linhao, instead of being afraid, continued to provoke. This special medicine is a unique secret recipe from an old Chinese medicine doctor, and ordinary people can't even buy it. Looking at Li Linhao's smug expression, Shen Jun almost couldn't resist giving him a slap. Damn, does his wife really say whatever comes to her mind? Chapter 329. The Unfortunate Remarks Haichen. A certain villa. Woo. Wang Yiqing had just entered the villa when he saw a man tightly bound and lying on the ground. With his mouth gagged, the man was desperately nodding at the 2 young men standing next to him, making muffled sounds. Seeing this scene, Wang Yiqing chuckled. Let him speak. Yes. The 2 young men immediately stepped forward and removed the towel from the man's mouth. Who are you? Why? Before the man could finish speaking, he saw Wang Yiqing raise a gun and aim it at him. This scene instantly frightened him, making him swallow the rest of his words. Facing a firearm, admitting defeat is not shameful. Besides, even if the opponents didn't have firearms, he couldn't take them on. 5 against 1. How the hell can you fight? Leitu? Wang Yiqing chuckled. Xiao Hongshu has 3 million fans, and Weibo has 2 million fans? How can a big man like you have so many fans on a platform that gathers women? Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Whatever demands you have, whether it's money or goods, I can meet them, Leda said a bit nervously. Demands? Money? Goods? Chapter 330. Getting caught up. Look, just look. A criminal openly says such things, which shows how big the influence of female empowerment is now. I initially intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon. Yet the bright moon shines on the ditch. I was fooled by you. You are simply a bunch of ungrateful scoundrels. Time passes quickly, and greedy hearts seek darkness. The righteous path is walked with squinted eyes, and people dressed like beasts. Is it real? Could it be some AI technology? The upstairs is really stupid. Didn't they see that there are official accounts issuing statements? Authentic. If a man falls ill and is hospitalized, it means he doesn't love you anymore. A man who loves you wouldn't fall ill. Leitu. A truly loving person, even if turned to ashes, wouldn't waste money on hospital. A man who truly loves you wouldn't hurry. Even if in a coffin, he would jump up to accompany you. Gome, gome. Those who initially planned to build a temple for Pang Ying come out and take a few steps. Look, they've been treating you like fools. And you still believe it. What is the difference between you and the mentally challenged? Chapter 331. Not like before ISNT the position under your, but enough? Shen Mu said in a deep voice. Not enough. Shen Jun shook his head. And I'll say it again, that was not given up by you, but was kicked down, understand? Shen Mu, this kid has a sharp tongue. But guarantee? What I guarantee? Shen Mu said righteously. I'm doing this for you. What more guarantees do you want? You give this person if you want. If you don't, it's fine. After all, I can work without putting in effort. And in the end, it won't be me who suffers. Shen Jun, les bestat. Let us not say, facing such a rogue. He really doesn't have a good way to deal with him. After all, at this moment, he really is in need of someone. Most people are fascinated by power. But Shen Mu is not that kind of person. He has no desire for power at all. Not that he has a slight desire, but he simply has none, which makes it hard to assess. All right, hurry up and get lost. Shen Jun waved his hand impatiently. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. You should know that such talent, even for me, is one less if not needed. All right, Shen Mu readily agreed. Then fixed his gaze on Shen Jun, waiting for his next words. Chapter 332. Don't worry about it, March 27th. The setting sun cast its glow over the earth, and the city's neon lights began to shine brilliantly. Lufeng Courtyard. Old Shen, recently many of those who were transported over have started causing trouble. Should we give them a lesson? Yang Su raised his glass and gestured to Shen Jun. Shen Jun took a sip of wine and smiled. Is it already over so soon? Is this fast? It's been several months, okay? Wu Mingjie laughed. Of course, for you, young Master Shen, time might feel faster. But for those idiots who are either beaten or scolded every day, it feels like years. Is there any media direction over here? Shen Jun casually asked. Yes. And I can even say there is a lot, but the vast majority of the media is controlled by that Li Yuan, Yang Su explained. Not bad. This kid has some ability. He knows what I'm planning to do. Shen Jun nodded. But it's still not enough. We must let some of them die. Otherwise, America won't easily concede. Let some people die? Wu Mingjie asked in confusion. If some die, wouldn't that be a loss for you? Chapter 333. Can it be like this? Xiao Jun, your recent actions are a bit excessive. The old man sighed. I know you have confidence, but this world can turn without anyone. Don't push people to a dead end. There are no good endings. Shen Jun chuckled lightly. It's just 2 generations. They can't be driven to a dead end. Your worries are a bit unnecessary. 2 generations? Just like that. The old man was exasperated. Do you know what these 2 generations represent? The efforts of countless people going to waste. Rest assured, I will leave them some benefits. At least they can save face, Shen Jun said nonchalantly. Are you sure? The old man's tone was filled with distrust towards Shen Jun. It was clear that he had recently developed a sense of distrust towards his grandson. After all, Shen Jun's methods were too ruthless and extreme. Killing a Su Shijia in one moment, and then giving Shen Mu a Ma Li Kai in the next. What do you expect others to think? If it were any later, he would never have called Shen Jun too hasty and too dismissive of those people. Of course, I'm sure. I'm not an idiot. Shen Jun said firmly. Once the second one resolves their issues, I will take action. It's just benefits. As long as they are obedient, they can have as much as they want. You know I'm not a stingy person. Chapter 334. Means and purpose. Have you been kicked by donkey? Shen Jun said, frustrated. What are you thinking? That girl's allowance is higher than your entire life savings, and you still want to share profits with her? Is your brain filled with mush? That's not how it should be. Yang Su retorted, ultimately, this matter was accomplished with your support. It's normal for you not to want money. But I can't not give it, right? No matter whether Xiaonan needs money or not, I have to at least show something. You idiot, Shen Jun said helplessly. I never asked why you earned money from this matter. Isn't it to help you earn more money for a better life? You wasted my good intentions? Didn't I say? Yang Su argued confidently. I'm happy, okay? Happiness is priceless. Shen Jun, les idiots. Pure idiot. And you're happy about it? You can't even afford a house, yet you chase after some trivial poetry and distant dreams? Enjoying life is just fooling the foolish. True happiness is a wife, a child, and a home. Everything else is nonsense. Of course, excluding those who are against marriage, Shen Jun is not a double-standard person. Some people are indeed not suited for marriage. Not just because of personality, but also due to inherent genetic issues, and there is nothing to say about that. Chapter 335. Pregnant, hearing the conversation outside. Shen Jun's emotions instantly became unstable. Are they saying that Li Qiwan is pregnant? Although Shen Jun had already suspected this in his heart, he still found it hard to believe before it was confirmed. It's not that he didn't believe Li Qiwan was pregnant, but that he didn't believe in himself. After all, his identity. He suddenly sat up from the bed, quickly got out of bed, and didn't even bother to change clothes. He put on his slippers and rushed out. Upon opening the door and stepping outside, he saw Li Qiwan's mother, Han Xin, and his second aunt, Li Qiuyue. Mom, Auntie, what were you just talking about? Is Wan pregnant? Without any hesitation, Shen Jun nervously asked. That's right, Xiao Jun, you're going to be a father. Wan is pregnant. Li Qiuyue immediately replied with a beaming smile. Wan. Shen Jun instantly turned his gaze to Li Qiwan. Li Qiwan gently nodded and then reached out to touch her flat abdomen, saying, I felt a bit uncomfortable at 9 o'clock, so I went to check. And according to the results, the doctor said I'm pregnant. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun's voice trembled as he asked, How long has it been? Chapter 336. Can't afford it, can't you let me be happy for a while? Xing Yun sighed lightly. We still trust Mr. Lin's ability to diagnose. Li Laozu smiled and said, He said the child in Wan's belly is most likely a boy. It must be a boy. Therefore, after glancing around, Shen Jun said in a deep voice, My true weakness has appeared. That's not how it should be said. It should be said. Long Bobo shook his head. His attitude gentle. That child is our weakness. Shen Jun, the art of language. With a child on the way, Shen Jun now had concerns. From now on, he couldn't act as recklessly as before because he needed to pave the way for his child. Of course, Long Bobo's words were also true. This child was indeed their weakness. If anything happened to this child, it wouldn't be impossible for the heavens to turn upside down. After a long silence, Shen Jun finally couldn't hold back. He frowned and said, Long Bobo, you actually shouldn't be here. Long Bobo. Ha ha. Xiao Jun, don't be ungrateful. Your Long Bobo coming here is a favor to you. Do you know how busy he usually is? Shen Changzhou laughed heartily. Chapter 337. Thoughts, does it have any impact on you? Old Han asked sternly. Not too much impact. Shen Jun shook his head and candidly said, But I don't know about future matters. Anyway, I have no issues right now. So that means it's unstable? Old Zhao murmured. Instability is the biggest problem. Is there anything in this world that is perfect? Shen Jun said dismissively, It's normal to have some flaws. You don't have to worry about that. Worry? The old man scoffed. They are not worried about your health. They're worried about whether you can continue to generate profits for them. Old Shun, I warn you not to talk nonsense. We never had that thought. Old Han quickly denied. That's right. Xiao Jun is now my grandson-in-law. Don't try to sow discord. Old Master Li played the emotional card. Xiao Jun, although Old Shen is your grandfather, I am also your grandfather. I promise, I will never harbor any ill intentions. I know what you all are thinking. Don't think I don't know. The old man said disdainfully, I won't say anything, but you all better not go too far. Chapter 338. Are you sure you've got him? After Old Master Li and the others left, Li Qiwan and Han Xin finally walked out of the room with Li Qiuyue. Looking at the expression on Shen Jun's face, Li Qiwan gently rubbed her abdomen and said softly, It seems our child has made many people nervous. It's fine, I'm here. Shen Jun shook his head dismissively. Everyone knows what our child represents. Whether they're nervous or serious, it's only natural, but no one dares to voice any objections. Hearing this, Han Xin and Li Qiuyue exchanged glances, but neither dared to speak. Shen Jun's words were too ambiguous. Involving various families, it wasn't easy for them to say much. Let's not talk about this. Shen Jun turned his attention to Han Xin and Li Qiuyue and said, Mom, Aunt, please pay more attention to Wan in the future. I might be very busy during this time. Don't worry. We will take good care of Wan. Han Xin and Li Qiuyue immediately nodded in agreement. They weren't surprised by Shen Jun's mention of being busy. To walk the path of becoming a deity, one must have sufficient foundation, right? If Shen Jun weren't busy, that would surprise them. Being busy is only normal. Chapter 339. Yielding, taking a deep breath, Shen Jun sternly thought, This is the last chance. You want to trick me? Not that easy. After saying that, Shen Jun directly shouted towards the door, Zheng Dong. Young Master Jun, I'm here. Zheng Dong immediately rushed into the office. I have a task for you. Yes, young Master Jun, you command. Zheng Dong immediately stood up straight. Go to Jincheng. Ding. Forget it. You can go out first. I'll think about it some more. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Shen Jun waved his hand to Zheng Dong. Understood. Although confused, Zheng Dong still walked out immediately. As the door closed, a voice appeared in Shen Jun's mind again. July 1st, Jincheng, Fang Qian was attacked and died. July 2nd, Rongqing, Yin Tianwen died in a car accident. July 3rd, Anqing, He Jia jumped his death. July 4th, Shicheng, Jinhua jumped into the river and died. Shen Jun, damn, this dog system really is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. It won't listen to nice words and has to be forced to change. What a piece of work. But the changes happen so damn fast. Saying to postpone for 3 months means it will be postponed for 3 months. Chapter 340, Bullying the Weak. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jun slowly spoke, saying such things, second brother, that doesn't sound like you. Speak. What do you want me to help you with? What help? Shen Mu rebutted. Third brother, you have to understand one thing. I'm working for you and dealing with troubles. Even if there are issues, they're your issues, not mine. Shen Jun, this dog is really quite cunning. But to be fair, Shen Jun couldn't really find a counterargument, because Shen Mu wasn't he wrong. But he also paid the price. Ma Li Kai, that extraordinary person, was practically fed to the dogs. No, even worse than being fed to the dogs. To say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. Shen Jun didn't intend to reason anymore. After all, reasoning wouldn't change anything. Why should he make himself suffer? You're such a bastard. Shen Mu said speechlessly. You really want to take any loss at all? Speak about matters. No personal attacks, or I'll sue you for defamation. Shen Jun smiled slightly. Got it. This time, Shen Mu didn't beat around the bush. He explained, tonight's dinner gathering is quite troublesome. Ding Qiansheng definitely won come himself, and the Shui family, Kai family, Lu family, and Wei family will likely send people over as well. Chapter 341, Unexpected. Everyone sit. Upon entering the private room, Shen Jun unceremoniously took the main seat and then gestured for Shen Mu and the others to sit down. Third brother, what do you plan to do about them? As soon as he was seated, Shen Mu directly asked. Hearing Shen Mu's question, Li Linhao and the others immediately turned their attention to Shen Jun. They also want to know how Shen Jun would deal with that group. Let us see how they perform. Shen Jun said blandly, if their performance satisfies me, then there is nothing more to say. But if they don't lower their attitudes, As Shen Jun's words fell, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. It was pretty much what they guessed. With Shen Jun's temperament, he would definitely not just agree because the other side wanted to yield. Wanting Shen Jun to back off without showing the attitude of a loser? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Given Shen Jun's petty nature, nobody would believe that. And now, what Shen Jun said perfectly matched everyone's expectations. They must show the attitude of a victor. After getting a clear response, Shen Mu lowered his head and fell into contemplation. Chapter 342. Something big is about to happen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shen Mu looked at Ding Qiansheng and said softly, whether it's me or Qinxiu, we are all sacrifices thrown out by those elders above. Do you agree with this? Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Shen Mu's words were too shocking. Sacrifices thrown out by the elders? He was denying the elders of each family. No, not just denying, there was even hatred. A tremendous hatred. Ding Qiansheng was equally shocked by Shen Mu's words, just like the others who couldn't believe they could say such things. He never expected Shen Mu would drop such a bombshell. What did the other side want to do? With so many people present, didn't he fear someone would expose these words to the top? Could he bear the consequences? Or was he trying to test him? Glancing at the expressionless Shen Jun sitting in the chair, Ding Qiansheng let out a sigh. He understood that regardless of how the other side thought or planned, whether he could gain trust and join Shen Jun's side depended on how he responded to Shen Mu's words. One wrong word, and he would have no more chances. Chapter 343 Leader. Just as Wei Jingting fell into deep thought, Shen Mu's voice rang out again. The younger generation is still the younger generation. The future belongs to us. But right now belongs to them. If this continues, the future may not necessarily belong to us. It won't happen. They don't dare. Ding Qiansheng quickly retorted after coming back to his senses. A gap of 20 to 30 years is not easy to bridge. And besides us, they have no successors. But what if there are more people like Du Mingjie in the future? Shen Mu sneered. Now my third brother is also in a bind. Facing those people, Even he doesn't have the ability to resist. Moreover, after a brief pause, under everyone's gaze, Shen Mu said solemnly, "This time it's 5 years. Next time it might be 10 years. If this continues, what do you think will happen?" Ding Qianqing was stumped by the question, and so were the others. It's just that Du Mingjia's ability is simply too outrageous. If such a person could be used by them, it would be fine. But if this person is in someone else's hands, it would be painful. Even if that someone else is the elders of each family, it wouldn't work. Only what is in our own hands is good stuff. Chapter 344, Cause and Effect. Before Shen Jun could finish speaking, Li Linhao exclaimed in shock, "Are you sure?" Turning his gaze to Li Linhao, Shen Jun said coldly, "What? Do you have any thoughts?" No, I was just being impolite." Li Linhao quickly waved his hand. After a cold snort, Shen Jun turned back and continued, "How to use this person is up to you to discuss, but don't waste my time. Remember, such a person is very important even to me." Understood. Everyone nodded excitedly. They understood very well what a person comparable to Du Mingjie represented. Previously, some may not have understood, like Wei Jingting, who comes from a slightly less prominent family. But after hearing Shen Mu's words just now, anyone who isn't a fool would definitely understand. And naturally, those who could sit here were not fools. Fools could not become the heads of their respective families. Not to mention anything else. Just the matter of longevity elixirs is a temptation that everyone cannot refuse, although they are still young at this moment. Who would dislike living a few more years? Sensing the emotions in everyone's hearts, Shen Jun smiled lightly. It's unavoidable for the capable and extraordinary among the elders. Being from this land and being family descendants, you should understand what I mean. Chapter 345, No Exceptions. Hearing Shen Mu's murmurs, Shen Jun was thrown off completely. What kind of brain does he have? How did he come to this conclusion? Could it be Mali Kai? No, that's impossible. How could a lower-level person perceive information from a higher-level person? Excluding all possibilities, the only remaining one must be Shen Mu himself. Shen Yun, who had just been slightly tipsy, suddenly became spirited. He looked at Shen Mu, whose mood was a bit low, and gently asked, "Why do you say that?" Shen Mu raised his head and looked at Shen Jun, gritting his teeth. That car accident was too strange. Qi Ming clearly swerved the steering wheel to avoid it. But that car actually spun halfway in place. Do you understand? That car didn't rely on the brakes for leverage. It just spun halfway in place. How can I not suspect? To find the truth, I not only investigated but even simulated the scene countless times. Yet every time the result came out, I was completely unharmed. Clearly, I could have avoided that attack without a scratch. But the fact is I almost lost my life on the spot. How can I not suspect that something unknown was mixed in? Chapter 346, Fong Qian, so my life is worth just one Mali Kai? Shen Mu gritted his teeth and questioned, "Are you still human? Don't say that. It can't be compared like this." Shen Jun quickly waved his hand. "Your life really isn't worth as much as Mali Kai's, really. If you don't believe me, you can ask our Uncle Long Shen Mu." Looking at Shen Jun's serious expression, Shen Mu was furious. "Why can't I ask Grandpa, Uncle, and my dad? That's not okay. If you ask those three, your life becomes valuable, and what I mean to express is that your life isn't valuable." Shen Jun retorted with confidence. "Shen Mu, this damn dog thing. I really want to kill him. The kind of dismemberment. Is there really no compensation at all?" Shen Mu, not believing in evil, asked. "No, but..." Shen Jun first shook his head, then smiled under Shen Mu's gaze. "But I can let you see a show." Shen Mu reacted quickly and looked at Shen Jun in surprise. "Do you mean this Fong Qian? Just watch. This Fong Qian will definitely not be taken away easily by them," Shen Jun said frankly. Chapter 347, Just Playing Around. Fong Qian trembled all over. Opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The sudden appearance of these GA personnel caught him off guard, and for a moment, he truly couldn't react. Sensing Fong Qian's nervousness, the GA youth quickly reassured him. "Mr. Fong, you don't need to be nervous. It's just a small matter. If Mr. Fong cooperates, we will cover your mother's medical expenses." "What?" Hearing this, Fong Qian looked incredulous. "Are you sure? You're not lying to me?" "Mr. Fong, you should have nothing worth us lying to you about now, right?" the youth said softly. Fong Qian, although the other party's words were somewhat rough, they were not unreasonable. At this moment, he indeed had nothing that others would deceive him about. Money, no money, house sold the house, even the delivery electric bike was rented, and he lived in a basement that cost $150 a month. who would come specifically to deceive him. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qian nodded to the few people. I will cooperate with you, but I already owe the hospital 3,000 yuan. Can you pay this amount for me first? Chapter 348, Playing Dumb Hey? Wait a minute. Just as everyone was about to leave, Wang Yiqing suddenly pointed at the uniformed youth and looked at Zhao Jingqin curiously. What kind of signal jammer is that? How come that guy's phone can connect? TCH. Zhao Jingqin gave him a middle finger and glared. A very special signal jammer. I recorded all the phone signals on us, then individually blocked them, and then used a simulator to project our signals over at the airport. This way, no one could find us. Everyone? What did you do that? How come we didn't know? Han Dongxin asked in confusion. I did it a long time ago. Of course, don't ask me why I did it. I can only say it was Shen Mu's reminder. Zhao Jingqin smiled. Am convinced. Shui Qinglin gave Zhao Jingqin a thumbs up. The others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although Zhao Jingqin hadn't notified them in advance about his actions, they had no objections given the current situation. If Fang Qian had been taken away by someone beforehand, even if they were right, it would be hard to argue. It doesn't help to convince me. If it weren't for Shen Mu's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. Zhao Jingqin shook his head, unwilling to admit it was his credit. Chapter 349. Not taking it seriously, seeing Shen Changshu so angry that he couldn't speak, Shen Jun smiled and said, Uncle, getting angry is bad for your health. Have a cup of tea to calm down. Shen Changshu replied, calm down? Why not say to cool off? You really don't know how to write, do you? Shen Changshu said coldly. I know, but I'm just not afraid. Shen Jun looked at Shen Changshu and said word by word. Using my people and then plotting so many benefits, in the end I got nothing. Is this reasonable? Shen Changshu sighed and said, actually, I've been negotiating for you. I just haven't told you yet. I can figure it out without you saying. Shen Jun sneered, acting freely, right? Letting our generation compete fairly, right? Other than this, I doubt those people will give me any real benefits. Without waiting for Shen Changshu to speak, Shen Jun continued, I sensed this since yesterday. It was too smooth. If those people above weren't turning a blind eye, I wouldn't have been able to easily take down Ding, Qiansheng, and the others. But compared to what I sent out, these benefits are not enough, or even too far off. Chapter 350. Applying pressure what? Going back and causing a scene? Li Linhao teased. What? Is that not okay? And you have no ideas? Shui Qinglin shot him a glance, annoyed. Of course I have, but Li Linhao shook his head. I feel like when we go back, we probably won't have a chance to make a scene. We'll likely be confined. If we are confined, so be it. But we still need to make a scene. Otherwise, I can't swallow this anger. Shui Qinglin said indignantly. Aren't you afraid your brothers at home will kick you out? Zhao Jingqin joked. They wouldn't dare with their bare hearts and leopard guts. Shui Qinglin said confidently. Yeah, knowing that the younger generation at home wouldn't dare compete with us. Yet still doing this is really a bit too much, Liu Basong said with a gloomy expression. All right, let's stop with this nonsense. Li Linhao waved his hand. Anyway, since Fang Qian's special ability hasn't shown yet, what's the harm in giving him to them? There's plenty of time, plenty of opportunities. Haha, not going to resist? How can we not show our toughness? Han Dongxin huklid. No need for that. The people in front of us represent the attitude of the elders. It's pointless to hold firm now. Ding Qianshang said softly. Chapter 351. Intrusion He Yuanbua. What are you still standing there for? Get over here. Hearing Li Linhao shout, the young man took a deep breath and bravely walked towards the group. Don't hit me. I'm just following orders. How go? Please don't hit me. As soon as the Yuanbua got close, Li Linhao slapped him. Looking at the guy who was covering his head and retreating, Li Linhao said irritably, Tell me, why are you here too? Weren't you in the army? Well, the Yuanbua scratched his head and stammered. I was called over by my uncle. He said to take someone from you guys. Smack. Ouch. Before he finished speaking, He Yuanbua was slapped again, but this time was Han Dongxin who did it. Shingo, what's wrong with you? I'm really just following orders. Don't take your anger out on me. He Yuanbua complained as he saw Han Dongxin's face. Chapter 352. Open conspiracy, Grandpa. Li Luofeng is your own grandson, but I'm also your own grandson. You can't treat us differently. You know I've spent much more time at home than he has. Li Linhao said unhappily. I'm not treating you differently. Old Li said indifferently. I'm just telling you that debts have their owners. If you have the ability, go find your uncle to complain. Don't cause a ruckus at home. Li Linhao exclaimed, wow. No wonder those elders didn't take this seriously. With the old men solving things for them, there truly won't be any trouble. But Li Linhao gritted his teeth and said, "No way, I may back down in front of my uncle, but when it comes to dealing with the boss, I still have the upper hand. You can try to stop me, but do you believe that when you get busy one day, I'll immediately give the boss a hard time?" Oli said, "Do you really have to fight for this? Your uncle and the others are also doing this for everyone's benefit." "Don't give me that nice talk," Li Linhao said disdainfully. "Fang Xian was given to us by Shen Jun, taking what originally belonged to us and calling it for the collective benefit. Do they really think we're fools?" Chapter 353. Saving face at 10 p.m. in the 12 Palaces Villa. "Good kid, you've really stirred up a storm among all the families this time." Hearing the old man's praise, Shen Jun waved his hand modestly. "Don't flatter me. Those people probably wish they could tear me apart now." "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare." The old man smiled slightly. "You're a treasure now. At this point, even if they want to kill you, they wouldn't dare." Shen Jun shook his head. "Just because they don't dare now doesn't mean they won't in the future. They're also waiting to see if I still have the same abilities later." "So, do you have confidence?" The old man's tone suddenly became serious. "What do you think?" Shen Jun asked softly in return. "Haha, clever." The old man sighed. "You've got me spinning in circles." Before Shen Jun could explain, the old man waved his hand. "No need to say so much. You have your own ideas. And I don't want to interfere anymore. Just do what you want in the future. No need to tell me everything." Chapter 354. Stingy Shen Jun smiled at the several serious-looking middle-aged men and said, "It seems you gentlemen have some opinions about me. I wonder if you could tell me where I've offended you, so I can make some changes." Everyone thought, this kid really knows how to irritate people. Does he not realize what he has done? And he still thinks there are opinions? Their opinions are huge. To cooperate with this little bastard's plot, the families were on the verge of turning upside down. Li Linhao and others were individuals who had emerged from many family members after careful selection and various hidden struggles. They were insulted. How could they endure it in silence? During this time, they had all suffered quite a bit, but they couldn't show it otherwise. It would be in vain. They could think this way, but couldn't say it out loud. In situations where they needed something from others, even with their status, they couldn't afford to offend Shen Jun. After a moment of silence, several middle-aged men forced smiles on their faces, with one sitting next to Uncle Long, even directly saying, "No dissatisfaction, we were just discussing some matters and didn't react in time." Chapter 355. The Speechless Matter Tick-Tock. When Shen Jun stepped outside, raindrops suddenly began to fall from the sky. Looking at the gloomy, overcast weather, Shen Jun let out a soft sigh. Although he had acted very strong and domineering inside, his status was still somewhat low after all. Facing many real big shots, he actually had very little choice. He could only delay time. If he weren't uncertain whether the system could directly change these people's perceptions, he really wanted to flip the table. Troublesome and exhausting. "Young Master Jun, it's raining. Are you going back now?" Zheng Dong suddenly approached with an umbrella. Shen Jun nodded and said, "Let's go back and rest for a while longer." "Yes." Dingling, dingling. Just as Shen Jun was about to walk towards the parking area, his phone suddenly rang loudly. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID and couldn't help but frown. Why did his grandmother suddenly think of calling him? Could it be that his second uncle really had some problem? No. The news from earlier had said that his second uncle had already recovered and was discharged from the hospital, and his personality had become much calmer. Chapter 356. Venting Anger. "Stop whining, don't cry." After shouting at his little cousin, Shen Jun turned to Zheng Dong and said, "Send someone to investigate that woman named Jia. Then capture her for me." "Yes." Zheng Dong didn't even ask for the specific names of Niao and Jia and turned to leave. For him, this basic information was the same whether he asked or not. It would only take a few minutes to investigate. Watching Zheng Dong leave, his little cousin immediately stopped crying, murmuring, "Little Jun, can we really find that woman? As long as she's not dead, we can find her." Shen Jun replied impatiently, "All right, let's go see my grandmother. If she's fine, that's good. If anything happens, I won't let Niao off the hook." "Little cousin, oh my, is this a savior or a harbinger of death? Did my aunt trick him?" "Fog City Hospital, in a single patient room. Get out, all of you. Stop bothering me, okay?" A boy around 18 or 19 years old lay in the hospital bed, currently shouting at several elderly and middle-aged people in front of him with a twisted face. The middle-aged people showed no expression at his words, but the elderly were tearfully trying to comfort him. "Niao, can we just be good? Don't make Grandpa Grandma. And ain't worry, okay?" Chapter 357. Scaring. "You have to admit your mistakes. This is all caused by you. why are you acting tough here? Shen Jun said coldly. I didn't. Upon hearing Shen Jun's slightly harsh tone, the boy immediately shivered in fear. Speak honestly, Shen Jun said impatiently. I am scared. The boy murmured with tears in his eyes. That's 250,000. With interest, I can never pay it back in this lifetime. Huh, can't pay it back? Shen Jun sneered. So you want to end it all by dying? I checked. If I die, my parents and grandpa won't have to take responsibility because they don't know about the money and I didn't spend it on them. As long as I die, everything will be over, the boy said, looking down with a choked voice. Shen Jun. Honestly, he really didn't expect this little bastard to say such things. It's already fallen to this point, and he still knows to think for his family? Should he be considered sensible or truly foolish? Or has he gained enlightenment after experiencing death? Looking at the boy's somewhat immature face, Shen Jun shook his head helplessly. Chapter 358. There must be something despicable about the pitiful. Grandma, look, my little cousin isn't thinking about dying anymore. You can rest easy now, right? Seeing the boy understand his implied meaning, Shen Jun immediately turned his gaze to the elderly. The elderly looked at Shen Jun with complex expressions, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. They couldn't understand how this matter could be resolved like this. The middle-aged people, standing aside, couldn't help but laugh. Although they weren't sure if what Shen Jun said was true, they were very satisfied and felt relieved by his way of dealing with Nyonyo. They had indeed been angered by this spoiled child. Clearly, it was his own mistake, yet they, as elders, had to come and comfort him gently, and in the end, they might even have to spend money to clean up his mess. Did they really have no temper at all? To be honest, they might not even have this kind of patience with their own sons. Nyonyo. Dingling, dingling. Just as the little cousin was about to speak up, Shen Jun's phone rang suddenly. Upon hearing the sound, the little cousin immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to ask any further questions. Chapter 359. Major Issue. After a moment of silence, Shen Jun looked at everyone and said softly, I agreed to this matter, but what? The boy asked anxiously. Cousin, hurry up and say. Huh. Shen Jun sneered. But marrying her will have consequences that have nothing to do with me, nor with your aunt. No problem, cousin. As long as you can let me marry Jia, I will bear all the consequences myself. I promise I won't trouble Anne again. The boy excitedly agreed. Li Yun, Kanma. Before Grandma could finish speaking, Shen Jun coldly said, Grandma, I'm very busy, and I don't have time to focus on such trivial matters. You have to understand me. I understand. Seeing Shen Jun's serious expression, Grandma murmured in disappointment. All right, Grandma, if you're fine, just go back. I'm worried about Grandpa being home alone. After reminding Grandma, Shen Jun turned his gaze to everyone and continued, I will arrange for that Jia now. You decide when to get married. She absolutely won't cause any trouble. But I won't take care of what happens afterward. With that, Shen Jun turned and walked out. Chapter 360. Concerned what status does Charlie Rothschild have? He is the current head of the Rothschild family. How could such a big shot be burned to death? It's simply shocking. After taking a deep breath, Shen Jun calmly asked, has the body been found? I don't know. I just learned this news, and we can't confirm its authenticity yet. However, according to informants, there is over 90% certainty that this news is true, but until we see the body, no one dares to draw conclusions, Shen Mu immediately explained. So, Shen Yun scoffed. Second brother, where's your cunning? An uncertain piece of news has you so flustered? I can't help it. This Charlie Rothschild is too important. Shen Mu quickly explained. Do you know who the largest creditor is among America's debts? If Charlie Rothschild really died, then America's economic problems would be solved by more than half in an instant. Do you understand what kind of consequences this would cause? Inheritance tax, Shen Jun sighed lightly. If Charlie Rothschild really died, some people in America would truly laugh themselves to death. Chapter 361. Absolute Force. After sending out all the instructions to Harry Hland, Shen Jun closed his computer and left the room. He couldn't rush or panic now. Holding the system, as long as he moved up step by step, even if it was slow, it didn't matter. In the end, he would definitely be the victor. Patience is key. After walking around the living room, Shen Jun directly walked out the door. There was nothing worth lingering for in this place. Back to Kyoto. Yes. The next day, at 10 in the morning, at the old man's residence. What do you want me for so early? Are you that bored? Didn't you say Charlie Rothschild was burned to death? Don't you care at all? That's a real international matter. After entering the study, Shen Jun yawned long and complained to the old man sitting at the tea table. With Du Mingjie and Wang Zhang stocks, whether Charlie Rothschild is dead or not isn't that important to us anymore. The old man pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Have a cup of tea to refresh yourself." "Come on, that's a bit too absolute," Shen Jun helplessly said. "That's Charlie Rothschild. The head of the Rothschild family is so insignificant in your eyes." Chapter 362. Rest assured. Siu Yun, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? The old man looked at Shen Jun with curiosity. "How can you say such stupid things? Is this really my grandson?" Shen Jun. Before Shen Jun could speak, the old man retorted, "I've given you a reason. Can't you extend that reason to other reasons? They admit defeat. And you forgive them? When did you become so pedantic and foolish?" Shen Jun. "Oh no, I've been mocked, and there's no way to refute it. It's also his fault for not reacting in time. Otherwise, he would never have said such a thing." He really wanted to slap himself. Noticing Shen Jun's emotions, the old man immediately laughed, pointing at Shen Jun. "All right, Grandpa won't criticize you anymore. Quickly state your demands." Taking a deep breath, Shen Jun pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "How about a battalion?" Cough, cough, cough. The old man, who had just taken a sip of tea, was instantly choked, coughing violently, and then angrily said, "Did a donkey kick your head? A battalion? What are you thinking? Are you planning to start a war?" Chapter 363. Bathroom. Tomorrow? So soon? Shen Mu frowned. That's not right. No matter how they want to appease Li Lin Hao and the others, they shouldn't be rushing you so urgently. Shen Jun shook his head and smiled. "It's not them who are anxious. It's me." Shen Mu. Looking at the puzzled expression on Shen Mu's face, Shen Jun chuckled. "You should know what I'm going to do, right? To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to intimidate other countries." Shen Mu said flatly. "Once you've established your authority, the follow-up will be the boss and Li Luophone going to appease them, giving a slap and then a sweet date. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's still you, second brother. Your brain is indeed capable." Before Shen Mu could say anything, Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Just now. The old man said he would give me a battalion of troops to play with, and he also said he prepared a few dragon fighters for me, as well as the Eagles, Flying Sharks, Subdragons, and other fighter jets for me to use freely. Do you think I still have the mood to stay in the country?" Shen Mu, is that all you can achieve? It's just a few fighter jets. What's so fun about that? Ordinary flight performance fighter jets are not fun, but combat-ready fighter jets are fun. Chapter 364. Worry and fear. About 15 minutes or so. The young man named Shen Dian is none other than Shen Jun's cousin, from the second branch's third uncle's family. Although Shen Dian is young, he has a steady temperament and slightly dark skin, clearly showing signs of having undergone military training. Facing Zhao Wei's words, his expression was calm and unperturbed. "That is indeed quite fast." Zhao Wei nodded slightly, and then quietly asked, "Mr. Shen Dian, the person who killed Bai Guang has been captured. Is there any special task for Mr. Shen Jun to come here?" "Mr. Zhao, be mindful of your position. My brother's thoughts are not something I can speculate on, let alone you can inquire about. Do you understand?" Shen Dian coldly retorted. Yes, Mr. Shen Dian, I apologize. It was Zhao Wei who overstepped." Zhao Wei was momentarily taken aback and immediately began to apologize. However, it was not entirely his fault for being so anxious. The current situation left him no choice but to worry. He knew best what the situation of this economic zone was. To be honest, there are plenty of businesses in the country where one could lose their head, and it was fine before since he had backing. But now, even the people behind him said to obey all of Shen Jun's orders, or else his life would not be guaranteed. How could he not worry? Chapter 365. Injuring and not injuring. Facing Zhao Wei's enthusiasm, Shen Jun remained indifferent. For ordinary people, Zhao Wei might be a significant figure, but to him, Zhao Wei was no different from an ordinary person. As long as he wanted, Zhao Wei could die today, and there wouldn't even be anyone to take revenge for him. Nor would anyone dare. Shen Jun had enough confidence and strength to look down on everyone in Sambiampo. In the country, he might still restrain himself a bit, but outside, especially in Southeast Asia, Shen Jun was like a god. At this moment, Shen Dian also stepped forward. After nodding to Shen Dian, Shen Jun turned his gaze to Zhao Wei, who was still bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Zhao, please get up. There's no need to be so formal. This is only right. After hearing Shen Jun's words, Zhao Wei immediately straightened his back, but his head still hung slightly down. Shen Jun didn't think much of Zhao Wei's low posture. He just felt that this person was quite perceptive and knew what he should do. Mr. Zhao knows my purpose for coming here, right? Shen Jun asked softly. I know. Zhao Wei quickly nodded in response. The murderer of Bai Guang has been caught. If you need, I can bring him over right now. Chapter 366. It's too hurtful. I asked you to find someone, not to investigate you. What are you afraid of? Are you feeling guilty? Shen Jun asked with interest. No, Mr. Shen Jun, I assure you I haven't done anything like that. Zhao Wei hurriedly raised his hand to swear. Remember, find more people. In your line of work, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Shen Jun asked softly. This question truly stumped Zhao Wei. How should he put it? There were many people who had died in this place with identification, or rather, a superabundance. But he couldn't directly say that. If it came to a serious matter, he would definitely bear the responsibility. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Wei couldn't help but ask, Mr. Shen Jun, do you have any requirement for those people? No requirements, just one thing. They need to have identification, Shen Jun casually replied. Understood, give me a day, and I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Zhao Wei finally felt relieved. All right, let's stop talking about this. Let's go. After speaking, Shen Jun walked towards the convoy. Zhao Wei and Shen Dian immediately followed closely behind. Mummian Hotel. The hotel has a total of 515 various guest rooms and luxurious suites, capable of accommodating up to 980 guests at the same time. Chapter 367. Gambling Methods, Mr. Shen Jun. Just as they reached the elevator, Zhao Wei quickly ran over with a group of people. Mr. Zhao, are you so free? Shen Jun was in a good mood and even felt like teasing Zhao Wei. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Zhao Wei's heart brightened. Although he didn't understand why the other party was in such a good mood, it was a good thing for him. After clearing his throat, Zhao Wei hurriedly responded, Work can be done anytime, but Mr. Shen Jun is not someone who can be seen anytime. Compared to those tedious tasks, Mr. Shen Jun is far more important. Mr. Zhao really knows how to speak. No wonder you stood out among so many candidates, Shen Jun chuckled. You flatter me. It's because the higher-ups gave me a chance. Zhao Wei quickly bowed his head in response. All right, enough of this nonsense. Take me to see your Mummian Hotel, and remember, it has to be the real Mummian Hotel. Shen Jun said softly. Yes, Zhao Wei would never dare to deceive Mr. Shen Jun. After saying this, Zhao Wei bowed and invited, Please this way. Chapter 368. Guidance. It's not interesting. Shen Jun sighed lightly and asked again, What about other gambling methods? The more interesting gambling methods are no longer in Mummian Hotel, but they exist across the Mekong River, Zhao Wei immediately explained. For example, betting on how long a person can survive under a crocodile's mouth, or how long they can survive under a giant lizard's mouth, etc. Of course, there's also the option of whether that person can counterattack, but no one has succeeded in that option yet. Shen Jun said, To be honest, this kind of gambling is much more interesting. Are there many participants? Shen Yun casually asked. It's a fixed number, Zhao Wei explained. Each gambling session has 6 people, and the bet cannot be less than $1 million. And you take a commission? Yes, Zhao Wei nodded, no matter how much the gamblers bet. Mummian Hotel takes a 10% commission from each gambling session. What kind of people are escaping? Shen Jun asked again. Local people, locals who can't survive. Zhao Wei immediately answered, It's $10,000 for a life, and there are already over 1,000 people just signing up. Shen Yun Lahots. This number indeed exceeded his expectations. It was truly a bit too many. Chapter 369. It's not that important. Looking at Shen Jun, who didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Wei felt uneasy. What does this have to do with Wanwang? Bai Guang was killed by Ling Tianlong, and Wanwang was just a customer who had been to the other party's casino. How could this be linked together? If they wanted to pin the blame on Wanwang, then they shouldn't give the other party a chance to react. Nor should they listen to the other party's pleas of innocence. Just send someone to silence him, and that way everyone would be happy, and no one could find fault. But what did Shen Jun say? To let him send someone to Wan Wang's territory to inform him that something happened, and to let him come over to die. This just doesn't sound right, does it? Treating Wan Wang like a fool? Or treating everyone like an idiot? Not to mention Wan Wang, even Zhao Wei, who witnessed everything, was a bit confused. He really couldn't understand what Shen Jun meant, and he couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. This matter seemed off in every way. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Wei said hesitantly, Young Master Jun, Wan Wang won't come. Shen Jun said coldly, What? Mr. Zhao, are you questioning my decision? I dare not. Zhao Wei quickly waved his hand. I just think Wan Wang won't pay attention to the people I send. Chapter 370. It's not that easy to bully. Above Myanmar. Report to Everest. Report to Everest. We have arrived at the target area. Dragon 1 has locked onto the target and has activated fire control radar. Dragon 2 has locked onto the target and has activated fire control radar. Inglong 1 has locked onto the target and has activated fire control radar. Feisha 1 has locked onto the target and has activated fire control radar. Qianlong 1 has locked onto the target and has activated fire control radar. Everest received. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of the conference room at Mummian Hotel, looking at the several middle-aged men standing in front of him, Zhao Wei swallowed hard. Damn, they really came. How long has it been? He never expected that just because of Shen Jun's words, Myanmar would send so many people over, and none of these people were insignificant characters. They were all truly high-ranking officials from Myanmar. Among them was the second-in-command of Myanmar, Ong Pu, the Minister of Commerce Ong Wu, as well as the second-in-command of the Wagang Baoyu, and the second-in-command of Kachin, Gan Xiang. MD, you should know that the three factions in Myanmar are like fire and water. And now, looking at the four people quietly standing at the door, Zhao Wei felt uneasy. He had already guessed that Shen Jun's identity was quite high, but he didn't expect to underestimate the opponent. Chapter 371, Unworthy. Shen Jun. Just as the four were hesitating, Shen Jun pushed the door open and entered. In the surprised expressions of the four, Shen Jun stepped aside, revealing a young man whose limbs had been severed, being carried in on a stretcher by two people. Look at how arrogant your people are. Shen Jun pointed at the young man lying on the stretcher and said coldly, Wanwing not only killed our citizens, but also beat my dispatched person into this state. Now tell me, did I give you a day to discuss anything wrong? Upon hearing this, the four of them simultaneously lowered their heads. The other side didn't give them any time to react at all. They didn't know who Wan Wang was, nor did they recognize him. But they were very familiar with the park situation. That was their lifeline. Without the park, how would their military funding come? Without military funding, how could they sustain their troops? If they couldn't sustain their troops, then who would they be? Since ancient times, military power has been inseparable from government power. In summary, the entire Myanmar cannot do without the park, because the interests are simply too great. If Shen Jun could give them 3 days, that would be enough time to transfer all the important things out. Chapter 372. Something's not right 2 days later. Major social media platforms in the country were suddenly dominated by several identical trending topics. Close to our border, the electric fraud parks have been eradicated. Myanmar's large-scale electric fraud parks have all been eradicated. Severe crackdown, 785 Myanmar electric fraud suspects handed over to us. Breaking news. Myanmar's electric fraud suddenly changed overnight. Myanmar electric fraud leader Ming Jin committed suicide. Under these trending topics were the bewildered expressions of netizens. They truly did not expect how suddenly the electric fraud parks were eradicated. There had been no signs at all before. How could this be? Logically, such a big event shouldn't start with a statement, followed by some public opinion, and then finally take action, right? This doesn't make sense and goes against logic. Although the netizens were very confused, that didn't stop them from expressing their opinions. My country is amazing. My aunt was scammed out of 50,000. My grandmother scolded the scammer for a whole day, then added the scammer on WeChat and got scammed out of 35,000. And now they have finally been brought to justice. I just want to ask, can we get the money back? Let's put everything in the desert to plant trees for a lifetime. Chapter 373. Are you joking? With a long sigh, Shen Jun helplessly said, I wondered why this matter went so smoothly. I thought you all supported my idea, but it turns out my uncle blocked everything for me. Do you think this is a good thing? The old man said sternly, Those fighter jets are your confidence, not toys for you to play with. They are national treasures, meant to shed blood when used to deter Myanmar. How could you think of that? Does Myanmar need national treasures to intimidate them? A piece of paper can scare them to death. Using national treasures to intimidate is like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Pure waste. Even more pathetic. Shen Jun, what are you saying? He just wants to play a little, right? Why the harsh criticism? This is really speechless. All right, stop staying there, come back. You were meant to be a sword, but now you're just stirring up trouble. I really don't know how your brain works. The old man angrily said. Shen Jun, oh no. My plan hasn't even started yet, and it's already foiled? Thinking of the victims, I had Zheng Dong prepare before. Shen Jun felt completely unwell. He had prepared a big gift for Thailand, and now he couldn't use it? Chapter 374. confidence and ideas. Seeing that Shun Changshu was not yielding, Shen Jun could only turn his gaze to the old man. The old man chuckled. What? Now you remember I'm your grandfather? Let me tell you the truth. It's too late. Look at you. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't said anything. Shen Jun shrugged and said nonchalantly. At worst, I can just admit defeat, right? You can't really let me take a beating, can you? You little rascal. The old man sighed lightly. All right, let us stop talking about these irrelevant things. You should tell us how you plan to resolve the Long Sea matter. Shen Jun. Looking at the three big shots in front of him, Shen Jun pointed at his own head in disbelief and said, You want me to say it? You're not joking, right? I'm just a junior. How could I possibly resolve that, uncle? The trouble you caused is naturally for you to resolve. What? Still thinking of letting us clean up after you? Shen Changzhou teased. What do you mean, the trouble I caused? Shen Jun retorted. It's clearly that you didn't team manage the Shun family well. How is this related to me? Even if you wanted to take the blame, you can't do it like this. That's too bullying. Chapter 375. Too extreme? You little rascal. Do you know what the hawks represent? Do you know what it means to act with discretion? The old man's face looked grim. Those who plan great things keep them in their hearts, act on them, plan before moving, and when they act. It must be thunderous. If the blade is revealed, it can be caught by others. I'm not afraid. Shen Jun said softly. Old man, do you know? I just suddenly realized what I was lacking. In the surprised expressions of the three, Shen Jun articulated. Before, my confidence came entirely from myself because I had enough faith that I wouldn't die no matter what happened. But now I think I only have the ability to protect myself and lack some ability to resist. No one dares to let you die. Our Shen family is not something anyone can manipulate. Shen Changshu said sternly. That's right. I particularly agree with your words. The Shen family is indeed not something anyone can manipulate. Shen Yun nodded, then changed his tone. But it seems like I've always been manipulated by everyone. You won't deny this, will you? As soon as this was said, the expressions of the three old men became even more serious. They understood the meaning behind Shen Jun's words. Shen Jun was not satisfied with always being in the position of a pawn. He wanted to be the chess player. Chapter 376. Shen Yun, Shire Palace Villa. Fidgeting. What kind of behavior is that? If you dare to do it, you must dare to take responsibility. Let us go in. Brother, you're pulling my arm too hard. Stop talking nonsense. Get in. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Jun immediately turned his gaze when he heard the commotion at the door. He saw Shen Ling forcibly dragging a girl's arm, pulling her into the living room. After clearly seeing the woman's face, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. The woman he recognized was Shen Yun, the younger sister of Shen Ling, and also his second sister. But why did Shen Ling bring Shen Yun along today? Did they encounter some trouble they couldn't solve? After the two entered the living room, they immediately saw Shen Jun sitting on the sofa. The moment Shen Yun saw Shen Jun, she immediately stopped struggling and followed the force of Shen Ling's pull to stand in front of Shen Jun. What was going on? As they got closer, Shen Jun curiously asked, Why did you bring Sister Yun here? You say it. Shen Ling coldly said after patting Shen Yun's shoulder. What do you mean? Shen Yun stammered. Just say it. Don't waste Third's time. He's very busy right now. Shen Ling reprimanded. Chapter 377. Not a single piece of mind. Looking at Shen Ling's genuine expression, Shen Jun immediately reacted. For young people, money is always not enough. If any member of the Shen family could casually take money from the Tianyun group, it would indeed cause problems. Even a large family business could not withstand the reckless spending of young heirs. It was normal for the elders of the Shen family to impose such restrictions. But to be honest, if Shen Ling hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have thought of this point. He really hadn't encountered any difficulties regarding money except during the initial startup phase. After a moment of silence, Shen Jun turned his gaze back to Shen Yun. What about the people you partnered with? They've all been arrested, Shen Yun cautiously replied. If it weren't for my identity, I would have been arrested too. What about the company's money? Shen Jun asked again. A portion has been frozen, and another portion has been transferred out, Shen Yun responded. Can the transferred portion be recovered? Whether it can be recovered has nothing to do with her, Shen Ling interjected. Right now, the Ministry of Public Security only wants her illegal gains. Other issues are minor. What kind of money is being laundered? Shen Jun asked leisurely. Chapter 378. Comforting you didn't just call me here today to make this phone call, did you? Shen Ling said in disbelief. Am I that free? Shen Jun retorted. Doesn't seem like it. Shen Ling shook his head. It's right that it doesn't seem like it, I really don't have that much free time. Shen Jun said in a deep voice. Have your brother Shen Jun personally go to Camel, and remember, he must tell Shen Yi in person that his father is going to have an accident, and that he should come back immediately after receiving this news. Shunling. No third, are you joking? Shunling said incredulously. My uncle is going to have an accident? How is that possible? Who the hell could touch him? Do you think I'm joking with you? Shen Jun said seriously. I don't have the time or mood to joke with you. Remember, Shen Jun must personally deliver this message to Shen Yi. Shunling was dumbfounded. Although Shen Jun spoke very seriously, he still couldn't believe it. What status did his uncle have? How could someone like that suddenly be in danger? The Shen family was currently thriving. It was already a blessing that the Shen family wasn't causing trouble for others. Who would dare to touch his uncle? Chapter 379. Needs time, uncle? I said I will listen to you. Shen Chang'an said solemnly. I also said you can't fool me. The old man shook his head and sighed. Not a single one of you can give me peace of mind. What you said doesn't make sense, Shen Chang'an retorted. I just agreed to Xiao Jun's invitation. How did it turn into a heinous crime in your mouth? If it were before, I wouldn't think this way, but now. The old man said coldly. Do you really think I don't know what you all are thinking? Uncle, Xiao Jun is your grandson. But he is also a member of the Shen family. We can't even meet him? Shen Chang'an argued. Don't think about it. You won't see Xiao Jun. The old man said expressionlessly. Your transfer order has already been issued. From today on, you will stay in Yangqing quietly. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Chang'an's face instantly turned ugly. Uncle, you really want to give us any chance? Opportunities can be given to you, but not now. The old man said word by word. Anyone can have problems, but absolutely cannot involve Xiao Jun. I won't allow anyone to put him in danger. Chapter 380. Not being threatened. What? Upon hearing this, the young man was stunned again, unable to believe. Am I just a pawn? Who can make me this pawn? Don't ask. Just do as you're told. Don't worry about other issues. Just stay put for a while, and it will pass. The person on the other end of the phone said. I understand. Although the young man was full of doubts, he could distinguish between what was urgent and what was not. With his status reduced to a pawn, it was easy to imagine how big the storm would be afterward. However, just from these few words, he could guess some things. The elders above had taken action against everyone in their generation, and the purpose was very clear. It should be noted that Shen Jun had just become the leader of their generation. Although he had guessed the general idea in his heart, he was still very curious about what had happened to make those elders take action against them. However, this answer might take some time to uncover. Chapter 381. Innately unbeatable burning the boats? Shamu pondered. You mean, the road is walked out, not chosen, and certainly not given by others. If you don't want me to have it easy, then none of you can have it easy. Shen Jun sneered. I'm not someone who can be easily bullied. Do you think you can suppress me with your identity? Dream on. After saying this, he slowly stood up and looked at everyone. At your level. You should all have a few direct descendants, right? Everyone nodded in unison. At their level, even if they said they didn't have direct descendants, no one would believe them. For you, what you should be pursuing now is not money but power. However, to strengthen yourselves, money is still essential, especially when it involves the outside world. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Shen Jun smiled. Since you all have been implicated by me, then I'll give you a gift. What gift? Li Linhao asked excitedly. Shen Jun smiled. A person comparable to Wei Xianming. Hiss, as Shen Jun's words fell, the entire living room was filled with gasps. To be honest, they really didn't expect Shen Jun to give them another capable person. Chapter 382. When fish die, the net breaks? Hearing Shen Mu's words, Shen Jun looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. How can you have the face to say such things? What kind of good person are you? Aren't you extreme? That's because you don't understand our uncle. I'm not the same as him. His level of extremity is completely different from mine. Shen Mu sighed softly, saying, to say something I shouldn't, if I were our Uncle Long, just based on what he has done a few times, I would have already gotten rid of him. He has touched some bottom lines he shouldn't have. What do you mean? Shen Jun frowned and asked, are you trying to say that our Uncle Long has given me enough face? Isn't that so? Shen Mu countered, if it were you, how would you treat our uncle? Shen Jun shook his head, saying, if it were me, I would also get rid of that uncle. But unfortunately, I'm not. Shen Mu, you seem surprised? Shen Jun smiled. Your change is a bit too fast. Shen Mu nodded. I am indeed a bit surprised. That's because the one being cut by the dull knife isn't you. Shen Jun sneered. Time and again, no one can endure it forever. Chapter 383. Huang, Tingji, Florida, Gifford Town, Paimon Farm. In a field, A red building stood tall among the grasslands. Behind the red building was the farm's workshop, warehouse, farmer dormitory, machine repair room, working area, sheepfold, cattle pen, doghouse, and other buildings connected together, looking like a small village. While the farm workers were working, about 20 Dodge Raptors slowly drove into Paimon Farm's territory. Upon seeing these vehicles intruding without permission, 4 cowboys riding horses rushed over. "Hey buddy, this is private property. No visits without permission. Do you have an appointment?" The 4 cowboys were all carrying shotguns on their backs, and their waists were bulging, clearly holding handguns. The cowboy who shouted was about 40 years old, wearing a cowboy hat. As he approached the dozen or so vehicles, he shouted loudly. The other 3 cowboys took down the shotguns from their backs, but they did not aim at the convoy, merely holding them in their hands. In America, everyone carrying a gun is quite normal. After all, there are castle laws here. Private property is sacred and inviolable. Chapter 384. Intercept. Virum vroom 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 vroom, virum vroom 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 vroom, virum vroom 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 vroom. Just after the middle-aged man's words fell, the roar of several pickup truck engines suddenly reached their ears. Turning around, they saw about 20 Dodge Raptors driving towards them from the direction of Paimon Farm. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately shouted, "Target appears, everyone get ready." Yes. After receiving the order, more than 20 uniformed personnel immediately drew their handguns and aimed at the pickup trucks. Among them, a few used holding submachine guns, and one person was even aiming a rocket launcher at the convoy. "Stop! Everyone stop!" The youths in the vehicles were obviously not blind. After seeing the actions of the people opposite them, they were instantly frightened. If this were back home, they wouldn't worry too much, as guns are banned there, let alone a rocket launcher. Even getting a handgun would be considered a significant figure. But damn, this isn't home. It's America. Here, various firearms are everywhere. In the land of the free, gunfights happen every day, not just talk. Chapter 385. Wait a bit longer, how dare you? Have you gone mad? The actions of these people immediately startle the youths. They are human, not gods, being pointed at by so many dark muzzles. Who wouldn't be afraid? "Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Soldiers must obey orders," the leading middle-aged man said expressionlessly. "No one can stop us from taking Huang Tingji." All right, you're really something." The young man namely pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Do you really think those people can protect you after this? We'll deal with the future matters later. Right now, we must complete the mission," the middle-aged man said firmly. "Huh." The young man namely let out a long sigh and then turned to the other youths. "Let's make a call." Okay. No one refused this suggestion. At this moment, they were already out of control. They couldn't really risk their lives for someone as unclear as Huang Tingji, could they? Although they believed the people opposite wouldn't dare to kill them, getting injured was also not acceptable. It would hurt, all right? Seeing the youths take out their phones to start making calls, the middle-aged man waved his hand again. Chapter 386. Following? May 2nd. Rongqing. Rongqing is located in the north, a small county with a permanent population of only about 200,000 to 300,000. However, there are distinctions between the rich and poor in this small county. Although Rongqing isn't as prosperous as some cities in the south, the streets are neat and clean. The weather in May is neither too cold nor too hot, particularly suitable for shopping. While strolling down the street, as Shen Jun casually observed the bustling scene, Zheng Dong suddenly approached. "Young Master Jun, someone is following us." "How many people?" "Xin Yun est kesuli." "At least 3. Zheng Dong whispered. "Should I catch them?" "No need." Shen Jun waved his hand and smiled. "Let them follow if they want." "Huh?" Zheng Dong scratched his head, somewhat confused. "Young Master Jun, this is our territory in the country. Someone is following you. Shouldn't we catch them?" "What nonsense!" Shen Jun said impatiently. "It's normal for someone to follow. If no one is following, then why would I come to Rongqing?" "Zheng Dong, why doesn't he understand this? Is it normal for someone to follow? Isn't this a joke? Or they're ill-intentioned people? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" Chapter 387. He jia somewhere in an office. Clap. Check this person named Yun Tianwen's detailed information immediately. Right now. Hurry. Go investigate. Yes. Understood. Jun Xiao, should we save him? Looking at the young man named Yun Tianwen, who was knocked away by a car, Zheng Dong was completely stunned. The previous Su Shijia was like this, and now this Yun Tianwen is the same. As Shen Jun's personal bodyguard, Zheng Dong understood the value of such people. What? When did you, Zheng Dong, become a good person? Or are you trying to say, I, Shen Jun, am cold-blooded? Shen Jun squinted his eyes and said coldly, No, Jun Xiao, you misunderstood. I was just casually saying it. Zheng Dong quickly waved his hands in denial. Umph. You'd better mean it. After saying that, Shen Jun turned and walked toward the parking lot. Zheng Dong naturally didn't dare to say anything else and quickly followed Shen Jun with small steps, just as Shen Jun and the others had just left. The police and several young men in uniforms hurried over to control the scene. A young man in uniform rushed to Yun Tianwan, who was lying on the ground bleeding, with a first aid kit. After a series of rescue actions, the young man finally looked up and shook his head at the others. Chapter 388. About to die? What? Shen Jun smiled and said, Meeting his fate. I just saw that there were many people eating at this shop, so I came to try it, but I order a bit too much and can't finish it. Hijia hesitated and asked, Do you need my help with something? Why do you ask that? Shen Jun smiled and said, From the moment you sat down, I had an ominous premonition in my heart, and I felt very resistant to you. Hijia admitted. What do you think? Shen Jun asked with interest. The chosen one? Hearing this, Hijia's gaze froze, and he looked at Shen Jun in disbelief and whispered, How did you know? Who are you? There are more special people in this world than just you. Shen Jun raised his eyebrows and said, Eat freshly grilled barbecue, your favorite. Once you miss this village, you won't find the store again. Taking a deep breath, Hijia picked up a skewer of kidneys and bit down hard, saying, No wonder I've been feeling anxious since I left home today. I thought I was overthinking, but it turns out this world is big, and there are many things you can't imagine. Chapter 389, A Big Difference. Just as Hijia was focused on eating the grilled kidneys and Shen Jun was eating noodles, they suddenly heard a sound of footsteps nearby. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man in a black administrative jacket slowly walking towards them. Once Hijia saw the middle-aged man's face, he was shocked and instantly stood up. He glanced down at Shen Jun, who was still eating noodles, then looked at the middle-aged man approaching him, trembling in disbelief. Yu-yu-hi. Hello, Hijia. As the man got closer, he smiled and reached out his hand to Hijia. From your expression, it seems you know me? Yes, I know you. Hello. Hijia seemed flattered as he shook hands with the middle-aged man. Am I disturbing you? The middle-aged man asked gently. No. Hijia quickly shook his head, then glanced at Shen Jun, who was still unresponsive. Don't mind this brat. I'm here to find you. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Can I have a few words with you? Chapter 390. No nigo los chiaschen. So you mean you don't want him to die? Shen Jun turned back to look at Shun Changshu and scoffed. Even if you were my uncle, his life doesn't seem to be up to you to decide. I'm not trying to make decisions for him. Shun Changshu replied calmly. I'm here to discuss this with you. Discuss with me? Hee. Then there's nothing to discuss. Shen Jun said decisively. I just want you to see these people die one by one in front of you. Otherwise, my resentment can't be resolved. Hijia. Wait, why do you have to kill him to relieve your resentment? Isn't it usually the one who provoked you that you take revenge on? What does he have to do with it? Doesn't anyone want to ask for his opinion? Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't want to die. If possible, he wanted to live, even if it's only for a year. However, although Shun Changshu said he was looking for Hijia when he came, the real purpose was Shen Jun. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to Hijia's emotions. Just a tool. Looking at the serious expression on Shen Jun's face, Shun Changshu sighed deeply. You should understand, we never intended to touch your position. Those kids being detained is only temporary. After all, they are all direct descendants of each family, and they can't dig their own graves, so they won't have a particularly bad impact on you. Chapter 391. Just wait. Somewhere, in an office. What do you think of Shen Jun's words? We can't tell if what he said is true or false, but we can't afford to lose. Fang Qian and Huang Tingji are okay. Their special abilities haven't manifested yet, but Du Mingjie and Wang Zheng have truly created real good things. If these two suddenly die, do we have to wait 3 hours? Do you want to see if Huang Tingji will die 3 hours later? Exactly. I'm a bit curious about how Shen Jun will kill Huang Tingji under our protection. What do you think? I disagree. Based on my understanding of Shen Jun, if Huang Tingji dies, there will be no turning back. I agree. Judging by Shen Jun's current temperament, he is the type who would rather be shattered than remain whole. He is young and can be willful, but we cannot. The same old saying, we can't afford to lose. Sigh, give Changshu some time. If he can't pacify Shen Jun, then it can only be like this. Anqing, drive. After getting in the car, Shen Jun immediately ordered. Jun Xiao, we might not be able to leave. Chapter 392. Not a simple character. Somewhere in an office. Do you agree or disagree with Changshu's proposal? What else can we say? This is already the best outcome. It's just a pity for that Yin Tianwen. He really won 30 million with those 2 lottery tickets. There's gain and loss. After all, Hijia has already gotten it. I don't know when Fang Qian and Huang Tingji will be able to reveal their abilities. No need to rush. According to Shen Jun, it will be soon. Sigh. A junior has made us so embarrassed. Truly, the younger generation pushing the older generation. While the older generation dies on the beach, let's do it this way. There won't be any major losses anyway. I agree. Agreed. Agreed. 12 Palaces Villa. Shen Jun Yo Master Yun. Shen Jun, I'm impressed. Quickly tell us, how did you do it? As the villa's main door slowly opened, Shun Mu, Li Linhao, Zhao Zhengqin, Ding Qiansheng, and others immediately rushed in. As soon as they entered, this group couldn't wait to ask questions. Shen Jun, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, waved his hand calmly and said, "Sit down." Chapter 393. Third time, the charm, what are you afraid of? Li Linhao was the first to step forward and said, although they are currently in charge, the future will be ours. Who can change the people we recognize? Who dares to change them? That's right. Zhao Zhengqin said decisively, besides Shen Jun, who else can make us submit? After saying that, he turned to Ding Qiansheng and asked, can you do it? Ding Qiansheng. This guy. If you want to show loyalty, then just show loyalty. Why bring him up? If it weren't for the occasion, he would have cursed him out by now. This is too much. But when everyone focused their eyes on him, Ding Qiansheng immediately shook his head and said, I can't do it, you can't do it, and no one else can do it. That's correct. Han Dongxin chimed in. The decisions we all made cannot be changed by anyone, not even our biological fathers or grandfathers. No matter what others say, I Shui Qinglin only recognize Shen Jun. Hearing these words, Shen Jun waved his hand and smiled. No need to be so nervous. My situation is not as precarious as the second brother said. After all, they still need something from me. Chapter 394. The ability to reclaim everything. You can do what your uncle couldn't? Where does your confidence in controlling Shun Yi come from? Shen Mu sighed. You have to know that Shun Yi was personally trained by that uncle, and based on my understanding of him, his personality is very similar to that Uncle S, or even better. This is my business, and Shen Jun said seriously, if you can handle that guy, why do you think I can't handle him? Do you really think I'm just sitting around? Shen Mu. He couldn't find a rebuttal to that. It makes sense. Given Shen Jun's abilities, dealing with Shun Yi should be a piece of cake. No matter how extreme Shen Yi is, facing off against Shen Jun is futile. After all, including him, the entire third generation has been subdued by a guy. This is something his uncle couldn't do. He was overthinking it. What do you want Shen Yi to do for you? In the end, Shen Mu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Nothing much, just using him for an experiment. Shen Jun shook his head and didn't reveal his plan. Some things he really couldn't tell anyone, not even the old man. Chapter 395. Gaining Insight. Before Shen Jun could ask, Zheng Dong immediately explained. Young Master Jun, you might not know how fierce the people in that village in Jinhua are. If someone dares to come and collect a debt, those people really dare to kill. Shen Yun? To be honest, Zheng Dong's words did pique his interest. He truly didn't expect there were still such villages in today as society. He nodded towards Zheng Dong and said, continue. How did they deal with the situation after killing someone? They turned themselves in. Zheng Dong said with admiration, you should know, nowadays, which village doesn't have elders? After killing the debt collector, those elders actively go to the police station to confess, saying they did it. Shen Yun? Honestly, he truly didn't expect that answer, mainly because it was too outrageous. Do they really think the police are pushovers? Based on current investigation methods, dealing with this group of people would be easy. Shen Jun quietly asked, the police wouldn't believe it, right? Even if they don't believe it, there's nothing they can do. Zheng Dong shook his head. That village in Jinhua is somewhat remote, and there are no surveillance cameras in the village. So there is no evidence to prove who killed the person. Chapter 396. Zhang Bing Qing Zong. Someone is forcibly breaking into the casino. Someone is forcibly breaking into the casino. Just as the two were focusing on the first floor, a call came through the walkie-talkie on the young man's chest. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, the young man's expression instantly turned ugly. They only notified him after the person had broken in. This is simply outrageous. Interesting. Very interesting. The middle-aged man sneered. I didn't expect anyone to dare to forcibly break into a casino. They really don't know what they're getting into. Please wait a moment. I'll go deal with it right now. After seeing the middle-aged man nod, the young man immediately ran downstairs quickly. Slap. Are you stupid? Shen Jun pointed at Zheng Dong's nose and scolded. We came to visit the casino, not to cause trouble, and you went up and hit someone? How can I enjoy the show? Young Master Jun, this isn't my fault. Zheng Dong said with a face full of grievance. Who knew that entering this broken casino needed someone to bring you in, and even require a membership card? I had nothing, so I had to break and let you see, right? I can't let you make a wasted trip, can I? Hey, you brats still have the nerve to argue? Saying this, Shen Jun reached out again to hit Zheng Dong. Chapter 397. Countdown. Do you still dare to deny it? Shen Jun shook his head. Indeed, they don't know what they're doing. Liang Qing. With a gun to his forehead, does he dare to deny it? Besides, is this something he can deny? What do you plan to use to bring Jinhua over? Shen Jun asked the biggest question in his heart. We signed a loan contract with Jinhua. That kind of contract has legal effect, and our boss has connections. Therefore, TSK. Although Liang Qing didn't finish his words, Shen Jun understood. It's true, today's underworld is not like it used to be. They understand the law very thoroughly. With a loan contract that has legal effect and connections behind them, what can Jinhua use to resist? As for whether those fierce villagers would intervene, they wouldn't dare to. They just want money, not to risk their lives. When can you bring him over? Shen Yun casually asked. It should be soon. Liang Qing quickly replied. At the latest, it won't take more than an hour. All right. That means I don't have to go find him myself now. Chapter 398. Use people forward, not backward. Zheng Dong. Young Master Jun, I'm here. As soon as Shen Jun's voice fell, Zheng Dong rushed in from outside, pointing at the unconscious Jinhua lying on the ground. Shen Jun softly said, take it back to Kyoto. Yes. Zheng Dong immediately stepped forward to drag Jinhua and walked out the door. As soon as they stepped out, Li Ru and the others quickly lifted Jinhua up. Standing up, Shen Jun stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the first floor, the gamblers from earlier had all vanished, leaving only 7 or 8 police officers in uniform standing still in the hall. A police officer who seemed to be leading the group approached Shen Jun immediately after seeing him come down from upstairs. However, before he could speak, Shen Jun waved his hand and said, no need to say much, just punish those gamblers as you see fit. Someone will come later to give you orders. Yes. The police officer immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. Shen Jun didn't pay him any more attention and walked directly out of the gambling hall. Such trivial matters weren't worth his time. In an office somewhere, Jinhua, male, born in Shecheng, 23 years old. Chapter 399. The bridge between heaven and earth. Not necessarily. The old man said seriously. Although the position of Jiangxi needs to be vacated, that child Xiao, he can still take over. Don't joke with me, Shen Jun scoffed. I'm not doubting your abilities, but as you just said, he's too young to bear this burden. Does what is visible represent everything? The old man said seriously. Give him 2 years. Even if he can't take over everything from Jiangxi, he can still manage a large part. Shen Yun ceased. Old man, are you painting a big pie for me? This pie isn't very tasty. The old man. You little rascal are really hard to fool. The old man said irritably. Then what do you want? I don't want anything, but they can't just take these benefits for free. After pausing for a moment, Shen Jun continued. Let them promote Shen Duan, and Shen Dian a bit. The old man looked at Shen Jun with a puzzled expression. Are you sure? You should know that at their age, even if they are promoted, they won't get very far. Chapter 400. Why should I care? Won't they be held accountable by those above? The young man asked in confusion. Don't you have ears? Shen Yun replied impatiently. They will only agree if the problems are easy to handle. Once the issues become tricky, they will give up. And what they consider easy problems won't disturb those above. But what problems are not easy for them to handle? The young man said with a stern face, they are blood-sucking, devouring flesh and bones. They deserve to die. Shen Jun. Goodness, no wonder Shen Mu said this guy is more extreme than Shen Jiangxi. I didn't expect his personality to be so intolerant of even the slightest flaw. He can't compare. What? Are you planning to intervene? Shen Jun asked with interest. That's not my job. It's your job, the young man said word by word, staring at Shen Jun. You shouldn't allow such places to exist. Shanyi, I just praised you, so why have you suddenly become so foolish? Shen Jun scoffed. Existence is reasonable. And besides, it's not my turn to make decisions yet. Why should I care about such trivial matters? The young man, who was Shen Jun, said coldly, "Don't treat me like a fool. You may say you can't manage other matters, but this is something that you can resolve with just a word." Chapter 401. Han Muyan. After just taking a couple of bites, Shen Jun put down his chopsticks. He had already understood why Shen Jun had called him here for a meal. Just like the drinking culture, does drinking have any practical function? No, not at all. But why do those in power like to make their subordinates drink? It's just a test of obedience. Those in power need to determine if their subordinates are obedient. From the initial words Shen Jun said to him to the dishes now, everything was proving one thing. Shen Jun was testing him. Understanding all this, Shen Jun naturally couldn't just leave his chopsticks untouched, even though he didn't want to eat those dishes at all. The current situation was that he had no choice but to eat. There was no second option. After seeing Shen Jun put down his chopsticks, Shen Jun didn't take it to heart and continued to leisurely eat his dishes. How should I put it? These dishes were indeed precious and rare, but the taste was just average. Of course, it might also be because it was his first time eating these things, and he wasn't quite used to it. Just like how people learn to smoke, at first, it was choking, but some people stubbornly endure the discomfort until they learn to smoke, and then they become addicted. Chapter 402. Control. I was pondering some matters and got distracted. Hearing Han Muyan's words, Shen Jun, who was still thinking about why Shen Jun wanted him to bring over the direct descendants, instantly came back to his senses, but what he said sounded a bit distant. All right. Han Muyan nodded in understanding and then spoke again. Then if brother he has time, let me know, and we can go out for a walk. Several new shops have opened in Kyoto recently, and I've heard they're particularly fun. I might be quite busy for a while. Let's wait a bit longer. Shen Jun shook his head and explained. Then that's fine, Han Muyan said, slightly disappointed. Seeing this, Shen Jun couldn't help but laugh. Although the idea of a marriage alliance didn't sound very appealing, if it were like this, it wouldn't be unacceptable. As for whether Shen Jun liked Han Muyan, it didn't matter. As long as Han Muyan had feelings, that was enough. A man is one way before marriage and another after. Of course, he was saying this based on Shen Yun's personality. A scumbag doesn't count. Hearing Shen Jun's laughter, everyone immediately turned their attention to him. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Jun said softly, "Miss Yin, it seems you are quite satisfied with our Shen Jun." Chapter 403. Much more pleasant. On May 10th, Qingfeng Villa District. I brought the person you wanted. Do you want to see them now, or wait a bit? After entering the living room, Shen Jun immediately spoke to Shen Jun, who was sitting on the sofa. No hurry. Come over for a cup of tea. Shen Jun gestured to the opposite position gently. Shen Jun didn't refuse and sat directly opposite him. After Shen Jun placed the teacup in front of him, Shen Jun immediately picked it up and took a gentle sip. Great uncle's tea? Hearing this, Shen Jun chuckled. Have you had it before? I had it once, but just that once, Shen Jun nodded and said after that time. I remembered the taste. From your appearance, it seems you like it quite a bit? Shen Jun asked with interest. Not bad, but compared to that, I prefer my granduncle's collection of wine, although I've only had it once. The rest were taken by my dad and the others, Shen Jun admitted. I'll have someone bring all your granduncle's collection of wine to you in a few days. Shen Jun chuckled lightly. Forget it, even if you give it to me. I can't keep it. Shen Jun shook his head. A bottle or two would be fine. Ha ha ha. You're really interesting. Shen Jun immediately laughed. Chapter 404. Lying flat on June 1st, the sun rose from the east, casting golden rays that dyed the sky red, making people feel quite pleasant. Since the successful experiment that day, Shen Jun had been staying at home without going out. With a bit of confidence, he remained unmoved by the winds from all directions. Moreover, his staying at home was in everyone's best interest, although having more talented individuals was better. Shen Jun's strong personality made the elders prefer him to settle down when they had people available to use. They were genuinely exhausted from the turmoil. If it were just the younger generation causing a ruckus, it would be manageable, but once their generation's leaders got involved, things became uncontrollable. Shen Jun understood their thoughts, so he took a long break. During this time, Shen Jun didn't worry about any domestic matters. Whether inside or outside the family, Shen Mu handled everything for him, and he didn't even need to show up. Shen Mu resolved everything. Of course, there weren't any major issues, but that was enough to make Shen Jun very happy. He did slightly get involved in some matters abroad. Chapter 405. The Curse SKP Mall. Kyoto SKP is a joint venture department store built with investments from the Hualien Group and others, and it is one of the world's most iconic fashion luxury department stores. In 2018, Kyoto SKP's annual sales reached 13.5 billion yuan, setting a new record in the history of domestic commercial department stores and shopping centers. In 2019, Kyoto SKP achieved sales of 15.2 billion yuan in a single store, ranking first globally in sales per square meter and second in overall single-store sales. In 2020, Kyoto SKP's sales revenue reached 17.5 billion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 151.3% from 2019. Kyoto SKP is considered the most profitable mall in the country, bar none. Upon entering the mall, Shen Jun instantly became excited. She hugged Li Qiwan's arm, pointing left and right, her little mouth chattering nonstop. Shen Jun felt extremely annoyed, while Li Qiwan was quite interested in chatting with Shen Jun. Indeed, most women cannot resist the temptation of shopping, not even Li Qiwan. But at this point, what could he say? He let out a long sigh and followed behind the two, walking with heavy steps, stopping and going. Chapter 406, Too Ruthless. Huff. Shen Chongxi gasped for breath, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little brat, with such actions, do you want to ruin Xiao Yi? Look at what you're saying. How could I dig my own grave? Shen Yi is a member of the Shen family. I will need him to charge in a battle for me in the future." Shen Jun replied sarcastically, "But I have my own plans. You, who have lost your utility, have no right to interfere." "All right, fine," Shen Chongxi said angrily. "Do you know I haven't gone down yet? Do you really think I won't dare to turn against you? If you haven't gone down, then you haven't. Who are you scaring?" Shen Jun said dismissively. "Do you really think you can still move me now? Even at your peak, you couldn't move me." Shen Chongxi, don't be so angry. Anger harms the body, you know? Before Shen Chongxi could retort, Shen Jun continued with a smile. "Also, on what basis do you think that Shen Yi leaving quickly will create hidden dangers? There is no reason. This is a rule, the rules set by everyone." Shen Chongxi said firmly. He doesn't have the strength to break the rules. Simply put, he doesn't deserve his position. Chapter 407. Humanization after hanging up the phone. Shen Jun immediately got up and walked into the study. He didn't really know much about Shen Chongxi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to join forces with him due to a few words from the old man, leading to such a huge setback. But there was nothing to say. He was too impatient back then. The bitter fruit he planted must be swallowed, even if it hurts. He, Shen Jun, can afford to lose. As for Shen Yi, he indeed never thought of setting Shen Yi up. As he said, Shen Yi would be a general charging in a battle for him in the future. How could he possibly set him up? It's just that his reputation was indeed too poor, so it's normal for him not to be trusted. There aren't that many win-win situations in this world. With a light sigh, Shen Jun directly opened the computer. Since the last time there was a slight problem with Caesar Snooker, Harry Helland started reporting some matters regarding America to him. Shen Jun also contacted him from time to time, so he wouldn't be completely in the dark when something happened. After logging onto a certain website, the messages sent by Harry Helland immediately came into view. "Mr. Jun, in the past 3 days, I participated in a total of 5 meetings, 4 of which were about Huagua, and the other one was regarding the elections." Chapter 408. Something happened? On June 5th, Shen Jun returned to Miss City. There wasn't much going on. Mainly, his grandfather called to say that his grandmother's health wasn't good lately, so Shen Jun went back for a visit. According to the doctor's explanation, his grandmother had been overthinking lately, which caused her health issues. At first, Shen Jun was puzzled. At her age, what could possibly be bothering her? Later, he found out and became helpless. The reason his grandmother was worried was that she couldn't get in touch with Shen Jun's uncle. She was so anxious every day, thinking something big had happened over there. This made Shen Jun feel quite bad. Because of the incident with that little cousin, he had cut off communication between both sides, not expecting that his grandmother would care about that side to such an extent. In the end, with his grandfather's persuasion, Shen Jun decided to let it go. If his grandmother wanted to visit, then let her go. He wouldn't interfere anymore. He had done what he should and shouldn't have done, and he felt no guilt. After resolving his grandmother's issues, Shen Jun left Mist City without any delay. Chapter 409. Over. Yang City. "Mr. Jun, sorry for making you come back." Just as he got off the plane, Lin Shangyun quickly ran over from beside the plane. "It's none of your business. It's just that I didn't handle the matter I promised you well." Shen Jun waved his hand and said, "Let's talk in the car." "Yes." "Mr. Jun, please this way." Lin Shangyun hurriedly gestured for him to enter. Once in the car, Shen Jun felt much more comfortable. Although it wasn't too hot in Yangcheng in June, The direct sunlight was indeed uncomfortable for him. After all, his recent life had been too good, to the point where he couldn't tolerate even a little hardship. Turning to the somewhat reserved Lin Shangyun, Shen Jun casually asked, "Who was competing with you for that piece of land?" Zhuhai Investment, a small company with assets of only 5 to 6 billion, Lin Shangyun explained. But this company has some strong backing. Even Mr. Yao's involvement didn't earn them any respect, and there was even a near fight. Xin Yun? A fight? How did that happen? Did you go to their company? It wasn't us going to their company. They came to our hotel, Lin Shangyun said with a grim expression. Mr. Yao and I were staying at a hotel, but unexpectedly, they found us there. Fortunately, Mr. Yao knows some people in the local departments. Otherwise. Chapter 410. No wonder this Zhuhai investment company is so arrogant. With the Huang family backing them, they indeed have the capital to be arrogant. But who ordered them to grab people at the hotel? Shen Jun asked softly. A senior executive in the company named Zhuang Liang, Huang Mingxian, answered quietly. And who did he receive orders from? Xin Yun coldly asked. This. Huang Mingxian glanced at Lin Shangyun beside him, but remained silent. Is it from our family? Shen Jun's brow furrowed. My brother said so. He didn't tell me the specifics, but according to my investigation, the person who made Zhuang Liang act is Ming Ke from the Ming family. Huang Mingxian nodded vigorously. But Zhuang Liang acted against Mr. Lin and Mr. Shen on his own accord. I've locked him up. What do you think? On his own accord? Shen Jun sneered. Isn't that reckless? Hearing this, Huang Mingxian lowered his head again. He didn't dare to respond. It could easily drag his Huang family into this. Shen Jun was clear about what Huang Mingxian was thinking and didn't mind. Just showing an attitude was enough. He wasn't particularly brutal. But this Ming family. Chapter 411. Jun Xiao, this kid is Ming Ke. Seeing that the two were about to discuss serious matters, Huang Mingxian immediately pointed to another young man standing next to Shen Duan. Look, upon realizing he was the center of attention, the young man instantly trembled in fear. How could he not be afraid? The Ming family also holds some status in Yangcheng, and while he knows Huang Mingxian, he knows Shen Duan even better. Yet, when faced with Shen Jun, they spoke from a position of inferiority and didn't even dare to sit. How could he not be scared? Third brother. As soon as Huang Mingxian finished speaking, Shen Duan looked at Shen Jun and said, Let me go this once. Just this once, okay? You little rascal. Shen Jun sighed. Just this once. There won't be a next time, or else you'll have to go through some training yourself. Thank you. Third brother, thank you. After saying this, he immediately reached to his waist and waved at Huang Mingxian. Huang Mingxian wasn't stupid. He understood the implication in Shen Jun's words. After seeing Shen Duan's little action, he quickly grabbed the still trembling Ming Ke and left the office. After the two left, Shen Duan quickly walked to sit opposite Shen Jun. Shen Jun had seen Shen Duan rarely and didn't know much about him. But seeing his actions, Shen Jun wasn't angry. Chapter 412. Evidence. Shima Building. As the convoy slowly stopped, Shen Jun and Shen Duan got out of the car simultaneously. Looking at the building's entrance blocked by dozens of police and special police, Shen Jun shook his head and sighed. I'm getting more and more curious about what your dad and my second uncle are planning. Shen Duan, the last thing he wants to hear right now is that. Every time Shen Jun said it, his heart trembled. It was genuinely scary, mainly because he didn't understand why his father was doing this. Lacking sufficient confidence made him even more afraid. He could understand paving the way for himself, but why drag Shen Jun into this? What role could Shen Jun play in this matter? Let's go take a look. Yes. Shen Duan closely followed behind Shen Jun as they walked toward the building entrance. As they approached the entrance, a uniformed special police officer immediately ran over to Shen Duan. Mr. Duan, all entrances and exits of the building have been sealed. Please give the latest orders. Shen Duan. He first carefully glanced at Shen Jun and, seeing that his expression didn't change, let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to the special police officer and asked, Do you know me? Chapter 413. Unable to suppress it. They had seen arrogant people and had also seen foolish people, but they had never seen anyone as arrogant and foolish as Zhou Di. At this moment, Shen Jun immediately lost his interest in watching the excitement. It was just too boring. Throughout the whole incident, only Zhou Di's father, Zhou Shenghui, displayed the demeanor of a proper entrepreneur. Before the matter was exposed, he was calm and collected. Once it was exposed, he simply accepted his fate. In contrast, Zhou Di, the rich second generation, was just too disappointing. It's no wonder there's so much resentment towards rich second generations in society. There are just too many fools. And these fools are born into good families. How could ordinary people not feel resentful? What was that saying? Even if you let a dog sit in his position, it would do better than him. Although Shen Jun lost interest in the spectacle, Shen Duan was unaware of what Shen Jun was thinking at that moment. He was genuinely angered by Zhou Di's words. After all, he was still serving in the army, and he had deep feelings for those on active duty. How could he possibly tolerate an active duty soldier dying at the hands of such an idiot? Looking at Zhou Di's extremely arrogant expression, Shen Duan instantly lost control of his emotions. Chapter 414. The wind direction is off. Knock, knock, knock. Kumein. Hearing the sound from inside the office, Shen Duan immediately pushed the door open and stepped aside. Shen Jun wasn't polite and directly walked in. Once inside the office, Shen Jun first glanced at Shen Chang'an, who was sitting in a chair and staring at him, and then casually looked around the office's decor. Seeing this, Shen Chang'an immediately smiled and said, "You see your second uncle and don't greet him, but instead look at my office. What's this? Are you dissatisfied with me? Look at what you're saying. How could I dare?" Shen Jun shook his head and said sarcastically, just taking a casual look, "After all, my second uncle doesn't treat me as an outsider, so naturally, I can't treat him as an outsider either." Ha ha ha, you kid are quite interesting. Saying this, Shen Chang'an turned his gaze to Shen Duan and asked, "How did you handle that Zhou Di?" Gave him a beating and then locked him up. Shen Duan replied quietly, "That's not bad." Shen Chang'an nodded. "When you were beating him, did you let anyone record it?" "No," Shen Duan quickly replied. "How could I let someone record such a thing? That would be stupid." Chapter 415. Gains and losses really giving up? Not going to struggle a bit more? Shen Jun teased, "Your attitude is quite different from some comments I've heard. I'm a bit disappointed. Don't waste your breath. Say what you want. I don't care," Shen Chang'an said gently. "Since you decided to give up, I must be mentally prepared. Just a few words from you won't shake my resolve." Shen Jun said, "This time I really fell into a trap. Oh, it's not exactly a trap, just a small scheme." He didn't suffer any losses, just made a trip for nothing. Faced with Shen Chang'an in this state, he truly had no better way to retaliate. One could only say that when elders become shameless, he, as a younger generation, had no choice but to resign himself to fate. The difference in hierarchy. Sighing deeply, Shen Jun helplessly said, "Actually, you shouldn't have done this. With a little guidance, your status could surpass that of your elder uncle, and the second house could return to its previous position." Setting fire to oneself. Shen Chang'an murmured dreamily, "This powder keg can explode. I even hope it explodes soon. But it can't explode in my hands. With you around, the future of the Shen family is destined to be glorious. For the greater good, sacrificing myself is worth it." Chapter 416. Losing a head in late July, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and under the sun's scorching heat, a gust of wind blew, bringing a wave of heat that was almost suffocating. Extending his hand out of the car window, feeling the heat radiating through his palm, Shen Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "Coming out in this weather is a true friendship." You should give this face," Wu Mengjie chuckled. "But I really didn't expect old Yang's progress to be so slow. He initially said it would be a month or two to get engaged, and it's already been 4 months before it was finalized. Yeah, still getting used to it," Shen Jun said helplessly. "Didn't expect this dog to be so patient. It seems all his impatience was shown to us. At least he's engaged now. Once he gets married, the three of us will have all stepped into the grave of marriage," Wu Mengjie self-deprecatingly said. At this point, Wu Mengjie suddenly sighed. "It's a bit regrettable that I didn't attend your wedding." Hearing this, Shen Jun was taken aback. Not just Wu Mengjie. Everyone didn't attend his wedding because he and Li Qiwan didn't hold a wedding. Now Li Qiwan was already over 5 months pregnant, and it wouldn't be appropriate to hold a wedding. Chapter 417. The last time after a long silence, Wu Mengjie finally stammered, "What can I do?" "You can't do anything." Shen Jun shook his head and said, "Consider this information as a gift from me to you and old Yang. After this, our chances of meeting may be very few, or we might not meet at all." "I understand." Wu Mengjie was neither disappointed nor upset because he had long been mentally prepared. He didn't know Shen Jun's specific identity deeply, but as a native of Magic City, he was all too familiar with the identities of Gong Kaijiang, Li Yuan, and Zhang Hong. For his Wu family, these three were significant figures, people they could only aspire to. Yet Shen Jun could command these three at will, which showed that Shen Jun's status had already reached an untouchable level. Simply put, they were not even in the same class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought that Shen Jun would say goodbye to them in such a way. The value of this information was simply immeasurable. If utilized properly, both he and Yang Su would need not worry about money for at least 3 to 5 generations. Chapter 418. Reality is cruel amidst the clinking of glasses. At some point, only Wu Mengjie, Yang Su, and Wang Qianru remained in the private room. When Yang Su regained his senses, he found that Shen Jun had already left. Looking at the chair Shen Jun had just occupied, Yang Su said with a dazed expression, "Old Wu, this should be the last time old Shen drinks with us, right?" "Yeah," Wu Mengjie admitted. "He mentioned it casually when he came, but I didn't know how to tell you in person. Wife, you should head back first. I want to have a few words with old Wu." Yang Su suddenly turned to Wang Qianru. Wang Qianru nodded and got up to leave the private room. She didn't say anything like asking Yang Su to drink less, because she could sense how bad Yang Su's mood was at that moment. After Wang Qianru left, Yang Su sighed. "I sensed something was off since we were ordering. I thought it might be related to old Shen, but I really didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Actually, there are already signs," Wu Mengjie said candidly. "Building factories for us in those places was a compensation. A compensation for our friendship. I understand. I had that suspicion too." Yang Su shook his head and said, "I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Chapter 419. Hard to persuade the damned the difference in combat aircraft of the same generation might not be significant, but once it crossed generations, it was a definite dimensionality reduction strike. Yet now Hua country was showcasing its latest generation of fighter jets. If America didn't investigate thoroughly, how could they dare to act? There's a way to seek death, but not like this. Moreover, at this moment, what Hua country was showcasing was just fighter jets. Who dared to assert that Hua country hadn't made the latest advancements in other technological areas? Better safe than sorry. After all, Hua country's old tradition was showcasing one generation while hiding another and developing a third. Although this statement has a joking element, who can guarantee that it isn't true? However, even though Shen Jun suspected that America likely wouldn't dare to act, he still hoped he was wrong. Because only if America acted would he have the opportunity to do something. Work and cover all traces. Bringing his thoughts back, Shen Jun began sending messages to Harry Holland. It wasn't to give any orders, just to let him take action as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be wasting the talents he had sent. It took 2 months to scrape together $10 billion. Even a dog could do better than that. Dingling Chapter 420. Appetizers Huiguan Group. To succeed, one must first go crazy and charge forward without hesitation. Fight for the third generation of wealth. Only by working hard can one avoid failure. Sleep on the floor today. Be the boss tomorrow. Go for it, go for it, go for it. Dismissed, let's get to work. With a command from a middle-aged man standing at a height. All the buzzcut youths shouting slogans immediately started jogging into the building. At that moment, a young man with a scarred face suddenly ran up to the middle-aged man and said, "Manager, today we brought in 20 piglets, including 3 female piglets. The 17 male piglets will follow the process, and the 3 female piglets will be taken to my office." Hearing the scarred youth's words, a meaningful smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Yes. Upon receiving the signal, the scarred youth turned and ran downstairs. About 10 minutes later, inside the office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door pushed open, the scarred youth entered with 3 women whose hands were tied and mouths gagged. After seeing the faces of the 3 women in front of him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Their looks are a bit lacking. Chapter 421. I'll give you a chance inside the office. Dingling just as the middle-aged man was sitting in his chair reviewing the piglet's information, his phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, upon seeing the name displayed, the middle-aged man immediately sat up straight and answered the call. "Boss, Zhang Junbin. Did your men capture a woman named Liang Huishan?" "Liang Huishan?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes, boss. This Liang Huishan was just captured. Did she see anything she shouldn't have seen when she was brought in?" The person on the other end of the line immediately inquired. "She did see something." The middle-aged man immediately explained, "Boss, as you know, we haven't taken any protective measures in this regard, and there were many others captured with her. So it can't be hidden." "Huh." The person on the other end let out a sigh, and after a moment, slowly said, "This Liang Huishan needs to be released, but I don't want to hear her discussing our matters after she goes back. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood." Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately said loudly, "Boss, please rest assured, I guarantee that even if she goes back, she won't dare to tell anyone about our matters." Chapter 422. The Old Man is Cunning. Kyoto Airport. As a passenger plane slowly landed, a dozen men, women, young and old standing inside the airport instantly became excited. When Liang Huishan got off the plane, most of the people rushed over as if they had gone mad. She's back. Huishan's friends were not lying to them. Their child really came back. Except for Shun Nan, who didn't move, there was also an old man standing still. And he didn't show any overly happy expression on his face. It seemed that Liang Huishan's safe return was not something to be particularly joyful about. Seeing the scene, Shun Nan curiously asked, "Grandpa Liang, aren't you going to see Huishan? She must really need your comfort right now." "No, it's enough for them to go. We can't leave you, Huishan's savior, all alone here, can we?" The old man shook his head. "Thank you for saving our Huishan, but, Hearing the old man's words, Shen Nan frowned and curiously asked, "Grandpa Liang, but what?" "Miss Nan, I know with your family background, you definitely don't lack money. But to express our Liang family's gratitude, I will have Huishan's father transfer some money to you later. However, from now on, you should not contact our Huishan anymore." The old man's face was serious. Chapter 423. I won't tell you. Why are you back? After doing such a good deed, you're not going to chat with your friend and bask in the glory? Shen Jun said with great interest. Also, why did you slam the door at me? Do you want to get beaten? Although you're already an adult, it seems that hitting your sister is not illegal upon hearing this. Shen Nan glared and gritted her teeth. "Brother, tell me the truth. If I continue to contact Huishan, are you planning to do something to her? Something that could kill her?" "Shen Yun, what is going on? How did this girl guess his thoughts? When did she become so smart?" This is not the Shun Nan he remembers. Shen Nan was not a fool. Upon seeing the expression on Shen Jun's face, she immediately understood that what the old man said was indeed true. Her brother was really that kind of ruthless person. But before she could question him, Shen Jun asked with a puzzled face, "Who told you about this?" Shen Nan replied blankly, "I want to tell you." Shen Jun, goodness, it seems this girl is getting a bit too bold. However, Shen Jun lowered his voice to threaten. "Not saying? If you don't, I will kill that Liang Huishan." Chapter 424. Time to get to work. After dealing with Shun Nan's little matter, Shen Jun became idle again. Apart from not wanting to worry about too many things, it was more that the elders above did not want him to take action. Just like before, as long as Shen Jun did not move, everything was fine. But once Shen Jun took action, you could see chaos would ensue, and no one would have a peaceful day. For example, during this time, Shen Jun didn't do anything, and everywhere was peaceful. Those elders couldn't be happier. Holding several capable individuals, whether in technology or finance, everything was progressing rapidly, and without Shen Jun causing trouble. How could they not be happy? For Shen Jun, once a person becomes idle and gets used to this kind of life, they really don't want anyone to break this tranquility. Time flies, and it quickly arrived in September. Shen Jun thought this plain life would last a long time. But reality is unreasonable and will not proceed as he wished. Just as September approached the middle of the month, a piece of news made him move again. Of course, this news was not domestic, but Chapter 425. Lu Yinfan. 2 minutes later, Shen Yao walked into the office with a middle-aged man. "Hello, young Master Jun. I am Wu Tinglin, the head of the financial department of Tianyun Group." As soon as he entered, the middle-aged man introduced himself to Shen Jun. "How much available funds does Tianyun Group have?" "I'm talking about US dollars." Shen Yun directly inquired. "About 85 billion US dollars. Wu Tinglin immediately replied, "This is the amount that can be used right now. If Jun Xiao needs more funds, give me a day, and I can allocate another 100 billion US dollars. If you're not in a hurry, give me 3 days, and I can allocate 200 billion US dollars. Although this figure was slightly beyond Shen Jun's expectations, he was not overly surprised. He had considered this matter before. Although the valuation of Tianyun Group on the surface might only be 50 to 60 trillion RMB, that was just on the surface. As long as the main body of Tianyun Group is not publicly listed, who can know how much capital it actually has? Backed by the towering Shen family, Tianyun Group is both the referee and the athlete. Who would dare to investigate it? Moreover, given the contributions Shen Jun had made earlier, it was not surprising that Tianyun Group could come up with 300 billion US dollars at this moment. Chapter 426. Madness. No need. Debts must be repaid. That's only right. Whoever owes me money, I will find them. The young man turned to Zhang Yi and said, "You can rest assured. Even if something really happens to my mom, I won't look for you." After saying this, the young man turned and continued to walk outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi finally relaxed. She had said so much just for Lu Yunfan's words. Debts have their owners, as long as it doesn't involve her. Everything else has nothing to do with her. She was truly scared. As a financial officer, she was indeed very busy when it was hectic, but very idle when it was slow. She had seen more than one video of people getting killed out of anger over salary issues. And there were really quite a few financial officers who had died because of such problems. This kind of issue was clearly between the boss and the employees. What does it have to do with her finance department? Yet, those financial officers in the videos acted like fools. The salary issue had nothing to do with those workers. But they still made things difficult for the workers on behalf of the boss, saying all sorts of nonsense. Wasn't that asking for death? She had thought about how she would handle such situations if she encountered them, and she had even thought it through thoroughly. Fortunately, her previous viewing of those videos was not in vain, and the methods she had practiced countless times in her mind were not just random thoughts. She ultimately saved her own life. Chapter 427, Ran Away. President Ren's words instantly brought Lu Yunfan back to reality. Looking down at the pale-faced President Ren, Lu Yunfan sneered and said, "Now you know fear? It's too late." Without waiting for President Ren to speak, he continued, "Also, don't treat me like a child. You're injured like this, and you don't call the police? Do you believe it yourself? No. Please, I swear I will never call the police. If I do, may I be struck by lightning." Feeling the coldness at his neck, President Ren reached out to hold the blade while soothingly saying, "Yunfan, think about your mother. If you kill me now, you definitely won't be able to see your mother undergo surgery. At that time, what will you do for your mother?" This sentence seemed to hit a point for Lu Yunfan, and he immediately froze in place. Seeing this, President Ren showed a pleased expression and said, "Moreover, you're doing this to get back your salary. In this matter, I am not in the right. Even if the police really come, I will take responsibility. Besides, I owe all the workers several months of wages. Once this matter is known, whether you go in or not is uncertain, but I will definitely go in. Not to mention for you, even for myself, I want to tell the police the truth. If you leave now, we can pretend nothing has happened. I will go to the hospital for treatment, and you can watch your mother undergo surgery. This is better for both of us." Chapter 428, Can't See. Zheng Dong's words made Shen Jun even more interested. To be honest, he was quite curious about how Lu Yunfan managed to do it. It is normal for someone to transfer the deceased money after killing them, and running away is also understandable, but he managed to escape without a trace. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems Lu Yunfan's ability has suddenly appeared. It's just that he doesn't know what this guy's special ability is. At that moment, Shen Jun asked Zheng Dong, "Has his mother's surgery fee been paid?" "No." Zheng Dong shook his head, equally confused. According to common sense, he did all this to raise medical expenses for his mother. But after Lu Yunfan killed someone and got the money, he not only didn't transfer money to the hospital, he didn't even go to the hospital at all, which is a bit illogical. Indeed, it is illogical, Shen Jun chuckled. But if he knows we were looking for him, wouldn't that make sense? Huh. Zheng Dong looked completely baffled. That's impossible. How could he know you are here? Yun Xiao. Please don't make it difficult for me. Hearing Shen Jun's voice suddenly become low, Zheng Dong scratched his head and quickly took a few steps back. "I don't dare to know those people you're looking for. It's easy to lose my life." Chapter 429, Dead. "You saved my mother's life?" No one stopped him, and the young man in the hoodie easily walked up to Shen Jun. Although his words were a question, from his tone, he was very certain that it was Shen Jun who saved his mother. Looking at the young man in the hoodie, Shen Jun smiled and said, "If you only came to say this, then you are of no use to me." Upon hearing this, the young man in the hoodie took a deep breath and said, "There isn't even a single police officer in the whole hospital. It seems your background is beyond my imagination. Shen Yun, does this person not understand human language?" Without waiting for Shen Jun to speak, the young man in the hoodie continued, "I have nothing to say. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. At worst, I'll pay with my life." Specific abilities, Shen Jun said softly. Creak tap tap tap. As soon as Shen Jun's voice fell, everyone except Zheng Dong entered a hospital room. Seeing this scene, Shen Jun couldn't help but shake his head. This group of guys really had enough. But isn't it a bit late to hide now? The young man in the hoodie only slowly spoke after Li Ru and the others had all entered the hospital room. There are no special abilities, just following instructions. Chapter 430. What do you mean? Dead for several days? Shen Jun said in a deep voice. Have you asked her family what the situation is? How could a living person just die for no reason? I wanted to ask, but I couldn't contact Huishan's family. Not a single one could be reached. Shen Nan explained while sobbing. I got Huishan's family phone number from the counselor, but none of the numbers could get through. None of the numbers could get through? Shen Jun was taken aback for a moment and suddenly realized, and he asked again, did Liang Huishan look for you after she came back? She did. Shen Nan whispered. I ignored her. I remember what you told me, so I cut off contact with her directly. But it seemed she really had something to find me for. And since we were at school, I thought I could avoid her, but after I rejected her a few times, she disappeared. I thought she had given up, but unexpectedly. After hearing Shen Nan's words, Shen Jun, who had already understood everything, sneered. She indeed had something to find you for, but it's not a good thing. Brother, what do you mean? Shen Nan asked, somewhat confused. Do you know why she is looking for me? Chapter 431. Who is more noble than whom? As the voice came, Shen Nan rushed in with Shen Wan, looking very angry. Seeing Shen Nan's ugly expression, Shen Hao and Shen Song were both puzzled. How dare this girl? Shen Mu, that bastard, seems easy to talk to, but he is very strict with the Shen family as children. This could be seen from Shen Wan's flustered expression. She was scared by Shen Nan's rough behavior. Don't mention them. Even Shen Han is sometimes afraid of this guy. And Shen Nan, although Shen Jun is her real brother, that is not a reason for her to be so reckless. Outside, she could do whatever she wanted, but within the Shen family, does she really think everyone is genuinely good to her? Bang, bang, bang. Second brother, you. After Shen Nan rushed into the hall, she suddenly saw Shen Hao, Shen Song, and Shen Hung sitting on the sofa. Seeing the three of them staring at her with intense eyes, Shen Nan forcefully swallowed the words she was about to say. After a moment of silence, she greeted softly, Brother Hao, Brother Song, Brother Hung, everyone. Just ignoring Shen Mu like that? This girl is going to turn the world upside down. Shen Mu shook his head helplessly and said, all right, the words are said, you all go back first. Remember, don't drag your feet. Chapter 432. Qi Weijin He third. I can't teach that girl Shen Nan anymore. You handle it yourself. Shen Jun. She doesn't believe it? Shen Jun frowned and said. Or does she know clearly, but just won't admit it? Both. It's no use no matter how you say it. Shen Mu said irritably, stubborn like a mule. Shen Jun. Goodness, Shen Mu is really annoyed now. To make him this mad, how stupid must Shen Nan be? After letting out a long sigh, Shen Jun helplessly said, then forget it. Let her do whatever she wants in the future. With me around, she won't suffer too much. Yeah. Shen Mu changed the subject and asked, what have you been doing these past 2 days? Went to Wong City and then to Lu City. What, trying to cause some trouble for those elders again? Don't ask. I can't explain clearly over the phone. Let us talk when we meet after I'm done. Shen Jun replied. Okay, then you get busy. Yeah. By the way, what is up? Shen Mu asked curiously. The Liang family hasn't died, right? Shen Jun asked. No. Shen Mu said softly. Just to be on the safe side, but the Liang family won't be able to come out in the short term. Chapter 433. Won't lose a piece of meat, Jun Xiao. We have arrived. Hearing Zheng Dong's words, Shen Jun slowly opened his eyes. Turning to look out the window, he saw a sign that read Wangchun Electromechanical Equipment Company, Limited. After getting out of the car, Shen Jun stretched. Although the distance from Lu City to An Village isn't too far, Shen Jun still felt a bit uncomfortable. These past 2 days he had either been on a plane or in a car, and it was indeed a bit tiring. Did you notify the factory owner? After stretching, Shen Jun casually asked. Already notified, but the big and small bosses of the factory are not in Lu City. However, they're on their way back now. At this point, Zheng Dong glanced at the time and continued, they should be back in about half an hour. Then let us go in and take a look. Yes. After responding, Zheng Dong immediately led the way into the factory. This factory, named Wangchun Electromechanical Equipment Company, Limited, isn't very big, but it's decent, covering an area of about 5 to 6 acres, which is quite good for a rural factory. Shen Jun and his group smoothly entered the factory area. Not because the factory owner notified the guard of their visit, but because... Chapter 434. Really good. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go work. I still have a lot of work to do. After saying that, Qi Weijin turned to leave. Wait. But just after he took a couple of steps, Shen Jun called him back again. In Qi Weijin's puzzled gaze, Shen Jun said gently, Qi Weijin, I am a distinguished guest of your boss. If you chat with me, your boss will only praise you and might even give you a raise. But if you offend me, your boss will not only scold you, but will also deduct your salary. Huh? Shen Jun's words instantly left Qi Weijin dumbfounded. What's wrong? You don't believe it? Shen Jun smiled slightly and said, Why don't we make a bet? When your boss comes back, see if he listens to me or to you. Don't. Qi Weijin hurriedly waved his hand. I can't compare with you. You're a big shot. I'm just a worker. Of course, our boss will listen to you. Shen Jun. This guy's IQ is still decent. Of course, this is relative. Compared to normal people, he's just a little lacking, but compared to real fools, Qi Weijin might even be considered smart. So Shen Jun smiled and said, do you still want to go work? Chapter 435. The Goodness of Human Nature. Sorry, mister. Shen, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Just then, a rough voice suddenly came from behind Shen Jun boss. Without waiting for Shen Jun to turn around, Qi Weijin quickly called out to the person behind him. Turning his head, he saw a sturdy middle-aged man running towards him with a young man. Shang Chun, it's me, Mr. Shun. I am Shang Chun, the boss of this Wangshan Electromechanical Equipment Company, Limited. The sturdy middle-aged man immediately replied. You rarely come to your factory, right? Shen Yun asked softly. Yes. Although he didn't understand why Shen Jun would ask such a question, Shang Chun still replied immediately. Usually, the company is managed by my son Shang Kong. I rarely come over and spend most of my time socializing outside. Then Shang Chun immediately pointed to the young man standing next to him and introduced, Mr. Shun, this is my son Shang Kong. Hello, Mr. Shun. The young man named Shang Kong immediately greeted him. Shang Kong, it seems you also rarely come to the factory? Shen Yun asked lisily, turning his gaze to the young man. Chapter 436. Listening to you. Kyoto, somewhere. Shen Jun, that little rascal has come back, and he's brought Lu Yunfan and Qi Weijin with him. What should we do now? Have we learned about their specific abilities? Aside from a special ability that Lu Yunfan initially revealed, there hasn't been any information on the others, and Qi Weijin is completely untraceable. Should we just ask directly? No. Let's observe Shen Jun's subsequent actions first. I want to know what he needs money for now. That's right, it's just money, given his current status. You shouldn't be looking for these two just for financial reasons. I think so too. Shen Jun always has a purpose behind every move he makes. His actions this time seem a bit strange, but it definitely can't be just for money. Are you suggesting he has some plans over in America? That is quite likely. After all, that little rascal has been in America for a while. Is he trying to secretly support the Elephant Party through funding? That shouldn't be the case. He's not someone who lacks discretion. Does supporting the Elephant Party even need to be done secretly? The Lin family is just shy of putting the entire Sheng Tian group on the line. Chapter 437. The interests are too great. Just after Shen Song took Lu Yunfan out of the office, Shen Hao walked in alone. Seat. Shen Jun smiled, pointing to the chair opposite him. Shen Hao didn't hesitate, walking straight to Shen Jun and sitting down. Is there something you want to ask? Shen Jun asked with a smile. Shen Hao shook his head and replied calmly. I have nothing to ask. I just came to hear how you plan to arrange things for me. Seeing Shen Hao's indifferent attitude, Shen Yun chuckled. By the looks of you, have you already spoken to the second brother? Yeah. Shen Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The second brother said, I should do as I'm told. Getting too involved in your matters can easily lead to unnecessary trouble for myself. That's something the second brother would say. Shen Jun casually remarked, aren't you curious? Curious. Very curious, but Shen Hao dismissed it. I have a trait. No matter how curious I am, as long as it doesn't relate much to me, I can treat it as if nothing has happened. The phrase not my business perfectly describes me. Shen Jun, Shen Yin, Shen Yi, and this Shen Hao. These three legitimate grandsons are indeed interesting. Chapter 438. I don't care. After a moment of silence, Shen Jun said softly, what are you planning to do now? Shouldn't that be my question to you? Shen Hao replied leisurely. After all, I've already told you everything, and now you're planning to intervene in the Tianyan group, so. Shen Hao smiled. What should I do now? Shen Jun, glancing at Shen Hao's mischievous smile, sighed. I knew it. Every time something is stirred up, trouble always follows. But I really didn't expect this time the trouble would come from you. It's all the same. Shen Hao shrugged. It's just trouble. For you. It's nothing complicated, Shen Jun. This guy really deserves a beating. I really want to slap him twice. But he has no reason to refuse. After all, the Tianyan group belongs to the Shun family, and he is the third-generation leader of the Shun family. Tell me about the current situation. Shen Jun sat up straight and said seriously, I want all the information. Okay. Shen Hao replied with a serious expression. There's no need to elaborate on the information regarding the drug. It indeed can cure HIV, but it clearly states that this drug cannot be solely in our hands. Because those people abroad simply don't care about the lives of the lower classes. They only care about profits. Chapter 439. It's just an experiment, Brother Jun. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to? Shen Yao said with a mournful face, testing the waters softly. Do you think I believe you? Shen Jun smiled. It seems your brother Song is standing at the door. Shen Yao, this is really the end. There's no way to save myself. How can that jerk Shen Song not stop him? Not only did he not stop him, but why isn't he coming in? Isn't that letting him? After a long sigh, Shen Yao, like a turtle, slowly moved to Shen Jun's side. He then lowered his head and said, Brother Jun, be gentle. I'm really afraid of pain. Slap. Ouch, cough, cough. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. After a slap, Shen Yao covered his head and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this scene, Shen Jun chuckled. All right, just this once. If there's a next time, I really will break your legs. Hee. Hearing this, Shen Yao instantly jumped up, rubbed his sore head, and quickly raised 2 fingers to assure, Brother Jun, don't worry. If there essay next time, you want to have to say it. I'll break my own legs. Chapter 440, Personal Attack. On October 15th, several pieces of news suddenly surged into the top 10 trending topics. HIV patients increased by 200,000. HIV patients surge. Some infected individuals maliciously spread the virus. According to statistics, in just 2 months, global HIV patients increased by 5 million. Survey shows that a 16-year-old girl in America infected 116 people in a month. Protect yourself. Danger is lurking nearby. This sudden trending news left many netizens bewildered. 5 out of 10 trending topics were about HIV. How could they not be confused? Instantly, the entire internet was in an uproar. Those who contracted AIDS have an obligation to have an indelible mark stamped on their buttocks by hospitals. If they're afraid of not being able to see it when the lights are out, then they should use glow-in-the-dark stamps. Thank you. Those who enjoy dating need to be cautious. No need to say more. AIDS won't occur naturally. It can only be transmitted. So as long as you have a fixed partner, you can avoid AIDS. So we must keep ourselves clean. This kind of news is the best for love-struck minds. This is all caused by those foot massage shops. Every worker in those shops should be tested once a month. I got infected at a foot massage shop. Chapter 441. It's no longer necessary, it's not bad. Shen Jun nodded and said, I thought it would start at least around 100,000 RMB. It's already a high price for a drug that is meant for the public. Shen Hao explained. If it were any higher, ordinary people would rather suffer than buy this drug. You underestimate the lethality of HIV. Shen Jun shook his head. For those suffering from illness, even if they go bankrupt, they would still buy it. It's a necessity. I know, but Shen Hao sighed. I still won't leave a way out for some ordinary people. Shen Jun, after taking a deep look at Shen Hao, Shen Jun said solemnly, I am now very skeptical of your abilities. I am not as good as you in understanding people's hearts, and I am even worse in finance. Shen Hao first acknowledged Shen Jun's words, then immediately countered. But when it comes to traditional business, you are not as good as me. Shen Jun. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shen Hao continued. In fact, the person who is most suitable to handle this matter is not me, but Shen Song. That brat looks quiet, but when it comes to being ruthless, he is not inferior to Shen Mu. However, they insisted on handing this matter to me, and this time I feel like I'm being forced into a situation. Chapter 442. Losing money somewhere. Did you all see that? Hee. Qi Weijin and Lu Yunfan both failed at the same time. Interesting, really interesting. Something feels off. They have started losing money. Why does that kid Shen Jun want to continue? Has he forgotten what we talked about before? The purpose of that kid Shen Jun is not for money at all. He is not short of money right now. Not to mention the total assets of Tianyun Group. Just the licensing fees for the HIV treatment drugs are nearly $2 trillion. Would he care about that little money? Not to mention, those capital sharks are really crazy, agreeing to a ridiculous asking price of $200 billion for a license. Those people are not buying licenses, but formulas. Don't be fooled by the fact that the price Shen Hao set is $10,000. After a while, you'll find that the $10,000 drug is limited, and once it sells out, patients will have to buy some unlimited ones. At that time, $100,000 for a drug will be considered cheap, and $1 million will not be surprising. The main thing is that this type of drug can only cure once and cannot allow patients to develop antibodies. Once it starts circulating, $200 billion for a buyout is not expensive. Chapter 443. You have crossed the line. A special hospital. Mr. Jun, Ms. Wan is just a bit uncomfortable. She will be fine after a little rest. It is not yet time for her to give birth. A doctor came out of the delivery room and immediately took off his mask to report. Shen Jun frowned and said, "The due date is in a few days. Are you sure everything is all right?" The doctor quickly nodded and said, "Mr. Jun, please rest assured, the due date is just an approximate time. Some people give birth a little earlier, and some a little later. This is all normal. We have examined Ms. Wan's body many times and confirmed that there are no issues. It's just better for Ms. Wan to stay here for now. If anything happens, we can also resolve it immediately." "All right, then please take good care of her." Shen Jun gently nodded. "You're too kind. This is what we should do." After chatting with the doctor, Shen Jun turned to look at the old man sitting on the sofa and his uncles standing beside him. "Grandpa, sorry for making you come here for nothing." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "What does it matter to come for nothing? Right now, I lack everything except time. As long as I can see this child being born with my own eyes, what does a little delay matter?" Chapter 444, Too Ambitious. "Uncle, you can't say that." Shen Jun retorted. "At least I don't see you as an enemy. And what does it matter to you what others think? One honor brings honor to all. One loss brings loss to all." Shen Changshu said solemnly. "Besides that person back then, have you seen any family that has fallen since? Our competition has always been within the rules. You're trying to overturn the table. How can I not say this? Competition within the rules? Nonsense." Shen Jun said disdainfully. "We are all our own people. Don't use such grandiose words to fool me. I am not a fool. It's fine if you want to test who the enemy is, but this is not the way to do it." Shen Changshu said coldly. "It's not easy for Harry Holland to get to that point. Once your plan succeeds, then forget it." Shen Jun said expressionlessly. "In a year, I can cultivate a Harry Holland. What is wrong with him being a pawn? What happens if he dies? The old man has a saying. He is not short of time. Do you think I will be short time? At worst, I can cultivate a few more pawns. That's not a reason for you to do this." Shen Changshu frowned tightly. "If you have a car, you have tracks. You cannot use your lifetime of glory to bury the entire Shen family." Chapter 445, Rebirth and Death at 1 o'clock in the morning. As time passed, there was still no news from the delivery room. Shen Jun's suppressed emotions surged again. At this moment, he was restless, and that anxious feeling made his temper extremely irritable. Not to mention Shen Mu and Shen Nan. Even Shen Changshu and the others did not speak to comfort him. It was not that they did not want to, but that they did not dare. Everyone could see the emotion in Shen Jun's heart. Everyone knew that no matter what they said to Shen Jun at this moment, it would be useless. They could only wait until Li Qiwan safely gave birth to the child before everything would be fine. Before the child was born, Shen Jun's emotions were uncontrollable. Old Master Li sat beside the old man. He glanced at Shen Jun, then at Li Linhao, and then gave Li Linhao a look. Li Linhao rolled his eyes and turned away, no longer looking at old Master Li. He was not stupid. Right now, Shen Jun was like a powder keg. Even though he was the elder brother-in-law, he did not dare to provoke Shen Jun. Coming forward now would be like being a punching bag. Did his own grandfather really think he was an idiot? Seeing this scene, old Master Li was so angry that he almost couldn't help but curse. This grandson is really something. The old man patted old Master Li's arm and shook his head. "It's all right. Let us wait a little longer." Chapter 446, The Price? Who? After taking a deep breath, Shen Jun bent down to pick up the phone from the ground and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll go back now." "All right. Be careful on your way back," Grandpa reminded. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun turned and walked toward the crowd. "Xiao Nan, brother, what's wrong?" Shen Nan immediately turned to look at Shen Jun. Shen Jun did not speak, just waved at her. Although Xiao Nan was very confused, she still ran over immediately. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Shen Jun directly took Shen Nan and left. Watching the two leave, old Master Li frowned. "Xiao Hao, go investigate." "Forget it." Before old Master Li could finish speaking, the old man raised his hand to interrupt. For Shen Jun to take Shen Nan away now, something big must have happened on his maternal grandparents' side. "You know Shen Jun's temper. Don't cause trouble at this time." "All right." Old Master Li nodded and did not mention the matter again. After getting in the car, Shen Jun looked at Shen Nan and asked softly, "Xiao Nan, did your phone run out of battery?" Shen Nan was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "Yes. I turned it off just now when I entered the delivery room for fear of disturbing Sister Wanwan." Chapter 447, Hongtong Pharmaceutical. Is there a medicine that can definitely save Grandma? Although Shen Jun already had a certain suspicion in his heart, He couldn't admit it. He absolutely couldn't. He couldn't bear the reputation of having caused his grandmother's death, even if he himself was. No matter what. He couldn't and didn't want to take on this responsibility. Now that Shen Jun had given him a reason, it was easier to talk about. What medicine? Shen Jun asked in a deep voice. What's it called? Shen Jun's expression was grim as he said, I forgot the specific name, but I know which company produces this medicine. After speaking, he immediately took out his phone and started searching. After about 10 seconds, Shen Jun handed his phone to Shen Jun and said, It's this pharmaceutical company, Hong Tong Pharmaceutical. I checked, the price of that medicine is very cheap. Not to mention our family, even an ordinary family can afford it. The country specifically ordered the price to be lowered, saying it's a life-saving medicine, so it can't be too expensive. Additionally, the government has provided other subsidies to their company, all of which can be traced. But that pharmaceutical company only takes advantage without fulfilling its responsibilities in order to avoid losses. They have actually reduced the production of this medicine by more than 1,000 times, resulting in major hospitals being unable to find it. If there was medicine, then your grandmother would definitely still be saved. Chapter 448. Avoiding disasters? Kyoto, somewhere. Hong Tong Pharmaceutical? Whose family is that? The Wu family, right? I remember the second son of the Wu family seems to be quite involved in the pharmaceutical field. Call the Wu family and have them hand over a few people immediately. Don't let that kid Shen Jun interfere any further. Hong Tong Pharmaceutical is just a small matter. What I'm thinking about now is that incident. Today, Chong Su is not here, so everyone can speak freely. Then I'll just say it directly. Feel free to speak. Shen Jun's child was born at 232, and his grandmother also died at 232, and her death was quite mysterious, without illness or disaster, as if she had died a natural death. However, according to hospital data, that old lady's lifespan was not. In other words, Shen Jun's grandmother's death is related to Shen Jun's child? I suspect so, otherwise, Shen Jun wouldn't go to Pengcheng at this time. He's diverting attention. Everyone should still remember the previous incident. All those capable individuals Shen Jun found were short-lived, yet Shen Jun himself seems to be fine. Now it appears that it's not that he has no issues, but rather that those calamities have been diverted. Chapter 449. Cause and Effect. Retribution is unavoidable. 1 p.m. Fog City. The Chen family. Whoa, grandma. What am I going to do without you? Whoa, aunt. How could you, How could you abandon me? Whoa, aunt, you. Cousin, cousin. You left. Whoa, you left too. Grandma. Whoa, grandma. I will miss you. Whoa, I miss you, grandma. But. With the sound of footsteps, all the crying people suddenly looked up. Upon seeing Shen Jun and his group, they not only didn't stop crying, but cried even louder. Yet no one approached Shen Jun to speak. Shen Nan, however, came running towards him while crying. Shen Jun gently hugged Shen Nan and patted her back before slowly letting her go. Before Shen Nan could speak, Shen Jun directly said, Go keep watch over grandma. I have some matters to handle. Okay. Shen Nan nodded while sobbing. After Shen Nan left, Shen Jun immediately walked towards his grandfather. Chapter 450. Want to eliminate me? That's your own grandfather and grandmother. Shen Jun said irritably. To confirm the so-called information, aren't you the least bit worried that one of the elders might be in danger? What's the use of worrying? Does worrying help? Shen Mu said indifferently. Everyone has to die. Some may be heavier than Mount Tai, while others lighter than a feather. If it can be confirmed, then everything will be worth it. Shen Yun? Damn it. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, Shen Jun really wanted to open Shen Mu's head to see what's inside. How could he say such things? Is he even a grandson? He is even more ruthless than me. Third brother. To be honest, aren't you curious? Shen Mu said seriously. If this matter can be confirmed, then it would be interesting. Shen Yun? I told you not to look at me like that. Shen Mu said angrily. I'm not trying to test you, nor am I talking nonsense. I really want to know the underlying cause of this matter. Rebirth? Death? How interesting. The cycle of life. I can hardly contain my curiosity. Shen Jun sneered. Second brother, if I told the old man what you just said, do you think he would break your legs? Chapter 451. Not caring about anything? After a long silence, Shen Mu sighed softly. It seems I really have nothing to hold over you. Whether or not it matters is not important. What matters is that I can't do without you. Shen Jun said while walking out. Humans are social animals, and the clan system is our foundation. Without the family, relying solely on oneself can thrive for a lifetime, but afterward, my descendants will suffer. So your worries are unnecessary. Wu Zetian is the best example, and the Liu family is a strong proof. Third brother, have you ever heard this saying? The only lesson humanity can learn from history is that humanity never learns from history. Shen Jun. There's a line in the Pang Palace Ode that says, well, the Qin people had no time to grieve, and later generations lamented them. Later generations lamented, but did not learn from it, thus causing further lamentation in later generations. Ha! Point taken. Shen Jun sneered, but is it useful? Just as you said, as long as I don't care about anything, no one can hold me down. Indeed, those who don't care about anything have no weaknesses. Shen Mu's expression turned grim. This trip was a waste. Chapter 452. Discussing actions, not intentions. You've mentioned this more than once. Your uncle and your dad have also told me several times, but... The old man said hoarsely, he is the only son of your third uncle, and he is also my biological grandson. And your third uncle is already dead. My son is dead. Xiao Mu, can you understand my feelings? Hearing this, even someone with Shen Mu's temperament couldn't help but deeply sigh. It's said that the youngest son and the eldest grandson are the lifeblood of the elderly. His grandfather's guilt towards his third uncle must surpass everything. After a long silence, Shen Mu helplessly said, what do you plan to do? I feel like the third brother's heart is already uncontrollable. It's really uncontrollable. This is already the second time. Let us take it one step at a time. The old man said softly, as long as we don't give him a chance, he can only endure. It will depend on how he treats Shi from now on. I feel a bit unreliable. I didn't deceive you. Shen Mu tested. You must know how that guy Lao San feels about Xiaonan. He seems to cherish this sister a lot and has paved the way for her. But it's a bit perplexing. He cares yet doesn't care. I have never understood that feeling, and from this we can infer that Lao San is. Chapter 453 in the bedroom. Looking at the sleeping Li Qiwan and the baby lying beside her, Shen Jun couldn't help but smile. No matter what others thought or said, Shen Jun didn't take it to heart, because this was the persona he had created for himself. Ultimately, it was because he was too confident at the beginning. The world could collapse, and he wouldn't die. That statement was a bit too grand, leading everyone to want to probe his true cards. But could Shen Jun's cards let them know? Dream on. Now, with this incident happening, there was no choice. Shen Jun had to establish this persona. Otherwise, there would be even more trouble in the future. Of course, he wasn't really afraid of trouble, if given the chance. He would even want to use the system's great power to change everyone's perception. But opportunities didn't come easily, and even if such an opportunity did arise, he couldn't do that. Who doesn't know the consequences of monopolizing? A tragedy within a tragedy. It could even lead to the world collapsing. Moreover, there have been people in history who lived to a ripe old age, but their descendants would. Chapter 454. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Shen Jun. Damn it, does the system seem to have emotions? He could actually hear the questioning tone from the mechanical voice. If it weren't for the fact that the system had no physical form, Shen Jun would have given it a whack. Playing tricks on him? Seeking death. Just then, Xiao Shi woke up. As Shen Jun was about to curse in his heart, Shen Shi, lying beside him, suddenly cried out. And as a mother, Li Qiwan was immediately startled awake by the baby's cries. After opening her eyes, Li Qiwan first released Shen Jun's arm, then picked up the child to comfort him. At that moment, Han Exen and Li Chua, hearing the commotion, also pushed the door in, followed by two aunts. Shen Jun said nothing more and simply moved aside. As a new father, he still didn't know how to soothe the child. Rather than floundering through it himself, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Even though this child was his son, Shen Jun still thought this way. These things could be learned slowly later, but for now, he didn't want to create more chaos. Plus, at this moment, Shen Jun was dealing with the system and really didn't have the mood to handle the child. Chapter 455. Cancel the sanctions. Ding. He admitted it? Feeling the other party's emotions, Shen Jun was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and casually said, that's normal. I've already said it, and there's no point in pretending not to admit it. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Stop with the dinging, it's giving me a headache. Shen Jun rubbed his temples and said, tell me, when did you start having thoughts? After saying this, Shen Jun slapped his own cheek and self-deprecatingly said, you've dinged me into stupidity, forgetting that you can't talk. Shaking his head, Shen Jun sighed. When will you be able to truly control the system? Don't tell me it has to wait until Harry Helland reaches the highest position in America. Without waiting for the system's voice to appear, Shen Jun continued. How about this? If it requires Harry Helland to reach that position to reclaim 100 authority, just ding once. If not, ding twice. Ding ding. Hearing the two dings suddenly ring in his mind, Shen Jun wasn't too surprised. Because if it required both Li Luofeng and Harry Hellan to reach that position to reclaim 100 authority, then it would ding once. If not, it would ding twice. Chapter 456, of course, canceling this sanction might also be an opportunity taken by the original body. After all, if we really talk about it, those who died were all his blood relatives. It's understandable for the other party to act this way. People are people. Emotions are something that cannot be erased. If a person loses their emotions, that would be terrifying. But who could that ill-intentioned person be? Shen Jun believed he hadn't offended any major figures, or rather, he was confident that no one dared to target him, because targeting him would be seeking death. Even a strong family like the Li family couldn't bear the consequences. But now the system's hint. Has his confidence turned into arrogance? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jun softly said, "Useless, just tell me directly. Who wants to target me?" Ding ding ding. TSK, 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 Shen Jun chuckled. Are you angry again? What's wrong? Am I wrong? If you're not useless, who is? Your big Uncle Chun Hang's family is practically on your back sucking blood and doesn't dare to resist. Isn't that useless? Should I not scold you, but praise you instead? Useless. Ding. Stop with the dinging. Just admit you're useless, or else you know my methods. Chapter 457, Perceiving You, two old folks have come as well. Upon seeing the two old gentlemen, Shen Jun smiled and asked, Can we come? The old gentleman said irritably, Is there anything we can't hear? I didn't mean that. Are you sure you want me to say it? Shen Jun turned to Grandpa Li and said, Of course, I don't mean to distrust Grandpa, but this matter involves the most fatal weakness of our Shun family. So I think it's better to clarify in advance. Upon hearing this, both the old gentleman and Grandpa Li immediately frowned. Shen Changshu said solemnly, Xiao Jun, what do you mean by this? What fatal weakness does our Shun family have? Who dares to target our Shun family? Uncle, are you pretending to be confused with me? Shen Jun said seriously, You wouldn't know about my grandmother's death, would you? I naturally know. Shen Changshu's face darkened. But you said just one child is enough, right? And even if you want a few more children, it doesn't matter. Our Shun family can't be entirely wiped out because of a few children, right? Not to mention, the dead might not even be from our family. What are you saying? After a pause, Shen Changshu glanced toward the bedroom direction, confirming no one was there before continuing. Are you planning to broadcast seeds to annihilate the Shun family? Chapter 458, They All Must Die. After taking a deep breath, the old man looked deeply at Shen Jun and said, Is this how you want to bring someone down? But even if you manage to bring someone down, what will it change? Our Shen family no longer has anyone who can replace such a person. What you're doing will only make those people more wary of you, and it brings no benefits. Old man, what do you mean by that? Did I do something wrong? Xin Yun questioned. Why am I doing this? ISNT it for our Shen family? Don't you know that the other side is planning to take the lives of you people? If we don't resist, then the Shen family really has no reason to exist. I know, but the old man sighed and said, Our Shun family is currently in a precarious position. If we take further action, it will unite those people against us. Your generation is already established. We can't let your actions affect the previous generation, can we? So you plan to just endure this? Shen Jun scoffed. Let us make it clear. If you say you want to let me investigate that person's identity today, I will immediately stop all my actions, and from now on, I want to interfere in the matters of the Shun family. Chapter 459. Playing such a big game? Shen Jun, do you know what you're saying? Shen Changshu said sternly. Once your words get out, not only you, but even our Shun family will face a catastrophe. Shen Jun. Looking at Shen Changshu, who appeared fierce yet weak, Shen Jun replied, Uncle, my dear uncle, are your ears not working or what? Is what I'm saying unclear? Am I going to die? Is the Shun family going to face a catastrophe? Are you serious? At least Poing, Shen Yun suddenly paused. He shook his head and softly said, Forget it, I can't explain it clearly to you. Let us just wait and see. I will show you my capabilities. Xiu Yun. The old man suddenly spoke up. I know you have confidence, but don't go too far. Just like you said earlier, if those people die, it will really cause a big problem. A good sword that is always kept in its sheath will still rust. I need to make those people, including Uncle, realize something. Shen Jun said word by word, I, Shen Jun, am not someone they can manipulate. Even if I have so-called weaknesses, they are not something they can touch. Have you made up your mind? The old man said seriously. Chapter 460, Report. Not impossible. Shen Mu pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. Forget it. Let's just make it so they are paralyzed. That way it's easier to take care of. Shen Jun. Wait, you still have demands? Glancing at Shen Mu, who had a serious expression, Shen Jun replied speechlessly, Are you really not going to save your uncle and your father? Forget about your uncle. But that's your own father. What is there to save? Shen Mu casually replied, Once you succeed, you could just turn them back into normal people, right? With you around, what do I have to fear? Shen Jun. So he thinks he's some kind of wishing dragon? But where does this guy get his confidence? He teased lightly. Aren't you afraid I won't turn them back into normal people? Not afraid, Shen Mu said dismissively. As long as they are alive, it's fine. At worst, I can just send more people to take care of them. After all, it's not my fault they ended up like that. I want to feel guilty. Shen Jun. When it comes to being ruthless, he doesn't seem that different. Shaking his head, Shen Jun helplessly said, You, this guy, really are a troublemaker. Going back and forth like this is honestly a bit boring. Chapter 461. Not impossible. Urumqi. 8 p.m. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky and glancing at the bustling pedestrians and tourists around him, Shen Jun first scratched his head in confusion and then quickly realized. He almost forgot that there is a time difference in the country. Compared to Kyoto, Urumqi is about 2 hours behind. To be honest, having always been in the country, Shen Jun had naively thought that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west according to Kyoto time. Shaking his head, Shen Jun walked towards the parking area. A time difference is just a time difference. It doesn't affect his work. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a sudden ringing echoed in Shen Jun's mind. Hearing the sound in his head, a smile appeared on his face. Since he couldn't hold it in any longer, then let us have some fun. When has Shen Jun ever been afraid? Does he really think he is still the same as before? As the system's authority gradually returned, whether it was orders or commands, they could all be executed with ease. Huang Tingji and others were originally arranged by the system, and their abilities were also bestowed by the system. Now that he wants to regain control, what problem could there be? Don't believe it? Now, even if they don't believe it, they have to. Chapter 462. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Inside the car. Ding. Detected that the host is about to encounter danger. Please make a choice. Option 1. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Option 2. Step back and endure. Option 3. Annihilate all living beings. Shen Jun. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Shen Jun froze for a moment. The first two choices seemed normal, but the last option, annihilate all living beings? Is this dog system joking? If it had that kind of power, would it be parasitizing his body? Is it treating him like an idiot? With a cold laugh, Shen Jun firmly thought in his heart, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Do you want to change the third option? After 3 to 5 seconds without any response in his mind, without any hesitation, he immediately said, I choose option 3, annihilate all living beings. Ding. Incorrect choice. Reverting to normal options. Option 1, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Option 2, step back and endure. Option 3, sever emotions and desires. TCH. Garbage. Shen Jun scoffed. I thought you really had the ability to destroy everything. You're really useless. Although he received no response again, Shen Jun didn't care too much. Ever since he learned that the useless original body was about to replace the original system, he stopped taking this thing seriously. Chapter 463. Jin Xiefeng stood in the middle of the hospital corridor, looking down at the payment slip in his hand. 32 million. For an ordinary person, this number is high, or rather extremely high, but for him now it's nothing. Aside from his family's savings, his salary is enough to cover the payment. But this money shouldn't be paid by him or his family, just because he was beaten up for not eating garlic while having noodles in a restaurant. How can he swallow this anger? Closing his eyes, Jin Xiefeng took a deep breath, then slowly took out his phone. Although he knew that there might not be anyone to help him after the call, he still wanted to give it a try. It was simply too much. His father was severely injured and on the brink of death, yet the perpetrator was released after just 1 day in custody. Just think about it. Who could endure such a thing? Hey, Xiefeng, is there something you need? A middle-aged man's voice came through as the call connected. Mr. Wu, I've run into a bit of trouble. As you know, I took leave to come home because my dad was injured and hospitalized. What happened? Was your dad beaten up? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Chapter 464. Truth or lies? I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Jin Xiefeng rubbed his eyes and quickly squatted down to pick up his phone. Looking at the screen that showed the call had ended, he let out a long sigh. He didn't blame Mr. Wu. After all, This matter had nothing to do with him. It was only natural for the other party to hang up. No one likes to add unnecessary trouble to their lives. Or perhaps what he offered did not match the offense he committed. In trouble? Seeing the curious expression on the young man's face, Jin Xiefeng shook his head and said, "Just a minor work-related issue. Nothing to worry about. Please go ahead." After saying this, Jin Xiefeng intended to return to the ward. But just as he turned around, the young man's voice rang out again. "I want to ask, do you know someone named Jin Xiefeng? I don't know which ward he's in." Upon hearing this, Jin Xiefeng froze in place. They had already injured his father, and they were still not letting him go. Yes, at this moment, Jin Xiefeng's first thought was that someone from the prison guard's family had come to cause him trouble. If it weren't for this reason, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would come looking for him. Chapter 465. The plan succeeds. Looking at Shen Jun, who didn't seem to be joking, Jin Xiefeng said hoarsely, "Why are you helping me like this? Didn't I tell you? You are an outstanding employee of Tianyun Group. And as one of the leaders of Tianyun Group, when an excellent employee is bullied, I, as the responsible person, naturally have to stand up for my outstanding employee." Shen Jun said with a light smile. "You can fool others with that, but don't try to fool me. I know my own worth." Jin Xiefeng shook his head and said, "I can say I'm a direct subordinate of Mr. Wu, but he doesn't dare to intervene. I don't know you, and if you're helping me without any reason, I really can't believe it." Shen Jun, "This kid is not only not stupid, but also pretty smart." Shen Jun smiled and said, "There's no particular reason. I just wanted to help. You can say you've hit the jackpot this time. In the future, you can burn more incense and pray to the Buddha. Oh, praying to me is also fine. I'm much more effective than all the gods and Buddhas combined." Jin Xiefeng. This reason left him speechless, but it was indeed quite arrogant. "All right, stop bothering. Just wait quietly." Without waiting for Jin Xiefeng to speak, Shen Jun immediately interrupted. "We'll discuss other matters after your trouble is resolved. By then, you'll understand." Chapter 466. Right on target. The system's capabilities truly surprised him. Initially, he thought the other party would answer his questions in a mechanical voice, but unexpectedly, it allowed him to watch a 3D movie. Oh, it can't be called a movie. It was just vivid and lifelike character dialogues. His uncle, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Li, Uncle Han, and Uncle Long, among others. And the dialogues of these people truly shocked him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Uncle Li could say something so murderous. That was Wan's biological uncle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Uncle Long also gave orders. That was the Uncle Long who had him sit in the middle for a photo. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that even his own uncle could say such things. That was his own biological uncle. Although he did overturn the table, he ultimately did not get rough with them. After all, they were formidable figures who had fought their way up. They really were ruthless. Taking action early, they nipped the danger in the bud. Kill him? TSK, TSK, TSK. If it weren't for the ability to save his life, he might have really been killed. This little system is interesting. Chapter 467. Yes, young Master Jun, this. Jin Xiefeng's sudden collapse left Zheng Dong at a loss for what to do. Not to mention him. Even Li Ru and others were in a state of confusion. They had never seen anyone faint while talking. It was quite puzzling. No one even hit him. Shen Jun nonchalantly pointed to Jin Xiefeng lying on the ground and said softly, "Take him away." Yes. Zheng Dong and Li Ru immediately squatted down to lift Jin Xiefeng and walked out. Shen Jun then stood up and led Lu Shan and others into the ward. "You are." Seeing Shen Jun and the others suddenly push the door and walk in, Jin Xiefeng's mother instantly stood up in a bit of panic. "Hello. My surname is Shen. I'm Xiefeng's boss." Shen Jun extended his hand towards the middle-aged woman and said, "About the problems your family is facing. Xiefeng has already told me everything. Now, Sun Yanhui and his father have been brought to justice by the police. Xiefeng is currently at the police station giving his statement. I'll let you know the details after he finishes. But I can assure you as Xiefeng's boss that those two will definitely face the harshest punishment." Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, the middle-aged woman quickly reached out to shake hands with Shen Jun, and then, with tears in her eyes, she gratefully said, "Thank you for helping Xiefeng seek justice. Thank you, leader." Chapter 468. Wife. Hearing Jin Xiefeng's words, Shen Jun's expression instantly turned extremely dark. Li. The Li family? No wonder Shin Changshu was so desperate to prevent me from knowing who was behind this. So that's how it is. The Li family? It turned out to be the Li family, not to mention Shun Changshu. Even Shen Jun never expected that the person behind this was the Li family. This was simply after letting out a long breath. Shen Jun brought his phone up to his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still dialed the number. Hello, what made you think of calling? Are you done with your work? As the call connected, Li Chuan's soft and weak voice suddenly came through the phone. No, I just missed you, so I called. Shen Jun said gently. Has the child been causing trouble? No, he has his mom and aunt taking care of him. Xiaoxi is not doing well. He is sleeping now, Li Chuan said happily. But if you want to hear Xiaoxi's voice, I can wake him up. How could you say that? Just as Li Chuan finished speaking, Han Xian's slightly angry voice suddenly rang out on the phone. Are you both acting like parents? The child is your own. He is your child. He is not your toy. Please, can you treat him like a person? Can you act like a person too? Chapter 469, Not Interested. Hissed just after Shen Jun hung up the phone. Jin Xiefeng rubbed his head and stood up with a grimace. It hurts so much. How'd I faint? Jin Xiefeng vigorously pounded his temples and looked at Shen Jun in confusion. Didn't you just mention Li? As soon as the word Li left his mouth, a wave of intense pain made Jin Xiefeng involuntarily let out a scream, feeling as if his head was about to explode. And all his subsequent words were swallowed back by the pain. Shen Jun casually said, This is the punishment for leaking secrets, but it's not too serious. At least your life is not in danger. You don't need to care too much. Jin Xiefeng, damn it. What kind of wolfish words are these? That thing in his head, didn't he tell him that leaking secrets would lead to this kind of punishment? Feeling the sharp pain in his head, Jin Xiefeng felt completely unwell. At this moment, he had already foreseen what Shen Jun would make him do in the future. And thinking of the scenes where his head would keep hurting made Jin Xiefeng shiver all over. This is really killing me. Avoiding fate, escaping karma. All kinds of shackles binding the true self. Following fate, accepting karma. Only today do I know that I am me. Chapter 470, What is this? Kyoto Airport. Shen Jun and his group had just disembarked when Shen Mu came over with a few subordinates. This is your killer trump card? It doesn't look like much. Glancing at the somewhat awkward Jin Xiefeng, Shen Mu casually asked, What is this guy's special ability? Shen Jun chuckled. Why are you so anxious? I haven't even made a move yet. Isn't this a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuch is not? Get lost. Shen Mu said irritably. Aren't I doing this for your own good? If we don't seize this opportunity, we'll have to wait at least 10 years. Remember, at least 10 years. That is your uncle. Shen Jun teased. Are you so eager to push your uncle down? That is not something a nephew should be saying. Are you sure your aunt and your mom want to beat you up? What about Li Linhao taking over? Shen Mu said dismissively. As long as that position still has the surname Li, I don't owe the Li family anything. The old man can't say anything bad about me. Good. Shen Jun gave Shen Mu a thumbs up. You're impressive. Enough about you and me. Hurry up and tell me about this guy's special ability. Chapter 471. A bit curious, by the way. Just as Jin Xiefeng was feeling anxious, Shen Mu suddenly looked at Shen Jun and asked again, Why 4 years? Shouldn't it be quicker for you? You don't know that the longer it takes, the easier it is to make mistakes, right? Shen Jun shook his head. I can't say too much. I can only tell you that this time is also a kind of limitation. 4 years is already the fastest speed. If it's any faster, there will definitely be problems, and then it will be very troublesome for me. I see. Shen Mu pondered. It seems the day you can act without restraint is not far off. Shen Jun said sarcastically. Don't be so straightforward, you know? I'm really about to lose my patience with you. Be low-key. Do as you wish. Shen Mu said nonchalantly. Anyway, I don't have that intention. After I succeed, I'll take the initiative to run away. By then, you can't really chase me down, right? You should know that at that time. I won't pose any threat to you. You guy. Shen Jun said speechlessly. Let's not talk about anything else. You really leave a quick escape route. You can't not leave an escape route. Shen Mu said seriously. After all, I really don't want to die. After all, a good death is not as good as a bad life. And as long as I'm alive, you won't have any hindrance. But if I die, you'll have trouble later. My value while alive far exceeds that of being dead. You can't kill me. Chapter 472. Unspoken hardships on the road. Inside the car. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Taking out his phone, Shen Jun's expression immediately turned sour when he saw the caller ID. Because the caller was the real big shot. He was also his last obstacle. And at this moment, he figured out how to face this big shot yet. Can my old man shield me from some issues? Why does he insist on letting me bump into this person? Or is it that my old man is just playing around, wanting to watch the fun? Really a grandson's nightmare. Although very unwilling, Shen Jun knew he couldn't not answer this call, nor could he avoid it. After organizing his thoughts, Shen Jun reached out to touch the phone and answer the call. Hello, Uncle Long. Shen Jun, you really have some skills. As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, a sarcastic compliment came from the other end of the line. Even I've been buried in your deep pit, with no ability to resist at all. You flatter me. Shen Jun said modestly. Just a casual move. I didn't expect those elders to be so accommodating. I was also forced into it. Huh? Are you implying that Uncle Long is not popular? Chapter 473 Meeting. The next day, at noon, after a simple lunch, Shen Jun got up and walked outside. Seeing this, Han Xian asked in confusion, Xiao Jun, you just came back and you're going out again? Before Shen Jun could reply, Li Qiwan quickly tugged at Han Xian's arm and whispered, Mom, don't ask, he has things to handle. Huh? Oh. Watching Li Qiwan's somewhat anxious expression, Han Xian was first taken aback, and then quickly nodded. Shen Jun turned back and smiled. Mom, you don't have to worry after I finish these few days. I shouldn't need to go out again. That's not what I meant. Han Xian quickly waved her hand. I was just casually asking. That kid Xiao Hao has been busy recently too. I don't know about your matters, but I can understand. Well, then please take care of the family. The child just born, Wanwan still needs to rest. Shen Jun nodded and said softly, Okay, you go ahead, I'll take care of the house. Without any hesitation, Han Xian immediately agreed. After getting a response, Shen Jun turned and walked out of the villa. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Han Xian sighed lightly. Your brother has either been busy or disappearing recently, and now Xiao Jun is like this. I'm really a bit worried. Chapter 474. Very content and confident, more so helpless. Shen Jun candidly stated, You only see my special abilities, but haven't noticed my real weaknesses. If there were no weaknesses, how could this special ability allow me to use it without any restrictions? So, Uncle Long frowned and said, Is rebirth and death not a weakness for you? I suppose it counts as a weakness, but I have already compensated for it. Shen Jun dismissively replied, My grandmother's death sounded the alarm for me. So I compensated for that weakness immediately. It just appeared too abruptly, which is why my grandmother passed away. I didn't control that special ability well. Hearing this, Uncle Long looked shocked and said, Are you using this obvious weakness to fish for sympathy? Fish for sympathy? Use my grandmother's life to fish for sympathy? Huh? Shen Jun self-deprecatingly remarked. It seems my cold-bloodedness has truly seeped into people's hearts. I suppose so. Uncle Long did not refute this statement, admitting, Based on the information we have and the conclusions from our think tank, besides your flesh being Shen Jun, your soul is basically like a different person. As they say online, it's like soul transference. Chapter 475. As long as I'm finding Shen Jun, all malice dissipated, please continue to work hard. Host, Shen Jun. Looking back at the tightly closed door, Shen Jun instantly understood that Uncle Long had lied to him, saying it was just the two of them today. What nonsense. Now it seems, who knows how many people are hiding behind that wall. It's quite normal, considering his position, plus his image in the eyes of those people. It would be abnormal if no one paid attention or cared. It's acceptable for meat to rot in the same pot. But the fear is that someone from outside might take the pot away. Shaking his head, Shen Jun stepped outside again. But just as he reached the car and wanted to get in, a surge of mischief suddenly arose in his heart. He took out his phone, found a phone number, and sent a text message. What do you think is going on with this kid, Shen Jun? Another elderly man, intrigued, said, Body? Soul? Even technology, reaching its peak, might not be able to solve this situation, right? Who knows? Old Zhao sighed. But this kid Shen Jun is already beyond what science can explain, metaphysics can, and can even explain it clearly. Immortals or gods might not reach this level. Let's wait and see. Chapter 476. No opinions. Looking at the indifferent Shenmue, Shen Jun clenched his fists, almost hitting him. Ever since this guy was replaced by him, his mindset changed incredibly fast. If he hadn't forced him to stay, who knows where this bastard would be playing now. But to be fair, although he gained tremendous benefits, he was also restricted in this place. However, he didn't feel anything bad about it. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The rules of this world are like this. Even he cannot change them. After a moment of silence, Shen Jun sighed. Ever since your uncle was dragged out, I've had an unreal feeling. It's normal, Shenmu casually replied. It's too smooth, unnaturally smooth. As if everything is a prearranged script, so you naturally feel it's unreal. Huh, it seems you understand too? Shen Jun self-deprecatingly said. I thought everything was within my calculations. But I didn't expect that none of these elders are simple. Each has their own schemes. My own depth is indeed a bit lacking compared to those old foxes. Shenmu scoffed. They're scheming against each other every day, so naturally, they're adept at this, being schemed against ISNTA problem. Although there are some small twists in the end, they lost. You just happen to hit the master with a chaotic punch. Chapter 477. I'm very busy, all right? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the streets and alleys of Kyoto are adorned with red lanterns and various colorful lights as the spring festival approaches. The festive atmosphere grows stronger. Approaching a narrow alley, a series of calls and shouts suddenly entered Shen Jun's ears. Looking around, the narrow alley was filled with various New Year's goods, with vendors standing in the cold wind enthusiastically attracting passing customers. The cold weather couldn't dampen their enthusiasm, nor could it stop people from coming to buy New Year goods. Foreigners will never understand why the moon is only round in their hometown. The Spring Festival. Entering the alley, most vendors and the crowd buying New Year goods immediately turned their attention to Shen Jun and his group. Shen Jun touched his nose, feeling a little awkward. Although he was already used to being watched, it still felt a bit uncomfortable when everyone looked at him. After all, this place was not really where he should be. It felt as if he was specifically brought here to show off. Shaking his head, Shen Jun forcibly suppressed those messy thoughts and then stepped toward a small stall. Chapter 478. Let me guess, Shen Mu complained. Why am I not well-intentioned? Everything I do is to help you. Isn't it? Help, Shen Jun sneered. If you had good intentions, how could Jin Xiefeng predict where I would go right away? He even predicted who I would look for. Do you really think I'm a fool? I'm just concerned about you. Shen Mu retorted. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You don't recognize good intentions. Nonsense, Shen Jun shouted, saying all that sounds nice. But the facts prove that you bastard is always watching me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What can I think? What can I think? Shen Mu's voice slightly rose. I'm working for you, all right? Don't go too far. Go to hell. Shen Jun shot back. Working for me? Do I need to clarify it? Everything you do is for the Shun family. To you, I'm just a tool to develop the Shun family. Nothing more. So put away your little schemes. Oh, don't make it so obvious. It hurts our brotherly feelings. Seeing his actions exposed by Shen Jun, Shen Mu casually changed the subject. But to be honest, today I've encountered a century-old dilemma. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Chapter 479. Dating? January 28th. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar December, is commonly referred to as Sui Chu or Chushi in folk customs. It occurs on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, where the 29th of December is a short month, and is one of the important traditional festivals. Alongside Qingming Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Chongyang Festival, forming a significant part of ancestral worship traditions. Initially, New Year's Eve was a festival to drive away evil spirits, featuring peachwood charms to ward off bad luck, door gods to avoid misfortune, firecrackers to scare away malevolent ghosts, and fireworks to dispel plagues. Among these, the grandest anti-evil ceremony is the Desia, which began during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, where villagers would wear masks and perform ritualistic dances to drive away evil, known as Zhu Yi. After the Yuan dynasty, the Xia festival gradually diminished and evolved into Xia drama, and to this day, some regions still preserve complete Xia performances. There are many legends about New Year's Eve, but only one is widely circulated. It is said that in ancient times, there was a vicious monster named Shi that specifically preyed on little girls from various villages. A hunter named Qilong decided to eliminate Shi after hearing about it. On the 30th night of that year, she came to the village again to catch little girls. Qilong and the villagers, as previously planned, made a thunderous noise, startling Shi, who began to run around in panic. At that moment, Qilong released his hunting dogs to chase after Shi and took the opportunity to shoot it dead with a bow and arrow. Chapter 480. Greed and Desire. Shun Nan reached out to rub Shi's little face and explained, it's not that my friends are dating. It's just that there are many couples at school, and I feel a bit sweet, so I want to try. Isn't that good? Li Shiwan cum furta. None of your classmates or friends are dating. What are you talking about? You need to know one thing. Once you start dating, and with your generous spending, you will become the center of everyone's attention. You wouldn't want to be discussed all the time, would you? Huh? Upon hearing this, Shen Nan's little face instantly drooped. Don't believe me? You can ask around, and then you'll know if what Sister Wan said is true or not, Li Chi Wan said confidently. I understand, Shen Nan said dejectedly. It's too troublesome, and I don't want to be talked about all the time, so forget it. That's more like it. Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. After you graduate from college, you can do whatever you want. Right now is the time for you to learn, not to waste time on those trivial things. Shen Nan turned her head away, not even looking at Shen Jun. Chapter 481, Above Sovereignty in the Study. Tell me, do you know about this? Shen Jun asked in a low voice. Ding, Shen Yun. What is this? Not only did he not answer his question, but he also showed signs of joy. Is this guy trying to make a fuss? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, what are you so happy about? Although I haven't received any news yet, I can roughly guess why you're happy. But what good will it do even if this benefit is given to Harry Helland? Therefore, your selection won't change, and you'll have to wait for these 4 years, whether you want to or not. Ding, Shen Jun, don't say it. This dog thing really got me angry. As long as this dog thing is happy, he won't be happy, because the stances of both sides are completely different. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jun sneered. It seems your restrictions have been loosened a bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so excited. Ding. Oh, come on. You dare to agree? Shen Jun said, speechless. Really getting cocky? Ding, ding, ding. Confident? Shen Jun chuckled. All right, you're impressive. Just wait. I'll let you know what regret and despair means soon. You know my methods? Hee hee. Chapter 482. Another Killing God. Worried about the Shun family getting dragged in? Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said softly, what's the use of worrying now? Weren't you worried when you first created this disease, D? Greed and desire. Shen Hao lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. I thought having those talented people would prevent this situation. I was careless, and the temptation was too great. I really couldn't resist, not just for money, but also for the power to control life and death. Shen Jun said coldly. You didn't even discuss such a big matter with me, and now this situation is self-inflicted. I originally planned to tell you. After all, once this plan succeeds, Tianyun Group will definitely experience explosive growth, and you'll need to stabilize the situation. But, after hesitating for a moment, Shen Hao admitted, in the end, I was stopped by the second brother. He said you didn't want to manage anything right now and told me to do it with peace of mind. Even if something went wrong, he would cover for me. But if something really goes wrong, I feel like I should tell you otherwise. I'm afraid you will come looking for me to settle accounts later. Shen Jun. Damn, this bastard thinks of him like this? Chapter 483. Don't blame me, are you serious? Shen Jun said coldly, you created a disease, D, comparable to HIV, then deliberately spread it, and finally used this reason to deal with me? What do you take me for? A fool? An idiot? Or someone with a mental disability? Second brother, do you really think I have no temper? Don't be so angry. Shenmu explained with a smile, it's not that serious. The few people who died, I've already investigated. It's not just because they were infected with this disease D. They already carried various diseases. The disease D we created can only be said to be a trigger. Without waiting for Shen Jun to refute, Shenmu immediately took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Shen Jun, continuing, watch this animated video. And after watching, you'll understand. Shen Jun frowned as he took the phone from Shenmu, then clicked on the screen to start playing the video he wanted him to see. The video was an animated series called The Untouchable AQ. At the beginning of the animation, a person in a wheelchair injected the main character AQ with a serum called hepatitis C, while AQ nonchalantly said, it's a joke. I've had it for a long time. Chapter 484, Barriers. What a grand reason for the Shun family. Xin Yun Moks. Using my people to limit my persona. Second brother, do you really think that with Jin Xiefeng, you could do whatever you want? I didn't think that way. You overthought it. Shenmu said flatly, third brother, your actions have exceeded my expectations, so I need a bit of confidence, even without Jin Xiefeng. A bit of confidence? Shen Jun scoffed, second brother, you don't really think that this so-called bullshit disease D can control Harry Helland, do you? We naturally can't control Harry Helland. But isn't there you? Shenmu shrugged and casually said, although you have many plans that could help Ha Li Helan to reach the top, you shouldn't give up on the idea of making him a savior, right? It's all benefit and no harm. Shen Jun sneered. I think it's all harm and no benefit. Once Ha Li Helan accepts this advantage, his life and death will be completely in your control from now on. Do you think you will agree? I've said it before, I'm doing this for you. Chapter 485. Infection in a community in St. Mateo. America. Cough, cough, cough. Ilea rubbed her sore chest from coughing and walked into the living room to pour herself a glass of ice water. After finishing the ice water with a gulp, Ilea felt some relief from the pain in her throat and chest. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened from the outside, and Nina, with her hair in twin ponytails, came in holding a paper bag. Upon seeing Ilea drinking water, Nina said, "Feeling better? It seems the last guest really had some skills." Ilea directly responded with a middle finger, disdainfully saying, "What do you know? You'll never enjoy that kind of taste." Nina stood tall, her white shirt accentuating her curves, and said, "How long have you been in the industry? I've seen more J than you've seen men." TCH. Ilea raised her other hand, also giving a middle finger. After handing the paper bag to Ilea, Nina said irritably, "Since you're better, hurry up and get back to work. You don't even have crappy health insurance. And this time the medical fee is worth 10 days of your salary." Ilea's eyes widened in anger. "Nina, you bitch. Why didn't you buy me some cheap medicine? Do you know I'm so broke I'm starting to sell myself?" Chapter 486. How did you do it? February 5th. After the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the festive atmosphere gradually disappeared. Nowadays, ordinary people's lives are very busy. After a brief reunion, everything returned to its original track. Everyone is busy with their own lives. Of course, that is ordinary people's lives. For Shen Jun, there is nothing to be busy with. Everything has become a foregone conclusion, and there aren't many things that need his attention. Now he just needs to wait for that so-called disease D to ferment. Brother. Just as Shen Jun was lazily lying on the sofa, Shun Nan suddenly rushed in from outside. Looking at the flustered Shun Nan, Shen Jun lazily replied, "What are you shouting for? Summoning souls? Speak slowly, I can't hear you. What is the rush?" Oh, Shen Nan didn't care about his tone at all. She rushed to Shen Jun's side and shook his arm vigorously. "Brother, something big has happened. I got news that a disease D has suddenly erupted over in America, with a very high transmission rate and a mortality rate of over 90. It strikes suddenly, and there is no antidote at all." Hearing Shun Nan's words, Shen Jun furrowed his brows and asked, "How do you know this? Who told you this news?" Chapter 487. It doesn't matter anymore. Third brother, do you really not care about anything at all? Shen Mu's face was extremely grim, and he said in a deep voice, "You gave up such a good opportunity just to stop me from taking any action. What exactly do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything." Shen Jun casually replied, "No one can force me to do anything. Not the old man, not the uncles, and you can't either. Just for that reason?" Shen Mu looked disappointed. "Third brother, family matters, national affairs, world affairs. Why do you have to be so willful? Do you know how much benefit this disease D could bring us? Do you know how many reasons I used to persuade so many people before they agreed to my approach? Is this being willful?" Shen Jun scoffed. "Compared to what you've done, what I've done is nothing. I did it all for you, for the Shun family, and for the collective." Shen Muyid. "With Shun Shi around, do you really think I would put you in danger? You don't need to worry about those things, and you can't do that either." Shen Jun said nonchalantly, "I have my own ideas. As a loser, you just need to do as I say. Too many small actions are not allowed. That's the part one can't tolerate the most." Chapter 488. Different paths do not conspire. Shen Mu frowned tightly. "Disappearing by yourself? Are you sure you can really do that? Do you know what that represents? Don't doubt what I say." Shen Jun smiled and said, "Also, you should go get busy. Busy figuring out how to promote the big boss, and those people step by step. Remember, you only have 4 years. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it." Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Shen Mu suddenly sneered. "Third brother, do you want them to go up? Or do you want them to go up? Why do I feel that thing is also under your control?" Shen Jun thought, how could he guess that? How is Shen Mu's mind working? Or is there something he overlooked? Although Shen Mu's words surprised Shen Jun for a moment, his expression remained unchanged. After such a long time of training, Shen Jun was no longer the naive young man he once was. After giving Shen Mu a deep glance, Shen Jun calmly said, "Second brother, you talk too much. Don't try to test me. Just do your job well, and anything beyond that is overstepping."